The high-end player in the online game exclaimed, "I am the esteemed Starry Joy 5 member." Su Ning responded, "Apologies, but Xiao Ma is my junior. In the realm of Penguin Esports, my word is law." The wealthy second generation remarked, "With money, one can do as one pleases." Su Ning interjected, "Sorry, Jack Ma is also my junior, and once again, I've been slain in this wretched online game." As the screen faded to black yet again, Su Ning felt an overwhelming urge to smash the mouse he had painstakingly saved up for. This marked the fourth time. After diligently grinding for 3 months to amass equipment, he was dispatched by a casual player with just 3 swift moves. Watching his opponent stand triumphantly over his lifeless body, hurling foul insults and taunts, Su Ning felt a mix of indignation and profound frustration. Damn it. Is wealth all that matters? Suddenly, an androgynous voice echoed in his mind. Apologies, but with wealth, one can indeed do as one pleases. Who are you? Beep, detecting that the host embodies the quintessential loser persona. The binding of the Supreme Transformation System has been successfully completed. You have gained access to the ultimate senior brother system experience for 7 days. What? A system? Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of uncontainable joy. Could it be that he possessed a system too? Having read numerous web novels, he eagerly recalled how protagonists wielded their systems with unparalleled prowess. He could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired, System, pray tell what powers do you bestow upon me? Ahem, humble mortal, since you have sincerely posed your query, I shall graciously reveal my capabilities. I am the most formidable golden finger in the universe, a fusion of wisdom and beauty, the epitome of perfection, encompassing the functions of myriad systems that can be effortlessly switched. Behold, I am the legendary super, invincible ultimate transformation system of the universe, the ultimate version of the Wanhua system. Senior brother? Due to certain reasons, you may understand that he will heed your commands from now on. Anyone alive, whether in the heavens or on earth, shall comply, the system explained cryptically. Certain reasons? Su Ning quickly grasped the system's implication, his heart soaring with delight. Anyone you say? Indeed. I want Xiao Ma. Su Ning fixed his gaze upon the monitor, an instant decision crystallizing in his mind. Xiao Ma, the chairman of the colossal Penguin Corporation, currently the richest individual in Huaxia. The game he was playing, Black Blade, was under the auspices of Penguin. Binding successful. The phone rang. Upon answering, a warm voice of a middle-aged man resonated. Greetings, senior brother. This is Xiao Ma. You arrived in Pengcheng and didn't even inform me. Had it not been for Master mentioning it, I would have remained oblivious. This evening, I am hosting a banquet at the Swan Pavilion to welcome you. After a lengthy conversation, the call concluded. Su Ning gazed at the monitor, a smile gracing his lips. Is wealth truly so remarkable? Now Xiao Ma is my junior. The phone rang again. This time it was the head of Black Blade reaching out, as Xiao Ma had instructed him to assist Su Ning in adjusting the game content. The call remained active. Having respawned, Su Ning found his character's level had plummeted from 80 to 76 after 4 deaths, with the maximum level in Black Blade being 100. Please elevate my level to the maximum. And as for the top-tier equipment, the Divine Dragon said, grant me a complete set. Additionally, boost each of my character's attributes by 500 points. And finally, pinpoint the location of Xiao Longo, the Fool. 10 seconds later, golden light enveloped his character. Levels surged upward, and his inventory filled with the Divine Dragon set. Young Master Su, Xiao Longo is located at Tianshuya, coordinates 99.186, currently engaged in battle with the Blood Fury Lion boss. Teleport me there. Xiao Longo was the very player who had relentlessly pursued Su Ning for 4 consecutive kills, all because Su Ning had exchanged a few innocent words with the girl he was interested in. At this moment, at Tianshuya, Xiao Longo, accompanied by 2 lackeys, relentlessly bombarded the Blood Fury Lion with skills, the boss health dwindling to 2/3 at this rate. The encounter would conclude swiftly. Dragon brother, someone is approaching. One of the lackeys quickly spotted Su Ning, who had just been teleported in. Isn't that the fool from earlier? Another lackey recognized Su Ning's character ID. It appears this guy hasn't had enough of dying. You two hold the fort. I shall put an end to this fool, Xiao Longo declared, breaking away from the battle and charging towards Su Ning with bravado. Chapter 2. Do you need a reason to kill you? With a swift motion, he confidently executed 3 skills, only for his screen to plunge into darkness. His character sprawled on the ground, lifeless. There stood Su Ning over his fallen avatar, proclaiming, "Do you need a reason to kill you?" Xiao Longo erupted in fury, recalling the taunts he had hurled at Su Ning earlier. "You arrogant fool, just wait. Upon respawning, he returned to the safety zone. Boss, we've been killed too, I know. Infuriated by the messages from his two subordinates, he seethed. The one he had previously dispatched with 3 strikes had suddenly turned the tables. Damn it! He commanded his character to exit the city, only to be met with a swift strike from an opponent descending from the sky. You have died. Once again, did Xiao Longji's screen faded to black and white. Dio, you need a reason to kill you? Gazing at the words Suning had inscribed, he could no longer contain his rage. FCK this. Reviving once more, he could only surmise that this arrogant lowlife had indeed spent money on superior equipment, far exceeding his own. Convinced of the reason behind his repeated demise, he took refuge in the safety zone. He then blasted out a message. 00 Ning, you piece of trash, come and kill me again. You F King. After all, one could not be harmed in the safety zone. What could he do? Suddenly, Suning's character appeared before him, delivering yet another strike. You have died. FCK, you can kill in the safety zone? His mouse and keyboard were hurled to the ground in a fit of rage. It must be a bug. Suppressing his fury, he replaced his broken peripherals and respawned, determined to prove that one could not be slain in the safety zone. Then he witnessed Suning approach, his divine dragon blade poised to strike. You have died. Thinking he could hide in the safety zone without consequence, he read the words on the screen, do you need a reason to kill you? And felt a scorching humiliation wash over him. You just wait. Leaving behind a parting remark, he refrained from respawning, fully convinced that Suning had discovered some insidious bug. He picked up his phone, ready to contact customer service. But just as he was about to dial, his game screen indicated he had respawned. What the hell? I didn't even click to respawn. The game mandated a 5-minute wait for automatic respawn. And it had barely been a moment. Before he could take control, Suning appeared once more, blade raised. You have died. The Xiao Longgu was on the verge of insanity. Just as he was about to lose it, his character automatically revived again. Yes, automatically revived, without any action on his part, and there stood Suning once more, ready to strike. You have died. What the hell? Forced respawn too. This is utterly maddening. In just 10 minutes, the Xiao Longgu's account had perished 50 times, averaging 5 deaths per minute, causing his level to plummet from 95 to 45. Dio, you really need a reason to kill you? Upon seeing this line once more, the Xiao Longgu could no longer contain his outburst. Damn it.as the message was sent, a notification box appeared. You have been muted for 999 years due to foul language. Before he could even gather his thoughts, another notification popped up. Your account has been banned for 999 years due to malicious use of cheats. Bang! Aw! In a fit of rage, the Xiao Longgu smashed his monitor and began to frantically destroy everything in his home to vent his frustration. Chapter 3. Show air. After retaliating, Suning also decided to quit the game. It was utterly pointless. Today's incident made him realize that in these leveling-type online games, in the end, it all boils down to who has more money. Doesn't he it? If it weren't for having recognized a nephew today, who would he have turned to for reason? Forget it, he might as well play League of Legends. Although League of Legends also drains money, at least it only involves skins and runes, ensuring that spending money doesn't automatically translate to power. He opened the WG Assistant and logged into the game.at. That moment, his phone erupted with messages from his QQ class group. Suning clicked in.it hadn't been easy. After a whole day of effort, he had finally ranked up to Diamond. Zhou Tong shared a screenshot of his Diamond 5 rank in the group, eliciting waves of envy from his classmates. Lisu. Congratulations on reaching Diamond. To his surprise, the class flower, Lisu, had responded, and Zhou Tong felt a surge of delight. He had long sought an opportunity to pursue Lisu, and now that she had appeared, he quickly typed in the group, to celebrate reaching Diamond, I'm definitely going to buy myself a set of Odyssey skins. His actions were swift. After successfully purchasing, he shared a screenshot of his skin collection in the group. Wow, you actually have over 300 skins. The class group erupted in envy once more. Lisu also chimed in with a message of admiration. Seeing that the class flower had indeed taken the bait, Zhou Tong immediately typed, Lisu, would you like some? Let us duo queue for a couple of matches, and I'll gift you a set of Odyssey skins. Don't worry, I'm not Suning, that loser. Suning, the quintessential loser and miser of the class, had never spent a dime on skins in League of Legends. Zhou Tong intentionally mentioned Suning, aiming to create a stark contrast for Lisu. What the hell, this guy? Upon reading the messages, Suning felt a surge of irritation. Was he really using him as a backdrop to show off while trying to woo girls? In the past, Suning might have endured it, but not now. He picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, junior brother. After a brief exchange, Xiao Ma understood Suning's intent. Junior brother? What's your QQ number? 938864009. Within 3 seconds, Suning's QQ displayed a friend request notification. 10001 Xiao Ma has requested to add you as a friend. Accepted. Xiao Ma created a group named Big Brother is the Best and invited him to join. Accepted. Meanwhile, all the heads of various games on QQ received a group invitation from Xiao Ma. Big Brother is the Best. What kind of group is this? Everyone looked bewildered, but upon realizing it was an invitation from Xiao Ma, they quickly agreed to join the group. Little Brother Ma. All members, gather around. Suning is my senior, and what my senior says is what I say. Why master's orders are my orders. In short. If my senior has any needs, you all must exert your utmost efforts to cooperate. LOL General Manager. CF General Manager. Head of Poison Milk Powder. What is this nonsense? Did I enter the wrong group? After rechecking Little Brother Ma's QQ number, everyone in the group felt a chill run down their spines. It truly is Ma Zong. Senior, what is going on? Alright, Ma Zong. The person in charge of Tian Dao was the first to respond. He had previously dealt with Suning and was already accustomed to it. Little Brother Ma. LOL General Manager Huang Dong. My senior has a matter to discuss with you. LOL General Manager Huang Dong. In the class group, Zhou Tong was still showing off. After flaunting his skins, he showcased his rank, occasionally pulling Suning into the comparison. Chapter 4. The 1 Second King. Encountering the Factory Director. Suning had just concluded a conversation with LOL General Manager Huang Dong. Upon seeing the contents of the group, how could he endure it? Immediately, he pressed Ctrl-Alt-A and sent a screenshot displaying a total of 890 skins, with a clear view of Suning's summoner name, Fenghua Juedai Ning Ning Ning. The once lively class group fell into silence. Is this Suning? Before everyone could regain their composure, another screenshot was sent, this time showcasing a king rank emblem, again clearly displaying Suning's summoner name. Suning mimicked Zhou Tong's earlier pretentious tone. After playing for so long, I've finally reached king rank, now I can finally relax a bit. King rank? Everyone was left dumbfounded. What the heck? Suning has reached king rank? This screenshot was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring the entire class group into a frenzy. King rank, this is a level beyond their dreams, and Suning has actually achieved it. Even some lurking old turtles couldn't help but surface to spam 66666. Zhou Tong furiously typed. Suning, is it amusing to edit images? No matter how well you edit, it's still not yours. The poor can't help but show off, lacking ability yet still pretending. Just a moment ago, the class flower Li Su was about to agree to duo Q with him, and now the atmosphere is ruined. All because of this Suning. He was so furious that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could crush Suning on the spot. Is it true or not? Can't you just check the game yourself? Disdainful expression. I'm at king rank, usually so low-key, yet you, a mere diamond, are jumping around here, using me as a bad example. Your aunt can tolerate it, but I cannot. As if to validate Suning's words, someone in the group immediately posted Suning's game information, the Grand King badge shining brightly. Slap. This image landed on Zhou Tong's face like a resounding slap, burning hot. He said nothing, instead silently opened the game to check Suning's character information. 1 second later. Pfft. Zhou Tong spat a mouthful of blood onto the monitor. How is this possible? How could he possibly be a king? How could this be? During his time at school, he had relentlessly tormented Suning, fully aware of his technical prowess. Yet, at this moment, this worthless individual had somehow managed to reach the esteemed rank of king. Pfft. Zhou Tong could not contain himself, spewing forth another mouthful of blood. The emblem of the king was painfully glaring, akin to a dagger plunged deep into his heart. Pfft. Another spurt of blood. Ambulance, ambulance. At this moment, Suning was exhilaratedly engaged in a ranked match. Encountering fellow kings in the king tier was quite thrilling. The mere thought of playing alongside them stirred great excitement within him. Suning was somewhat aware of his own capabilities, hence he modestly opted for the support role. After a brief wait, he was matched with players. His designated role was ADC, and as the fifth player to make a selection, just as he was about to type, he spotted a familiar ID. Clearlove 7. Holy moly, it's 7. Jiang. Suning was utterly thrilled, never expecting to face the legendary 7. Jiang, the esteemed coach. Hello, coach. I'm your fan. Suning greeted enthusiastically. Hello, hello, in the live streaming room on Cat Tooth. The coach was broadcasting his 6th ranked match of the day. A few players from the Korean side had come over, eager to claim the title of the top player in the national server. As a former absolute ruler of the national server, the coach was naturally reluctant, which was the reason behind his decision to play solely in the national server today. What shall we ban? I'll heed your every suggestion. Although Suning had not watched many of the coach's streams or matches, This did not diminish his excitement upon encountering a starred, and no need. Feel free to choose. During matches, the coach tended to be a bit cautious due to team dynamics and other considerations, yet in the gank matches of the national server, who was he afraid of? After the bans concluded, Su Ning's team was in the blue position, allowing them to select first. Then, the support on the first floor swiftly picked Lee Sin for the jungle. What? Is that for me? The coach was momentarily bewildered. The purple side selected Aatrox for top lane and Graves for the jungle. Soon it was the coach's turn to pick. The mid laner immediately locked and LUX.is Lee Sin really for me? The coach continued to type furiously in the chat. His in-game ID was almost universally recognized, and though he was in the jungle role for this ranked match, he found the support's actions perplexing. The opponent remained silent, prompting the coach to consider his options and ultimately choose Thresh as his support. After confirming his champion, he submitted a request to swap champions with the first player. The opponent declined the exchange. Brother, what do you mean by this? By now, the coach was well aware that he was facing a position thief. He aimed for the top of the national server. Such antics were quite disheartening to that moment. The first floor's Lee Sin responded, 4396 trash. How dare you play jungle? 4396. Wow. The coach's streaming room erupted in chaos at the sight of those four glaring digits. 4396 was associated with the S6 World Championship quarterfinals, where he faced LCK's ROX.AT that time. The coach was in poor form and had chosen Lee Sin for his selection, despite not being particularly skilled with the champion, leading to numerous blunders. After the match concluded in defeat, the factory manager S. Blind Monk yielded a mere output of 4,396 throughout the game, thus etching the number 4,396 into his legacy as an indelible blemish. The support player on the first floor seized the opportunity to mockingly reference 4396, the implications of which were abundantly clear. The live stream erupted with fervor. Viewers, filled with righteous indignation, could not restrain their anger, exclaiming, "Who are you to criticize the factory manager? What's wrong with 4396? At least the factory manager possesses integrity, while you, an inconsequential weakling, are only fit to steal the spotlight here. Only we have the right to speak of 4,396. Who do you think you are? Ah, splendidly executed. 4,396 remains 4396. Beyond the fans, several lurking detractors in the live chat began to surface. The factory manager's expression darkened. Factory manager, if you take ADC, I shall assist you. Which ADC do you desire? Su Ning typed on the screen, as the opposing team had already completed their selections, leaving only Su Ning and the top laner unpicked. The top laner opted for a Blade Dancer. Let us go with Jhin. Perhaps considering the pursuit of the number 1 rank in the national server and to suppress their rivals, the factory manager chose to concede. Aside from jungle roles, the factory manager was also quite adept with ADC. His Jhin had previously dominated KZ's support in the Korean server. With the champion selections finalized, the game commenced. Blue side, top lane Blade Dancer, mid lane Syndra, jungle Blind Monk, and bot lane Thresh supporting Jhin. Purple side, top lane Aatrox, mid lane Zed, jungle Kha'Zix, and bot lane Vayne paired with LeBlanc. Chapter 6. The actors of the high-tier matches 3 minutes into the match. The Blind Monk, after finishing the red buff, forcefully initiated a gank in the bot lane, resulting in the red buff being gifted to LeBlanc. Su Ning contemplated typing a response, but ultimately deleted it. At the 5-minute mark, after resurrecting, the Blind Monk cleared a wave of wolves and golems before returning to the bot lane for another gank, this time accompanied by mid lane Syndra. Before the bot lane could follow suit, the Blind Monk landed a Q on LeBlanc, only to be ensnared by her chain. Syndra, in a flurry of flashes and abilities, missed everything near Vayne as the Blind Monk used W on Syndra. He was struck by the second wave of damage from the chain, with LeBlanc darting in to stomp on both him and Syndra. Vayne danced around, her passive proccing, and the critically wounded Blind Monk fell. Before his demise, he executed a death flash, his lifeless form collapsing at the feet of the factory manager's Jhin. Syndra's Q went astray, and a basic attack hit LeBlanc, followed by another basic attack on Vayne. With Syndra attempting another Q, missing LeBlanc entirely. Su Ning's Thresh moved in to throw W, but Syndra, pivoting, directly collided with Vayne's E, becoming pinned against the wall. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3. Vayne secured a double kill. The performance was painfully subpar. Teetering on the edge of outright surrender in that moment, even Su Ning realized the truth. They had encountered actors. Whispers of such players roaming high-tier matches had circulated, yet it was astonishing to face two in the very first game. At the 8-minute mark, perhaps spurred by the jungle and mid lane's repeated blunders, Vayne became overly aggressive, crossing the minion line only to be caught by the factory manager's AQW'd. that moment. Su Ning finally managed to land a Q. Ensnaring Vayne, and with a return ignited, combined with Jin's fourth auto attack, they executed a flawless takedown. Blind Monk typed. 4396 is truly impressive. Even AD can secure kills. In less than 3 seconds, mid lane Zed eliminated Syndra, marking the 5th time Zed has single-handedly taken down Syndra. Syndra typed. 4396 is indeed formidable. If you aspire to be the best in the national server, perhaps a few more encounters with 4396 will elevate your rank. Ha ha ha. This mention of being the best in the national server immediately exposed their intention to mock the captain. Damn you. Who do you think you are? It turns out you are just a dog from the land of sticks. Your whole family. Worthless scum. The previously silent top lane Katarina suddenly erupted, unleashing a torrent of profanity. What kind of nonsense is this? Did I say anything to provoke you? Are you upset because I'm dominating you? Blind Monk quickly retaliated in chat. The captain withdrew his hands from the keyboard, remaining silent. Su Ning typed to the top lane. Don't engage with him. Let's find a way to end the game early. I have plenty of methods to deal with this loser. Oh, who do we have here? Such bravado. You think you can teach me a lesson? This is downright hilarious. Just so you know, I am a Heart Delight Level 5 member. Do you even know what that means? Believe me, I could ban your account in a heartbeat. Initially exchanging insults with the top lane, Blind Monk, upon seeing Su Ning's message, became excited, turning to mock Su Ning while flaunting his prized Heart Delight membership. The Heart Delight membership is the highest tier in Tencent games, offering various privileges. Level 5 requires an annual expenditure exceeding 150,000, along with one-on-one customer service, including the authority to lift chat bans or suspend accounts. Alright, go ahead and ban my account. What if you fail? Su Ning chuckled, knowing that his junior, Xiao Ma, was untouchable. Who could possibly ban his account? If you can't, then I'll take you down to the depths. Chapter 7. Invasion of the Korean server. While the insults flew, Zed, unbeknownst to anyone, had ventured down to the second tower in the bot lane and spotted the isolated Jin, unleashing his ultimate in an instant. Zed had already claimed 5 kills against Syndra, his equipment fully stacked, and as an assassin, he naturally countered the immobile ADC with a swift combo, swiftly eliminating the captain's Jin. Following the kill, Zed broadcasted a message. Huaxia people. Garbage. This phrase was written in Chinese. Perhaps fearing misunderstanding, Zed reiterated in English. Garbage. The outlaw chimed in. Garbage. Huaxia people. Garbage. In the captain's livestream, as the viewers witnessed Zed and the outlaw's messages, the chat exploded once more, this time even more fervently. Zed and the outlaw were Korean. In an instant, everyone deduced their identities, and connecting the dots with Blind Monk and Syndra's deliberate mockery of the captain, it became clear. This was all aimed at causing the captain to lose points, allowing these Korean players to ascend to the top of the national server. Damn you. At this moment, even the opposing top laner, Aatrox, could no longer contain himself. The adversaries were engaged in foul play, which had initially led him to believe that he could effortlessly climb the ranks. Little did he expect that the performance was intended to amuse the foreign players. The game is merely a game. Yet there are certain boundaries that must not be crossed. How could one possibly tolerate such behavior? 2 Koreans and 4 jesters, what a farce. How dare you act so brazenly on the Chinese server, and even go so far as to play the fool? The enchanting LeBlanc did not hesitate to join the fray of insults. The Blind Monk typed furiously. Shout, shout, shout. Call out all you want. You think you can just coast to victory while I do all the work? What I do is none of your business. Suddenly, Xiao Ma's phone rang. It was Huang Dong, the head of League of Legends. Mr. Ma, this senior brother of yours is putting me in quite a predicament. It's one thing to grind for skins and ranks, but he is insisting that I generate in-game currency for him and adjust attributes. As if that weren't enough, he is even requesting modifications to the opponent's data. This could severely tarnish the game's reputation. If this were to be exposed, it would be akin to pushing the game into a pit of fire. Huang Dong lamented, finding the demands of Su Ning exceedingly burdensome. Have I failed to convey my instructions clearly? Xiao Ma's voice was cold, rendering Huang Dong momentarily speechless. His words were tantamount to my own. Even if the game were to face closure, if you have no desire to continue, there are countless others who would gladly take your place. Xiao Ma was incensed, and Huang Dong was filled with trepidation. After all these years of following Xiao Ma, it was the first time he had witnessed such fury directed at him. Just how influential is this senior brother of Mr. Ma? In the largest Penguin group, Xiao Ma addressed all members. I shall reiterate, the words of my senior brother are my words. If you are unwilling to comply, feel free to vacate your position. The heads of various games were left in stunned silence. Although they were not directly involved, They could not help but break out in a cold sweat at Xiao Ma's proclamation. Huang Dong gathered some members of the technical department, opening the current match's data template and preparing for action. He then initiated a private chat with Suning, typing a cordial inquiry. "Hello, senior uncle, which data would you like to adjust?" Suning responded, "Grant me and the ADC, as well as the top laner, each 500,000 gold. Hurry, hurry, also grant Thresh, Jin, and Katarina each 500,000 gold." Huang Dong swiftly relayed the orders, and soon the technical department completed the adjustments to the game currency for this match. In the ongoing game, the exchange of insults persisted. "Huh? Why do I suddenly have 500,000 gold?" Katarina, who had just returned to base to purchase some equipment, was utterly bewildered to see her in-game gold had skyrocketed. However, this revelation did not deter her from acquiring a Trinity Force, Ninja Tabi, a Giant's Belt, a Frost Gauntlet, a Locket, and a Bloodthirster. Truly, she was on a divine rampage. Upon re-entering the fray, she encountered Aatrox, only to witness his health plummeting at an alarming rate. He barely had time to activate his ultimate before the screen went black. Aatrox. What the? With less than 15 minutes into the game, surrendering was not an option. Though it was repugnant to contend with the foreign players and traders, the skirmish continued in a light-hearted manner between Katarina and Aatrox. Initially, the matchup was evenly poised, but little did they know that Katarina's return had drastically shifted the balance of power. Her damage was simply terrifying. Subconsciously, he clicked on the equipment of the Blade Mistress, the Sword Demon, 0.6.6.6 Divine. The Sword Demon wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed, his face a canvas of confusion. What in the world is this? The game has only reached the 12-minute mark, and there are 6 divine items, my goodness. The jungler also noticed the sudden shift in his gold count. His previously resigned gaze sharpened instantly, and he decisively returned home to adjust his build, then swiftly made his way to the mid lane. Upon seeing the jungler's arrival, Syndra attempted to stage another performance, but the enemy Zed aggressively closed the distance, landing a basic attack. With the combination of Infinity Edge, Gale Force, and the effects of the Electrocute, Zed was promptly reduced to a lifeless corpse. Mother of Heaven, what? Zed. Graves. Syndra. Lee Sin. The Zed player remained fixated on his monochrome screen, still in a daze. Why, out of the blue, did he suddenly die? Game announcement. Clearlove 7's Jin has slain Syndra. What? Syndra, utterly flabbergasted, stared at her monitor. He was killed by Jin. Moments before, she had witnessed Zed's transformation into a corpse, and instinctively, Jin's basic attack had targeted Syndra, followed by the impact of Q's grenade, draining her health bar entirely. Wait a moment. Isn't Jin on her team? They were supposed to be allies. Oh, dear. How can this game allow for the killing of teammates? The jungler's hand trembled slightly on the mouse. After all these years, it was the first time he had executed such a maneuver. Stunned, he watched as Syndra revived and instinctively moved the mouse. One basic attack, Gale Force plus Dark Harvest, unleashed a devastating 2,586 damage. Poor Syndra, with barely over 1,300 health points, disintegrated in an instant, meeting her demise on the spot. Game announcement. Clearlove 7's Jin has slain Syndra. Jin is nearing divinity. Following this, the chat box was inundated with Syndra's furious messages. I'll smash you dog go to hell. I'll bash your whole family. Syndra glared at the dimly lit game screen, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, teeth grinding in frustration. This is absurd. Teammates can kill each other now. What the hell is this game? The legendary teammate slayer. 6666666. The jungler's maneuvers were impressively bold. Truly a master, mercilessly dismantling the hapless Syndra. He had long found her intolerable. Zed was avenged, receiving his just desserts. Ha ha ha. The chatroom was flooded with overwhelming comments. Thank you Zed go die for the generous rockets sent by our 2 brothers. Chapter 9. Exiting the game. The jungler was momentarily taken aback. Though he couldn't quite comprehend the situation, the game must go on. Collecting his thoughts and clearing his throat a few times, he plunged back into the game with unwavering focus. Sword Demon, brother. Sword Demon, big brother. Sword Demon, daddy. As the top laner effortlessly secured another kill, the chat box lit up. Dagger Girl, Sword Demon. I'm scared. Please spare me, big brother. I just want to farm a few minions. This is utterly devoid of gaming experience. AT level 5. I possess only a pitiful Doran shield, sturdy boots, a long sword, and an 800 gold burning gem. Meanwhile, Dagger Girl stands at level 9. Fully equipped, with a score of 610, a single Q followed by 2 auto attacks would swiftly claim my life. Such a vast economic disparity renders staying under the turret ineffective. Not even the fountain offers safety. Here I come. Three characters appeared in the public chat. Suning has emerged from the fountain, and along with the Reaper, they cleared the enemy's vision in the bot lane, hiding in the triangular bush. The opposing Vayne remained blissfully unaware, focusing solely on last-hitting minions. After Suning marked a few targets, the Reaper stepped out to confront Vayne in a minion clear. Realizing the peril, Vayne immediately retreated to summon her jungler. The bounty hunter rushed to the scene, traversing the river to the triangular bush, closing in on Suning. Suning executed his Ahri ability in an instant. The bounty hunter, caught off guard by the ambush, had no time to react with his E and swiftly flashed away. Thinking of fleeing, Suning turned back, draw. Just as Thresh's deadly hook was about to ensnare him, the bounty hunter, in a panic, found himself helpless, quickly dispatched by the Reaper's precise strike. Vayne, witnessing the unfolding chaos, activated her RQ to vanish and flee. Game announcement. Clearlove's Reaper has slain Vayne. The Reaper has reached godlike status. Truly, those who cheat are formidable. Remarkable. The blind monk spat a few insults, finishing off the wolves before claiming the red buff. As he saw the red buff's health dwindling, it seemed within his grasp, and he continued his taunts. Trash dog, is that so? Suning typed 2 characters, having just returned to base. Glancing at the minimap, he headed straight for the red buff. Garbage is still garbage, your mother. Suddenly, the blind monk fell silent, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the darkened screen, his jaw nearly dropping to his chest. What the dot? How is it possible? Though be one-shot by my own Thresh? In disbelief, he opened the scoreboard, nearly smashing his computer in frustration. This so-called novice wielded an absurdly powerful build. Gale Force, Eclipse, and the Blade of the Ruined King, along with the Infinity Edge and Guardian Angel. He had already amassed over 200 souls. Cheaters, may your family perish. You filthy. Fuming, the blind monk's face turned pale as he slammed his fist on the keyboard, relieved that the keyboard held up. Moments later, the screen flickered back to life. The blind monk took a deep breath, hands returning to the keyboard. You little brat, how dare you? Just wait until I make you pay. Before he could even access the shop, a Thresh stood in the fountain alongside him, that enticing green hook looking particularly alluring. Bam! The screen went dark again, and the magnetic game announcement resounded in his ears. I swear, you've got to be kidding me. Suning raised an eyebrow, ignoring the relentless tirade, patiently waiting for the blind monk's revival to execute a perfect hook. Once, the blind monk, I curse you, you cheating scoundrel. 5 times, blind monk, go to hell, Blade Sister, damn. This Thresh is truly fierce. 17 times. Game announcement. Trash should just die. Blind monk has exited the game. Suning, let's group up. If we don't fight now, we will surely lose in the late game, Blade Sister. Alright. Having equipped the necessary support items, she gathered in the mid lane, ready for battle. Chapter 10. Pentakill against the opponents. The game had progressed for over 20 minutes. Although the jungler and top lane Blade Sister were dominating the opponents thanks to their superior gear, their team was down 2 members, and the mid lane Syndra was merely a pretender. At this moment, the enemy's equipment had improved somewhat, and if they did not play carefully, it would become increasingly difficult. 9 players surrounded the mid lane, with each AD taking turns to poke and preparing for the impending clash. Unexpectedly, Syndra boldly stepped forward. Blade Sister? Is she throwing the game? Syndra. Who wants a kill from the enemies? Finally, the opposing Kled couldn't hold back. I want it. He activated his ultimate and flashed forward, immediately ensnaring Syndra with his W, dealing significant damage. The other 4 enemies rushed in immediately. Graves landed a perfect QR on Syndra, swiftly claiming the kill. 3 against 5. Now is the moment. Suning took a deep breath, seized the opportunity, and forcefully interrupted Kled's impending Q with his E. Following that, he unleashed his R to slow down the 4 opponents. Blade Sister took a sidestep, quickly casting her R to hit all 5 enemies, instantly activating her relentless Q mode. Their perfect coordination created an opportunity for the jungler's Master E to output wildly. The enemy team coordinated well, but their equipment was simply too lacking. Thresh, a tank, withstood 8 seconds of assault and still had 1/3 of his health left, while Blade Sister remained in good health, and Master E was completely unscathed. Kled was battered by 4 shots, but fortunately, his ultimate Undying was still active, and he quickly repositioned. Zed and Katarina simultaneously targeted Master E, unleashing their ultimates in unison. The jungler's years of experience kicked in as he expertly flashed to create distance, swiftly following up with his W to land a shot. Game announcement. Clearlove's Master E has killed Zed. Another shot. Game announcement. Mastery double kill. At this moment, Vayne hesitated to output any further. Just as she was about to flee, a dark, smoke-like entity detonated upon her, blooming into a blood-red rose. The critically wounded Vayne was instantly obliterated, spiraling into the air. Game announcement. Master E triple kill. Pentakill. Hurry, hurry, Pentakill. The barrage of messages cheered him on, and the jungler dared not relax, meticulously predicting the movements of his opponents. There were only 2 enemies left, and he still had 4 bullets. The most developed LeBlanc, equipped with 3 core items, unleashed a devastating EQ combo, swiftly taking down the somewhat dazed Blade Sister, claiming her 4th kill. Whoosh! The chamber was empty. The jungler quickly fired again, but LeBlanc dodged with her W. The 3rd shot. It seemed destined to hit, but out of nowhere, LeBlanc transformed into a golden statue, the bullet passing harmlessly through her. Boom. The 4th shot struck true, and LeBlanc fell. Game announcement. Master E, 4 kills. The resurrected sword demon hastily executed 2 consecutive E moves, intending to flee. However, Su Ning was not about to grant him such a wish. With a well-prepared Q attack, he shattered the demon's hopes, followed by a second Q that pulled him in, connecting with the E to immobilize the Reaper SW ability. Ultimately, the demon was struck down by 2 shots. The game announcement blared. Reaper Pentakill. "Issy," the Blade Girl exclaimed. "I'm outta here, haha." Su Ning immediately chimed in. "Factory Zhang is amazing." As he watched the opposing base erupt in an explosion, Su Ning exited the game, turned off his computer, and walked to the window, silently lighting a cigarette. He gazed at the sky, a profound look in his eyes. 3 seconds later, smack, that hurt. Su Ning rubbed his stinging face, hopping in place. "Oh yeah, I actually have a system now." Chapter 11. Tianhu Clubhouse. Who would have thought that I, Su Ning, would also have my day, ha 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 ha. Just as Su Ning began to daydream about the life that awaited him with the system, an untimely knock on the door interrupted his reverie. "Su Ning, when are you going to pay your rent?" This jolted him back to reality. He had been overdue on rent for half a month. "Ah, Aunt Sheen, there are still 2 days left, right?" Su Ning opened the door to find the landlord outside, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What 2 days?" The landlord, hands on her hips, pointed a finger at him. "You're the only one causing trouble in this entire building. Let me tell you, if you don't pay the rent in 2 days, you can pack up and leave." "Yes, yes, yes," Su Ning quickly nodded and promised, at which point the landlord turned and ascended the stairs. In truth, Aunt Sheen was not a bad person. During festivals, she would occasionally bring Su Ning some food, though her words could be quite sharp. Having lived here for so long, she had threatened to evict him numerous times. It seemed the time had come to devise a way to earn some money. Su Ning let out a gentle sigh. "System, come forth. Does the host have any requests?" A languid male voice echoed in his mind. "Is there a quick way to make money? That is not available." "What? How can that be?" Su Ning immediately became incensed. "You are a system, and you can't even provide this? What use are you to me?" "That is indeed not available." The system paused before continuing. "In accordance with the principle of preventing the host from recklessly endangering the world, the host is not permitted to use this system for monetary gain." Su Ning stubbornly retorted. "What if I insist? A system that cannot make money. What's the point of having you?" Seeing Su Ning so adamant, the system felt a bit helpless. "Then the host must bear the consequences." "What consequences? Hee. The system chuckled mockingly. "Oh, it's nothing, just a slight reduction of 10 centimeters, Su Ning." How to describe Su Ning's current sentiments? To put it simply, it was akin to marrying a stunningly beautiful wife, only to discover upon obtaining the marriage certificate that the household registration revealed she was a man. Alas, it seemed misfortune had found him. Having finally acquired a system, it turned out to be a defective one. Su Ning shook his head in self-deprecation. "Who is the defective one?" A voice from the system in my mind suddenly interrupted. "This system is the ultimate version, capable of transforming into every system that has ever existed." "Is it truly that impressive?" Su Ning remarked with a slight smirk. "Can you transform into a spendthrift system for me to play with?" Upon hearing Su Ning's request, the system hesitated. "Well, that requires the host to achieve certain goals step by step to unlock." "I figured as much. That I had no expectations of you," he retorted with cold sarcasm. After much struggle, the system, which was indeed a refined and superior system embodying the strengths of countless others, could not bear to lose face before its host. Thus, it finally mustered the courage to speak. "Although the spendthrift system cannot be activated, I can allow the host to experience it for 7 days. Done?" Su Ning thought joyfully. "Hurry up and activate it for me." The system began the transformation process. 10 complete, estimated to finish in 1 hour. "Please be patient, host." Su Ning could hardly believe he would have the chance to indulge in the life of a spendthrift, and a ripple of excitement stirred within him. Just then, his phone rang, and a cheerful voice came from the other end. "Master, I have already reserved a welcoming banquet for you at Tianhu Club." After a flurry of words, Su Ning declined Xiao Ma's offer to pick him up, glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late. He then rode the bicycle that had accompanied him for 3 years toward Tianhu Club. Upon arrival, it was clear that Tianhu Club truly lived up to its reputation as the city's largest den of luxury and a gathering place for the affluent. He gazed at the luxury cars parked on either side, none costing less than $1 million. Su Ning could not help but exclaim. After securing his bicycle, he made his way into the club. "We are not hiring summer interns." A plump manager clad in a uniform approached him. Blocking his path, Su Ning was taken aback and explained, "I am here to attend the banquet." "Just you?" The manager sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the young man beside him. "Though you know who is hosting today's banquet? It's the founder of Penguin Company, Xiao Ma. Do you really think someone like you can attend? Maybe in your next life. Oh, Su Ning, is that really you?" At that moment, a voice tinged with surprise called out. Li Su and a middle-aged man approached, leaving Su Ning in astonishment. How could she be here? He was taken aback but quickly reconciled with the reality. The rumors on campus about Li Su's well-off family appeared to be true. Only the wealthy or noble could attend Xiao Ma's banquet. Yet, Li Su had always been low-key at school, making it hard for others to discern her background. Li Zong. The manager's face transformed at the sight of the middle-aged man behind Li Su. His repugnant, chubby visage suddenly adorned with a sycophantic smile. Su, is this your classmate?" Li Su nodded, casting a glance at Su Ning, seemingly lost in thought. The middle-aged man, Li Tianhai, assessed the young man beside him and continued. "Since he is your classmate, let us proceed together." With that, he strode inside, leaving Su Ning standing in a daze, as if he had yet to grasp the situation. "Come on," Li Su returned to him. Tugging him along into the club, Su Ning was left utterly astonished. This was a goddess. To her astonishment, she grasped my hand. The goddess had indeed taken hold of my hand. Once again, a toad aspiring to indulge in swan meat. The rotund manager behind me shot a disdainful glance at that moment. A chime resonated in Su Ning's mind. The prodigal system conversion is complete. Target amount 100 million.00 to be squandered within 3 days to earn 1,000 reward points. Failure will result in the permanent closure of the prodigal system. Su Ning halted, retrieved his phone to glance at the message, then turned back. "What did you say?" The plump manager, taken aback, exclaimed loudly. "I said to be careful, don't break or damage anything. Otherwise, even if you were sold, it would not be worth the compensation." "Is that so?" Su Ning replied with a cold smile. "Let us go. The banquet is about to commence." Beside him, Li Su shot a glare at the rotund manager and tugged at Su Ning. "How much is this vase?" Su Ning slowly approached the wall, gently caressing the long-necked vase on the shelf, and softly inquired. "This vase is..." Before the plump manager could finish, a crisp sound echoed as the vase shattered into a multitude of fragments. Li Su was stunned, and the manager was equally bewildered. Only Su Ning continued on his path, moving towards the next vase. "It's quite lovely. How much is this vase?" Suddenly wanting to hear a sound, Li Su felt as though he might faint. This was a vase from the Qianlong period, and he was merely using it to hear a sound, worth at least several 100,000. "Don't be impulsive, Su Ning." No sooner had the words left his mouth than another crash resounded as yet another vase shattered. Li Su's first thought was, "It's over." He was well aware of Su Ning's background. How could he be so reckless? The value of that vase should have been apparent to him. Good, 2 vases totaling 3,200,000. The plump manager, regaining his composure, pointed at Su Ning, not in anger but with a mocking smile. Su Ning shrugged nonchalantly. "What's the most expensive thing you have here? Do you see that frame over there? That's an authentic work of Wang Shiji." The plump manager sneered. "If you have the guts, go ahead and smash it." Smash. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ning brought the frame crashing to the ground and stomped on it twice. At that instant, a middle-aged man in a suit entered, frowning as he asked, "What's going on here?" "Nothing, just a reckless young lad causing a ruckus," the plump manager replied, bowing and scraping. "Mr. Ma, the banquet has already begun. Would you like to enter first? It's not good for the guests to wait too long. Am I in need of your instruction on how to conduct my affairs?" Young Master Ma exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, my fault." The plump manager, hunched over, forced a smile while discreetly slapping his own chubby face. Young Master Ma ignored him and approached Su Ning, bowing respectfully. "Senior brother, you arrived without notifying your junior, which would have allowed him to greet you properly." "Senior brother?" The plump manager felt as if struck by lightning. This reckless young man was actually Mr. Ma's senior. It was over. He had heard that this banquet was to welcome Mr. Ma's senior, and now he had undoubtedly offended him gravely. What to do now? This was hardly the manager's fault. Who could have anticipated that Mr. Ma's senior would be such a brash young lad? Chapter 13. I have painstakingly smashed for so long, and it is only worth this much. No worries, junior brother. You may stand aside and watch as I put on a show, or rather, handle this matter. With a grand gesture, Suning declared imperiously, while Xiao Ma retreated and summoned a female attendant to inquire about the matter at hand. Wasn't I supposed to compensate for this? Please provide the exact amount so we can settle it together shortly. After speaking, another vase crashed to the ground. Li Su, now somewhat bewildered, thought to herself that she understood Suning well, but how could Xiao Ma be his senior apprentice? And who was Xiao Ma's master? At this moment, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Indeed, I am a fool who fails to recognize greatness. I deserve the punishment for offending you, esteemed senior brother. The plump manager hurriedly crawled over, slapping his own face heavily in a plea for Suning's forgiveness. If this incident reached the ears of the Tianhu Club's owner, even being his cousin would afford him no protection. He would inevitably be dismissed. Senior brother? Suning scoffed. I am not your senior brother. Yes, I understand my mistake. I hope you can overlook it and treat me as inconsequential. The plump manager, drenched in sweat, lamented deeply. Just then, another sharp sound echoed as yet another vase shattered. Suning, still unsated, clapped his hands and said, All right, after smashing for so long, I find myself a bit hungry. Please tally the costs. No. As long as you are pleased, there's no way I could let you pay. The plump manager wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to curry favor. That moment, Xiao Ma stepped forward. This time it was my inadequate arrangements. I hope the senior brother can forgive me for ruining Uncle's mood. No worries, let us just change venues and continue our meal. Suning waved his hand generously. Now, please calculate the expenses. Is that truly necessary? The plump manager felt a pang of awkwardness. He no longer doubted the young man's prowess. But if the owner learned that he had not only offended Master Ma's senior brother but had also accepted his money, it would be disastrous. The manager felt a heavy heart. How could he allow someone who claimed to be Master Ma's senior brother, dressed in rags and riding a shabby bicycle, into his establishment? If I ask you to calculate, then do so. Suning's temper flared. He had yet to complete his task of extravagant spending. Yes, the plump manager replied, taking out a small notebook and beginning to tally. The commotion attracted many guests to the hall, quickly filling it to capacity. After a few minutes, Suning asked impatiently, Have you finished calculating? Is it truly this difficult to tally a bill? I cannot fathom how you became a manager. Upon hearing this, the plump manager realized that his position as manager was nearing its end, regardless of whether Suning spoke sincerely. The total amounts to 4,320,000. He said, glancing at the bill with a pained expression. It should have been 8,320,000, but to appease Suning, he had prepared to cover 4 million out of his own pocket. What? To his astonishment, Suning sprang up, casting a knowing glance at the plump manager. Are you certain you have not miscalculated? Isn't this rather steep? The manager, aghast, bit his lip and declared, Indeed, it was a mistake. The correct total is 1,280,000. What? How did you arrive at that figure? Suning pressed. It truly cannot be any less. The plump manager's face was contorted with grievance. Less? What do you mean by less? Suning firmly grasped the plump manager's tie, exclaiming, I have toiled tirelessly for such a long time, and you say it is only worth this much? Chapter 14. Task progress, -30 million. What? The guests were left in a state of shock, realizing this individual was dissatisfied with the compensation. Goodness, it seems I have miscalculated again, the plump manager stammered, nearly on the verge of tears. Yes, that's more like it, Suning replied, releasing the manager's tie and smoothing out the creases. Make sure to calculate carefully this time. Do not err again. A few minutes later, the plump manager presented the accounts, stating, the total is 8,320,000. Young Master Su, please have a look. Suning glanced at it, frowning slightly. Upon seeing Suning's brow furrow, the manager's expression shifted dramatically. No, I misremembered. It is 12 million. Really? Suning inquired, his face betraying no emotion. No, I made another mistake. It is 30 million, the manager, taking a bold leap, declared with audacity. Yes, now that sounds correct. Suning nodded in satisfaction. See how simple it is? A third of the task has been completed. Go ahead and process it. Suning tossed his bank card to the plump manager. Senior brother, Do you think we should change locations for the next part? Xiao Ma, wearing a broad smile, respectfully suggested, "Do as you see fit." Suning replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Ma, I happen to have a manor nearby. Would you consider going there?" Li Tianhai interjected, cautiously probing. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with regret for not seizing such a splendid opportunity. Xiao Ma glanced at Li Tianhai, puzzled. Who was this person? A female secretary nearby stepped forward to whisper in Xiao Ma's ear. "This is the president of Tianhai Group. So he is from Tianhai Group," Xiao Ma mused, turning to Suning. "What is your opinion, senior brother?" Suning glanced at Li Su and casually remarked, "Let it be as such." After the plump manager bowed and escorted them, Suning and his companions arrived at Li Tianhai's manor. Throughout the gathering, Suning felt somewhat disoriented, preoccupied with thoughts of how to squander the remaining 70 million. Meanwhile, Li Tianhai seemed intent on facilitating a connection between Li Su and Suning. Upon returning home, Suning had nearly succumbed to inebriation, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon waking, his phone rang, revealing it was a call from Li Su. "Suning, my father has invited you to our home as a guest." Li Su's voice on the other end sounded slightly awkward. "Sure, no problem." Suning readily agreed to the invitation from his goddess. After a quick wash, Suning handed over 20,000 in rent to his landlady, leaving her utterly astonished. She bombarded him with questions, ultimately advising him to delay the rent if it meant avoiding illegal activities. After much persuasion, Suning managed to have her accept the 20,000. Knowing he needed to dress well for the visit, Suning decided to check out the South City department store, thinking he could treat himself now that he had the means. However, at that moment, his phone unexpectedly lit up. What? Suning was left stunned upon reading the text. A sum of 60 million had been transferred into his bank account. What the heck? The first object of suspicion for Suning was the system itself. However, when faced with the system's obstinate denial of any wrongdoing, Suning chose to place his trust in IT. At that moment, his phone rang again, and he noticed an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated through the line. "Young Master Su. Greetings. I apologize for my lax supervision last night, which led to my subordinates offending you. I hope you can forgive any shortcomings in their hospitality. Please accept this small token as an apology." "What? The 30 million I painstakingly squandered, and now you have the audacity to return it, along with an additional 30 million. Suning felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Chapter 15. The absurdity of it all. He opened the system panel. Task 1. Spend 100 million yuan within 3 days. Task progress. 130 million.00 100 million.00 yuan. Suning was instantly engulfed by a sense of exasperation. Forget it. Earning money is difficult, but is spending it really that challenging? He forcibly suppressed his anger and consoled himself. Thus, Suning made his way to the largest department store in the city, Titan Suit Boutique. Ah, splendid. This is the one. Suning decided and promptly entered. The salesgirl, who had been engrossed in her phone, brightened at the sight of a customer, but her expression quickly dimmed upon realizing he was merely a youth dressed in low-quality attire. Zhang Yin had encountered many such individuals. They wandered in without the means to purchase anything. Nearby, a sales associate from Anima clothing store, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but jest. "Oh, someone has arrived so early. It seems you'll be raking in a hefty commission today." Zhang Yin shot a glance, feigning ignorance, and continued to present various items. Suning showed little reaction to the numerous selections, leaving Zhang Yin feeling somewhat disheartened. It appeared that the tales and novels were mere fabrications. Seeing that it was nearly time, Suning declared, "All right, I don't want these few items. Wrap up the rest for me." Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Chapter 15. Can you accept card payments? Suning extracted a bank card from his worn wallet, a faint smile gracing his face. Yes, of course." Zhang Yin finally grasped the situation, inserting the card into the machine, casting a dubious glance at Suning. When she beheld the lengthy string of zeros in the account balance, she was finally convinced that fortune had smiled upon her this time. The total amounted to 9,860,000. After completing the transaction, Zhang Yin stifled her excitement. "Sir, would you like us to arrange for someone to assist you with delivery?" "No need," Suning replied casually, picking up an item. "Please send all these to charity auction." Charity auction? Zhang Yin could scarcely believe her ears. He was giving away items worth nearly 10 million like this? Only after Suning departed did she realize she had forgotten to ask for his name. A wave of regret washing over her. The events of the morning spread like wildfire, and soon, all the employees in the mall were on the lookout for the identity of the mysterious tycoon. Meanwhile, our instigator found himself seated in a taxi heading towards Li Su's residence, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he glanced at the balance in his bank card. while others experienced headaches from earning money. He was plagued by the burden of spending it. Having casually purchased a few gifts, he arrived at Li Su's home and rang the doorbell. At that moment, Li Tianhai had yet to return, and the door was opened by Li Su. "Why are you back so early?" Clad in a pink pajama set, Li Su rubbed her drowsy eyes, her face adorned with a languid expression. Xu Ning felt his heart rate noticeably escalate, akin to the fluttering sensations of love. Su Ning, is that you?" Following a sharp exclamation, with a resounding thud, Su Ning's nose collided forcefully with the door frame, sending a wave of agonizing pain coursing through him as two streams of warmth erupted forth. Damn it! A few minutes later, the door swung open once more. This time, Li Su appeared in a breathtaking white dress, her cascading hair rendering her utterly enchanting. "Are you all right?" she asked, crouching down to look at the dazed Su Ning. A hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. Su Ning desperately wanted to retort, "No? You come and try it." But she was a goddess, so he merely stood up and changed his response. "It's nothing," as long as he remained silent. Everything seemed fine. However, upon speaking, the warmth surged forth again, landing directly onto Li Su's dress. Realizing his blunder, Su Ning hurriedly attempted to assist in wiping it away, but the location felt rather inappropriate. Pervert. Chapter 16. Why is Uncle Li sharpening his knife? After another scream, the door was slammed shut, leaving Su Ning standing alone in place, touching the red mark on his face in a daze. Whom did I offend? Su Ning felt a profound sense of grievance, as if his delicate heart had sustained a crushing blow. "Are you all right?" The door opened again, and Li Su, biting her finger in slight embarrassment, inquired. "You don't come any closer." Yu Ning plopped down onto the floor, staring in terror at Li Su before suggesting, "Why don't you come in?" A rosy blush adorned Li Su's cheeks, rendering her irresistibly cute. Once inside, Su Ning placed the gifts down and sat on the sofa. Li Su insisted on treating Su Ning's injury, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. "I'm so sorry about what happened earlier," Li Su said, applying medicine to Su Ning's swollen nose while apologizing profusely. "It's nothing." Su Ning waved his hand dismissively, thinking it was just his misfortune. "Be gentle. It hurts," he replied, slightly annoyed. With a giggle, Li Su could no longer contain her laughter at Su Ning's comical appearance. "Still laughing? It's all your fault." Su Ning shot her an annoyed glance. "All right. I didn't do it on purpose." The moment of playful affection from Li Su instantly melted away any irritation Su Ning felt. Just then, the door swung open, startling Li Su, who accidentally jabbed a cotton swab into Su Ning's nose, causing him to wince and inadvertently pin her beneath him. Blood from his nose trickled down between Li Su's legs. Li Tianhai, entering at that precise moment, bore witness to this unexpected scene. Go be honest, Li Tianhai had contemplated orchestrating a connection between Su Ning and Li Su, but before he could intervene, they had already entangled themselves, and the pace of their developments was rather astonishing. "I'll go prepare dinner." "You two chat," he remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Li Tianhai stifled the turmoil within him, managing to utter a few words through gritted teeth before setting down his briefcase and entering the kitchen. In the living room, the two exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. "It's all your fault," Li Su exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she pouted. "Why, Dad must have misunderstood." "Why is it my fault again?" Su Ning murmured under her breath. "It was clearly you who stirred up this mess." With her hands firmly on her hips, Li Su rose to her feet, declaring, "It's entirely your fault, just yours." Fine. I'll take the blame," Su Ning replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. Indeed, women were the most perplexing creatures. There was no doubt about it before long. The sound of knife sharpening resonated from the kitchen. Su Ning plucked a grape from the fruit bowl before tossing it into her mouth. "I never would have guessed that Uncle Li, being so successful in his career, would also know how to cook." "Cook?" Li Su stood up, a peculiar expression crossing her face. "The meals my dad prepares are hardly fit for human consumption. I usually handle the cooking at home, or we just order takeout." "Well, I'll head to my room to change. Can't cook." "Then why is Uncle sharpening knives?" Su Ning paused, her hand halting midair with the grape, a sudden realization striking her. "Oh, wait. I just remembered I left some soup simmering at home and forgot to turn it off. I should skip dinner. I'll come by another day." "That won't do. It's such a rare occasion for you to visit." In the kitchen, Li Tianhai brandished two kitchen knives, suddenly appearing at the doorway with a foreboding tone as he declared, "Tonight, I shall prepare my specialty for you, braised pork." Standing at the kitchen entrance, he scrutinized Su Ning, as if contemplating the best way to wield the knives, causing a shiver to run down her spine. No. Let us save that for next time. I truly have something to attend to. Suning hastily attempted to escape, but Li Tianhai was not one to be trifled with, charging towards her with the knives in hand. Suning, come here. In that moment, Suning's heart raced with terror. Just then, Li Su emerged from her room, having changed and caught sight of the scene, her brow furrowing slightly. Dad, what are you doing? Oh, nothing, I was just joking around with Xiao Su. Li Tianhai replied, as he approached and wrapped an arm around the trembling Su Ning's shoulders. Xiao Su, right? Not at all. Su Ning silently cursed, her head tilting in disbelief as she caught sight of a gleaming knife hovering perilously close to her shoulder. Swaying back and forth, she quickly amended her response to, yes, that's right. All right, you too. Stop fooling around, Li Su interjected, tying on an apron as she approached the kitchen doorway. I'll take care of dinner. You both can watch some television for a bit. What? Glancing at the smirking Li Tianhai beside her, Su Ning felt apprehensive about lingering in the living room and dashed towards the kitchen. I'll help you out. It must be said that Li Su's culinary skills were quite commendable. In no time at all, a feast was prepared, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. The dinner was steeped in an inexplicable awkwardness. Su Ning was certain that if glares could kill, she would have been reduced to mere ashes by Li Tianhai's piercing gaze. Finally, the meal was served. Standing outside the entrance of Li Su's residential complex, Su Ning patted his chest, still somewhat shaken and profoundly terrified. What on earth had he done to deserve this? As he walked home, tears welled in his eyes, and his heart brimmed with injustice. Suddenly, an urgent need arose, yet there were no public restrooms in sight. He glanced around, and spotting an empty alley ahead, he hurriedly slipped inside. Whistling as he began to relieve himself in the depths of the alley, he sensed a disturbance, prompting him to halt his actions and cautiously draw closer. To his astonishment, a young boy with yellow hair was teasing a little girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. Hey, little sister, come play with your big brother, will you? The boy, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a gradually widening grin. In contrast, the little girl displayed no reaction, seemingly stunned into silence. Seeing this, the boy's delight surged, and he seized the girl in his arms. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su Ning found an unexpected surge of courage and shouted, Hey, let that little girl go. His voice rang with authority, and his entrance was quite dramatic. Yet, inexplicably, the yellow-haired boy and the girl remained unmoved, still locked in their embrace. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, until the little girl slowly lifted her head, her small fangs extricating themselves from the boy's neck, revealing an adorable smile. Hi. How are you? Su Ning's legs trembled, his complexion paler than that of the little girl. It was the first time he had encountered a ghost in his life, a tale he and his friend Fatty would recount for ages. The little girl, her eyes misty with delight, gave a gentle push, sending the boy tumbling to the ground, instantly silencing him. A ghost? Su Ning truly felt a surge of horror. No, not horror, but fright. Without a backward glance, he bolted from the alley, inadvertently dropping the jade pendant from his neck. After Su Ning's departure, the little girl, with a look of bewilderment, picked up the pendant and hung it around her own neck, twirling in delight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, at the outskirts of the cemetery, a muscular man approached, urgency lacing his voice. Cold Moon, have you found the whereabouts of the 1,000-year-old zombie? The girl, referred to as Cold Moon, shook her head, a pale expression crossing her face, soon replaced by a look of determination. Senior brother, we have disrupted an important matter for the Buddha. You know the Buddha's methods. It would be better to let us not speak of this matter any further. Our immediate priority is to locate the 1,000-year-old zombie. The man's eyes flickered with hesitation, but he quickly suppressed it. Very well. Cold Moon responded lightly, her gaze shifting, lost in thought. As for Su Ning, ever since his encounter with the little girl, he had sprinted 3 kilometers home, locking the door behind him and curling up under his blanket, trembling with fear. Even the system seemed unable to bear his pitiful state and finally remarked, Look at you, so spineless. It's just a 1,000-year-old zombie. What? That little girl is a zombie? Su Ning gasped, springing up from his bed, his face a mask of disbelief. The system responded with disdain, not just any zombie. She's a newly awakened 1,000-year-old undead. A millennium? How utterly terrifying. Su Ning, with a heavy heart, pounded his chest in disbelief at his own fortune, only to suddenly realize that the pendant he had worn for 3 years had vanished from his chest. Though it held little monetary value, it was a companion he had cherished. How could such bizarre creatures as zombies exist in this world? It was truly frightening. The memory of the recent encounter sent shivers down Su Ning's spine. Had he not fled swiftly, he could very well have met his end there. The system slowly interjected, "Is it truly so strange? After all, the system exists." Indeed, with the presence of the system, the emergence of a millennium-old zombie seemed trivial. Yet, despite this reasoning, Suning remained apprehensive. This world was evidently perilous. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken him. Lying on his bed, he soon drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Suning arrived at the school dormitory, calling for his friend Fatty as they prepared to head to the school gate. Last night, Zhou Tong had sent a message in their group chat announcing a collective autumn outing. Typically, Suning scoffed at such privately organized activities, especially since he had yet to squander his fortune of over 130 million. The road ahead was still long. However, perhaps due to the previous occasion where Suning had inadvertently embarrassed him, Zhou Tong had managed to persuade their homeroom teacher this time, leaving Suning with little to say. Nevertheless, Fatty, Suning's close companion, appeared to be in high spirits regarding the outing, having transformed his appearance entirely. "If we don't leave soon, we'll be late," Suning exclaimed, glancing at Fatty in front of the mirror. "Just a moment," Fatty replied, hastily grabbing his coat from the table and tugging Suning along as they raced towards the school gate. Fatty, whose name was Wu Hao, came from a modest background and was one of Suning's few friends at school. By the time they reached the school gate, most of their classmates had already gathered. Zhou Tong, seemingly in high spirits, leaned against the bus door, playfully bantering with Song Qian. Upon witnessing this scene, Fatty's expression shifted. Revealing his discomfort, it was common knowledge among their classmates that Fatty harbored feelings for Song Qian, and seeing her so close to Zhou Tong naturally stirred feelings of unease. Suning, sensing his friend's turmoil, offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. At that moment, Zhou Tong appeared to notice Suning and Fatty, approaching them with a smile. "Apologies, but it seems there's no room left on the bus." Suning glanced at the bus and then back at Zhou Tong, remaining silent. However, Fatty, unable to contain his anger, seized Zhou Tong by his collar, exclaiming, "Zhou, are you messing with me? You had the homeroom teacher invite me before, and now you claim there's no space." Chuckling nonchalantly, Zhou Tong leaned closer to Fatty's ear and whispered, "With money, one can truly act with impunity. The taste of Song Qian is quite delightful." Chapter 19. With money, one can truly act with impunity. After saying this, he provocatively licked his lips and shot a glance at Suning. Enraged by such taunts, Fatty, whose temper was already short, could not withstand this provocation and promptly unleashed a punch that sent Zhou Tong sprawling to the ground. "Wu Hao, what are you doing?" Song Qian rushed over upon witnessing the scene, forcefully pushing Fatty aside to help Zhou Tong up. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong, having regained his footing, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retrieved his wallet from his pocket, saying, "Classmate Wu, Classmate Su, I sincerely apologize. This time, I was in the wrong. In past autumn excursions, your participation was virtually non-existent, so this time, you were not taken into account. Look, I have 200 yuan. Why not take a taxi there?" Song Qian furrowed her brows, casting a disdainful glance at Su Ning and the portly fellow, her eyes brimming with contempt. Meanwhile, classmates nearby seemed to have caught wind of the commotion and flocked over, pointing and whispering about Su Ning and his companion. Unable to contain his pent-up anger, the portly one was about to lash out again but was restrained by Su Ning, who merely scoffed in response. "What's going on?" queried Li Su, who had just returned from purchasing drinks. Noticing the crowd, she hurried over to Su Ning, her expression tinged with concern. "It's nothing," Su Ning reassured her, gently patting her head with a smile. At this sight, the onlookers erupted in a flurry of murmurs. "What did I just witness?" Su Ning actually patted the class beauty's head. In the throng, Zhou Tong's eyes glinted with malice, a fleeting expression well concealed. "All right, it's nearly 9. We should be departing." With that, everyone boarded the bus, leaving only Su Ning, the portly fellow, and Li Su behind. Su, "The bus is about to leave," called out a girl from the bus. Waving at Li Su to hurry, Li Su pointed at the two. "What about them?" Just then, Zhou Tong approached, stating, "There's no room in the bus. Su, you should get on first. I will arrange another vehicle to bring them to the mountain detour." "It's all right. You go ahead," Su Ning urged Li Su. With Su Ning's encouragement, Li Su ceased her resistance and boarded the bus. "For you two. Just take a taxi. I'll reimburse you later." After that, Zhou Tong turned and climbed aboard, leaving, "Bah, that scoundrel," the portly fellow spat, glancing at the bus as it departed. "I suspect Zhou is not inviting us out of kindness. Perhaps we should reconsider going." "Yes, fine. What harm could come from a little fun?" Su Ning chuckled, pulling out his phone to dial Xiao Ma, recalling that a 5-star hotel near the mountain was owned by him. Let us head to the playground. Someone will come to pick us up shortly. After a flurry of sounds, Su Ning hung up and led the portly fellow to the playground. The portly fellow felt quite lost, entirely unaware of Su Ning's intentions. Who would come to pick us up? We really shouldn't go. That dog Zhou is utterly untrustworthy. Damn it, can't you show some backbone? Today, I'll let him experience what it feels like to be slapped in the face. The portly fellow retorted with a cold smirk. Ninggu, I know you're ambitious, but let us not indulge in fanciful dreams, all right? Upon hearing this, Su Ning smacked the portly fellow, declaring, What do you mean by fanciful dreams? You'll soon witness what it means to have status. Chapter 20. Is this outfit very expensive? Alas, it's over. Our dear Ninggu. Before the chubby fellow could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar filled the sky, and a small helicopter gradually descended onto the playground. What on earth is happening? It can't be. Yu Ning chuckled and said, Today, Ninggu will take you for a ride. Just then, Xiao Ma emerged from the helicopter. Senior brother, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Su Ning nodded and replied, It's good. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother. Senior brother? Junior brother? The chubby fellow's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Are there any other requests from you? Senior brother? Su Ning waved his hand dismissively and said, No, you can head back. My classmate and I have somewhere to go, so you need not follow. Immediately, the chubby fellow was forcibly ushered onto the helicopter. Once seated, he slapped himself hard, muttering, This can't be real. This can't be real. Dio, you want me to give you a slap as well? Su Ning teased the chubby fellow. No, I believe it, I believe it. After saying this, the chubby fellow opened his arms wide and laughed heartily. Su Ning, I love you. I want to marry you and bear your children. Thus, Su Ning endured a rather nauseating journey, thankfully managing to keep his breakfast down. Before long, the helicopter arrived at its destination, and Su Ning chuckled to himself. It was time to showcase his true skills in flaunting. The classmates were busy preparing for a barbecue, and Zhou Tong, eager to impress, had gone over to start the fire, boasting about his culinary prowess. However, he was not feeling particularly joyous at the moment. Whose helicopter is this? Is this even a place for helicopters? Damn it, I got coal dust all over my face. Does he want to die? Song Qian tugged at Zhou Tong's sleeve, signaling him to cease his complaints. At that moment, the helicopter's roar had ceased. So Su Ning heard Zhou Tong's words quite clearly. Who was cursing over there? Su Ning's appearance instantly silenced the crowd. Everyone froze, staring at Yang Fan, who occasionally slapped his own face in disbelief. Zhou Tong, was that you talking just now? What happened to your face? Su Ning approached, teasing. You? Faced with Su Ning's inquiry, Zhou Tong was at a loss for words, standing there dazed for a moment before finally responding. You must be behind this. Are you out of your mind? Where did you get that broken helicopter? Before Zhou Tong could finish his sentence, some classmates began to react. A hidden rich second generation. Su Ning is so low-key. I knew I felt differently about him. Today I realized that I actually love him. In an instant, Su Ning found himself surrounded by a group of girls. Su Ning, where did you get that helicopter? It's so cool. Indeed. Could you take us for a ride? I long to join as well. I wish to go. I desire to go. Upon hearing this, Su Ning could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming, All right, there will be opportunities for everyone, so let us not rush. Meanwhile, Wudong was already beside himself with indignation, exclaiming, Are you done yet? Do you not see that I am the victim here? Look at my clothes. They have been reduced to ashes. This shirt is a polo. Can you even afford to compensate me? Polo? Is that shirt particularly expensive? Su Ning inquired, casting a glance at the hefty fellow. The portly man, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, Well, yes, it is indeed quite pricey. The lowest price ranges from 2,000 to 5,000. What? 5,000? Zhou Tong chuckled upon hearing this and remarked, So, what do you say, you impoverished wretch? Can you afford it? If not, perhaps you should consider selling a kidney. I have contacts for that. Su Ning, with a cold smirk, replied, Brother Zhou, I truly apologize. I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. How about this? I shall compensate you, and additionally gift you 100 items, or perhaps 250 items, a figure that perfectly aligns with your temperament. After making this statement, Yang Fan turned to address the entire class, declaring, Today, every single student present, girls shall receive 300 bags and 300 outfits, while boys will each receive 300 pairs of shoes and an additional 300 garments. Upon hearing this, the entire class erupted in excitement. Naturally, Zhou Tong was unconvinced and shouted from the back, Do not heed his empty boasts. It is the tangible that proves one's worth. Su Ning chuckled at this and replied, Indeed, young Master Zhou makes a valid point. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Brother Xiao Ma, do you have the contact information for the head of Polo? Please send it to me, as I need to discuss something." Brother Xiao Ma promptly agreed, and 2 minutes later, a text message arrived with the requested phone number. Suning activated the speakerphone and said, "Hello, is this the representative for Polo in China?" "Yes, indeed. You must be Master Ma's senior, correct? Greetings. Please feel free to share what you need." The classmates, upon hearing this exchange, were filled with disbelief, hardly able to comprehend the situation. "I require several articles of clothing." Suning articulated his demands, and the head of Polo readily acquiesced, assuring him, "Rest assured, my senior brother, I shall deliver them to you shortly." "Very well, thank you for your efforts. I shall transfer the payment to you immediately." "No need for such formality, my senior brother. It is merely a few garments, a gift from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the class erupted in murmurs, which Suning relished. "This simply cannot be. Not a penny less. Each garment is worth 5,000, which totals to 600,000. Let us round it off to a neat 1 million. Shall we?" The classmates were rendered speechless, and after some reluctance, the Polo representative finally consented. "The clothing will be delivered to the school shortly. Remember to drive over and collect it." With that, the entire class buzzed with excitement once more. Suning opened the system task interface. Task: spend 100,000,000.00 within 1 week. Task progress: 100,230.00,100,000.00. As Suning gazed at the string of numbers, he realized for the first time that spending money could indeed prove quite challenging. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Has anyone else found our outings rather monotonous? Every time we go out, it's always barbecuing in the wild. Wouldn't it be nice to try something different? Ding. System upgrade, live streaming system activated. Just as Suning was speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by the system. The live streaming system piqued Suning's curiosity, prompting him to hastily open the system interface, where he discovered an announcement regarding the live streaming system. Why can't I access it? You have tasks yet to complete. The system will activate automatically upon their completion. Chapter 22. A trip to Macau. Upon receiving this news from the system, Suning felt compelled to expedite his spending, eagerly anticipating the live streaming system and its potential surprises. Would everyone like to go out for some fun? Suning's status in the class had risen to surpass even that of the homeroom teacher, and upon hearing his words, his classmates chimed in enthusiastically. "Absolutely. We shall follow Ning Ji's lead." "Ninggu, where shall we venture? Is there any need to ask?" "Ninggu will surely take us to a more exhilarating destination." As Suning listened to their sweet, endearing voices, he felt as though he might float to the heavens. The sensation of wealth was indeed delightful. Zhou Tong, standing nearby, was seething with frustration. Suning glanced at him and remarked, "Young Master Zhou, do hurry and freshen up. Your current state is rather unseemly and unbecoming of your stature." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong clenched his fists and pointed at Suning, declaring, "All right, you have some nerve. We shall see how this unfolds." With that, he turned to leave. "Young Master Zhou, are you really leaving? We still have activities planned. Won't you stay a little longer?" Zhou Tong let out a cold laugh and said, "Who says I am leaving? I shall inform you that today, you certainly will not be able to depart." Immediately, he dashed over to the homeroom teacher, whispering something in their ear. After a few moments, the teacher stepped into the crowd and announced, "Today, you all may enjoy some barbecue here to relax and unwind. Do not venture too far, for safety is paramount." As soon as the words left their lips, the class erupted in murmurs of disappointment. "But we don't have classes tomorrow. We just want to have a little fun." "Exactly, teacher. Besides, with so many of us together, what danger could there possibly be?" "Indeed, teacher, please allow us to join Brother Ning. We wish to broaden our horizons." "Please, teacher, just agree." Zhou Tong, standing aside, felt his temper flare upon hearing this. "Have you all lost your senses? Did you not hear the teacher's warning about the dangers outside? What business is it of yours? If you don't wish to go, then simply stay behind and don't spoil our excitement." "Exactly. We're not forcing you to come." Zhou Tong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, Suning also had no desire to accompany these individuals. After all, too many people would undoubtedly lead to complications. However, glancing at his task progress, he steeled himself and resolved to lead them out. Nothing could deter him from completing his mission. With that thought in mind, Suning pulled the homeroom teacher aside and said, "Teacher, a few days ago, a friend of mine noticed how hard you work, braving the elements daily, so he specially purchased an old Mercedes for you. The car is now parked at the school gate." The teacher, upon hearing this, broke into a wide smile, though they still attempted to decline, saying, "That seems rather inappropriate." I certainly cannot accept this. I mean, no offense, teacher. I simply see how tirelessly you toil. You may drive the car for now, and when you no longer wish to keep it, I will buy it back at the original price. Su Ning's words were delivered with finesse, providing the teacher with an easy way out of the situation. Given this context, the teacher felt embarrassed to refuse, saying, "You must all be cautious while enjoying your outing." Su Ning nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned back to his classmates, declaring, "The teacher understands that we bear significant academic pressure, so they have permitted us to go out and have some fun. But we must prioritize our safety." Once again, the classroom erupted in cheers. "Brother Ning, where are we going to have fun this time?" "Yes, Ninggu, do share with us." Su Ning cleared his throat and announced, "I plan to take you all to Macau for some enjoyment. What do you think?" "Macau? Is that true, Ninggu?" "I have never been there before. Brother Ning, you are truly wonderful. You are like our soulmate." The girls in the class flocked over, while Zhou Tong had already been left standing there for quite some time. "Macau? What is there to enjoy? I've grown weary of it, you know," Zhou Tong exclaimed. A girl from the class retorted, "Well, no one is forcing you to go. If you're tired of it, then you simply won't be included this time." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Observing the commotion, Su Ning interjected, "Everyone, let us remain calm. We are all classmates, and unity in our class is of utmost importance. I believe we should definitely bring Zhou Deshao along, as he is indeed the central figure of our class." Su Ning emphasized the phrase central figure, which Zhou Tong could easily discern. "Come on, who said I wouldn't go? I have relatives there, and there are several casinos. I'll treat you all to some fun." Zhou Tong replied, "Oh really, Zhou Deshao? Then we shall not stand on ceremony with you." Su Ning teased deliberately, "Brother Ning, how shall we get there?" "By plane." Su Ning nodded, saying, "Yes, we'll fly there. Everyone, please send me your ID numbers, and I will book the tickets." "All right, great. I've never been on a plane before. Thank you, Brother Ning." "Ha, what is so impressive about that?" Zhou Tong remarked, "My family owns a private jet. Let us take that instead." "A private jet? Is that true, Zhougu? Your family really has a private jet? Would I deceive you about such a thing?" "All right, Brother Ning, let us all take Zhou Tong's private jet to get there." "Exactly, flying in a private jet must be incredibly enjoyable." Hearing this, Zhou Tong smiled and replied, "Indeed, the service on a private jet is exceptionally attentive. However, I fear we might not have enough space for everyone. It seems we may have to inconvenience you again, Brother Ning." The impulsive fatty immediately countered, "Zhou Tong, are you looking for trouble? Do you wish to die? Oh dear, whose lackey are you? Why so arrogant? Let us not bother with them. Follow me." Subsequently, most of the class followed Zhou Tong forward. Li Su approached Su Ning and said, "There's no need to get agitated with him. He is quite the bore." Su Ning smiled in response. "Today, I shall ensure his private jet cannot take off." What are you planning? You're not contemplating some illegal activity, are you? Impulsiveness is a devil. You must restrain yourself." "What are you thinking?" Su Ning replied. "Rest assured, I won't engage in any unlawful acts, for I need to spend money." Apart from Fatty and Li Su, 3 or 4 others who were on good terms with Su Ning remained. "Brother Ning, how are we getting there?" "By plane." Su Ning smiled and said, "We'll also take a private jet. Feiyue Airlines. Please summon the person in charge here. I apologize, sir, but you may address your concerns directly to me, and I will assist you in resolving them. This matter is beyond your capacity to address. It is a request from Xiao Ma Sr., however." Before the receptionist could finish her sentence, Su Ning slammed the table and exclaimed, "Did you not hear me? I have urgent matters at hand. Will you take responsibility for any delays?" Chapter 23. "I have a private plane." The receptionist, seeing Su Ning's imposing demeanor, dared not utter another word. She dialed the phone and relayed the situation. A few minutes later, a man clad in a tailored suit approached. "You must be Xiao Ma Sr. I've heard of you from Xiao Ma. Please, do not hesitate to share your concerns." Li Su and the others, witnessing the unfolding situation, widened their eyes in astonishment. After all, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Not only Su Ning, but even Li Su's father would not have shown a favorable disposition under these circumstances. "Here is the situation. I would like to purchase all flights to Macau, but only for 1 day." Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted to one of apprehension. This seems rather inappropriate. The flights to Macau have already been confirmed, and there are so many people on standby. I will announce over the intercom that each passenger will receive a compensation of 10,000 yuan. All covered by me. T10,000. For an ordinary person, this amount might not seem substantial, yet today there are 4 flights to Macau, with over 1,000 passengers combined. Thus, the total would not be a trifling sum. "Senior, do you truly intend to proceed with this? It would likely cost you 10 million yuan, and this does not even account for the cost of leasing the routes. Calculate the total expenses, and I shall cover them." Very well, I will first make an announcement and gauge the passengers' reactions. Good, then hasten to make the arrangements. A few minutes later, the broadcast echoed with the content previously discussed by Yang Fan. Naturally, the passengers were delighted. After all, who would refuse an unexpected gift of 10,000 yuan? Senior, this has been accomplished, but regarding the expenses, calculate the total, and I will transfer the amount to you immediately. After a few moments of calculation, the man spoke. In total, it will require 30 million. Very well, I shall transfer the funds now. Just as Su Ning was about to retrieve his phone to initiate the transfer, Li Su intervened. You must think this through. This is 30 million, and once it's sent, it's gone. Exactly. If you do not wish to part with it, I will take it. The portly man chimed in. Not go away. What does this have to do with you? After uttering these words, Su Ning proceeded to complete the transfer. 30 million. Finally, a substantial sum had been spent. Su Ning thought to himself with satisfaction. At this moment, various media outlets were vying to report on the matter, and turning on the television revealed news solely dedicated to it. Greetings to all our viewers. We have just received a breaking news update. A man has extravagantly spent 30 million to purchase all flights to Macau. Now, let us listen to our correspondent for a detailed report. Zhou Tong and his companions had also encountered this news on their phones. Zhou, someone has bought all the routes to Macau. What is going on? Does this mean we cannot fly anymore? How could such a person exist? Is he out of his mind? Could it possibly be Ninggu? Ninggu. Does he even deserve to be called that? I refuse to believe it. I am wealthy enough. Why should it be so difficult to travel to Macau? At that moment, Zhou Tong's phone vibrated, displaying Jian Rening. Hello, what is it? Are you saying we can't go to Macau? I have a private jet here. Do you want to come over? How did you know I was having trouble? Chapter 25. The helplessness of young Master Zhou. To be honest, Zhou Tong truly could not devise any strategy at this point. Merely borrowing a private plane had already cost him considerable effort. If they were to purchase another flight route now, it would undoubtedly be impossible. Zhou, why don't we seek out Ninggu? No, let us approach Su Ning instead. We cannot just idle here. Zhou Tong shot him a glare and replied, if you wish to go, go ahead. I have no intention of joining. The classmates were unanimously unwilling to forfeit this opportunity for a complimentary trip to Macau, and soon several individuals proposed seeking out Su Ning. If you wish to go, go. I won't stop you. How utterly disheartening. Several girls took the lead and walked out, followed by more who joined them. At this moment, Zhou Tong's close friend interjected, Zhou, why don't we accompany them? We cannot allow Su Ning to flaunt his authority before these people. If you want to go, then go. I cannot bear to face him. Zhou, do not be so quick to anger, as the saying goes. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Zhou Tong pondered this for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he remarked, however, this Jian Rening is indeed peculiar. How has he suddenly become so wealthy? Some people are like that. Perhaps he has nearly exhausted his funds. When the impoverished suddenly acquire wealth, their foremost desire is to spend. Haha, you might be onto something. Since he is so willing to spend, let us assist him in depleting his wealth. Zhou is truly remarkable. Then let us help him spend it all. He wishes to show off, does he not? Very well, let us go. Su Ning was seated in the VIP lounge at the airport, delaying his departure because he knew that those individuals would certainly come. Indeed, after waiting for approximately half an hour, a large group of students approached. At that moment, the plump fellow also spotted them and hurriedly stepped outside. How dare you all come here? Weren't you supposed to be on a private jet? What, has it not taken off yet? Su Ning quickly followed suit, stating, we are all classmates, so it's perfectly fine. I just learned that young Master Zhou's flight has been cancelled. Let us board the plane and head to Macau for a day of fun. Initially, the group felt a bit embarrassed, but upon hearing Su Ning's words, they cheered once more. The passenger aircraft had already been prepared for them, and since it was a chartered flight, the procedures were significantly expedited. Just as they were about to enter the boarding gate, Zhou Tong unexpectedly appeared before them. Say, this young Master Zhou? Are you here to take the flight as well? Zhou Tong cleared his throat twice and replied, what's the matter? Is that not allowed? Su Ning smiled and remarked, of course it is, however, for someone like young Master Zhou, who usually travels on private jets, wouldn't it be a bit beneath you to squeeze onto a small plane with us? Zhou Tong found himself momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Let us put it this way, young Master Zhou, I won't beat around the bush. I have rented out all the flights to Macau. So you won't be flying today. However, in the spirit of camaraderie, I can sell you one. Chapter 26. Spending money. Wow, brother Ning, you really bought them, didn't you? That must have cost several tens of millions. I never expected brother Ning to be so unbothered by money. He is truly a gentleman with a gentle breeze. What do you mean unbothered by money? Brother Ning considers us family and is willing to spend on us. Before Zhou Tong could respond, the girls standing nearby began to chatter enthusiastically about Suning. Li Su, observing from the side, felt a wave of nausea and muttered to herself, when Suning wasn't so wealthy. I never saw you all fawning over him like this. As the voices of the surrounding classmates gradually subsided, Suning addressed Zhou Tong again. Do you think this matter is being handled appropriately? At this point, Zhou Tong could see that Suning was resolute in not allowing him on the plane. I don't need your flight routes. I have plenty of ways to get to Macau. With that, Zhou Tong turned and exited the airport. Suning, laughing behind him, called out, Young Master Zhou, please don't be upset. It wasn't intentional. I didn't know you were coming and didn't reserve a seat for you. Zhou Tong, now incensed and with eyes reddened, was on the verge of spitting blood as he gritted his teeth and forced himself to leave the airport. Suning couldn't help but chuckle at his disheveled appearance. Brother Ning, where shall we enter from? Indeed, everyone is anxiously waiting. Standing here is quite exhausting. Su Ning smiled and replied, All right, let us set off now. A few minutes later, everyone present boarded the aircraft, which was expected to fly for approximately 2 hours. At the Zhou Group's office, the father said, Please help me, otherwise I will truly be unable to hold my head high in front of my classmates. It's just a flight. What's the big deal? However, that wretched person from our class actually spent 30 million to lease all the flights to Macau. That only indicates that they are wealthy. Don't even think about having me lease a flight for you. But I refuse to concede, Dad, especially since he has insulted our Zhou Group. Due to some recent public relations issues, there have been various rumors about the Zhou Group. Upon hearing this, the old man Zhou's temper flared. How did he insult our Zhou Group? Zhou Tong coughed twice and said, It's similar to what is being said online. It's all rather unpleasant. I feel embarrassed to repeat it. How dare he? A mere university student. So audacious. I will personally send you to confront him. Do not hold back. Whether he lives or dies, I will bear the consequences. Understood, Dad. I shall go now. Su Ning and the others soon arrived at Macau Airport. Upon exiting the airport, Su Ning turned to his classmates and said, Everyone must remember, do not stray from the group. This is our first time here, and we must prioritize safety. All right, Brother Ning, we understand at that moment. A chubby friend approached Su Ning and said, Brother Ning, I get the feeling you have some ulterior motive for being here. What are you planning? Su Ning chuckled and replied, I didn't realize you were so astute. I have but one purpose for being here. To spend money. No, Brother Ming, that is quite extravagant. I'm serious. If you don't want any of that money, you can give it all to me. I'll gladly accept. Get lost. I haven't even made it big yet. Once I do, you will surely benefit. Remember, our sole purpose for coming here today is to spend money. Wait, you haven't made it big yet, but you're already spending in billions. If you're out of funds, then no one in this world can truly be called wealthy. Yu Ning sighed helplessly and said, Chubby, I have my own difficulties. You must understand. Before he could finish, the chubby friend suddenly slapped Su Ning on the shoulder and exclaimed, Brother Ning, do you see who that is? Su Ning focused his gaze and realized it was Zhou Tong. How did he arrive so quickly? This kid does possess some skills. If I had a father like his, I would also be quite capable, the chubby friend remarked, feeling dissatisfied. Enough already, stop lamenting like a woman. Let us proceed to welcome young Master Zhou. Surrounded by a few individuals, Zhou Tong emerged from the airport. Upon seeing Su Ning, he let out a cold chuckle and remarked, Did you truly believe I couldn't come? My intention in going to the airport was merely to provide you with an opportunity to save face. Yet it seems you are rather unappreciative. Su Ning, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, Indeed, young Master Zhou speaks the truth. He then turned to his classmates and announced, Now that young Master Zhou has arrived, it seems I shall not be footing the bill today as per our usual custom. Let us allow young Master Zhou to treat us, shall we? Sounds good, thank you, Brother Zhou. Thank you, Brother Zhou, love you. Zhou Tong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly cursing, Who the hell said I would treat you? Su Ning, you little mongrel, just wait until I deal with you. Ninggu, where shall we go to have fun now? Right, Ninggu, we can't just wander aimlessly around the airport. After pondering for a moment, Su Ning suggested, I've heard that the predominant industry in Macau is gambling, which has become quite a culture in itself. Shall we not experience this culture firsthand? Absolutely, we'll follow your lead. Ningji, by the way, didn't young Master Zhou mention that he has relatives who run a casino here? Perhaps he could take us to have a look. All right. After Su Ning made this suggestion, a chorus of agreement followed. Zhou Tong, however, was reluctant to take them to the casino. If it were Su Ning treating, he might have been indifferent, but the prospect of footing the bill himself was daunting. As visiting a casino would require a substantial expenditure, it seems young Master Zhou is unwilling to take us, Su Ning teased intentionally. Let me first take everyone to enjoy a good meal. The casino isn't lively yet, and it would be rather dull to go now. True, we've been busy all day without eating, Xuning continued. From my research, the largest restaurant in Macau is the Shanghai restaurant. Let us dine there. Shanghai restaurant? Zhou Tong felt a cold sweat break out at the mention of those words. Anyone who has been to Macau knows that dining at Shanghai is not merely a meal but an extravagant expense. A small plate of cold dishes could easily cost thousands. As Zhou Tong stood in a daze, Su Ning addressed him again. What's the matter? Young Master Zhou can't possibly refuse this modest request. Can he? Eat? Who said we wouldn't? Let us go now. Zhou Tong uttered these words with great difficulty. Though he usually spent lavishly, he feared this meal could cost him a fortune. All right, let us hasten our departure. I am absolutely famished. In silence, the group of dozens made their way to the Shanghai restaurant. Greetings, may I inquire who you are? Oh, we have come here to dine, Su Ning remarked. The young waitress smiled and replied, I apologize, sir, but we only accept reservations. Upon hearing this, Su Ning turned to Zhou Tong and deliberately stated, Young Master Zhou, do we have a reservation? Zhou Tong, feeling utterly embarrassed, nodded apologetically at the waitress, then turned to his classmates and said, My dear classmates, I am sorry, but they only accept reservations here, so let us find another place to eat. Oh no, Su Ning hastily interjected. It would be such a disappointment not to dine here after coming all this way. He then turned back to the waitress and said, Miss, how about this? We will book the entire place for today. How much would that cost? The waitress chuckled softly and replied, Sir, that is simply not possible. Is what you say truly binding? Bring your manager here. Why are so many people gathered around? A middle-aged man emerged from within. Manager, they wish to book the entire establishment and insist on speaking with you. Ha ha ha. The manager suddenly laughed upon hearing this. Yuning looked at him and said, You are the manager here, correct? I hereby inform you that I am reserving the entire Shanghai restaurant for this evening. Please calculate the cost. I'm sorry, sir, but we only accept reservations. What's the matter? Are you worried we might not have the funds? We have young Master Zhou here. You know the Zhou group? He is their eldest son, and he will cover the entire bill. So please don't fret about the money. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong quickly waved his hand and said, No, I never said that. I don't have enough money to reserve the entire place. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ning shot him a disdainful glance. If you lack the funds, why did you suggest bringing us here to eat? This is quite the mood killer. You are simply insufferable. Did you not say you wish to dine here? All right, I shall not hold it against you. Zhou Tong, infuriated, pointed at Su Ning and exclaimed, If you have the money, then you should pay. Why drag me into this? I never claimed I wouldn't pay. Su Ning shrugged nonchalantly. Ladies and gentlemen, I must reiterate that we only accept reservations here. Please proceed to dine elsewhere. The manager interjected once more. Why do you look down upon us? How about this? I will offer you 10 million. We shall occupy the place for one evening. The manager merely smiled, remaining silent. Is 10 million insufficient? Very well, let us make it 20 million. Upon hearing this, the manager was instantly flustered, stammering, TW20. Still not enough, is it? Then let us add another 20 million. That is the maximum I can offer. Not yet, I haven't finished speaking. The manager fainted on the spot. What's wrong with you? Is it still not enough? I believe it is already quite ample. How about I add another 10 million? It cannot be more than that. Come, waiter, take this card and process it. Chapter 29. Surrounded by women. As soon as the words left his mouth, the manager suddenly sat up again, albeit with a demeanor markedly different from before. With a grin, he addressed the esteemed guests. Please, do come inside. Yuning adjusted his hair and stepped forward. However, after walking for a short while, he sensed a peculiar emptiness behind him. Turning around, he discovered that his classmates were all standing there, staring blankly. Come in. What are you all doing? After calling out a couple of times, the group remained largely unresponsive. Observing this, the manager promptly raised his voice, saying, Esteemed guests, please enter. Only then did Su Ning's classmates gradually snap out of their stupor, although they still walked with a sense of lightheadedness. The plump boy was the first to regain his senses, having just experienced the astonishing sum of 30 million, which had significantly bolstered his resilience. Ninggu, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? I feel a pang of sympathy for the money you are spending. Yuning patted his shoulder and replied, Don't concern yourself with whether this money is worth it. Instead, take a look at the surroundings and judge if the expenditure is justified. After hearing this, the plump boy surveyed the area and shook his head, saying, Not worth it. Some people cannot be taught. Manager, yes, young master? Bring forth all the delicacies you have, lobsters, sea cucumbers, abalone, and the like. Serve them in barrels rather than on plates. I want my classmates to indulge thoroughly. Certainly, right away. Also, do you have any entertainment activities? Have everyone come up to perform and reward each one generously. Understood. Sir, I will attend to it immediately. As Su Ning spoke these words, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Indeed, the life of the wealthy was truly delightful. However, at that moment, he was unexpectedly struck on the head, and turning around, he found it was Li Su. Why did you hit me? I simply wanted to inquire what you were doing. Showing off your wealth? With a resigned sigh, Su Ning replied, I have my reasons. Otherwise, why would I waste so much money? What possible reason could justify such extravagance? You're not using Xiao Ma's card to charge this, are you? Su Ning quickly waved his hands, saying, how could that be? Xiao Ma is my junior. I would never deceive him like that. Rest assured, this is all my own money. Li Su shook her head. I truly cannot fathom how much money you possess. There has been a hidden rich heir in our class all along, and I was completely unaware. Su Ning chuckled foolishly for a moment before speaking. I assure you, I am not a wealthy second-generation heir. How about this? Let's have our meal first. Otherwise, the food will grow cold. Brother Ning, come over to our side. There is an abundance of delicious dishes here. Brother Ning, do not go to their side. Come to us instead. Have you forgotten? Our bond is the strongest. What do you mean by your bond being the strongest? Our relationship with Brother Ning is quite commendable as well. Brother Ning, please join me. In the past, they always accompanied you for chats, and now you would forsake me. Su Ning gazed at the array of beautiful women before him, nearly bursting with excitement. To be honest, he had never realized there were so many elegant ladies in the class. You need not concern yourselves with me. Please eat first. I shall venture into their kitchen to see what other delicacies await and bring them out for you. All right, thank you, Brother Ning. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ning hurriedly dashed outside, genuinely fearing he might lose control and commit some lewd act. Chapter 30. A beating, however. This sensation was rather exhilarating. This extravagant system was indeed intriguing. Upon opening the taskbar, Yang Fan discovered that the progress had accelerated significantly. Current task: spend 100,000,000 within a week. Task progress: 10,000,100,000,000,000.00. Observing the taskbar's progress steadily increasing, Su Ning felt a sense of relief. The classmates were enjoying their meal, and Su Ning had no intention of intruding. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly spotted a few burly men approaching him. Su Ning recognized these individuals as the bodyguards who had been protecting Zhou Tong at the airport earlier. Whether it was his overactive imagination or something else, Su Ning sensed a menacing aura emanating from them. With this thought in mind, he quickly turned to leave, but just as he did, another figure appeared behind him. Watch where you're walking, you little brat. Did you not notice you bumped into me? Su Ning understood the wisdom of not provoking trouble unnecessarily. My apologies, good sir. I truly did not see you. A mere lack of attention would not suffice for resolution. Su Ning knew that these men were intent on causing trouble, but given their numbers, he dared not act too arrogantly. I am truly sorry. I genuinely did not see you. Allow me to treat you gentlemen to some food as an apology. With that, Su Ning hurried into the restaurant, but with his stature, he was no match for these men. One of the burly figures seized him and pulled him back. Let me tell you something. Do not take things too far. I know Zhou Tong sent you, but first, you must understand my identity before you resort to violence. What does it matter who Zhou Xiao is? You've provoked us. You bumped into me without cause. Should you not face the consequences? Before Su Ning could utter a word in response, the group of burly men overpowered him, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After a few minutes, Su Ning was already covered in wounds, just as the stout man happened to emerge. What are you all doing? Are you bored with life? Bullying even the friends of Brother Peng? Upon uttering these words, the stout man joined the fray, yet even with his participation, they were no match for the burly figures, and soon he too fell victim. Are you out of your mind? Peng? Hurry and call for help. Why are you getting involved? However, it was too late for such remarks. Both individuals were restrained, and no matter how desperately they yelled for assistance from inside, not a single soul heard them. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the group of burly men ceased their assault, perhaps weary from the exertion or fearful of causing a fatality. Remember this, today is just a minor lesson for you. In the future, behave yourself. With that, the burly men swaggered away, while Su Ning spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing under his breath before rising from the ground. Ning Gu, are these people out of their minds? Daring to strike us? It's not about their daring. What do you mean by that? Don't you think those bodyguards look somewhat familiar? Familiar. The stout man had not closely observed the individuals around Zhou Tong, hence he failed to recognize them earlier. Could it be that these men in black are Zhou Tong's bodyguards? Su Ning nodded in agreement, prompting the stout man to grow impatient. Damn it, bullying me once or twice is one thing. But this is never ending. Just wait and see. I won't let him off today. With that declaration, the stout man stood up, intending to stride into Xiao Ma restaurant. Wait a moment. Where are you going? What does it look like? I'm going to beat that bastard. Calm down. Dealing with him is a matter of time. There's no rush at the moment. Just then, those classmates dining inside Xiao Ma restaurant suddenly stepped outside. Zhou Tong, what did you call us out here to see? What is there to see? It's not some paradise. Zhou Tong chuckled at this remark and replied, if there was nothing worth seeing, would I have called you out? The first to notice Su Ning's figure was Li Su, who called out, Su Ning, what happened to you? Why are you so hurt? As she approached Su Ning, she continued, oh dear, isn't this our Ninggu? What happened? Who did this to you? Zhou Tong smugly interjected, Pang, what's with the act? Don't you know who did it? Upon hearing this, the stout man glared furiously and retorted, don't play the good guy here. You know full well who struck him. Zhou Tong chuckled and said, what do you mean by that? Brother Pang, are you suggesting that I did it? I was inside the restaurant the whole time. The stout man sneered, why not ask your subordinates and you'll find out why subordinates? Zhou Tong scratched his head and replied, are you implying that my people did this? Come on, Zhou Tong, can you stop pretending? You must have some inkling if it was you who ordered them to do it. Dear Brother Pang, it seems there has been a grave misunderstanding. I have never instructed them to lay a hand on you. With that, Zhou Tong turned around and bellowed, you lot, come here and elucidate the situation. No sooner had he spoken than the imposing figures of the earlier men approached once more. It was you who struck my friend, Zhou Tong asserted. The burly men nodded in tacit acknowledgement, yet remained silent. Zhou Tong, feigning anger, declared, who granted you the audacity? This is my friend, do you comprehend? You have crossed a line, and thus, your wages for this month shall be entirely withheld. The guards merely nodded in silence, offering no further protest. Brother Su Ning, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure and oversight. Such incidents shall never recur. Zhou Tong continued. Even without Su Ning's emphasis, all present were acutely aware that Zhou Tong had instigated their actions. Young Master Zhou, your guards have assaulted me. Surely, I deserve an explanation, Su Ning pressed. Have I not already punished them? Is it that Brother Ning remains dissatisfied? Perhaps I should administer my own reprimand? Zhou Tong, upon hearing this, gestured invitingly. Su Ning approached the guards, stating, 1 million, or perhaps 1 million for each of your hands. The choice is yours. The guards exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. First, transfer the funds to us. One of them murmured aye in response. Su Ning promptly transferred 500,000 to each of the 4 men. Once this matter is resolved, the remaining 500,000 shall be dispatched to you, he affirmed, to everyone's astonishment. The guards then knelt before Su Ning in unison, exclaiming, we apologize, Brother Ning. It was not our intention. It was Zhou Tong who commanded us. Su Ning, feigning perplexity, responded, oh, is that so? Could it truly be that young Master Zhou ordered you to act thus? The men nodded vigorously, affirming the claim. Zhou Tong, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. These were his guards who had been loyal for many years. How could they betray him so? At that moment, Su Ning ambled over to Zhou Tong and remarked, young Master Zhou, this does not bode well, does it? We are, after all, classmates. If I were to involve the authorities, would it not cast me in a disloyal light? You? Let it go, Zhou Tong conceded. Su Ning interrupted, continuing, considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter. However, I expect no further transgressions. Su Ning then returned to the Harmony restaurant, reflecting that despite the altercation, it had been an enjoyable evening. He had not only accomplished his tasks for the week, but had also managed to cleverly ridicule Zhou Tong. A truly satisfying experience. Ding, the live streaming system is now activated. Would you like to proceed with the switch? Is the live streaming system ready for activation? It is. Very well, switch to the live streaming system. The live streaming system has been successfully switched. Please collect your rewards. Upon hearing this, Su Ning's excitement surged. There are rewards as well. This time, the reward is 100 points, along with 1 binding slot for a junior disciple. It seems my status is increasingly elevated. Whom shall I bind? Su Ning's mind is in a fierce internal struggle. After a few minutes, Su Ning slapped his thigh and exclaimed, it's him, Jack Ma from Alibaba. Ding, successfully bound to Jack Ma. Just as the welcome message finished, Su Ning's phone rang. Hello, is this my junior disciple? You said you would come but didn't inform me. I just received the news. It's Xiao Ma. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect my senior brother to still remember. How could I forget? However, I can no longer call you Xiao Ma. That name is already taken. From now on, I shall call you Ali as long as Uncle Master is willing. Nothing is a problem. All right, junior disciple. I have matters to attend to. I must hang up. After saying this, Su Ning ended the call, his heart racing with excitement. In the past, he would contribute nearly all his monthly wealth to Taobao and Alipay. Yet now, their leader has become his junior disciple. I must say, this feeling is utterly exhilarating. Please accept the system task. Upon hearing this, Su Ning opened the task panel, where it was written, increase followers by 500,000 within half a month. Su Ning chuckled to himself upon seeing this task. Isn't that a piece of cake? It's merely a matter of a word from Xiao Ma. System notification, external relationships must not be utilized to increase followers. Su Ning couldn't help but curl his lip at this. How stingy. Why not allow the use of resources? Please establish a correct worldview. One must be pragmatic and take steady steps to go away. Why so much lengthy discourse? Do you even know what you are saying? You are rejecting an education from a cosmic level system. Thank you, but I do not require it. Since the task of spending 100 million has been completed, there is no need to linger here any longer. Fatty, let us go. Where to? Of course, back to school. What else is there to do here? Do you want that wretched person to beat us up? Fatty sighed helplessly and said, fine, let us head back then. Today has truly been frustrating. Come on, when have you not been frustrated? Chapter 33. The money has run out. After saying this, the two walked out, and just then, Li Su approached and asked, what are you two up to? We're heading back. Do you want to join us? Li Su nodded and said, all right, let us go back then. I don't want to stay here either. It's quite boring. Shortly after, the group began to stride towards the exit. Li Su, where are you going? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Tong hurriedly chased after them. I must return home. There are matters to attend to. How about I escort you back? No need. You should stay here with them. Su Ning and the others' company suffices for me. However, before Zhou Tong could finish his words, Li Su hastily moved ahead. The chubby fellow beside them chuckled and remarked, a toad aspires to eat swan meat, yet remains oblivious to its own worth. Having uttered this, he too hurried to catch up with Su Ning and the others. Before long, the trio arrived at the airport. Brother Ning, we will be taking a private jet back this time. Su Ning scoffed with a chuckle, replying, a private jet sounds splendid, but you shall foot the bill. Oh, come on, Brother Ning. You know my worth all too well, don't jest with me. Who is jesting? I genuinely have no money left. You've squandered it all so swiftly, Li Su interjected. You truly are a spendthrift. It finally makes sense why you are perpetually broke. Su Ning merely smiled at this remark, refraining from further comment. All right, I shall cover the ticket this time. Around 11 o'clock that evening, the three returned to the school. After parting ways, Su Ning made his way back to his rented accommodation. Upon arrival, the first thing he did was to power on his computer and navigate to the Xiao Esports live streaming platform, where he registered an account. System, is it possible for Xiao Ma to elevate my account to the maximum level? Indeed, however, the fans gained from a maxed out account will not be counted. Understood. Please, next time you speak, adopt a more courteous tone. It is the most basic form of politeness, if you are unaware of this. Are you perhaps a middle-aged individual of 40, still grappling with your midlife crisis? Kindly exhibit some decorum. Go where it's comfortable. I need to expedite the completion of my tasks. With that, Su Ning began perusing the live streaming rooms. In the realm of live streaming, Su Ning was a complete novice. Achieving his goals through sheer effort within half a month was an impossibility. Thus, he first considered leveraging the popularity of established streamers to fulfill his objectives. Streamers like Wu Wu Kai, Lu Leoi, and Desilu were all quite renowned, and Su Ning intended to engage with them earnestly. He promptly dialed Xiao Ma's number. Hello, Xiao Ma, I have a favor to ask. Senior brother, please go ahead. I have registered an account on Xiao Esports under the name Feng Hua Ju Dai Ning Ning Ning. Please assist me in leveling it up to maximum. Certainly, senior brother. I shall attend to it immediately. Within seconds, he witnessed his account reach the pinnacle level, and his aristocratic status soared to the highest tier. Following that, Su Ning announced in the World Channel, Hey, 55 Kai, do you lack the courage to challenge me? Lord Lu, do you have any interest in taking on a challenge? Great donkey, I am already on the brink of impatience, and my blade is poised and ready. Chapter 34. The mysterious figure. If an ordinary individual were to make such a proclamation in the World Channel, it would scarcely attract attention. However, one must recognize that Su Ning's account is currently at maximum level. Within the realm of Little Goose Esports, there has never been an account of such caliber. Soon, the entire World Channel began to buzz with discussions regarding Su Ning's account. Whose esteemed account is this? Why have we never encountered it before? Perhaps it belongs to some wealthy heir. It is inconceivable that anyone could possess such wealth, as even a little goosey sports account cannot reach full capacity. Fanciful Blade Slash, I humbly accept you as my master in no time. Great Donkey made his appearance in the World Channel. Which esteemed brother has raised his blade against me? The arrival of Great Donkey instantly enlivened the entire World Channel. Upon seeing this news, Suning promptly responded, Esteemed Senior, I have added your gaming account. Let us commence. This announcement sparked a flurry of speculation across the World Channel. Who is this person, capable of adding even Great Donkey's account? Who knows? I harbor resentment towards the wealthy. I refuse to listen. I too resent the affluent. As the news in the World Channel spread across the vast expanse of the internet, Young Fan's live stream was swiftly inundated with viewers. Great Donkey, Fanciful Blade Slash, when shall you both begin? Indeed, hurry up. I still have to tend to the children. I have not yet completed my homework. Could you commence more swiftly? Soon. Suning opened his live stream and began broadcasting. Good evening, friends. As soon as Suning uttered these words, the live chat erupted with excitement. Who is this individual? Why have we never encountered him before? Indeed, where did he spring from? Could he possibly be a relative of Little Ma? Debuting with a fully leveled account? This is truly excessive. Being a wealthy heir has its privileges, while we are all starting behind the starting line. Observing the comments flooding in, Suning felt a headache brewing. It seems that being a streamer entails enduring immense psychological pressure. Shortly thereafter, Great Donkey also made an appearance in the live stream. Great Donkey has arrived. Little 2, please serve a cup of hot tea to our esteemed brother. Friends, let us send forth the rockets. Can you two expedite the commencement? Did you not mention having matters to attend to? Indeed, if I do not finish my homework, I shall face punishment tomorrow. Elementary students, please leave. Your presence is bothersome. You two ought to start promptly. Come, let us send a few more rockets. Suning, when he first began playing League of Legends, had already been watching the videos of Xiao Ma. Therefore, he was all too familiar with his visage. Now, suddenly encountering his idol made him feel a tad nervous. Hello there, brother with a max-level account. You are quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Suning chuckled and replied, Oh no, you are the master. I wish to seek your guidance. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Let us commence. With this, the two began their duel. This time, Xiao Ma chose to play as Kha'Zix, a champion he frequently utilized. To be honest, Suning felt a bit anxious, for his opponent was indeed Xiao Ma. The audience in Suning's livestream was ablaze with excitement, as donations rapidly soared, surpassing 200,000 yuan in merely a few minutes, a feat unparalleled in the realm of streaming. In an internet CAF, a young man silently observed the duel on the computer screen, a playful smile gracing his face. Interesting, yet another individual like me who possesses a system. Chapter 35. The Pinnacle Showdown. Suning was acutely aware of his own skills, and after some contemplation, he opted for the newly released champion, Silas. With mobility, crowd control, and healing, he was capable of both offense and retreat. Soon, the two configured their runes and entered the game loading interface. Suning Silas was equipped with Ignite and Flash, while Xiao Ma's Kha'Zix bore Cleanse and Flash. Ding! The number of viewers in the livestream has reached 100,000, rewarding the godly gaming talent. Wow! This truly is a stroke of luck. Suning thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Initially, he was worried that his skills might fall short and lead to a humiliating defeat. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Upon entering the game, the two wasted no time, purchasing their items and heading to the mid lane. He is actually in the king tier? Xiao Ma glanced at Suning's profile with astonishment, having initially assumed he was merely a wealthy heir seeking some casual entertainment. It seemed he would need to take this seriously. Xiao Ma's Kha'Zix set out with a long sword, while Suning, somewhat audacious, immediately procured a dark seal, igniting a fervor in the livestream. Tio start with a dark seal. He must be looking down on Xiao Ma. My friend, you are the first to dare bring a dark seal against Xiao Ma. Somebody, fetch my Imperial Jade Seal to help the streamer crack a walnut and boost his intellect. This made Xiao Ma furrow his brow in mild annoyance. Oh? This young brother is rather cheeky, and in truth, Suning had no such intentions. He merely believed that the dark seal offered ample mana, along with ability power, and was cost-effective. However, he was too lethargic to explain, knowing that the more one clarifies, the more convoluted it becomes. Soon, they entered the landing phase, and Xiao Ma was astonished to find that Suning was not lacking in either last hitting or positioning. Thus, they continued to cautiously regard one another, farming minions in relative peace, and before long, nearly 6 minutes had elapsed and a remarkable display of skill. Suning Silas made the first move with a swifty ability, launching an offensive. The Mantis, controlled by the renowned Xiao Ma, sensed the imminent danger and attempted to escape. only to be abruptly interrupted by Silas's A. Suning deftly maneuvered Silas, executing a basic attack followed by a Q, which instantly reduced the Mantis to half health. Xiao Ma, ever the seasoned player, remained unfazed. Once the Mantis regained its bearings from the stun, it retaliated with a W ability, slowing Silas down, and attempted to retreat to the safety of its tower. Silas responded with a W and a basic attack ignited with a burn, and just as it seemed the Mantis was on the brink of demise, a timely purify negated the burning damage. Xiao Ma, true to his reputation, remained composed. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to the pressure and used their purify upon being struck by Silas's E. Although this exchange did not result in the demise of Xiao Ma's Mantis, it successfully forced it back to the fountain, gaining a wave of minions in the process. Witnessing the broadcaster's aggressive playstyle, the comment section erupted with excitement. "Broadcaster, you're amazing. What is happening?" Factory manager. "Not bad. Little brother." Suddenly, a comment from an ID caught everyone off guard. "Wait, is that the factory manager? Am I seeing things? The broadcaster actually knows the factory manager? Factory manager, I want to have your babies. Long time no see." Suning glanced at the chat window and greeted the factory manager. Ultimately, Suning lost the game. Having played too aggressively in the second skirmish, he was left with minimal health and failed to return home, leading to a loss of a life. As expected, the predecessor is indeed formidable, Suning chuckled respectfully. Although he possessed the gaming prowess of a master, his lack of experience against a veteran like Xiao Ma was understandable. "Had you not taunted me at the end, who knows, I might have secured a victory," Xiao Ma replied with a wry smile, acknowledging the young player's undeniable talent. Chapter 36. The Outburst of Li Su. "You're too modest, my predecessor." Suning felt satisfied with this live stream, having gained nearly 100,000 followers. The task was nearly complete, reaching close to that target. Just after concluding the stream, Suning noticed a notification indicating a private message from the factory manager. "Little brother, would you be interested in joining a professional team?" The notion of a professional team was a dream for countless League of Legends players. However, now equipped with a system, he politely declined the offer. Nonetheless, despite his refusal, the exhilaration of receiving a professional team's invitation remained undiminished, leaving him in a state of elation. As the holiday came to an end, Suning prepared to return to campus. "Oh, Ninggu is here." Upon entering the classroom, a throng of classmates eagerly surrounded him. "Ninggu, where are we going to have fun this weekend?" "Ninggu, I've had my eye on a particular bag for ages." "Ninggu." Meanwhile, Zhou Tong, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of jealousy, her eyes reddening as she sourly remarked, "What's so great about it? Isn't he just a nouveau riche?" "Everyone, please settle down." Suning raised his hand to quiet them, then stood up from his seat, saying, "I'm sorry, but I've spent all my money. This time, I truly have no funds left." Alas, Ninggu is joking again. As soon as the words left his mouth, a female classmate stood up and exclaimed, "Do you believe Ninggu when he says he has no money?" "We don't believe it," the crowd responded in unison. "Even if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. I presently have only 3,000 yuan in my account," Suning said, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of helplessness. "It seems he has left an indelible impression of a wealthy heir on this group of classmates." Suddenly, a sarcastic voice chimed in, "No money. Could it be that Ninggu is just reluctant to part with his wealth?" Upon reflection, the others agreed. Aside from the last time, Suning always appeared to be the most miserly in the class, the kind who would hesitate to spend even a dime. Ninggu, could it possibly be true? Ninggu is certainly not that kind of person. What Ninggu? I reckon it's quite likely. The classroom erupted into a flurry of chatter. Suning glanced at the instigator, a classmate named Zhao Rong, who was a close friend of Zhou Tong. Silence. Suddenly, Li Su, the class beauty who had been silent until now, stood up and approached, pointing a finger at Zhao Rong, who had just mocked Suning. "You dare call Suning stingy? How could you say that? And you all, have you forgotten who took you to Macau last time? Who footed the bill for the round-trip tickets and meals? And look at the clothes you're wearing. Take a closer look. Isn't every piece a gift from Suning? Is he your father or your mother? Do you expect him to pay for your outings and purchases? It's one thing to benefit from his generosity, but now you still dare to speak ill of him. Truly a pack of ungrateful wolves." With that, the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Li Su shot a fierce glare at her classmates before returning to her seat, her flushed face radiating a different kind of beauty infused with anger. Alas, what a dampener. The crowd ceased their antics and returned to their seats. Li Su had always represented gentleness and grace in class, never losing her temper over anything. This was the first time everyone witnessed her anger. Suning felt a surge of gratitude. Li Su's words echoed his own sentiments. After class, Su Ning approached Li Su, giving her a gentle poke. "What's up?" Li Su, still somewhat irate, replied curtly, but her demeanor softened upon seeing Su Ning. Su Ning chuckled and said, "Miss Li, I would like to invite you to dinner." "Would I have the honor?" "Sure." Li Su's face lit up with a radiant smile. "I want to eat spicy hot pot." Chapter 37. Hi. Truly hi. The spicy hot pot at the entrance of the school was quite delightful, and the establishment was clean. The two found a spot and ordered their food. Su Ning noticed that Li Su seemed to be gazing at him intently, and feeling a bit shy, he touched his nose and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Su Ning, I find you increasingly inscrutable," Li Su replied, retracting her gaze as she sipped her juice. "I know each person in our class exceedingly well, but you remain an enigma to me. What is there to be inscrutable about?" Su Ning chuckled, just as their hot pot arrived. "Come, let us eat first." Li Su smiled lightly, munching on her food as she remarked, "I am truly curious. It has been nearly 3 years since we first met. Yet, recently, you seem to have transformed into an entirely different person." "Curious? You ought to be cautious then," Su Ning replied, his words somewhat muffled as he savored the spicy hot pot in his bowl. "Cautious of what?" Li Su paused, setting down her chopsticks, and wiped her ruby lips, gazing at Su Ning with keen interest. A cryptic smile graced Su Ning's face as he responded, "I have heard that to make a woman fall in love with you, one must first arouse her curiosity." "Get lost." Li Su retorted with a playful pout. At that moment, Su Ning's phone rang. It was Xiao Ma calling. With a hint of curiosity, Su Ning pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiao Ma. Hey, senior brother, it's me," came the distinctive voice of Xiao Ma from the other end. "I discussed with brother Xiao Ma, and we were thinking of inviting you to dinner. It would be good for us brothers to catch up. What do you think? We'll talk about it later. I'm busy now, so I'll hang up," Su Ning replied. "Oh, and please don't disturb my life." With that, he ended the call. In a high-end villa in Luching district, Xiao Ma, dejected, covered his face with his hands and slumped onto the sofa. Brother Xiao Ma, also feeling down, silently smoked a cigarette. After a moment, Xiao Ma seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes twinkled as he slapped his thigh and stood up. "There is indeed a way to meet senior brother." The two leaned in to converse quietly, and a smile of delight appeared on brother Xiao Ma's face. At Chaoyang University. In the president's office, the landline suddenly rang. Lin Chong, who was reviewing documents, rubbed his temples and answered the phone. After a brief conversation, a smile of joy spread across his face. In the faculty group of Chaoyang University, President Lin Chong announced, "Tomorrow, the CEO of Penguin, brother Xiao Ma, will visit our university along with Xiao Ma for an inspection. This visit is crucial for the construction of our new teaching building, so all departments must be well prepared." "Received," replied the Director of Education. "Understood," responded the Vice President. As afternoon classes commenced, the homeroom teacher addressed the class. "Tomorrow, leaders will be visiting our school for an inspection. A thorough cleaning of the campus is scheduled for the afternoon, and our class is responsible for the playground's cleanliness." "Ninggu, it is so hot," the chubby student remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he held a broom. "These leaders must be well fed and have nothing better to do than inspect. Just last week one left, and now another is coming. Are we ever going to catch a break?" Su Ning furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he pondered whether he should ask his two junior brothers to have a word with those leaders. After a long day of activity, he returned home utterly exhausted. Su Ning even skipped his live stream, collapsing onto his bed and falling asleep. In a luxurious villa in Luching district, Xiao Ma exclaimed, "Old Ma, what do you think of my plan?" He swirled his glass of red wine, visibly pleased with himself. Burp. Brother Xiao Ma let out a hearty belch, giving a thumbs up. "Brilliant, truly brilliant." On the following day, news spread that leaders would be visiting for an inspection. "Indeed, we spent the whole day under the blazing sun cleaning the playground just for this, didn't we?" As Su Ning stepped through the door, he was greeted by the sound of several classmates engaged in a discussion on the topic. However, with exams looming, he chose to focus on his studies, believing that a last-minute effort, regardless of its effectiveness, was always worthwhile. At that moment, Zhou Tong entered, surveying the room until her gaze settled on Su Ning. "Do you all know who the leader for this inspection is?" The others shook their heads, prompting Zhou Tong to smirk triumphantly and cast a challenging glance at Su Ning. How immature! Su Ning disregarded her provocation and continued to immerse himself in his book. The individuals overseeing the inspection were none other than Xiao Ma, the founder of Penguin, and Xiao Ma, the CEO of Alibaba. Zhou Tong reveled in her ability to one-up Su Ning, continuing with glee. "Just yesterday, Xiao Ma and Xiao Ma decided to donate 50 million for the construction of a new teaching building." "What? Although Su Ning had initially intended to ignore the conversation, this news compelled him to leap to his feet. Damn it! The Chinese textbook in his hands was slammed onto the desk with a thud, capturing the attention of the entire class. No, it's nothing. Just studying. Su Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he picked up the book and attempted to resume reading. The others exchanged bewildered glances, and just then, Li Su could no longer contain herself and pointed out, "You're holding the book upside down." This was quite the blunder, Su Ning thought to himself, feeling a pang of shame. Yet he kept a composed face as he flipped the book right side up and muttered a thank you. Zhou Tong, mistaking his reaction for anger, grew even more exuberant and continued, "My family has some collaboration with both leaders' companies. I know Xiao Ma and Jack Ma quite well, and we often dine together. They even held me as a child." "Wow, so you're quite familiar with them?" A lovesick girl gazed at Zhou Tong with starry eyes. "It's all right. Xiao Ma and Jack Ma treat me well," Zhou Tong replied, savoring the moment and responding nonchalantly. "Everyone, please settle down. Self-study is about to commence. The leaders are scheduled to visit our class." The homeroom teacher hurried in, her face etched with urgency, directing everyone to begin their studies. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Su Ning instantly grasped the situation and summoned the system. "System, didn't you say that my junior listens to everything I say?" The system yawned. "The host currently possesses a live streaming system. While the junior is indeed your disciple, they also have their own opinions and will not blindly obey your commands." Su Ning found himself at a loss for words, but he reminded himself that he was still their senior, which was a good thing. Shortly thereafter, the principal arrived in the corridor, accompanied by two middle-aged men, engaged in introductions. Suddenly, Xiao Ma and Jack Ma, who were originally headed to the next classroom, paused and made their way toward the classroom. The principal attempted to intervene but lacked the courage to do so. "Zhou Tong, do you think they recognized you?" Zhao Rong whispered enviously. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong understood that although her family's company had some business dealings with the two giants, they were not particularly deep. She had indeed met Xiao Ma a few times, and Jack Ma had complimented her, but that was 2 years ago as Xiao Ma Gu and Jack Ma approached. Zhou Tong straightened his chest, realizing that apart from his own class, there seemed to be no one else who could claim acquaintance with Xiao Ma Ji. As for Su Ning, he had not even considered this insignificant figure. Chapter 39. A malady must be treated. It was only then that Xiao Ma Gu came to his senses and repeatedly expressed his acknowledgement. Soon, both Xiao Ma Gu and Jack Ma arrived beside Zhou Tong's seat, prompting Zhou Tong to hastily rise. The onlookers turned their envious gazes towards Zhou Tong. However, to their surprise, Xiao Ma Gu and Jack Ma did not linger, but instead proceeded directly to the back row. Jack Ma, do you see that? Isn't that our senior?" Xiao Ma Gu suddenly halted, pointing excitedly at Su Ning, who was just a few steps away. Jack Ma quickly approached, circling around Su Ning and exclaiming loudly, "Wow! It really is our senior. Greetings, senior." They both bowed in unison. This amateurish performance and clumsy scheme left Su Ning utterly speechless, a dark cloud hanging over him. "Senior? Su Ning is actually the senior of these two big shots? Am I hearing this right? Goodness, I knew it." Su Ning is the true rich second generation, while Zhou Tong is nothing of significance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong felt a surge of blood rush to his head and, in a moment of overwhelming shock, fainted. This time, even the homeroom teacher was taken aback and hastily called for emergency assistance. "What happened to this student?" Xiao Ma Gu asked, bewildered, as he looked at Zhou Tong lying on the ground. Nothing at all. This student has always had poor health. He may just be overly excited," the principal quickly explained. "Oh," Jack Ma replied, turning to the principal with a serious expression. "A malady must be treated. One must never abandon treatment under any circumstances." Jack Ma's words elicited laughter from the entire class, and as Zhou Tong regained consciousness, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. "All right, what do you need from me?" Su Ning stood up, casting a cold glance at the two younger students, feeling a sense of helplessness. "I knew it. Our senior must have seen through it. It was all your idea." Xiao Ma Gu quickly shifted the blame onto Jack Ma. Jack Ma retorted without hesitation, "The information about our senior was sourced by you. You made the call, and the driver is yours as well. You share the responsibility." Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips, watching as two prestigious figures appeared before Su Ning like children caught in wrongdoing, shifting blame onto one another. "Enough!" Su Ning exclaimed, his head nearly spinning. He turned to the principal and said, "Principal, I would like to take a few days off, all right?" The principal, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, realized that he had a major figure among his students of whom he had been completely unaware. Having received the principal's permission, Suning led Xiao Ma and Xiao Ma out of the classroom and into his modest rental apartment. Xiao Ma surveyed Suning's less than 50 square meter dwelling and frowned. Senior, you are truly low-key, but as someone of your stature, how can you reside in such a place? I have a villa with a swimming pool. Senior, consider moving in at your convenience. This is simply unacceptable. Suning nearly succumbed to the temptation to agree, yet thinking of the system's repercussions, ultimately declined. Was his senior concerned about the master's last wishes? Xiao Ma discerned Suning's true intentions and continued, this is not a gift. I am merely lending it to my uncle to reside in. But is that permissible? Suning queried, sounding rather spineless. Of course it is. It is not as if I am gifting it to you, my senior. The master, in spirit, would not object, would he? Xiao Ma? Xiao Ma nudged the nearby Xiao Ma, who only then snapped back to attention, affirming repeatedly, Chapter 40. Innate, isn't this inappropriate? Suning's heart wrestled with doubt. A villa? No less, and one situated within the city. Xiao Ma waved his hand decisively. It is settled then. I shall arrange for the keys to be delivered tomorrow. Very well, Suning conceded, feeling quite pleased with this newly acquainted junior. Speak. What brings you here? Xiao Ma wore a smile that sought to ingratiate. It is nothing much, really. I merely came to pay a visit to you, my senior. Additionally, there is a small matter for which I seek your assistance. Speak freely. Indeed, there was a matter at hand. Suning nearly lost his patience and considered expelling them. However, acknowledging the adage about accepting favors, he decided to hear them out, thinking it prudent to assess any potential dangers before proceeding. Recently, a mysterious force has emerged in the city, and those we dispatched to investigate have gone missing. Even the government-sanctioned martial artists have not been spared. Thus, I would like to request your aid in probing this situation, Xiao Ma said, his expression grave, exhaling deeply. Indeed, indeed. Given your innate martial prowess, this trivial task should be a mere trifle for you, my senior, Xiao Ma chimed in supportively. Innate? When did I attain such a status? Suning was perplexed. However, with martial artists disappearing, venturing forth alone would undoubtedly lead to peril. He initially contemplated refusing, but then realized such a denial would be quite undignified. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he instructed, you may return for now. I shall provide you with an answer tomorrow. Once he had sent them away, Suning summoned the system. What is the meaning of this? He could not help but inquire. When did I acquire innate cultivation? What transpired? To put it simply, this system has told a little fib. Do you understand? The system replied nonchalantly. How can you jest about such a thing? What am I to do now? Suning's temper flared. Very well, it is merely innate cultivation. Consider it granted. Now cease your pestering. The system retorted in a flash of white light. Suning felt something new within him. With a mere thought, a surge of white energy shot forth, causing a wisp of black smoke to billow from the computer monitor at his bedside. What the? I spent over 1,000 on that monitor. Suning leapt to his feet in outrage. Yet, in a twist of spite, the system had chosen not to divulge the intricate details of martial realms or any methods of utilization, leaving Suning in a fog of confusion, reliant solely on trial and error. Thus, with a thought, he conjured a sphere of true energy beneath him, lifting himself into the air, swaying precariously. Is it truly possible to do this? Suning reveled in the thrill of his newfound abilities within the confines of his room, though the space proved too limited for his enjoyment. Venturing outside, however, would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Having had his fill of play, Suning placed a call to Xiao Ma, indicating his acceptance of the task. Before long, Xiao Ma sent over an address, which led to a wine estate on the outskirts of the city. The entire afternoon was spent with Suning practicing the use of his true energy within his room. Although he had little understanding of the realms of martial artists, he gathered from the discussions of Xiao Ma and the others that the innate stage was quite formidable. Naturally, for one who could soar through the skies, how could it not be impressive? Bored and idling, he opened the system shop to peruse the martial arts interface, only to discover with dismay that he possessed a mere 100 points, sufficient to exchange for only the first level of a technique called the 10,000 Sword Heart Sutra. Despite having reached the innate stage, his comprehension of this realm was limited. Given the uncertainty surrounding the wine estate, it was prudent to acquire some means of self-preservation. Thus he opted for the first level of the 10,000 Sword Heart Sutra. This technique transformed true energy into swords, and when mastered to a profound level, could unleash a myriad of swords simultaneously. Even with Suning's current innate cultivation, he could only conjure over 300 flying swords, yet their potency was commendable, as he could sense the faint chill emanating from the blades. Chapter 41. Sitting at home, the girl descends from the heavens the following morning, A series of urgent knocks interrupted Suning's pleasant dreams. Who could it be? Rubbing his sleepy eyes and stretching, he opened the door to find a girl with twin ponytails beaming at him. "Daddy!" the girl exclaimed, her innocent laughter illuminating her face upon seeing Suning. "Daddy?" Suning was taken aback, perplexed by the presence of such a child at his mere 21 years of age. "Little one, you must be mistaken." "Indeed, you are my daddy," the little girl insisted, her tiny fists clenched in determination. Suning waved his hand dismissively, attempting to close the door. "Don't be silly. Uncle is too busy to play with you. Go home and find your mommy." "Daddy, do you not want me anymore?" To his astonishment, the little girl plopped down on the ground and burst into tears, her wailing reverberating through the neighborhood and awakening the surrounding residents, who hurried over. "What's wrong, little sister?" A kind aunt approached, bending down to scoop up the crying girl. "Why, Daddy doesn't want me." The little girl pointed an accusing finger at Suning, her eyes brimming with tears, ready to cry at any moment. "What does that have to do with me?" Suning felt a headache coming on and was about to close the door when the aunt stopped him. "Young man, this is utterly unreasonable. How can you say your daughter is none of your concern?" Before Suning could protest, the aunt thrust the little girl into his arms and walked away, leaving a bewildered Suning standing there with the girl in his embrace. "Daddy?" the little girl called softly, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Realizing the situation, Suning's expression darkened as he set her down and pointed toward the door. "You? Out? Where to?" The little girl tilted her head, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him in confusion. "Home, of course. Go find your mother." Suning opened the door wide and unceremoniously pushed the little girl outside, exasperated. "Anywhere but here. I have no money for you to extort. I have no home. My mommy is gone." The little girl's expression shifted, and she stood dazed at the doorstep, her large, tear-filled eyes clouded with sorrow. Suning's heart softened, and he glanced at her with suspicion, tentatively asking, "Really? But I must inform you, I have no money." "I don't want your money. I can take care of you," the little girl declared with unwavering determination. "Just you?" Suning glanced at her frail figure, wanting to say something but ultimately sighed. "Come inside. I truly can support you." The little girl seemed to catch Suning's sarcasm, her face betraying anxiety as she fervently explained. "All right, you just sit here and wait. I will call the police to help you find your mother." "Daddy, please don't go." As Suning placed the little girl on the sofa and prepared to leave, she clutched his pant leg tightly. "What is it?" Suning shot her an irritated glare. No one would be in a good mood with a sudden daughter appearing so early in the morning. "There are bad people. My mommy was taken by bad people." The little girl clung to Suning's leg in terror. "Oh dear, what is my little ancestor up to?" Suning, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, muttered, "Then I will call the police." Thus, Suning dialed 110, but after a long wait, there was no answer, which puzzled him greatly. Meanwhile, a sly smile crept onto the little girl's face. Chapter 42. Can you exert a bit of force? Reluctantly, Suning set down the phone and instructed the little girl, "You can play by yourself for now. I need to attend to some urgent matters. I'll help you find your family when I return." "Where are you going?" The little girl blinked her large, dark eyes cutely, her face adorned with a curious expression. "Why does a child need to know so much? Just stay at home and wait for me to come back." Waving his hand, Suning attempted to leave, but the little girl dashed in front of him, pouting, "I want to go too." "What do you want to go for?" Suning checked the time, growing impatient. "Where I'm going is dangerous. You should stop causing a fuss." "Dangerous?" The little girl perked up at this, running in front of Suning, her small fists clenched as she seriously declared, "I'm very capable. I can protect you. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Wait for me to return." With that, Suning exited, closing and locking the door behind him. What has this world come to? Standing on the street, watching the bustling crowd, Suning couldn't help but rub his forehead in disbelief. He hailed a taxi, and after approximately 15 minutes, he arrived at the wine estate mentioned by Xiao Ma. This area was relatively secluded with few people around. The estate's large iron gate was tightly shut. However, this posed no challenge for the current Suning, who effortlessly scaled the 2-meter-high wall and made his way into the estate. Unbeknownst to anyone, just as Suning vaulted over the wall, a little girl with twin ponytails, sucking on a lollipop, emerged from behind a nearby street lamp and followed suit. The estate was eerily quiet. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have ceased. Suning began to feel a sense of gravity as he cautiously approached the villa at the center of the estate. The villa door stood ajar, with no guard in sight. As Suning stepped inside and took a quick look around, he found no one present, which seemed quite illogical. Such a vast estate had not even a single guard, and the individual Xiao Ma had sent previously had mysteriously vanished as he descended the staircase. Intent on departing, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind him. Suning swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful palm strike in retaliation. Having attained a transcendent level of skill, his reflexes had reached a terrifying degree of proficiency. With a resounding thud, a figure clad in black was sent hurtling across the room, crashing violently against the wall, rendered motionless. Goodness! Am I truly this formidable? Suning glanced at his palm, then at the lifeless middle-aged man on the ground, a sense of secret satisfaction swelling within him. Just then, 3 more figures in black appeared below. Excellent! Suning erupted into laughter, eager to test his mettle against these newcomers. However, in the next moment, his smile froze upon witnessing the 3 black-clad individuals simultaneously draw long objects from their garments. Suning's heart raced with alarm. Do not get the wrong idea. It's not what you think. 3 AKs. How shameless can you be? Suning nearly leapt in frustration, pointing at the assailants below and unleashing a tirade. How can you possibly resort to firearms in a 3-on-1 confrontation? With a rapid succession of gunfire, the 3 assailants unleashed a barrage of bullets, leaving Suning with nowhere to evade. Instinctively, he activated his protective energy. As the bullets rained down, a shimmering shield erupted before him, rippling with each impact yet showing no sign of yielding. Wait, I can deflect bullets? Incredible! Suning felt an exhilarating rush, his spirit soaring as he began to dance with delight. Go ahead, keep shooting. Put some effort into it. I hardly feel a thing. Yes, you there, the tall one. Did you skip dinner last night? Or are you just suffering from kidney deficiency? Can you aim a little better? With his protective energy enveloping him, Suning strode confidently down the stairs, his heart unperturbed and even tinged with amusement. Chapter 43. Overstepping Boundaries. The assailants seemed to realize that their bullets were ineffective against Suning and ceased fire. Why have you stopped? Keep going, Suning quipped with a mischievous grin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The 3 figures exchanged glances, nodding as one produced an oval object from their waist. Oh no, a grenade? Suning nearly lost his composure. While his protective energy could withstand bullets, he had never tested its efficacy against a grenade and did not wish to find out the hard way. This won't he do. Let us talk this through, shall we? I'll leave, I promise. Please, just hear me out. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, obliterating the staircase. Fortunately, the villa was sturdily constructed. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Suning remained unscathed, momentarily dazed. Am I unharmed? He gazed at the staircase reduced to rubble, momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained his composure, declaring with bravado, Throw it, go on, throw it. A mere grenade cannot harm this young master in the slightest. What should we do? The tall figure among the assailants glanced nervously at his companions, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. Another figure clad in black glanced at Suning and swallowed hard. This individual has certainly reached the innate realm. Under the current circumstances, I must call for reinforcements. In the municipal building, an elderly man in a tang suit suddenly stood up and leaped from the 10th floor, hastening towards the red wine estate. At this moment, Suning remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Boasting, that was quite exhilarating. Now, it's my turn, isn't it? The 3 individuals were taken aback, scattering in all directions, thinking of fleeing. A sly smile curled at the corners of Suning's mouth. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and the 3 of them were yanked back, crashing forcefully to the ground. One of the shorter figures had their mask fall away, revealing an exquisite face. It was a woman. Yet, Suning showed no mercy, stepping on her as she attempted to rise. Weren't you just enjoying the fight? Why run? Come on, let's continue. A flicker of rage flashed in the woman's eyes as she struggled to stand but found herself utterly powerless. Suning, with one foot on each of the 2 captured individuals and holding one by the arm, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Weren't you all trying to kill me? Now, I shall see who meets their demise first. How dare you? At that moment, a furious voice echoed from afar, as an elder rushed towards them with great speed. Suning was startled and prepared to execute the 3 on the spot, but a sudden gust of wind struck him, forcing him back several steps, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This is bad. I may have overstepped my bounds. The elder's cultivation level was undoubtedly far superior to his own. He couldn't possibly win. Suning bitterly chuckled, contemplating escape, yet the elder in the tang suit was relentless, launching a palm strike towards Suning, intent on capturing him alive. If you wish to seize me, I shall bite off a piece of you. even at the cost of my life. Faced with the elder's fierce assault, Suning felt utterly frustrated. 10,000 swords to the throne. With a resounding shout, 300 swords of true energy materialized around him. This final surge of energy drained the last of his strength, and with a pointed finger, he commanded all the swords to converge upon the elder. The elder, displaying some skill, waved his sleeve, creating a powerful suction that drew the swords into his sleeve. However, the potency of these swords exceeded his expectations. Even after being captured, they continued to struggle within his sleeve. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated as a violent surge of energy emanated from the elder's sleeve, causing the swords to detonate. Although the elder had anticipated this and remained unharmed, his garments were obliterated, leaving him entirely naked. Tio exposed himself before his juniors. When had a formidable practitioner of the late innate realm ever endured such humiliation? You insolent pup! Today, I shall ensure your demise. With a furious roar, the elder unleashed all his true energy, striking towards Suning. At this moment, Suning found himself devoid of any energy, utterly incapable of resistance. Was he truly destined to perish in this wretched place? Suning smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. Who dares to harm my father? At that moment, an indignant voice, high-pitched and childlike, resonated from the second floor. The elder's movements faltered, though he did not halt. A little girl leaped from the second floor, snatching Suning and swiftly darting aside, her speed astonishing. With a grave expression, she glared at the elder. You dare to strike my father? The elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire gazed at the young girl without uttering a word, his eyes brimming with trepidation, while Suning, on the other hand, was filled with delight. Surprised to see the little girl who had come to his rescue, Suning inquired, What brings you here? The young girl, raising her fist with unwavering determination, declared, I promise to protect Daddy. Very well, to think I am being safeguarded by a mere child. Suning mused, feeling a tinge of vulnerability. Can you truly best this old fool? Piece of cake, the little girl exclaimed, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she reveled in her ability to protect her father. Then go ahead. Give him a thorough thrashing. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Suning's gaze. After all, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of this old man, and he was far from defenseless himself. All right, Daddy. The little girl charged forward, and as the elderly gentleman attempted to evade, she seized his arm and hurled him to the ground. He struggled to break free, only to realize that this petite girl possessed immense strength, rendering his advanced cultivation utterly futile. I command you to strike my father. The little girl shouted, as she relentlessly swung the old man's arm, causing resounding thuds that made Suning wince in sympathetic pain. Enough. That's sufficient, Suning said, finding satisfaction in the old man's disheveled state. However, recalling that he was there to assist Xiao Ma in gathering clues, he instructed the little girl, Hurry now. With a cheerful acknowledgement, the young girl released the old man only to deliver an additional kick, exclaiming, That's for hurting my daddy. Suning then retrieved his phone and called Xiao Ma, informing him that the situation was under control and to bring reinforcements. Xiao Ma, elated by the news, rushed over. Unbeknownst to them, the three black-clad figures had already fled, leaving only the old man behind. As Xiao Ma approached the elderly figure on the ground, he seemed to recognize him, his expression shifting to one of shock. Old Qian, what happened to you? A flicker of shame crossed the old man's face as he stood silent. He felt utterly humiliated, having devoted decades to his cultivation only to be bested by a mere child. How could he face the world after such a disgrace? Thanks to Xiao Ma's mediation, the matter was clarified. The old man and the four black-clad individuals were operatives of the government. Investigations revealed their connection to a mysterious organization known as the Dual-Faced Buddha. They had received a mission to investigate, only to find the place deserted upon their arrival, and thus mistook Suning for an accomplice. With a disdainful snort, the old man donned a pair of handcuffs brought by Xiao Ma and exited without a word. What a shame, being outclassed by my daughter. Suning could not help but comment. Exactly, Daddy. Should we give him another beating? The little girl chimed in, her innocent smile illuminating her face. Upon hearing this, old Qian felt a surge of anger and fainted. Chapter 45. Nyo Daddy, you won't chase me away this time, will you? On their way home, the little girl clung to Suning, playfully seeking his affection. Judging by his demeanor, Suning was in good spirits today, treating her to a meal before returning home. What on earth is this? As he stared at the empty doorway, Suning's frustration mounted, and he struggled to contain his anger as he awaited the little girl's response. Well, the little girl seemed a bit shy and said, Who told you to keep me locked up at home? Well, Despite harboring a belly full of anger, Su Ning resolved to forgive her. After all, she had just saved his life today, and one must not be ungrateful. Now, tell me about your origins, Su Ning remarked coolly, seated upon the couch. Where do you come from, and what do you want from me? I am your daughter. The little girl beamed innocently, tilting her head as she replied, My daughter. How could I possibly have such a large daughter? Su Ning responded with a hint of disbelief. This lie was far too amateurish. Sensing his skepticism, the little girl approached earnestly, declaring, I truly am your daughter. Look, this is what my mama gave me. In her hand, she clutched a piece of inferior jade pendant, engraved with Su Ning's name. Where did you get this? Su Ning snatched the pendant away, recognizing it as the very piece he had lost a few days prior at Li Su's home. Though it held little monetary value, it had accompanied him for many years, thus leaving a profound impression, and of course, it was given to me by my mama, the little girl replied, placing her hands behind her back, adopting a rather adult demeanor. I told you, I am your daughter. Do you believe me now? Believe you? Not a chance. Su Ning began to meticulously recall the places where the jade pendant might have been lost and who he had encountered that day. Yet he found no leads, which left him quite distressed. Could it be Su Ning suddenly recalled a detail from that day and gasped in horror? Could it be that ancient zombie? He scrutinized the little girl's attire, initially finding nothing amiss, but the longer he looked, the more he felt she appeared out of place in modern society. Is your mama a zombie? Su Ning pushed the little girl away, retreating a considerable distance, gazing at her in terror. No, my mama is not. The little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, passionately shouted back. My mama is a princess, not a zombie. Su Ning was taken aback. The little girl squatted down, hugging her knees, and began to cry. Had he gone too far? Su Ning felt a pang of remorse. Regardless of the little girl's origins, she had shown him no malice and had even saved his life. Thus, he approached her, squatting in front of the little girl and gently patting her shoulder. To his surprise, she ignored him, turning away to present her back. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Ning patted her shoulder again and whispered softly in her ear. Daddy was wrong. Will you forgive me? Suddenly, the little girl turned and embraced Su Ning, choking back tears as she said, Daddy, my mama is not a zombie. All right, Daddy believes you. Be a good girl. This afternoon, Daddy will take you to the amusement park. Su Ning felt a stirring in his heart as he comforted the little girl gently. Really? Nyo, Dahe said the amusement park is a lot of fun. But Nyo has never been. The little girl immediately ceased her sobbing, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Your name is Nyo. Su Ning smiled back, lifting the little girl into his arms. So, which amusement park does Nyo wish to visit? Tell Daddy. Nyo wants to go to the gorilla amusement park. Dahe said he has been there, and Nyo wants to go too. The innocent visage of the young girl was imbued with a resolute expression. All right, let us proceed to the gorilla amusement park. Su Ning opened his phone and searched online, only to find his smile abruptly fade. There was but a single amusement park by that name in the entire nation, located in Xi'an, several thousand miles away. Had this been just a few days prior, such a distance would not have posed a problem for Su Ning. However, now, the entirety of his funds scarcely amounted to the cost of a plane ticket. At that moment, Xiao Ma approached to hand Su Ning the keys to a villa, noticing the little girl beside him with a hint of curiosity. Senior brother, who is this? Before Su Ning could respond, the little girl eagerly interjected, Nyo is Daddy's daughter. Senior brother? Xiao Ma glanced between Su Ning and the little girl, tentatively inquiring. Su Ning's expression was somewhat askew, yet he nodded affirmatively. Yes, she is my daughter. Ah, so she is your niece. Xiao Ma paused for a moment before retrieving a golden bank card from his pocket and presenting it to the little girl. Your uncle is rather rushed this time and did not bring any fine gifts, only this bit of copper-smelling wealth. There are 800 million within, with a password of 6 zeros. I hope you do not mind, dear niece. Oh. The little girl, taken aback, accepted the bank card, her gaze shifting to Su Ning. Daddy, what is this? Child, why do you need such money? Hurry and thank your uncle. Su Ning playfully patted the little girl's head, his eyes gleaming with intent to snatch the card from her hands. Yet, Xiao Ma intervened, claiming it was a welcome gift for his niece. Thank you, uncle. The little girl, somewhat bewildered, complied with Su Ning's prompt. After handing the keys to Su Ning, Xiao Ma gently ruffled the little girl's hair, saying, Such a good girl. Your uncle must take his leave now but will visit again when time permits. Goodbye, uncle. The little girl waved her hand obediently as she bid farewell to Xiao Ma. Hand it over. Once Xiao Ma had departed, Su Ning extended his hand, his gaze fixated on the bank card clutched by the little girl. No? The little girl seemed to sense his intent, clutching the card to her chest and regarding Su Ning with caution. Nyo, do you still wish to visit the amusement park? Suning threatened, albeit playfully. Just a few days ago, he would never have attempted to seize the little girl's money, but desperate times called for desperate measures. He was impoverished and needed funds to take her to the amusement park. Very well. The little girl displayed a pained expression, closing her eyes as she reluctantly extended the bank card toward him. Just as Suning reached for the card, she retracted her small hand, declaring, when Nyo grows up, Daddy will return it to her. Of course, Daddy will certainly return it to Nyo. Suning assured her earnestly, his heart brimming with delight at the prospect of reclaiming the money that parents typically confiscated. Ah, such naivety. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Indeed, Daddy will definitely return it to Nyo. Well then, the little girl beamed with delight as she handed over her bank card. Suning accepted the card and made a call to Xiao Ma, requesting an arrangement for a private jet to Xi'an. He then went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan, and after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and returned the bank card to the little girl. The two of them joyfully boarded the private jet, arriving in Xi'an in the afternoon. After securing a hotel and having a meal, Suning decided to take the little girl to the amusement park the following day. As it was already late, Daddy, Nyo wants to go home and take a look, the little girl said, shaking Suning's arm with a pleading expression while he watched television. Suning considered it. Since they had come all this way, it wouldn't hurt to visit home. Thus, he took the little girl out. Chapter 47. Nyo's little friends, are we there yet? Suning called out as the sky began to darken, glancing at the cheerful little girl ahead of him who had come to a halt. Seeing Suning stop, the little girl ran back, tugging at his arm and whining, "It's just ahead, Daddy, hurry." They had walked nearly 5 kilometers. Initially, they had intended to take a taxi, but since the little girl was unfamiliar with the area and insisted it was not far, they had no choice but to walk. This turned into a 2-hour trek. As Suning followed the little girl through winding paths, he himself became bewildered, realizing he might not even recognize the way back. Finally, at the foot of Mountly, the little girl paused. "Are we going or not?" Suning inquired, somewhat puzzled. For someone of his innate prowess, 5 kilometers was truly nothing. The little girl pointed excitedly at an opening obscured by weeds nearby, exclaiming, "We've arrived! Arrived!" Suning stared at the 1-meter-wide entrance, feeling bewildered. "You live here? It's spacious inside." The little girl's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. "Daddy, let us go in." Suning scrutinized the entrance, glancing at his own physique before quickly shaking his head. "Perhaps not. Then let us go find a hay." The little girl was unfazed and skipped ahead, pulling Suning along a narrow path overgrown with weeds. Suning's suspicion about the little girl's mother being a zombie intensified. However, he had come to accept his role as this little girl's father, realizing that having a daughter wasn't so bad after all. Mommy doesn't allow Nyo to go out. That opening was dug by Nyo in secret. When Mommy is asleep during the day, Nyo goes to play with the hay. The little girl pointed towards a small village ahead, saying, "The hay lives over there." "And where's your mommy?" Suning couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. She was taken away by bad people. "Daddy, you must save Mommy. Let us go find a hay first." Suning quickly redirected the conversation, noticing the little girl was on the verge of tears. "Okay." The little girl's tears vanished in an instant. The hay always says his daddy takes him to play. Now Nyo has a daddy too. This secluded path was seldom traveled, yet the little girl seemed particularly familiar with it. As dawn broke, the little girl stealthily slipped out of the cave, navigating through the weed-choked path down to the village to play with other children. As dusk approached, she returned secretly, and over time, this once pathless area had been worn into a small trail by her footsteps. As the scene unfolded before Suning, a wave of emotion washed over him. Regardless of whether the little girl was a zombie or not, she was merely a child. Before long, the little girl led Suning to a quaint villa, where she approached the door and knocked, calling out, "Dahai, Dahai, come out quickly." A middle-aged woman opened the door with a smile, but upon seeing Suning, her expression faltered. "Who is this?" "This is my papa," the little girl explained before darting inside to find her playmate. Exclaiming, "Dahai, come out." "My apologies, ma'am. You must be Dahai's mother. I've heard Nyo mention you. Some time ago, Nyo may have caused you some trouble. Please accept this small token of appreciation," Suning said as he took out 10,000 yuan and offered it to the middle-aged woman. She was taken aback and quickly declined. "Oh no, that's not necessary. The children enjoy playing together, and it's not really a bother. Besides, Nyo is such a delightful child." "Very well then," Suning conceded, deciding not to press further. He followed the woman inside, where the little girl was proudly boasting to Dahai. With her hands on her hips, she declared to the snotty-nosed boy in front of her, My papa is taking me to the amusement park tomorrow. Chapter 48. The encounter with the two-faced Buddha. Unable to contain his amusement at the little girl's cocky demeanor, Suning chuckled, affection evident in his gaze. He turned to the woman and suggested, "Auntie, how about this? Let Nyonyo and Dahai spend the day at the amusement park tomorrow. I will cover the expenses. I'm only back to take Nyonyo away, and the two children may not have many opportunities to play together in the future." The woman hesitated, initially intending to refuse, but after glancing at Dahai, she relented. "In that case, I will ask Dahai to take the day off tomorrow so the children can enjoy themselves. Thank you so much. Let's meet at the entrance of the Gorilla Amusement Park at 9 tomorrow," Suning replied gratefully. He then turned to the little girl, saying, "Nyonyo, say goodbye to your auntie. We need to head back now." "Can't we play a little longer?" the little girl pleaded, her eyes filled with yearning as she looked at Suning. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. "Tomorrow, your auntie will bring Dahai along to the amusement park, but it's too late today." "Really? That's wonderful," the little girl exclaimed, jumping with excitement, reluctantly waving at the two of them. "Goodbye, Dahai. Goodbye, auntie." By the time they left Dahai's house, it was already 9 o'clock. Fortunately, they managed to catch the last bus in the village. Otherwise, they would have had to walk 5 kilometers back, which, while not exhausting, would have been quite unpleasant. Suning had genuinely begun to regard the little girl as his own daughter, although he was still puzzled as to why she called him Papa. It did not hinder his affection. As for rescuing the little girl's mother, Suning did not oppose the idea, but he was acutely aware of his current limitations. He could hardly defend himself against the little girl, let alone confront those who had taken her mother. The thought made his head throb. Upon returning to the hotel, he inquired further about the little girl. She had set out to play a month ago, only to be targeted by a group of individuals who followed her back to her home. A few days later, a throng of individuals arrived to apprehend her and her mother. Ultimately, they managed to flee to the distant city of Zhejiang, where Suning resided. Subsequently, the little girl's mother vanished, leaving only a pendant for her daughter. Days passed, and the little girl, having not received any word from her mother, sought out Suning with the pendant in hand, leading to the events that transpired thereafter. After listening to the little girl's account, Suning fell into a contemplative silence before slowly inquiring, "Do you know who took your mother? Or perhaps you could describe any distinguishing features." "Distinguishing features?" It seems the little girl furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something. "They all had a Buddha emblem on their chests." "What kind of Buddha?" Suning asked urgently. "It's the kind that is half crying and half smiling." The little girl gestured animatedly, fearful of not being able to articulate her thoughts clearly. Half crying and half smiling. Suning felt a sudden realization wash over him and exclaimed, "It's the dual-faced Buddha." "Exactly. This explains not only why this organization mysteriously appeared in Zhejiang, but also why they vanished when I sought information. It's likely that the little girl's mother has already been captured." With this revelation, Suning pondered the little girl's precarious situation. If they had infiltrated Xian with spies, locating both the little girl and himself would be effortless. "We must return to Zhejiang at once." Suning stood up from the sofa, pacing anxiously. However, he had promised the little girl and Dahai a day of fun at the amusement park tomorrow, which posed a dilemma. Surely, nothing would go awry in a day? After deliberation, he decided against leaving, allowing the little girl and Dahai to enjoy their day. He made a call to Xiao Ma, requesting assistance in investigating the dual-faced Buddha organization and arranging a flight back to Zhejiang for the following evening. Having completed these tasks, he gazed at the peacefully sleeping little girl, a flicker of affection passing through his eyes. Tonight, he would forego sleep, lying beside her with his eyes closed. Chapter 49. Do you enjoy using money to bully others? As anticipated, around 1 in the morning, a disturbance arose on the balcony. Suning, eyes shut, sensed the faint footsteps of a man. Just as 2 figures clad in black approached the bedside, Suning sprang into action, attempting to seize one of them. However, the assailant was swift, countering with a powerful strike that sent Suning reeling backward, leaping off the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, Suning found nothing but a pool of blood. The bustling street below made it difficult to discern any details. He procured a small vial to collect a portion of the blood, planning to return and have Xiao Ma assist with analysis. After tidying the balcony, he cast a glance at the still sleeping little girl and nonchalantly lay down beside her. Early the next morning, Suning took the little girl to the Gorilla Amusement Park, a venue themed around gorillas. Although it had just opened its doors, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Auntie, accompanied by Dahai, had arrived early to wait. The 4 of them purchased full tickets and entered the park. Watching the 2 children reveling on the pirate ship, both Suning and Auntie shared knowing smiles. The children played until noon, experiencing nearly every attraction, leaving only the overcrowded Ferris wheel for last. Two small children stood under the blazing sun, waiting in line for over an hour, and even Suning felt a pang of sympathy for them. Just as their turn seemed imminent, a rotund man, accompanied by an affluent lady, brazenly cut in front of them. Suning furrowed his brow. This round of the Ferris wheel was finally about to favor the little girl and the boy, but with this interruption, the two youngsters would have to wait for the next round. Suning approached with a smile, gently tapping the man's shoulder, gesturing towards the lengthy queue, and amiably said, "My friend, kindly return to the end of the line." "Who are you?" The hefty man surveyed Suning with disdain. Responding harshly, Suning, unwilling to escalate the situation, suppressed his rising ire and patiently pointed to the two children, stating, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your child has jumped the queue. As an adult in his 30s, do you not find it inappropriate to cut in front of children? And why should I care? Do you know who I am?" The man retorted arrogantly, swatting away Suning's hand from his shoulder. Wearing a countenance that screamed entitlement, Suning's patience was wearing thin. He coldly replied, "I do not." The man scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Suning. "I am the manager of this amusement park. Can you stop me from cutting in? Here, take 1,000 for your kids now. Be gone." The affluent lady beside him regarded Suning with disdain, pulling out a stack of $100 bills and tossing them onto the little girl and the boys' heads, as if to say, "How tiresome." That moment, an aunt approached, looking somewhat apprehensive, and tugged at Suning's arm, saying, "Let it go, Suning." Ignoring her, Suning pointed at the affluent lady, devoid of any emotion, and said, "You seem to enjoy throwing money at people, don't you? What of it?" The lady remained haughty, not even glancing at Suning as she retorted, "I have encountered many like you, penniless and pitiful." "Very well," Suning replied, choosing silence, and took the little girl with him as they departed. "Bah? Penniless wretch." The staff nearby watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of injustice for Suning, yet they were powerless, knowing he was their superior. "If she relishes throwing money, then I shall retaliate with money." Suning took the little girl to a bank, and upon exiting, he carried 2 travel bags. Upon returning to the amusement park, the rotund man and his companions had just disembarked from the Ferris wheel when Suning, brandishing the 2 travel bags, approached them. "Oh, you take pleasure in throwing money at others?" In an instant, Suning's anger erupted, and he began hurling stacks of $100 bills at the man and the affluent lady, exclaiming, "Today, I shall bury you in money." The rotund man and the lady stood dumbfounded, failing to dodge the onslaught, and soon found themselves bloodied and battered, drawing a crowd of onlookers. "What on earth happened, brother?" a young man asked a staff member, bewildered. "This man is our manager, accustomed to being arrogant. Today, however, he has encountered someone formidable," the staff member replied, watching the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, showing no intention of intervening. "That must be several million, right? To spend such a fortune on a quarrel," the young man remarked. "You wait." The injured man, bloodied and bruised, made a phone call, sitting there as if awaiting someone's arrival. After exhausting his funds, Suning did not depart. Instead, he placed a call to Xiao Ma, inquiring about the contact information of the largest shareholder of the amusement park. On the other end of the line, Wu Ming was taken aback upon learning the situation. Realizing that this was indeed Xiao Ma Ge's senior, he promptly convened a board meeting, announcing that Fatty would no longer be required to come to work. Furthermore, it was discovered that during his tenure, Fatty had repeatedly exploited his position to embezzle several million yuan. Upon receiving the notification, Fatty's expression shifted to one of terror as he beheld Suning. "Young Master Su, please show mercy and spare me." Fatty pleaded, "As long as you let me go, I will believe in anything you say." He crawled in front of Suning, incessantly bowing his head, oblivious to the blood trickling from his forehead. "What are you doing?" The noblewoman, exhibiting considerable resolve, yanked Fatty up from the ground and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? You are the one who has lost your senses," Fatty roared, his eyes bloodshot as he slapped the noblewoman across the face. "If it weren't for you, would I have fallen to this state? Do you dare strike me?" A glimmer of madness flickered in the noblewoman's eyes as she tackled Fatty to the ground, clawing at his face. Fatty, undeterred, engaged in a fierce struggle with her. Indeed, had it not been for this noblewoman's financial manipulation against the young girl, Suning would not have wished to escalate matters. However, a dragon has its scales. He could endure humiliation but could never allow his daughter to suffer. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently from the start. Disregarding the commotion, Suning took the little girl and sought out Haizi, continuing to queue for the Ferris wheel. Observing the little girl and a hay atop the ride, Suning pondered for a moment, ventured out for a brief errand, and returned with an additional tote bag in hand. The staff, assuming he was about to unleash his wrath once more, hastily approached him, but after a lengthy explanation, they reluctantly dispersed. "Auntie, this modest sum is merely a token of my goodwill. Please accept it." Suning gently offered the tote bag to the elderly woman. "How can I accept this?" she protested earnestly, yet Suning insisted, explaining that Dehei would need funds for his education and future marriage. Only then did the woman reluctantly acquiesce. Seeing her accept the money eased Suning's mind, and at that moment, the Ferris wheel completed its rotation. He stood up, preparing to retrieve the little girl and depart on a private jet back to Zhejiang, only to find the open cabin contained nothing but an unconscious Dehei. Panic surged within him as he chastised himself for his negligence. Surely, during his brief absence to fetch the money, the people from Shuamianfo had abducted her? "Nyo Nyo," Suning shouted, but received no response. He seethed with anger at himself for not keeping a closer watch on the little girl. "Nyo Nyo is missing. My daughter is gone." On the phone, Suning cried out, his voice cracking with desperation. Xiao Ma, alarmed, had just learned from Xiao Ma about his senior's daughter and quickly attempted to reassure him. "Where did she go missing? I will arrange for people to investigate immediately. Don't worry, brother. Nyo Nyo will be fine. In at the Xingxing amusement park. I have already arranged for a review of the city's surveillance footage. As long as Nyo Nyo is still in Xi'an, we will surely find her. Xiao Ma and I will be on our way shortly." Chapter 51. Encountering Shuamianfo again. Shuamianfo. It must be Shuamianfo. What? Shuamianfo? Xiao Ma thought to himself, sensing an impending crisis. The organization was notoriously enigmatic, and if it was indeed Shuamianfo, he feared he might not have the capability to locate her. What to do? In a state of frantic disarray, Suning tirelessly searched the amusement park yet found nothing of consequence. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from brother Xiao Ma. The special operations team in Xi'an had discovered the whereabouts of the dual-faced Buddha. Located at Lishan? A jolt of alarm surged through Suning, for the little girl's home lay in that very direction. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the amusement park, racing towards Lishan. He could not afford to let anything happen. Suning silently chanted to himself, having wholly come to regard the little girl as family. Upon reaching Lishan, he spotted two men in black leading the little girl down the mountain. The child appeared dazed, her eyes vacant and expressionless, likely under someone's control. Suning found himself engulfed in turmoil. The fact that these men had captured the little girl suggested he was utterly outmatched. Ding dong, a traitor has been detected. Ding dong, the traitor's strength is excessively formidable. The host is advised to evacuate immediately. An urgent mission has been issued. Eliminate a traitor of equal strength for a reward of 1,000 points and a chance at a random lottery. A traitor? What exactly is that? Suning pondered, intrigued by the term he was hearing for the first time, and the reward seemed exceedingly generous. After all, he had only received a mere 100 points for his last mission. Ding dong, host privileges insufficient to access this information. Concealing himself in the underbrush by the roadside, Suning contemplated his strategy. Upon reaching the mountain's entrance, the men in black were confronted by three middle-aged men. Likely members of the special operations team, he surmised. The two factions faced each other for a moment before the men in black initiated an assault, roaring as they charged at one of the middle-aged men. The three middle-aged men responded swiftly, drawing their firearms and opening fire. The bullets shimmered with a faint light, suggesting they were no ordinary projectiles. Yet, the men in black seemed unfazed, deftly dodging the barrage while steadily advancing towards their targets. The middle-aged men felt a bitter pang of despair. They were merely a patrol unit, utterly outmatched by these black-clad assailants. Nevertheless, they had received orders to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived. In terms of skill, the adversaries were elite special forces. Even a dozen ordinary individuals would be no match for them. Yet, all of this felt painfully inadequate in the face of extraordinary power. Perhaps the strength of these men in black was not as formidable as he had imagined. After observing the battlefield for a time, Suning noted that the two men in black lacked any protective aura and their offensive capabilities seemed limited to close-range attacks, indicating they were likely at a postnatal cultivation level. Just as the men in black breached the line of fire and reached the three middle-aged men, a flamboyantly dressed individual with striking yellow hair appeared before them. With a flamboyant snap of his fingers, a fire dragon materialized out of thin air, surging towards the two men in black, accompanied by waves of intense heat. It was evident to any bystander that the two men in black were doomed, their strength clearly on an entirely different plane. Without a doubt, the two men were instantly engulfed, leaving not a trace behind. After dispatching the black-clad foes, The flamboyant individual remained rooted in place, staring vacantly ahead, his expression growing increasingly rigid. Chapter 52. Boss, save me. Just as Su Ning was about to step outside, a man in a suit emerged from the rear woods, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to chill the air around him. You all head back, Huang Mao commanded, his gaze fixed intently on the suit-clad man, filled with trepidation. The three middle-aged men nodded and retreated down the mountain, recognizing that this battle was beyond their capacity to intervene and that remaining would only be a hindrance. At that moment, the man in the suit made his move. With a mere flick of his hand, 3 beams of cold light appeared out of thin air, slicing through the air towards the retreating middle-aged men. Huang Mao reacted with remarkable swiftness, dodging to create a wall of fire before him to block the icy projectiles. The beams relentlessly battered against the fiery barrier, and Huang Mao was visibly straining, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This dark-clad adversary was formidable. Even a casual attack required Huang Mao to exert all his strength to defend against it. While Huang Mao struggled to maintain his defense, the man in the suit wore a sinister smile, showing no intention of striking, as if he were toying with Huang Mao like a cat with a mouse. Su Ning glanced at the little girl not far off, then at the beleaguered Huang Mao, and a plan began to form in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, channeling all his internal energy, invoking the technique of 10,000 swords to the sect. His energy erupted outward, manifesting into 100 flying swords of varying sizes that shot towards the man in the suit. The man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the presence of another assailant, and hurriedly attempted to defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ning swiftly grabbed the little girl and turned to flee down the mountain. Huang Mao was momentarily stunned but quickly elated as he shouted at the man in the suit. "A motionless man, just you wait. I'll come back for your life another day." With that, he abandoned his defense and rushed towards Su Ning. However, in the absence of the fire barrier, the 3 beams of cold light surged toward Huang Mao. This terrified him, and he cried out for help. "Boss, save me." Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he turned back and grasped Huang Mao. The 3 beams of cold light struck just as Su Ning lifted Huang Mao, and in that critical instant, Su Ning activated his protective energy shield. The icy projectiles crashed against the shield with a sharp sound, creating a small fissure, but fortunately, it held firm. The man in the suit was undeniably powerful. Even with the protective barrier, both Su Ning and Huang Mao felt the impact, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Fortunately, Su Ning reacted quickly, forcibly stabilizing himself in midair, using the momentum of the icy projectiles to accelerate down the mountain. His internal energy was dwindling, and with 2 individuals in tow, his speed was significantly reduced. Upon glancing at Huang Mao, he devised this method to leverage the force, knowing that without it, he could never create distance from the man in the suit. At this moment, while Su Ning appeared stable, his heart raced with anxiety. If the protective shield were to shatter, the little girl might be spared, but their fates would be uncertain. "It was you," the man in the suit murmured, watching the direction in which Su Ning had fled for a long while, yet he did not pursue. Instead, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. After flying a considerable distance, Su Ning felt his energy waning and landed, unceremoniously dropping Huang Mao to the ground. "Alas, my esteemed leader, do not forsake me. I have an octogenarian dependent above and a 3-year-old mother below. You cannot abandon me." Huang Mao, believing that Su Ning intended to leave him behind, was taken aback and hastily clung to Su Ning's leg, weeping copiously. Su Ning frowned, delivering a swift kick to Huang Mao. "Do you not possess your own legs? Why not fly?" With that, Su Ning took off, cradling the little lowly in his arms. And only then did Huang Mao react, sprinting after him, breathless. Chapter 53. Sealing in powder. Thus, the 2 continued their flight, unaware of the passage of time. Huang Mao was nearing exhaustion, gasping heavily. "Boss, where are we heading? HM? Indeed. Where are we going?" Su Ning paused, realizing he had never contemplated this matter. He was solely intent on evading that suited man, who had left a frightful impression on him, capable of delivering a blow that Huang Mao had to withstand with all his strength. Glancing back, Su Ning noted that the suited man was not in pursuit, which allowed him to exhale in relief. "He should not be following us. Let's take a moment to rest. I am utterly fatigued." Huang Mao nodded, plopping down on the ground to retrieve a cigarette, offering it to Su Ning. "Boss, how did you end up there? To save my daughter?" Su Ning accepted the cigarette, casting a glance at the unconscious little lowly in his arms, casually responding while his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of their destination. "To him. Every place seemed perilous, and for the first time, he recognized the significance of strength. What? Huang Mao leapt up, pointing at the little lowly. Is this little zombie your daughter? Her name is Nuno, Suning frowned, disliking the way others referred to the little lowly. Wow, boss, you are truly formidable. In my lifetime, I, Huang Kai, have only revered 3 individuals, the cowherd, Su Xian, and Ning Kaichen. You are the 4th. How about that? The taste of a millennium-old zombie. Before he could finish, he sensed the icy demeanor of Suning and quickly chuckled awkwardly, changing the subject. So, where to now, boss? I do not know, Suning replied, his concern for the unconscious little lowly gnawing at him, his thoughts in disarray. After a moment of silence, Huang Mao glanced at the little lowly and said, Your daughter must have been poisoned by the sealing powder. What is sealing powder? Suning inquired hastily. Sealing powder is, generally speaking, a remedy employed by Taoists to treat those afflicted by yin energy. This medicine continuously erodes the yin energy of the user, making it a precious treasure for ordinary people. However, for ghosts and zombies, it is akin to deadly poison. Upon finishing, Huang Mao patted Suning's shoulder with a nonchalant demeanor. Do not worry. You are my boss. And your kin are my kin. Your daughter is naturally my daughter as well. If you ever acquire a wife.hm? Suning furrowed his brow. Noticing Suning's discomfort, Huang Mao hastily ceased his words and continued. I know someone who can save Nuno. Suning, somewhat impatient, urged, Get to the point. Our team leader's master, Elder Suyu, once saved a female ghost afflicted by sealing powder, Huang Mao quickly replied. After a moment of contemplation, Suning lifted the little girl and turned to the blonde-haired individual, saying, Go find your captain. Boss, I just sustained a serious internal injury. How about we take a break? I can call a car to pick us up. The blonde inquired hesitantly, but upon seeing Suning's frown, he quickly altered his stance. Saving Nuno is far more important. A minor injury like mine is inconsequential. The special operations team would undoubtedly encounter trouble there, yet for the sake of Nuno, he felt compelled to proceed. He was uncertain whether Elder Suyu would come to the little girl's aid, but if anyone dared to harm Nuno, they would have to step over his lifeless body first. The two set off once more, and after a short distance, a car halted before them, from which a girl with a ponytail emerged. Xiao, why did it take you so long to arrive? The blonde lamented at the driver's seemingly dejected expression. Traffic was heavy, Xiao replied, then turned to Suning. And who might this be? The blonde hurriedly stepped forward to introduce. This is my boss, a congenital martial artist, and this is his daughter, Nuno. Daughter? A flicker of confusion crossed Xiaoxiang's eyes, but she refrained from probing further. Let's get in the car. The location where Suning and the others found themselves was not far from Xian City. After a few minutes of winding through turns, they arrived at a manor. All right, we've arrived. Xiaoxiang parked the car and opened the door, instructing the blonde, You go get a checkup. She then turned to Suning, Come with me to register. Nodding in agreement, Suning followed Xiaoxiang for about 7 or 8 minutes until they reached a villa. Inside the villa was a solitary figure, Li Feng, the leader of Xian's special operations team, engrossed in reviewing documents. Back already? Was everything smooth? Li Feng casually remarked without diverting his gaze from the files in his hands, finding 2 mere postnatal 5th-level minions to be a trivial matter for the blonde. There was a slight mishap. Huang Kai encountered Shirhan. Both postnatal 5th-level martial artists were killed, and we didn't capture any alive. But fortunately, there were no casualties. Xiaoxiang reported the situation of the mission standing by. Shirhan? Li Feng was taken aback, finally putting down the document and lifting his head to say, What is he doing in Xian? It must be related to the tomb of the emperor. Xiaoxiang pondered before adding, Captain, this is Suning, a congenital martial artist. Only then did Li Feng notice the young man at the entrance. He quickly approached and extended his right hand. Oh, a congenital martial artist at such a young age, truly remarkable. I am Li Feng, the captain of the Xian Special Operations Team. This operation owes a great deal to Suning for saving Huang Kai. Otherwise, given Huang Kai's strength, he would likely have been in peril, Xiaoxiang continued. You may go about your business. I would like to have a word with brother Sun. Li Feng waved Xiaoxiang off. Understood. Xiaoxiang nodded and took her leave. Once Xiaoxiang departed, Li Feng led Suning to a reception room, pouring him a cup of tea. May I inquire where brother Sun hails from? I am the senior disciple of Xiao Ma and Jack Ma. Suning replied after a moment's thought. Is it truly that sect? Li Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Li Feng felt a sudden jolt in his heart, oblivious to the tea spilling over the rim of his cup. So it is, he mused, yet I wonder where the sect of elder brother Su resides. Wiping away the spilled tea from the table, Li Feng tentatively inquired. This Su Ning was at a loss for how to respond. Assuming Su Ning was reluctant to share, Li Feng hastily interjected, saying, "It is only natural for secluded sects to have their own customs. If it is inconvenient for elder brother Su to divulge, I shall not press further. I merely asked out of curiosity. As long as the social order is not disturbed and laws are not broken, the organization will not interfere with the sect's development." "Thank you." Li Feng's words brought a sigh of relief to Su Ning, who was entirely unaware of the system's fabricated tale. He did not even know the name of the sect, let alone its whereabouts. Li Feng took a sip of tea, setting down the cup as he asked, "Is there something you require from our group, elder brother Su?" Su Ning chose to be forthright, stating directly, "My daughter has been afflicted by Fengyin San, and I seek elder Su Yu's assistance in her recovery." "This is your daughter?" Li Feng glanced at the little girl beside Su Ning, taken aback. In truth, he had already discerned that this little one was a millennia-old zombie. He simply had not known how to broach the subject. "Indeed, my biological daughter," Su Ning replied, his gaze softening with affection as he looked at the little girl. "If it means saving her, I would do anything. That is not an issue. You have done us a favor by saving Huang Kai. Moreover, Fengyin San is not an insurmountable poison. It is merely." Li Feng hesitated, causing Su Ning's heart to race. "Merely what?" Li Feng waved his hand and continued. "In fact, it is nothing of great concern. It is just that after your daughter recovers, she must stay with us for 3 months. "Why is that?" Su Ning asked, perplexed. "Will she be able to leave after 3 months?" Li Feng nodded, looking at Su Ning. "Yes, we will observe her for 3 months, as long as she does not exhibit any aggressive behavior during this period. We will arrange for her to have a legal identity. Provided she does not misuse her abilities to disrupt social order, she will be able to live like an ordinary person." "I see." Su Ning felt a stirring in his heart. This way, the little girl could attend school and live a normal life, though he remained somewhat apprehensive about her existence here. Ultimately, Su Ning gritted his teeth and asked, "Can you assure me of my daughter's safety?" "You need not worry about that. This place is absolutely secure. Even if your wife were to come, she could not take your daughter away." Li Feng appeared quite confident. "My wife?" Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he must have been referring to the little girl's mother, the millennia-old zombie he encountered on the night he visited Li Su's home. After entrusting the little girl to Qiuyu, Su Ning followed Li Feng to a gymnasium. Li Feng pointed to a stone tablet ahead and said, "This is where we test our strength. Would you like to give it a try, elder brother Su?" Su Ning gazed at the stone tablet, feeling a surge of interest. He too wished to ascertain his true prowess, and thus he nodded. "Simply deliver your most powerful strike against the tablet." "Very well." Su Ning nodded slightly, channeling his vital energy, conjuring over 300 flying swords that coalesced under his command, launching themselves towards the stone tablet with tremendous force. In an instant, the tablet erupted in radiant light, only for the colossal flying swords to dissipate moments later. Li Feng was taken aback, astonished that Su Ning, merely at the early stage of innate cultivation, could unleash a force of 19,000. It is worth noting that a typical practitioner at this level would be pleased to achieve even 10,000. A figure of 19,000 was perilously close to the later stages of innate cultivation. "What do you think?" Su Ning inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Li Feng. It took Li Feng a moment to respond. "Not bad indeed," Su Ning replied nonchalantly, refraining from probing further, contemplating to himself that indeed, there are no free lunches. His innate prowess was a gift from the system. Having witnessed Su Ning's strength, Li Feng felt a growing sense of admiration and concern for talent. "Have you ever considered joining the Special Operations Group?" Joining the Special Operations Group? Su Ning pondered briefly, finding it to be a plausible idea. Perhaps it would alleviate his concerns regarding the retribution from the organization known as the Dual-Faced Buddha. "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" Su Ning remained silent for a moment before responding cautiously, wishing to thoroughly understand before making any commitments. Li Feng, noticing Su Ning's intrigue, was quite pleased. "Once you join the Special Operations Group, there are no major obligations. When there are no missions, the organization will not interfere with your personal life. For missions, we will notify you in advance. Contribution points will be awarded monthly, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources, and additional points can be earned upon completing tasks. "I see," Su Ning replied without further comment. Chapter 56, Joining and Live Streaming. Again, I will join. Having a semblance of an organization would provide him with a support system. The incident with the dual-faced Buddha served as a wake-up call. His strength was insufficient, and he would not overlook any opportunity to enhance it. "Excellent. We welcome your participation." Li Feng expressed his delight at Su Ning's decision, recognizing the potential of a 20-year-old at the innate level. Even achieving the golden core stage was not out of reach. Li Feng then reviewed Su Ning's identification information, arranged a room for him, and proceeded with the onboarding process. Suddenly, as they walked, Li Feng realized he might have been overly optimistic. Suning was from Zhejiang City, and according to regulations, he should be stationed there. With this thought, Li Feng's smile faltered. Yet he continued with the onboarding, albeit assigning him to the Zhejiang City Special Operations Group. The room was quite pleasant, featuring a large bed, a refrigerator stocked with snacks and beverages, and the computer. Upon seeing the computer, Suning recalled his live streaming sessions. After obtaining Li Feng's consent, he powered on the computer and began the broadcast. As soon as the live stream commenced, a flood of viewers entered the room. Hello, everyone. Suning greeted the audience with a smile. 666, the rich second generation is back, bro. Who has the target for today? The chat buzzed with excitement, and Suning was pleasantly surprised by the turnout, having not streamed for several days. Just then, a pop-up appeared on the live stream interface from Deci Lu. Little brother, where have you been all this time? As soon as the call connected, Deci Lu's enthusiastic voice resonated through. Greetings, esteemed senior. I have been occupied with personal matters these past few days, and have only just concluded them. Suning smiled as he extended his greetings to Deci Lu. What senior? Those who join the live stream are all brothers, Deci Lu. In a generous spirit, responded, little brother, are you interested in a few rounds? With Deci Lu's invitation, Suning's interest was piqued. All right, he logged in and created a room. And soon it was time for the two to select their champions. The gifts in Suning's room were ceaseless, and his fan count was rapidly increasing. This practice session was different from the last. Previously, it was just Deci Lu and Suning, whereas this time Deci Lu had specifically invited 8 other streamers of comparable skill. Before long, everyone had selected their champions. Suning and Deci Lu were once again positioned in the mid lane. Suning was in the red team, while Deci Lu represented the blue team. The champion selections were as follows. Red team's top lane, Renekton, blue team's top lane, Kled, red team's jungle, Xiao Xian, blue team's jungle, Graves, red team's mid lane, Akali, blue team's mid lane, Zed, red team's AD carry, Caitlyn, blue team's AD carry, Ezreal, red team support, Blitzcrank, blue team support, Morgana. As the game commenced, each player diligently placed wards, and neither side opted for an early skirmish. Xiao Xian from the red team commenced his jungle with red buff and planned to invade the enemy jungle to steal blue buff. Coincidentally, Graves from the blue team began with blue buff, preparing to steal red in a similar manner. The two encountered each other in the river, engaging in a skirmish, but ultimately, Xiao Xian's red buff initiation forced Graves to flash away and retreat, leaving Xiao Xian with just a sliver of health. Noticing the situation, both the top and mid laners from the opposing team understood that stealing jungle camps was no longer feasible. So Xiao Xian consoled himself by taking a river crab before returning to their respective jungles. Throughout this match, everyone played with remarkable steadiness, and the economic disparity remained minimal until the 5-minute mark, when both Renekton and Kled were left with low health. Seizing the opportunity, Graves flanked and secured a kill on Renekton, achieving first blood. At this moment, Xiao Xian entered from the turret and lurked in the bottom lane brush, where the enemy had minimal vision due to Blitzcrank's diligent warding. In Chapter 57. The battle with Deci Lu resumed. Blitzcrank advanced, forcing Morgana to expend her shield on Ezreal. Xiao Xian seized the moment to engage Morgana with his E ability, but she countered with her Q, which Xiao Xian skillfully dodged, prompting her to flash away. Ezreal, unable to assist, could only watch from the sidelines. Although they failed to secure a kill, forcing Morgana's flash was still a favorable outcome. Returning to the mid lane, it was evident that Deci Lu's Zed was being suppressed by Suning's Akali. However, both were nearing level 6, a significant power spike for Zed. Aware of this, Suning diligently sought opportunities to trade blows with Deci Lu. Ultimately, Suning was the first to reach level 6, capitalizing on a positioning error from Deci Lu to strike with his E ability and follow up with a second hit.at. That moment, Deci Lu, unflustered, executed an E ability to secure a minion, instantly elevating his level to 6. Surprised, Suning hastily activated his ultimate in an attempt to retreat to the safety of his turret. Yet Deci Lu appeared unwilling to relinquish his pursuit. With a combination of his shadow abilities, Deci Lu reduced Suning to a sliver of health before finishing him off with his ultimate and ignite. This encounter had been a trap set by Deci Lu. With Akali's numerous mobility options and smoke bomb, very few could hope to catch her if she attempted to flee. After this encounter, Suning became considerably more cautious. Although he had acquired a godlike gaming talent, it was merely a gift. His awareness paled in comparison to that of the venerable Deci Lu. The subsequent development unfolded rather peacefully, with both junglers diligently farming their respective territories, while the other lanes engaged in harmonious growth until finally, the bottom lane erupted into action. The machine ensnared Morgana, who had lost her shield, followed by a knock-up and a silence from his ultimate. The ADC, Caitlyn, calmly laid a trap on the ground, but Morgana, sensing the peril, swiftly activated her ultimate and used her stopwatch to safeguard her dwindling health. Ezreal, utilizing his W, flashed forward to deal substantial damage to Caitlyn, who, disinterested in further confrontation, employed her E to evade Morgana's W. The machine, however, flashed and used W to knock Ezreal into the air, simultaneously stepping out of Morgana's ultimate's reach. At that moment, the weapon flanked from behind, while Xiao Xian stealthily took the Rift Herald. Recognizing the precarious situation, Suning hastily teleported back to the tower. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, the weapon had already secured Caitlyn's kill. Suning landed and executed Morgana with his ultimate, while the low-health machine was pursued under the tower, returning fire just as he managed to pull the weapon closer. With an E followed by the second part of his R, Suning claimed the weapon's life, and Ezreal, sensing danger, quickly retreated to the tower, where he unleashed his R to eliminate the machine. Bravo! Why is the ancient artifact, the Qinglong Yinue blade, employed to fell apples? Who is the maestro behind the ethereal Dongfeng Purr? Is the missing corner of the imperial seal of the state truly the result of walnut cracking? What enchantment lies within the nine-toothed rake's center parting? Is all of this indicative of moral decay or the horrors wrought by humanity? Tonight at 8 o'clock, let us delve into the realm of the streamer, Xiao. Seizing the opportunity while Suning supported the bottom lane, Lu capitalized on the moment to accumulate a considerable amount of gold. Upon returning home, Suning acquired a technology gun and a stopwatch. A veritable tool of thievery in the top lane, the crocodile, in concert with Xiao Xian, aggressively dove the tower to claim the life of Kled, thereby facilitating the perfect acquisition of the first tower. Zed returned home to procure the Shadow Blade, and as he arrived on the lane, he clashed with Suning Sakali. Ultimately, Suning evaded Zed's second strike with his stopwatch and completed a solo kill with the second part of his ultimate, while the weapon arrived too late to catch him. Chapter 58. The resurgence against Lu impressive, my friend. Ma expressed heartfelt admiration, acknowledging the skill that now reached the level of a gaming deity. Suning smiled modestly and replied, I appreciate it, my elder brother. Despite his low health, Suning refrained from returning to the fountain. After clearing the F4 camp, he was back to full health. Seizing this moment, he ambushed in the brush of the bottom lane, waiting for the opportune moment to land an E on Ezreal. Startled, Ezreal flashed back to the tower, with Morgana standing guard nearby. Suning dashed in with a second E to follow up with Q, executing a lifesteal combo, but alas, Ezreal retained his healing. Just then, Caitlyn aimed her ultimate at Ezreal. Morgana flashed in an attempt to intercept, but it was too late. The bystander Caitlyn successfully secured Ezreal's kill, though the top lane fared poorly, with the weapon claiming another life. The jungler also fell victim to Lu's Zed in the Dragon Pit, and as the game progressed, the economic disparity between both teams remained modest, with everyone exercising utmost caution. At long last, the second skirmish initiated by the captain took place at the Dragon Pit, where both junglers and the bottom lane champions congregated in the river. The battle erupted, as all parties vied for the coveted Earth Dragon. The champion known as Wukong, shielded by Morgana's protective barrier, launched the first assault, leaping directly towards the AD carry. Meanwhile, the mechanical champion executed a devastating ultimate, shattering the shield, and subsequently used his Q ability to pull Wukong closer, allowing the marksman to create distance. Su Ning and Zed were making their way from the mid lane towards the dragon, while Kled in the top lane attempted to teleport but was interrupted by Renekton's flash and W ability. Renekton then retreated to the tower before teleporting to the river. Recognizing the situation, Suning swiftly engaged to distract the formidable Z. At that moment, the odds stood at 4 against 3. If he could merely hold Zed at bay, victory in this small skirmish was assured, and the dragon would surely fall into their hands. However, the cunning Zed was well aware of Suning's intentions and paid him no heed. Gritting his teeth, Suning initiated his ultimate ability, realizing that if he did not eliminate Zed, he would be unable to advance. At this juncture, Suning's invulnerability had not yet come to fruition, making a direct confrontation with Zed quite disadvantageous. Nevertheless, as long as he could delay Zed, dying would be inconsequential. His allies could secure 3 kills along with the dragon, and perhaps even claim Zed's head. Regrettably, Suning underestimated Zed's damage output and did not survive long enough to await support. Your brother is rather cheeky, remarked Xiao Ma after dispatching Suning, before preparing to assist in the river. Meanwhile, the skirmish in the river had just concluded, and Suning's delaying tactics had proven effective. Xiao Ma glanced at the 4 champions engaged in securing the Baron and, with a sense of resignation, departed. This exchange could be deemed a resounding success, trading 1 for 3 while also claiming the Earth Dragon. With the dragon in hand, the red team decisively took down the bottom tower, resulting in a substantial economic lead. Simultaneously, Su Ning's team adopted a split-push strategy, with Renekton and the bottom lane duo defending the mid lane, while Xiao Xian and Su Ning's Akali pushed the two side lanes. Unfortunately, Xiao Xian fell victim to a solo kill by Wukong, and while Ezreal and Morgana attempted to ambush, Su Ning eliminated Morgana and made a swift escape. After a few more minutes had passed, the red team congregated at the Baron Pit, intent on forcing a team fight. By this time, Su Ning's side had already secured 2 Earth Dragons, and for the blue team, engaging in a team fight was far from advantageous. The economic disparity had grown considerably, and their champions were inherently late-game heroes. If they could stall for a bit longer, the situation would improve significantly. However, the red team was relentless, and Kled initiated the engagement, with Wukong following closely behind, shielded by Morgana. Zed charged in, aiming to eliminate the AD carry, but was silenced and knocked back by the mechanical champion's ability. The AD carry attempted to create distance, but was swiftly dispatched by Wukong's leap to in a decisive moment. Su Ning eliminated Ezreal in a single combo, then turned to assist in taking down the weakened Zed. Kled's passive triggered, restoring 2,000 health instantaneously, while Xiao Xian fell to Morgana's entrance, which managed to ensnare 4 champions. Wukong entered the fray, swiftly eliminating Su Ning's Akali, while the mechanical champion ensnared Morgana, allowing Renekton to finish her off. However, he too was left critically injured and fell to Wukong's onslaught. The mechanical champion activated his W ability in an attempt to escape, but Wukong pursued relentlessly, ultimately flashing to evade capture. This team fight saw the AD carry eliminated, and the gap that had previously existed for the blue team had significantly diminished, as Su Ning understood that they could no longer afford to delay, particularly with Wukong having secured a triple kill in the last engagement, rendering him exceedingly formidable. Thus, the second wave of confrontation swiftly unfolded, with Zed leading the charge, seeking to eliminate the AD carry, while Kled activated his ultimate and Wukong advanced towards Su Ning, shield in hand. This time, I was prepared. Just as I landed, I was swiftly taken down by an all-out assault from the crocodile's W ability, followed by a concentrated fire that eliminated me in an instant. Observing the situation, Su Ning activated his weapon's E ability and promptly deployed a smoke bomb. He then charged in with his ultimate, swiftly dispatching Morgana. Meanwhile, the opposing AD took advantage of the chaos to claim Su Ning's life. Nevertheless, the tide soon turned in our favor. Su Ning adeptly controlled the battlefield, rendering it impossible for Ezreal to approach. By the time he managed to eliminate Su Ning, his allies had already perished. We secured the Baron and pushed straight to the enemy's high ground, demolishing their crystal in the process and the final team fight. Su Ning emerged victorious. Despite losing the match, Dashi Lu laughed heartily, saying, "Not bad, my friend. Are you interested in joining our guild?" To which Su Ning replied, "Well, I might not be streaming anymore." He forced a smile, realizing he intended to join the Special Operations Group and, with school on his agenda, had little time for streaming. Ding dong, system task completed. Reward: 100 points, unlocking the Super Pooper Scooper system. I see. Do come and play whenever you have the chance, Dashi Lu mused, secretly lamenting the loss, as Su Ning's skills were indeed commendable. After shutting down his computer, Su Ning opened the system panel and switched systems. This intrigued him, and he couldn't help but inquire about the Super Pooper Scooper system. What purpose does this system serve? Don't bother me. I'm busy playing chicken. Check the beginner tasks yourself, the system replied impatiently. Su Ning felt exasperated. How had he ended up with such an unreliable golden finger? Beginner task: play with a pet once. Task reward: obtain the Junior Pooper Scooper identity, pet enhanced to the innate stage. Beginner task 2: achieve 80 loyalty to gain the intermediate Pooper Scooper identity, pet randomly gains 1 skill. Beginner task 3: achieve 100 loyalty to acquire the Senior Pooper Scooper identity, pet enhanced to the late innate stage. Beginner task 4: capture a wild pet once. Reward: 1 junior upgrade pill, can enhance the host's cultivation. A pet. Where on earth could he find one? Su Ning felt a headache coming on when suddenly a black wild cat leaped over the windowsill. You'll do? Su Ning channeled his energy and swiftly pulled it toward him. The black cat struggled in his grasp, but to no avail. Would you like to bind? Su Ning clicked confirm, and soon the system panel displayed a black cat. Name: Xiao He, breed: wildcat, bloodline: none, loyalty: -99. Come here, little kitty, let us play, Su Ning said with a mischievous glint in his eye as he set Xiao He down. Upon seeing this, the cat's fur bristled, and it dashed toward the window in a desperate bid for escape. However, against such overwhelming power, all resistance was futile. On the villa's lawn, a man was repeatedly tossing a flying disc, each time retrieving it with the black wildcat in tow. Go! Suning hurled the disc once more, and a flash of black light darted forward, snatching the disc and returning it. Isn't this supposed to increase loyalty? Suning opened the panel, his heart sinking as he noted the glaring -231 loyalty. Having completed the first task, the cat instinctively attempted to flee, only to be caught by Suning, who gave it a thorough beating. The flying disc is available for redemption in the system all, purportedly capable of enhancing a pet's loyalty. I spent 20 points on it, yet I am perplexed by the loyalty that continues to plummet. Sulaudi, what are you up to? Li Feng had just provided the information on Suning to the special task force in Zhujiang when he noticed Suning nearby and approached him. Nothing much. Suning tossed another flying disc, exclaiming, I'm just playing with my pet dog. A pet dog? Li Feng was taken aback, rubbing his eyes vigorously and stating, Isn't this a cat? The little black cat, returning with the flying disc, was taken aback by these words, tears welling in its eyes as it let out a couple of plaintive meows. The cat? Surely not. Suning scratched his head, glancing awkwardly at the little black one, who nodded incessantly. Li Feng was secretly astonished, thinking, indeed, it is no surprise that it hails from that sect. Even its pet is of the innate stage. You entertain yourself. I have matters to attend to, Li Feng remarked as he checked the time and departed. Are you truly a cat? Suning couldn't help but ask, gazing at the cat clutching the flying disc. The little black one nodded vigorously, meowing twice in affirmation. Why didn't you say so earlier? You foolish creature have caused me to waste 20 points. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, seizing the little black one and delivering a series of vigorous smacks. The wronged little black cat was on the verge of tears, wanting to protest, but it knew he wouldn't understand. Observing the declining affinity, Suning's ire surged within him. His grip tightened as he continued to strike the little black one. It was unclear how long this went on, but the loyalty had sunk to -956. Perhaps fatigued from his exertions, Suning finally ceased his actions. However, upon glancing at the system panel, his anger reignited. How dare it continue to lose loyalty? Seizing the little black one once more, he unleashed another round of punishment, and it was uncertain how long it lasted, but throughout that night, the villa echoed with the cat's anguished cries. Finally, by the following morning, the loyalty, which had plummeted to -9999, suddenly surged to 10 points, prompting Suning to stop his assaults. If only it had been like this from the start. Suning gasped, pointing at the nearly lifeless little black one. Yet, 10 points seemed insufficient to complete the task. With this thought, Suning shifted his gaze back to the little black one. The little black one, alarmed, let out a shriek, and its loyalty instantaneously soared to 100. Ding dong, loyalty reached 80, beginner task completed, reward. 1 random pet skill. Ding dong, loyalty reached 100, beginner task completed, pet cultivation elevated to the later stage of innate. Ding dong, skill acquired, guardian, enabling the pet to withstand a fatal blow for its master when faced with life-threatening danger. With loyalty at 100 points, the pet will unconditionally obey the master's commands. Indeed, this creature is ungrateful. Playing with it only resulted in a continuous decline in loyalty. Suning sighed, reveling in his own wisdom, completely oblivious to the little black one's sorrowful gaze. Chapter 61. Return to Zhujiang. Regarding this pet skill, Suning felt relatively satisfied. Having completed the task, he stored Xiao He in the system's pet space. Without further ado, he refrained from taking another nap, bid farewell to Li Feng, and proceeded to check on the little lowly. Seeing her breathing steadily in slumber brought him peace, and he chose not to disturb her. Preparing instead to head back to Zhujiang City.as for Ma Gu and Xiao Ma. Suning had already informed them to return ahead of him. Li Feng provided Suning with the address of the Special Operations Team in Zhujiang City and assured him that everything was arranged, allowing him to report directly. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Suning finally arrived back in Zhujiang City. After resting briefly at home, he made his way to school. Along the way, passers-by pointed and whispered, Student A, did you see? That's the rich second generation who spent tens of millions to buy the yacht. Bystander B, indeed. I heard he gifted each classmate 3 pieces of high-end clothing. Bystander C, that's nothing. I heard he's also the senior brother of Ma Gu and Xiao Ma. Suning paid no mind to their discussions and even greeted them with a smile. As he stepped into the school, some rushed to inform the class. Upon hearing that Suning had arrived, the classroom erupted, and everyone dashed out. Zhou Tong was boasting about his travel experiences to a few girls in the class. Upon hearing of Suning's arrival, the area around him instantly cleared. Suning, a glint of malice flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes. He harbored a deep-seated grudge against Suning. You've finally come. Ninggu, where are we going to play this weekend? Ninggu, I love you. As Suning reached the ground floor, he was surrounded by classmates, prompting him to smile wryly and push through the crowd. Can everyone let me enter the classroom first? Only then did they part, clearing a path for Suning to walk into the classroom. However, as soon as he entered, he was once again encircled by his peers, chattering incessantly. With no other choice, Suning raised his voice. This weekend, I'll provide a budget of 1 million. The rest, you can discuss with class leader Li Su. Suning was effectively diverting trouble, and Li Su shot him a fierce glare. Yet, the helpless expression on his face amused her. You're just showing off. Li Su felt an inexplicable joy. Hey, who was that? Suning tapped the chubby guy and pointed to a girl sitting at the back of the classroom. Engrossed in her book, he didn't recall anyone like her in his class. The chubby guy glanced in the direction Suning indicated. She's the new transfer student. I think her name is Zhou Xiaoshan. She's usually quite aloof and doesn't talk to anyone. Oh? Suning did not inquire further. He took out his phone and transferred 1 million to the chubby guy. When the chubby guy's phone buzzed, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ninggu, this. Suning chuckled. All right, take it, I'm not short on this amount. The chubby guy felt immensely grateful. After the previous incident, his status as Suning's friend had risen significantly within the class. Throughout the entire afternoon, Suning remained in the classroom, intrigued by the newly transferred student. While everyone else gathered around Li Su to discuss how to spend 1 million, she seemed utterly disinterested, engrossed in her book. Most notably, the glimmer of disdain in her gaze directed at Suning unsettled him. He was certain he had not wronged her, which only deepened his curiosity. Suning adjusted his attire and approached Zhou Xiaoshan, saying, Hello, my name is Suning. Chapter 62. A show of force. Is there something you need? Zhou Xiaoshan replied coldly, not even lifting her head. No, nothing, Suning stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he returned to his seat. Humph. As if she would ever consider someone like you, Zhou Tong remarked, reveling in Suning's discomfort. Fortunately, the focus of the group remained on Li Su, preventing anyone from witnessing this exchange. The portly boy, observing Suning's embarrassment, contemplated before saying, Brother Ning, perhaps it would be wise to avoid her. It appeared that Zhou Xiaoshan had some connection to Zhou Tong, and her family background seemed quite respectable. Could she possibly be Zhou Tong's sister? Suning pondered, finding the situation amusing. He glanced at Zhou Tong, musing whether he would provoke her into a fit of rage if he were to become her brother-in-law. Yet, such thoughts were merely fleeting. I heard that just a couple of days ago, Zhang Jiao from the adjacent class tried to make a move on her, only to have his legs broken in the process, the portly boy said, casting a wary glance at Zhou Xiaoshan. He had briefly entertained the same idea but was relieved he lacked the audacity to act on it. She must be a martial artist. I just wonder how formidable she is. Suning mused silently. After evening study sessions, Suning returned to his rented apartment. In truth, Xiao Ma had gifted him a villa, but living alone in such a spacious place felt rather desolate. Hence, he had yet to move in. After taking a shower and drying his hair, he prepared to head out. He took a taxi to the Special Operations Team in Zhujiang, as introduced by Li Feng, arriving in the outskirts where the atmosphere turned eerie at night, with cemeteries lining both sides of the road. While the location was convenient, it was indeed unsettling. Upon alighting from the taxi, Suning walked alone for about 10 minutes, arriving at a villa and entering. As soon as he stepped inside, a burly man approached him. You must be the new guy, Suning, right? Yes, but may I ask who you are? Suning nodded, countering with a question. Come, let us have a spar. If you win, I'll tell you what you want to know. If you lose, you can return whence you came, the man said, dragging Suning to a nearby open space. At that moment, a gaunt man and a woman clad in leather emerged, silently observing Suning, showing no inclination to assist. How intriguing! The notion of a show of force suddenly dawned upon Suning. The woman in leather must be Lu Rushuang, the leader of the Zhujiang Special Operations Team, a level 4 ice elemental ability user. The lean man was known as Monkey, a congenital martial artist, and the burly man was likely a earth elemental ability user, as Li Feng had described. Come on then, Suning said, crossing his arms, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Enraged by such blatant disregard, the burly man bellowed furiously. In an instant, the ground cracked open, forming a protective armor of yellow earth around him as he charged at Suning, wielding a massive yellow earth sword. Captain, is this really necessary? The monkey cast a reluctant glance at Suning, while Lu Rushuang fixed her gaze on him with intensity. The Special Operations Group is not a dumping ground, she remarked. In response to Dashin's aggressive stance, Suning shook his head and shouted, Come forth, Pikachu. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Even Dashin paused in his actions. Surely, he hadn't summoned a fool this time. The monkey's eyes widened in disbelief, and Lu Rushuang, covering her forehead, shared a similar sentiment. Suddenly, a black cat materialized before Suning, affectionately rubbing its head against him. Late stage of innate. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated that such a small cat could reach the late stage of innate. Get away! Suning kicked it aside and pointed at Dashin, commanding, go and beat that guy up. Kicking an innate late-stage beast? Even Lu Rushuang found herself questioning Suning's sanity. After all, that was an innate late-stage beast. Chapter 63. The first mission, the black cat advanced towards Dashin with an elegant gait, while Dashin appeared to be confronted by some terrifying entity, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he gulped nervously and retreated hastily. The two stood in a tense standoff, prompting Suning to express his impatience. What are you waiting for, you useless thing? At Suning's call, the black cat sprang into action, leaping forward as a blur. Its speed was astonishing. No one could comprehend what had transpired before the armor on Dashin shattered completely. In the next moment, the little black cat was before Dashin, raising its paws to deliver a series of punches to his face. The onlookers swallowed hard, astonished that the diminutive feline could land blows on the towering figure of a man standing at 6 feet tall. You cheat. I refuse to accept this, Dashin shouted as he dodged. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Suning rolled his eyes in response. If it's a group fight, only a fool would engage in a one-on-one duel with you. Enough, this is your identification. Lu Rushuang frowned and waved her hand, unleashing a wave of cold that enveloped the little black cat, instantly encasing it in ice. Yet, in a mere moment, the black cat broke free from the icy prison. Suning gestured for the cat to return, glanced at the identification in his hand, and proceeded to follow them into the villa. New recruits are required to complete missions. You will be notified of your task tomorrow. Upon successful completion, you will earn 1,000 points each month, with at least one ordinary mission executed monthly. Your current authority is level 1, allowing you to exchange for level 1 items. Suning reviewed the manual before putting it away. I understand, he acknowledged. Lu Rushuang nodded, indicating the upper floor. Your room is on the 3rd floor, the first one on the right. You may choose to stay here or find accommodations elsewhere. We will inform you when there are tasks. Can I leave now? Suning inquired, pointing towards the door. Lu Rushuang stood up. Please, feel free. Suning nodded and exited the Special Operations Group. After casually eating something, he returned home. The following morning, Suning received a text from Lu Rushuang, alerting him to a mysterious incident on Metro Line 4 that required his investigation. Metro Line 4? How intriguing. Suning stroked his chin, pondering the incessant rumors surrounding the 4th subway line in Zhejiang, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Thus, he decided to take another leave. The monkey, perched on the sofa, glanced at Lu Rushuang, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Lu Rushuang replied nonchalantly, with his strength, dealing with that nightmare should pose no issue. Very well. The monkey chose not to elaborate further at this moment. Suning had arrived at the 4th subway line, the busiest route in Zhejiang. He meticulously inspected the subway train and each station, yet found no valuable clues until nightfall. Standing on the platform, he realized it was the last train. If he failed to uncover anything now, he would have to return the following day. As soon as he boarded the train, an unsettling feeling washed over him, and despite sitting down, he soon drifted into a hazy slumber. Upon awakening, Suning found himself lying on a grand bed, with a woman quietly resting against his arm. Elisu? He exclaimed, scrambling upright. How did you end up here? No, how did I end up here? Darling, why are you making such a fuss so early in the morning? Lisu languidly stretched and mumbled. Darling? Suning was bewildered, pointing at his own nose. Did you just call me that? Stop fooling around. You rascal, Lisu shot him a disapproving glance. We've been married for so many years. Why are you still playing games? Married. This was utterly nonsensical. Suning felt his mind was in disarray. He distinctly remembered being on the train. Just then, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, entered the room. Daddy, Nyonyo made breakfast for you. Nyonyo? How are you here? Suning felt he was on the verge of losing his sanity and rushed over to grasp Nyonyo's shoulders. This is our home. Nyonyo looked puzzled and touched Suning's forehead. Daddy, are you feeling unwell? Wait, what year is it now? Suning stroked his chin, feeling the prickly stubble. He was only 20. I'm not feverish, Lisu approached, feeling his forehead and remarked, it's 2023.2023. How is that possible? Suddenly, A flood of memories surged into Suning's mind. It was indeed 2023. After graduating from university, he had joined Li Su's company, and they were now married with Nyonyo as their daughter. But something felt amiss. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Darling, let's eat quickly. We still have to attend the class reunion later, Li Su implored sweetly. Coming. Suning rubbed his aching head. After breakfast, he drove to the underground garage to drop Nyonyo off at kindergarten, then made his way to Tianhu Clubhouse for the reunion. Zhujiang remained the familiar Zhujiang, with the same faces, yet everything felt so foreign. Having just parked his car, a portly gentleman adorned in gold and silver, resembling a pig in a suit, approached with a jovial demeanor. Ah, isn't this our general manager, Su? The rotund figure exclaimed, Fatty, it seems you've been doing quite well lately. Upon seeing the corpulent man, Suning's spirits lifted, and he playfully threw a punch at him. The plump fellow quickly dodged and glanced at Li Su behind him, responding, Where does our young master Su fare better? Love and career flourishing. Indeed. With a hearty laugh, he added, Come on, let us head inside. Inside, at the class reunion, a cluster of women animatedly chattered about amusing anecdotes from their university days, while Su Ning shared drinks with the hefty man. Opposite Su Ning sat Zhou Tong, a former rich heir, who, it was rumored, had seen his company collapse, burdened by substantial debts. As conversations flowed, they somehow veered towards Su Ning and Li Su Ning, you rascal. Back then, Su was the belle of our class. We all thought Zhou Tong had the best chance. Who knew you would emerge from nowhere and steal her away? It appeared that the drinks had loosened their tongues. As someone chimed in, indeed. Who could forget the infamous Su, the miserly Iron Rooster? Playing League of Legends for 5 years without spending a dime. A veritable poor wretch, and yet he snagged Su. Li Su frowned at this remark, and Su Ning felt a twinge of irritation but masked it by raising his glass. Come, let us drink. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong sat off to the side, nursing his drink in solitude. This is surreal. I could never have imagined Su would end up with a fellow like you. A tipsy classmate wobbled over, raising his glass in front of Su Ning. For that, let us toast. Su Ning quickly steadied him, but a shaky cup of red wine splashed across his face. Chapter 65. Capturing nightmares. The latter half of the gathering felt rather awkward, leading to the cancellation of their planned karaoke night. Upon returning home, Su Ning was nearly inebriated, collapsing onto his bed with a smile. Hey, get up and take a shower. Li Su entered and playfully nudged him, expressing her mild annoyance. I told you not to drink so much. How delightful. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all, Su Ning sighed, shaking his head. It's a pity that even the most genuine experiences are ultimately illusions. In a sudden burst of energy, his anger erupted, manifesting as a flying sword aimed at Li Su. Break for me, Su Ning. Have you lost your mind? Li Su's words were cut short as the speeding sword pierced through her, dissolving her form into twinkling starlight. The entire world began to tremble violently, collapsing into shimmering fragments. Awakening on the train, Su Ning exhaled a breath of stale air, finding himself alone, indicating the train had come to a halt. Ding dong. A primary spirit pet nightmare has been detected. Would you like to capture it? Yes, Su Ning replied without hesitation. Capturing will commence now. Each capture costs 10 points. Ding dong, capture successful. Gazing at the pet panel displaying the nightmare, Su Ning increasingly felt as though he were in a world reminiscent of Pokemon. If only he had a Pokeball, it would be perfect. From now on, with each battle, the mere thought of throwing a Pokeball ignites an exhilarating thrill within him. Su Ning could only imagine such a scenario, yet to his astonishment, the system shop had indeed made Pokeballs available, priced at a mere 1 point each. Ding dong. The novice task has been completed. A reward of 1 experience elixir is granted. This primary experience elixir can elevate the host by 2 minor realms of cultivation, though it cannot breach the barriers of major realms. Gazing at the experience elixir in his hand, Su Ning swallowed it whole. The moment it entered his system, a fiery sensation surged in his abdomen, giving birth to a substantial flow of true energy. As he felt the overwhelming force of true energy coursing through him, Su Ning clenched his fist, sensing that even if the suited man, Shi Han, were to confront him at this moment, he could obliterate him with a single blow. Checking the time, he noted that it was nearly 3 in the morning. Su Ning stretched his limbs, preparing to return and report his task. Just then, a shadow appeared ahead, blocking his path. The suited man. This matter was indeed related to the dual-faced Buddha. Su Ning cursed under his breath, pondering how the trace of the dual-faced Buddha seemed to linger everywhere. Hand over the nightmare, Shi Han stated coldly, standing there with an emotionless expression. Su Ning circulated his true energy, attentively observing Shirhan's every movement. Want it? Come and take it. With a flick of his wrist, Shirhan conjured 3 flying blades that materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a slight smile. The most foolish decision in this world is to resist my will. No time to hesitate. Xu Ning focused his true energy in his legs, suddenly unleashing an unparalleled speed as he hurled a fist toward Shirhan. In contrast, Shirhan appeared stunned, remaining rooted in place. The 3 flying blades struck against Xu Ning's protective aura and were instantly absorbed, leaving Xu Ning momentarily perplexed. Their power was even less formidable than during the previous encounter at Lishan. Yet, there was no time to ponder, and he delivered a heavy punch directly to Shirhan. Shirhan, seemingly dazed, offered no defense or evasion, and was instantly shattered by the force of Xu Ning's strike. Staring at the gruesome remnants on the ground and the blood on his knuckles, Xu Ning found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, it was prudent to return to the Special Operations team promptly, report his findings, and arrange for someone to clean up the scene. After all, one could never tell what formidable figures might be lurking nearby. Chapter 66. Together upon exiting the subway, Xu Ning hailed a taxi and swiftly arrived at the Special Operations team's base. It was already 3 in the morning, yet the villa was ablaze with light. The captain, along with Lu Rushuang and the monkey, Dashan, were still awake, which surprised Xu Ning. Still awake. As soon as he stepped through the door, the monkey rushed over. You've finally returned. The captain has been quite worried. Worried? Xu Ning was somewhat perplexed, stealing a glance at Lu Rushuang. Upon noticing his gaze, her face flushed crimson, and she turned her head away. At that moment, Dashan approached, carrying a platter of fruit. Come, everyone, let us have some fruit. How did it go? The monkey asked, biting into a piece of watermelon. Xu Ning settled onto the sofa and replied, it was nothing significant. I simply captured the nightmare. Moreover, this incident bears the shadow of the dual-faced Buddha. As Xu Ning paused momentarily, he continued, a fellow named Shirhan was struck down by my fist. Please send someone to clean up the scene. Shirhan? The monkey, startled, spat out the watermelon he had been chewing. What did you say? You killed Shirhan? Indeed, Xu Ning affirmed with a nod. Goodness, you are truly formidable. We've been searching for him for ages. Yet he always managed to escape. The monkey, in a fit of excitement, slammed his hands on the table and stood up, causing Xu Ning to flinch. Upon hearing of Shirhan's demise, Lu Rushuang turned her gaze towards Xu Ning, her expression somewhat peculiar, merely a reflection of surprise. Feeling the eyes of the group upon him, Xu Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment and humbly remarked, all right, let us set that aside for now. Dashan interjected, glancing at Lu Rushuang, today marks your official first day on the job. Wait here. I will accompany the captain to prepare a gift for you. A gift? Xu Ning queried, sensing something amiss. Lu Rushuang and Dashan ascended the stairs, and as they departed, Lu Rushuang cast a lingering glance back at Xu Ning, which sent a shiver down his spine. What on earth is happening? Once the two had left, Xu Ning couldn't help but pose the question to the monkey. The monkey spat out grape skins and waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with that. You will understand soon enough. What is going on? Xu Ning felt a surge of frustration but resigned himself to waiting. After approximately 10 minutes, the monkey returned, handing Xu Ning a blindfold, saying, cover your eyes. What is this all about? Xu Ning pressed once more. The monkey chuckled awkwardly. You will find out shortly. Just put it on. With no further argument, Xu Ning complied, covering his eyes as the monkey led him upstairs, ultimately arriving at the rooftop. Once there, the monkey gave him a firm push and closed the door behind him. The rooftop was aglow with flickering lights, and a heart-shaped candle was arranged on the ground. Just as Xu Ning was beginning to ponder the scene, Lu Rushuang approached, bouquet in hand. Xu Ning, I have feelings for you. What? Xu Ning felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his expression frozen in disbelief. What are you doing? To be honest, Lu Rushuang was indeed a stunning beauty, and while he harbored some thoughts of affection, they were merely that. Thoughts it was typical for any man to entertain such notions upon encountering a woman of her allure, but to confess after only one meeting. Xu Ning felt utterly bewildered. At that moment, the monkey and Dashan rushed over, clapping their hands and chanting, get together, get together. Stop it. Xu Ning retreated repeatedly, feeling more flustered than he had when facing Shirhan's pursuit. Chapter 67. The world has gone mad. I am not joking. Xu Ning, do you not like me? Lu Rushuang questioned, twirling her hair coyly. Not. Xu Ning attempted to explain but faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Then it's settled. You are now my boyfriend, she declared, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she embraced his arm. What is happening in this world? Ah, Suning shouted in despair, leaping from the balcony and sprinting away in a frenzy. His sole desire to escape this bizarre situation. Breathlessly sprinting home, Suning locked the door behind him and took a cold shower to clear his mind before succumbing to sleep. The following morning, he arrived at school early, seated himself, and commenced his morning reading. As he progressed through the later stages of advanced training, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his memory. He could now retain nearly all the material after just a single glance. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that most of his classmates had already arrived, some engaged in their early reading while others fiddled with their phones or engaged in playful banter. This scene appeared quite normal, which eased Suning's anxiety. He settled into his seat and began to peruse his Chinese literature book. At that moment, Zhou Tong approached him, causing Suning to furrow his brow in instinctual apprehension, fearing yet another confrontation. To his astonishment, Zhou Tong knelt before him with a thud, exclaiming, "Brother Ning, I acknowledge my wrongdoings in the past. Please forgive me." What was happening? Suning felt as though he were losing his mind. The world seemed transformed. Based on his understanding of Zhou Tong, he would never kneel like this, especially as he had done nothing to provoke it. Zhou Xiaoshan soon joined them, biting her lip and declaring, "Brother Ning, if you forgive my brother, I shall be yours." All right, I forgive you," Suning replied, his mind swirling in confusion, utterly disinterested in such matters. Upon hearing Suning's words, Zhou Tong felt as if a great weight had been lifted and repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude before scurrying away. Yet, Zhou Xiaoshan remained rooted to the spot, which puzzled Suning. "Why are you still here?" he asked. "I told you, if you forgive my brother, I shall be yours," she insisted, her lips pursed and her cheeks flushed. "What do I need you for? Go back to your seat," Suning replied, exasperated. Noticing his growing impatience, Zhou Xiaoshan finally responded with a hint of sulkiness, reiterating her earlier statement. Soon, the morning study session concluded without any peculiar incidents, which brought Suning some comfort. Just as he intended to gather his belongings and head out for a meal, Li Su hurried over, her face aglow, and boldly announced in front of the entire class, "Suning, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Why is everyone acting like this? I'm going insane," Suning exclaimed, shoving through the curious onlookers and dashing out of the school gates. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Captain Li Feng of the Special Operations Team. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Captain Li informed him that the little girl had performed exceptionally well and no longer required observation, instructing him to head to the airport to pick her up. Nyo was coming back? This news brought a sliver of solace to the nearly frantic Suning as he prepared to relocate to the villa gifted to him by Xiao Ma. With Nyo's return, it seemed inappropriate to remain in the small studio. After tidying up, he made his way to the villa described by Brother Ma. The residence was indeed impressive, more akin to a sprawling estate than a mere villa. Situated on the outskirts of the city, yet not too far from Zhejiang, it spanned the size of 5 football fields, replete with every amenity imaginable, including elegantly furnished sofas and even an underground parking garage housing 3 sports cars, not to mention a helicopter resting on the lush lawn of the backyard. He searched briefly and found the hanging item on the wall of the living room. He drove off in the Lamborghini Bull from the basement, intending to pick up Nyo. The sports car performed splendidly, its roar resonating in a way that brought immense comfort to Suning. The attention it garnered was remarkable, with several beautiful women even requesting him for a ride, though he simply had no time to oblige. Upon arriving at the airport, the little girl spotted Suning from afar and ran towards him excitedly. "Good girl," Suning exclaimed, overjoyed to see her, as he scooped her up in his arms, asking, "Have you been well over there?" Nyo dutifully replied that she had been good, and everyone praised her. Suning laughed heartily and said, "Come, Daddy will take you to our new home. It's very spacious. Is it really that big?" The little girl inquired, gesturing with her hands in front of her chest. "Of course it is," Suning casually responded. Once home, the little girl chattered incessantly about her life at the base, mentioning that her mother had already been found and was also at the base. She would be released after a period of observation and asked Suning if her mother could come live with them. Naturally, Suning agreed wholeheartedly, for the house was ample enough, and the happiness of the little girl was all that mattered. With Nyo now possessing her identification, Suning planned to enroll her in kindergarten, as being home alone was rather dull, and he had little time to spend with her. The following day, Suning contacted Brother Xiao Ma, and without much effort, he enrolled Nyo in a well-known kindergarten in Zhejiang City. Upon returning home, he discovered a letter on the table. The surveillance footage indicated someone had visited, and astonishingly, the letter was delivered by Shuang Mianfo. Containing an apology, it stated that they would no longer disturb Suning's life, expressing remorse for past events, and to demonstrate their sincerity, they had released Nuno's mother. Suning felt somewhat bewildered, yet considered it a positive turn of events and thought little of it. Despite his initial concerns about leaving Nuno in kindergarten, on the third day, Suning was awakened early by a commotion. Upon stepping into the yard, he was taken aback to find a helicopter had appeared. As he pondered this oddity, an elderly man descended from the helicopter. "Young master," the old man exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he moved to embrace Suning, who instinctively recoiled in surprise. "Who are you?" Suning asked, gazing at the tear-streaked face of the elderly stranger, realizing he had no recollection of him. "Young master, I have finally found you. You have grown so much, just like your father," the old man said, wiping away his tears. "And why father? You know him?" Suning's heart raced, as he had been raised in an orphanage from a young age and had only the faintest memories of his parents. "Young master, your father is the current head of the Su family in the capital. Due to special circumstances, he had no choice but to leave you in Zhejiang City." What? Suning had often fantasized about his lineage, imagining himself as a scion of a prominent family lost to the world, but it had merely remained a fantasy. He was aware of the Su family in the capital, having heard it was quite a significant clan. Chapter 69. Parents in the past. When the little girl had fallen victim to the sealing powder, it was an elder from the Su family in Xi'an who had come to her aid. The Su family is one of the 5 prominent families in the capital, and with her father being the head of the family, did that not make her an heir? "Surely you are not deceiving me?" Suning expressed his doubts. "Young master, look." The elder produced a somewhat yellowed photograph from his pocket and handed it to Suning. Upon receiving the faded photograph, Suning could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The image depicted a couple cradling a baby, and their likeness matched the vague figures that lingered in Suning's memory. "Where are my parents?" Suning steadied his emotions. "Why have they not sought me out all these years?" The elder sighed softly. "The master and mistress have their own difficulties. Alas, young master, please return with me. The master will explain everything to you." "Wait for me a moment." Suning nodded, then hurriedly went to awaken the sleeping little girl. "Is this the young master's daughter?" The elder gazed at the drowsy little girl, remarking, "How adorable. The master and mistress will undoubtedly be very fond of her, indeed." Suning replied without elaborating, and took the little girl with him onto the helicopter. After a 6-hour flight, they finally arrived in the bustling city of Beijing. On the lawn of the Su family estate, a crowd had gathered early in preparation. "My son." As soon as they disembarked, a distinguished lady rushed forward and enveloped Suning in a warm embrace. "You have endured so much out there. It is all my fault. Let us discuss this back home. Why all the tears?" A middle-aged man beside her had reddened eyes, struggling to hold back his own tears. Their appearance perfectly matched Suning's dim memories, and he too felt his eyes welling up, while the little girl remained blissfully unaware, calling out "Daddy, Daddy" beside him. The middle-aged man's words prompted the lady to release Suning, and upon noticing the little girl, she could not resist picking her up and pinching her cheeks. "Is this my precious granddaughter? How delightful. You must be tired from the flight. The rooms are ready over there. Allow Uncle Fu to show you the way. We can discuss any concerns later tonight," the middle-aged man said before turning to leave. The lady cast a lingering glance at Suning before also departing. Suning did not oppose this. Everyone needed time to adjust. Suddenly being surrounded by family was overwhelming for anyone. Following Uncle Fu to his room, Suning sat at the head of the bed, contemplating the possible reasons his parents had abandoned him, yet he found no justification to forgive them. Step by step, "I suppose," he murmured to himself with a bitter smile. After about 2 hours, Uncle Fu knocked on the door. "Young master, the master and mistress have called you to dinner." "Understood." Suning took the little girl, who was engrossed in watching television, and followed Uncle Fu to an expansive dining hall. This establishment was not open to the public, serving solely the needs of the family members, and all meals were complimentary. Entering room 001, Suning was greeted with warmth. Come, sit down." As soon as she entered, the elegant lady pulled Suning to sit beside her, while the middle-aged man, who was Suning's so-called father, remained silent, quietly observing the melancholy in Suning's eyes. In the room, apart from Suning and the little girl, only his parents were present. Throughout the meal, Suning's mother incessantly engaged him in conversation, while the middle-aged man neither ate nor spoke, leaving everyone unaware of his thoughts. Chapter 70. The new English teacher, the little girl, however, was remarkably obedient, sampling this and that, her large, sparkling eyes filled with an endearing charm. "Do you hate me?" Suning's father suddenly inquired. "I don't know," Suning replied with a bitter smile. He truly was unsure of his feelings toward them. To say he hated them seemed inaccurate. Yet to claim otherwise felt equally untrue. The middle-aged man slowly spoke. Leaving you, our only child, abandoned in Zhejiang was indeed a last resort. Xu Ning sat in silence, awaiting his explanation. The man sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I was merely an ordinary disciple of the family. Your mother and I were on a mission for the clan, which we successfully completed, but we were subsequently exposed and hunted by a mysterious force. At that time, your mother was already pregnant, and we spent those days evading capture. Eventually, we had no choice but to secretly come to Zhejiang, where you were born in a hospital. At this point, the middle-aged man glanced at the elegant lady. I had two choices then, to leave with you or with your mother. Your mother insisted that I take you away, but I did not agree, ultimately leaving you in the hospital. It's so. If you must place blame, let it fall upon me. Then why didn't you come looking for me? Xu Ning voiced the question that had long been on his mind. The lady interjected, allow me to answer that. A few years ago, your father was not yet the clan leader, and we had many enemies. Seeking you would have put you in danger. It was only after your father ascended to leadership and eliminated the hostile forces that we attempted to find you, only to discover that you were lost. Upon hearing the explanation, Xu Ning's lingering doubts were finally laid to rest. Mother, I am weary. If you are weary, then rest, she replied, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. All right, with that, Xu Ning departed the dining area with the little girl and returned to his room. His parents' explanations aligned with the fantasies he had nurtured for so long, yet he still felt an inexplicable discord that he could not articulate. The past few days had been exceedingly bizarre. First, Lu Rushuang's inexplicable confession, then Zhou Tong's capitulation, Zhou Xiaoshan's overt advances, Li Su's peculiar behavior, and now the return of his parents. All of this seemed normal yet was undeniably strange. In the following days, Xu Ning stayed at the Su residence, ultimately returning to Zhejiang at his mother's reluctant urging. Upon returning to the familiar city, he felt a slight sense of relief. After resting for a day at home, the next morning, he took the little girl to kindergarten before heading to school himself. To maintain a low profile, he opted for a taxi rather than driving. Li Su and Zhou Xiaoshan merely glanced at him before immersing themselves in their books, displaying no signs of abnormality, which allowed Xu Ning to finally breathe a sigh of relief. This morning, during English class, a woman swiftly ascended to the podium. Clutching her lesson plan, Xu Ning was taken aback. How could Lu Rushuang be here? Fatty. Who is this? Fatty glanced at the podium and replied, oh, this is the new English teacher, named Lu Rushuang. She just arrived a few days ago. It felt as if she were a lingering ghost, haunting the place. As if sensing Xu Ning's gaze, Lu Rushuang turned her attention towards him, her eyes brimming with profound affection, which sent shivers down Xu Ning's spine. Suddenly inspired, Xu Ning stood up and declared, Teacher, I feel unwell and need to take a leave today. Oh, Su classmate, what seems to be the problem? This is no trivial matter. How about this? The rest of the class will study independently, and I shall escort Su classmate to the hospital. Chapter 71. Still in a dream, Lu Rushuang regarded Xu Ning with a playful smile in her eyes. Xu Ning exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, wait, how come I'm feeling better? Lu Rushuang, with a teasing smirk, pointed to the blackboard and said, better? Then please, Xu Ning, come up and answer this question. I can't. Xu Ning replied succinctly, not wishing to approach the board. Lu Rushuang threw him a flirtatious glance. It's perfectly fine if you can't, Xu Ning. Come up, and I will teach you. Xu Ning, as if confronted by something terrifying, bolted from the classroom amidst the astonished stares of his classmates. Upon reaching the rooftop, he was greeted by a gentle breeze, pondering the strangeness of the world around him. The origin of all this oddity seemed to stem from the moment he seized the nightmare. Could it be that he was still dreaming? A wave of inexplicable fear surged within him. If he were indeed still in a dream, then all these peculiarities were manifestations of the nightmare. Contemplating this, Xu Ning glanced at the swirling black mist within his system pet space and resolutely thought, there's only one way to find out. Nightmare, arise. Xu Ning summoned the nightmare and hurled a punch towards it. If this were real, the nightmare would surely be unable to evade him, thus meeting its demise. Conversely, if it dodged, it would signify that he was still ensnared in a dream, providing an explanation for all these odd occurrences. Lu Rushuang's anomalies, the peculiarities of his adoptive parents, all could be mere figments of his subconscious. Indeed, just as Xu Ning's fist was about to strike the nightmare, the entity hovering in the air vanished in an instant. Xu Ning jolted awake, realizing he was indeed on the subway, and that everything prior had been a dream conjured by the nightmare, woven from his innermost thoughts. Ding dong, a wild nightmare has been detected. Would you like to capture it? Each capture costs 10 points. A system notification echoed in Su Ning's ears, and this scenario felt vaguely familiar. Furrowing his brow, he couldn't help but utter, "You can't be real." "Can you? You are the one who is unreal. Your entire family is fabricated," the system retorted with a barrage of insults. After an indeterminate period of reprimanding, the system finally ceased. "Away with you. Do not disturb this system's chicken dinner." Rather than feeling angered by the system's tirade, Su Ning found himself filled with joy. This was undoubtedly a genuine system. With newfound certainty, he clicked to capture the nightmare, expending 10 points and successfully ensnaring it. If only there were a Pokeball, then I could be like the Pokemon. Su Ning was suddenly startled by this thought. As the scene felt eerily familiar, he hastily opened the system's shop. Thankfully, he sighed in relief. No Pokeballs had appeared. Within the realm of nightmares, Su Ning discovered an intriguing pattern. The manifestations that emerged were all things he yearned to see, which can simply be described as the ability to have one's wishes come true. He felt somewhat reluctant to leave. Su Ning licked his lips, savoring the experience. Those with wavering resolve might easily become ensnared in their dreams, for everything felt astonishingly real. However, he was fortunate to have escaped. Su Ning mused with gratitude. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 4. He decided to return home for a brief rest before tackling his quest. Ding, betrayer detected. Just as he stepped off the subway, a shadow appeared before him, blocking his path. "Hand over the nightmare, or you will perish," the figure intoned, cloaked in darkness, its voice rasping. Chapter 72. 9U. Damn. This task is indeed more complicated than it seemed. A serious expression crossed Su Ning's face as he contemplated his escape. That moment, Lu Rushuang emerged from the entrance, accompanied by Dashin. "Captain!" Su Ning exclaimed with joy, realizing that the captain had been guarding him all along. A fact he had not anticipated. 9U. "It's you again," Lu Rushuang said, her brow furrowed, revealing a hint of apprehension. 9U appeared to share her concern, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "Surrender the nightmare, and I shall leave Zhejiang." "You traitor, how dare you return?" Dashin shouted, visibly agitated, pointing an accusatory finger at 9U. "Traitor? Ha, call me what you will," 9U shrugged, gesturing towards Su Ning. "Hand over the nightmare, or face death." Noticing Lu Rushuang's wariness towards 9U, it seemed the opponent possessed considerable strength. "You traitor, today I shall avenge the captain," Dashin roared, his earthy yellow armor materializing. Before Lu Rushuang could intervene, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward 9U, while spikes erupted from the ground where 9U stood. Fortunately, 9U reacted swiftly, leaping back to evade the attack. "Is this all the strength you possess? After all these years, you haven't improved at all," 9U scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, the dim light revealed Dashin's shadow coming to life, replicating the same spikes and armor, striking back at Dashin. "What is happening? This is utterly bizarre. It's as if he is cheating," Su Ning thought, his lips twitching in disbelief. Lu Rushuang took action, encasing 9U in a block of ice in an instant. While calling out to Su Ning, "All right," he nodded, summoning Xiao He and unleashing all his energy to condense it into a flying sword directed at 9U. The sword moved with such swiftness that 9U, just breaking free from Lu Rushuang's ice, was caught off guard, sustaining a cut to his face. "Good, very good." 9U licked the blood from his cheek, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He seized Xiao He, hurling it away, and began forming intricate seals with his hands. The shadows beneath Lu Rushuang and Xiao He came to life, morphing into a shadowy figure that charged towards Su Ning. The formidable power of Jiu is overwhelming. Currently, Lu Rushuang and Dashan are struggling to cope with his shadow, rendering them unable to support Su Ning in a frantic attempt to evade. Su Ning was ultimately caught off guard, resulting in a chunk of flesh being torn from his arm, blood gushing forth as he gasped in pain. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have lost his heart rather than merely a piece of meat. Su Ning's mind raced with thoughts, yet Jiu offered him no respite as he lunged at him once more. "Damn it," Su Ning bitterly chuckled inwardly. Jiu's speed was too great for him to dodge effectively. Fortunately, at that moment, a thick wall of ice materialized before him, but it was shattered by Jiu in an instant. Nonetheless, this provided Su Ning with a fleeting opportunity in a bid to protect Su Ning. Lu Rushuang momentarily diverted her attention, only to be struck by a shadow, sending her flying far away and crashing heavily to the ground. Thankfully, this also created some distance. 10,000 swords to the throne. Su Ning glanced at Lu Rushuang, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in her eyes, as he unleashed his true energy, transforming it into a barrage of lethal swords. Propelling himself towards Jiuyu, he understood that should they collide, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at Jiuyu's hands, yet he was determined that Jiuyu would not emerge unscathed either. Enduring his strike of 10,000 swords to the throne would leave Jiuyu severely injured, if not dead. Chapter 73. The chosen one of the Buddha Lord, if you wish for my demise, do not expect to fare any better. Jiuyu, witnessing the gathering flying swords before Su Ning, displayed a hint of panic in his eyes. While these swords posed no fatal threat to him, inflicting at most severe injuries, he was acutely aware that alongside Su Ning, there were Lu Ruoshuang and Deshan nearby. However, it was now impossible to retract his offensive. He had no choice but to risk serious injury to eliminate Su Ning and then reconsider his strategy. Who gave you the audacity to attack one chosen by the Buddha Lord? A voice, filled with fury, echoed from the darkness. In the blink of an eye, a flying blade sliced through the air, knocking Jiuyu to the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of dark red blood. Shirhan? Su Ning turned to see the figure was none other than Shirhan, whom he had encountered in Xi'an. As Jiuyu was sent sprawling, the shadows of the bystanders returned to their normal states. Shirhan paid no heed to Su Ning, seizing the severely injured Jiuyu and heading towards the exit. Midway, he suddenly turned, revealing a cryptic smile as he said, I await your joining. You will join us. Su Ning was left perplexed, intending to respond but realizing that Shirhan had already vanished without a trace. The others were equally bewildered. Both Jiuyu and Shirhan were members of the dual-faced Buddha, yet one had come to his rescue, and it was clear that Shirhan's parting words held profound significance. Awaiting my joining. Is he implying I should join the dual-faced Buddha? And what of the chosen one of the Buddha Lord? All of this left Su Ning feeling overwhelmed. He approached Lu Ruoshuang, helping her to her feet, and returned the injured Xiao He to the pet space. The three of them made their way back to the villa, where the monkey tended to Su Ning's wounds. Upon hearing of the harrowing encounters faced by Su Ning and the others, the monkey could not help but express his trepidation, saying, I never imagined that in just a year, Jiuyu would grow this powerful. It seems our special operations team is somewhat lacking in numbers. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ning finally voiced a long-held question that had been gnawing at him. Alas, this all begins 3 years ago. The monkey paused momentarily and remarked, 3 years ago, our special operations team in Zhujiang was one of the most formidable forces in the nation. However, during a particular mission, only a few of us, lacking sufficient strength, were unable to participate, and those who went suffered catastrophic losses. All of this was instigated by that traitor, Jiuyu. Speaking of this, the monkey's teeth clenched in anger. Well, the monkey continued, glancing at Su Ning's bandaged wound, your room is on the 3rd floor, equipped with the basic necessities. You may rest and rejuvenate yourself there before returning. Su Ning nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline as he indeed felt fatigued. Upon returning to his room, Su Ning retrieved a pill, an experience elixir he had obtained upon completing his novice task of capturing nightmares. He closed his eyes and swallowed the elixir whole. As it entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that enveloped his entire being, providing immense comfort. After approximately 5 minutes, Su Ning realized that his cultivation had progressed to the late innate stage, and astonishingly, the injury he had sustained during his battle with Jiuyu had healed completely, his skin smooth and unblemished as if he had never been wounded. Having accomplished all this, Su Ning lay on the bed and gradually drifted into slumber, awakening around 4 in the afternoon. After politely declining the monkey's invitation to dine with him, Su Ning returned to his rented room, deep in contemplation about how to rapidly enhance his strength. Power was of utmost importance. Yet, as a novice, he found himself perplexed about how to elevate his abilities. Strength could be categorized into 2 types: supernatural powers and martial prowess. Chapter 74. The unusual his self-cultivation was progressing too slowly, and ultimately, he fixated on the 3 elixirs available in the system's marketplace. The Supernatural Awakening Elixir could only be redeemed once. 1 was a mid-level experience elixir that could aid him in breaking through to the quasi-golden core stage, while another was a pet experience potion that could elevate his pet's cultivation to the late innate stage. He glanced at his remaining points, which still exceeded 3,000. The pet experience potion was relatively inexpensive at just 10 points per bottle, but both the mid-level experience elixir and the Supernatural Awakening Elixir required a staggering 1,000 points each. With a pained heart, he exchanged for a mid-level experience elixir. After consuming it, the true energy within his dantian surged, continuously compressing until it ultimately formed a golden core the size of a pigeon egg above his purple palace. However, it seemed more appropriate to refer to it as a quasi-golden core, as it was hollow inside. Only by filling it could he advance to a genuine golden core. Subsequently, he redeemed the supernatural awakening elixir. He had always envied individuals with abilities akin to Huang Mao Deshan, uncertain of what supernatural power he might awaken. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Ning swallowed the elixir. Nothing seems to have changed, he mused. After consuming the supernatural awakening elixir, Su Ning smacked his lips and studied himself in the half-length mirror. Aside from a symbol appearing on his forehead, there were no noticeable changes. Just then, a lightning bolt, as thick as a finger, erupted from his hand, shattering the half-length mirror that had accompanied him for 3 years into countless fragments. Lightning? Su Ning examined his hands, nodding with a sense of satisfaction. He then practiced a bit more and discovered that at his current stage, he could summon thunder as thick as a water barrel. According to the monkey, the strength of a supernatural being was closely linked to their mental fortitude. Having reached the quasi-golden core stage, Su Ning's mental power was naturally not weak, enabling him to summon thunder as thick as an arm right from the outset. Su Ning was quite pleased with this development. The next phase would involve pets. He needed to focus on capturing all the pets and elevating them to their innate potential while striving to enhance his own abilities. Shortly thereafter, he made a phone call to Li Feng, confirming that the little loli was doing well before preparing to visit the school. Upon his arrival at the campus, he found that evening study sessions had commenced. Typically, attendance during university evening study sessions was sparse, so after greeting his friend Fatty, Su Ning settled down to study as exams were approaching, and he had no desire to fail. After the study session concluded, Su Ning took a solitary stroll through the small grove behind the campus, hoping to see if he could catch some small animals to keep his pets. Unfortunately, the area had almost transformed into a gathering place for couples. There were no small creatures to be found, not even an ant. The following days passed relatively peacefully, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. His routine consisted mainly of attending classes, returning home, and sleeping, a monotonous cycle. However, he noticed that Zhou Xiaoshan would often steal glances at him during class, though he paid it little mind. Soon, the weekend arrived, coinciding with the May Day holiday. Last week, Su Ning had contributed 1 million in funds, and everyone agreed to embark on a trip to Shenangjia. Initially, Su Ning had no intention of going, but after some contemplation, he decided to join as a means of unwinding. Su Ning's class was small, comprising only around 30 students, and they gathered at the school gate before boarding a bus to the airport. Zhou Tong did not attend, which Su Ning had anticipated. However, Zhou Xiaoshan, who bore a resemblance to Zhou Tong, arrived quite early, which surprised Su Ning. Yet, as they were all classmates, he felt it inappropriate to send her away in any case. Whether one person more or less was inconsequential, though Su Ning sensed a peculiar energy emanating from Zhou Xiaoshan, suggesting she was no ordinary individual. Chapter 75. Cave exploration. This led him to believe that Zhou Tong's family was also extraordinary. Everyone boarded the bus to the airport, and to Su Ning's astonishment, Zhou Tong unexpectedly appeared. After a 3-hour flight and a 2-hour bus ride, they finally arrived at Shenangjia. After purchasing some essential camping supplies, the group found a hotel to rest for the night before heading to Wildman Valley for camping the following day. With the camping trip planned to last 4 days. At the break of dawn the next day, the group followed their guide to Wildman Valley, chatting animatedly about the camping trip along the way. Su Ning, however, was somewhat indifferent. After 3 hours of hiking, they finally reached the campsite. Once the guide had brought them to the location, he departed, and the group began to busy themselves. Some set up tents while others sought food. Not far from the campsite flowed a small creek, teeming with fish. Fatty and Su Ning took on the task of catching fish, while Zhou Tong ventured off to gather firewood. The fish in the creek were large and plump. Su Ning and his companions managed to catch a considerable number with little effort. As night fell, they gathered around the bonfire, where some male classmates took the opportunity to tell ghost stories, eliciting gasps from the frightened girls. "There is a cave over there. I intend to explore it. Is there anyone brave enough to join me?" At that moment, Zhou Tong, having returned from her errand, called out, casting a glance in Su Ning's direction. With night encroaching, the potential presence of wild beasts made it prudent to remain near the campsite. Su Ning poked at the bonfire with a stick, internally disapproving of their reckless adventure. Yet Zhou Tong paid no heed and disdainfully remarked, "If you lack the courage yourself, that is of no concern to me." Su Ning shook his head in silence, but the stout fellow beside him could not contain his agitation. "Who are you calling cowardly? It is not my words that determine courage. Actions speak volumes." Zhou Tong retorted with a sarcastic tone. Never mind," the stout fellow said, but Su Ning interjected, "Let them go if they wished. It is late. We shall set out tomorrow." Su, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, sensing the peril. "What could possibly happen in a mere cave?" Zhou Tong remarked. leading 8 young men and 3 women away from the camp. Throughout the night, Su Ning remained awake, tending the bonfire and guarding against wild beasts encroaching upon the camp. The following morning, Zhou Tong and the group of 11 had not yet returned, causing unease among the remaining campers. Should we call the police? Li Su's face was tense, for Zhou Tong and the others had been missing for an entire night. After a moment of silence, Su Ning spoke, "Fatty, take a group down the mountain to report this. The rest will stay here. Zhou Xiaoshan, accompany me to find Zhou Tong and the others." Zhou Xiaoshan nodded, appearing rather composed, seemingly unconcerned about Zhou Tong's whereabouts. Following the direction Zhou Tong had taken, Su Ning and Zhou Xiaoshan walked for nearly 10 minutes until they finally arrived at the cave. The entrance was modest, barely wide enough for a single person to pass, surrounded by discarded garbage bags that they must have left behind. "Let us venture inside," Su Ning said, illuminating the path with a flashlight as he stepped cautiously into the cave, with Zhou Xiaoshan closely trailing behind. Despite the cave's small entrance, it opened into a vast interior. Although it was May and summer had arrived, Su Ning could still feel a chilling draft within the cave. Chapter 76. If you wish, you may marry. In continuing along Zhou Tong's trail for about 5 more minutes, Su Ning halted, noting the disarray in the footsteps, suggesting an incident had occurred. "Someone is injured. There are traces of blood." Zhou Xiaoshan reached down to touch the dark red soil, bringing it to her nose for a whiff. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the depths of the cave, as a swarm of bats burst forth. "Not good, it's the blood-poison bats," Zhou Xiaoshan cautioned. "Their saliva can induce a state of unconsciousness. We must proceed with caution." Oh, Su Ning felt a rush of anxiety, disregarding Zhou Xiaoshan's warning. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of true energy that obliterated the incoming blood-poison bats. "You've reached the late stage of your innate development?" Zhou Xiaoshan asked, astonished. She had always known Su Ning was a martial artist, but had not anticipated such prowess. "Guess," Su Ning replied with a smile, not providing a direct answer. Zhou Xiaoshan's background was evidently extraordinary. "Let us move on. The presence of blood indicates that someone has been injured. This does not bode well." Su Ning felt a rising urgency. After all, he had organized this expedition, and if anything went awry, it would spell disaster. After walking for approximately another 10 minutes, Su Ning surmised that he must now be situated deep within the mountain. Along the way, he stumbled upon a backpack and 2 extinguished torches. He hoped all would be well, as Su Ning silently began to pray. Zhou Xiaoshan displayed no signs of concern, leaving him puzzled. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Aren't you worried about your brother's uncertain fate?" "Worried? Why should I be?" Zhou Xiaoshan shrugged nonchalantly. "In our Zhou family, there are plenty of distant relatives, and I hardly know him." The Zhou family. Was it the illustrious one from the capital? Su Ning cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Xiaoshan, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Finally, after more than an hour of searching the cave, Su Ning discovered the first person, one of the 3 girls, Tang Yao, lying unconscious upon a massive stone by the path. Zhou Xiaoshan examined the girl and promptly handed Su Ning a medicinal pill. After consuming the pill, it took only a few minutes for Tang Yao to begin stirring, as if on the verge of awakening. Such is the advantage of coming from a prominent family, Su Ning marveled, feeling a twinge of envy. The medicinal system existed, yet it was prohibitively expensive. All his points had been devoted to enhancing his own abilities, leaving no surplus for such elixirs. Upon hearing Su Ning's remark, Zhou Xiaoshan tossed her hair back and turned to him with a charming smile. "If you desire, I could arrange for you to marry into the Zhou family." "Perhaps not," Su Ning replied, shaking his head, resolute in his refusal. Suddenly, Tang Yao on the stone let out a shrill scream, bolting upright and retreating in terror as she beheld Su Ning and the others. "It's all right, Tang Yao, you are safe now." Su Ning reassured her as he cautiously approached. However, Zhou Xiaoshan seemed unable to watch any longer and tossed a medicinal pill directly into Tang Yao's mouth. Taken by surprise, Tang Yao instinctively swallowed it, the scene imbued with an unexpected humor. "What did you give her?" Su Ning whispered. "Nothing much, just a calming pill," Zhou Xiaoshan replied. After a moment, it appeared the pill was taking effect, as the terror in Tang Yao's eyes began to fade. Su Ning, before he could react, a soft, delicate figure collapsed into his arms, weeping. "All right, Tang Yao is fine now. What about Zhou Tong and the others?" This left Su Ning somewhat at a loss, and he could only comfort her by patting her back. After a considerable time, Tang Yao finally ceased her sobbing and said, "I don't know. There were so many bats we kept running, and then I lost consciousness." Disappointed, Su Ning refrained from asking for the information he sought. "It's all right, don't worry. Let's head back, Su Ning." Feeling shy, Tang Yao left the comfort of Su Ning's embrace and tugged at the hem of his clothing, pleading, Let's go back. Naturally, returning was out of the question. Zhou Tong and the others had yet to be found, and it would be difficult to explain their return. After pondering for a moment, Suning suggested, Zhou Xiaoshan, you take Tang Yao back first, while I continue searching for Zhou Tong. Very well. Zhou Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, leading Tang Yao back the way they had come. Having traversed a considerable distance, Su Ning discovered a vast cavern ahead, at the center of which stood an ancient altar. Beneath the altar, flickering flames and shadows of figures were discernible. Su Ning hastened his pace, realizing it was Zhou Tong and the others. Su Ning, what brings you here? Zhou Tong inquired, holding a torch in his left hand and a flashlight in his right. Are you all unharmed? Su Ning asked coldly. What could possibly happen to us? Zhou Tong chuckled lightly. But you, what brings you here? All this treasure we discovered is not for you. Unexpectedly, Su Ning surged forward and landed a punch squarely on Zhou Tong's face. Why did you abandon Tang Yao? Have you lost your mind, Su Ning? Zhou Tong, being an ordinary person, could hardly withstand Su Ning's blow. Even without any profound energy, he was no match for Su Ning, and he collapsed to the ground, spitting out a tooth mixed with blood. Su Ning. The others rushed forward to restrain him. Tang Yao? Isn't she here? Amidst the chaos, it was unclear who spoke. Yes, she was just by my side, helping me with the flashlight. Another voice chimed in, then called out loudly for Tang Yao, yet received no response. Su Ning, if you wish to hit me, just say it. Zhou Tong spat on the ground and rose, ready to charge at Su Ning. Don't play this game with me. Su Ning remained silent, observing the expressions of the group. They did not appear to be lying. A careful scan revealed that, including Zhou Tong, there were indeed 12 individuals present. Yet he had distinctly seen Tang Yao moments earlier. Taking a deep breath, Su Ning stated, I just encountered an unconscious Tang Yao. Zhou Xiaoshan has already taken her back to the camp. Stop scaring us. I count every time I move a distance. Zhou Tong glared at Su Ning, his eyes filled with resentment. Ignoring Zhou Tong, Su Ning approached the others. As he neared a shadow by the altar, the figure moved and vanished into the cave wall. At this, just as the crowd was astonished, 3 more shadows rushed into the wall. What the hell am I witnessing? One student slapped himself hard, wide-eyed in disbelief. Let's check who is missing, Su Ning thought heavily, realizing that this situation was far from ordinary. Shortly after, a male student rushed over. Tang Yao, Zhang Ling, Long Yin, and Hong Wu are all unaccounted for. Panic ensued among the group, devolving into chaos. Look over there, one boy exclaimed, pointing at the cave wall in alarm. Su Ning shone his flashlight, revealing 4 shadows where the previous figures had vanished, and they were moving restlessly. Chapter 78. The mysterious head. What is that? Su Ning struck the cave wall with a punch, but the shadow seemed almost alive, nimbly evading his attack. The crowd was engulfed in extreme terror, with the timid already cowering on the ground. We should leave, Zhou Tong stammered, trembling with fear. Agreed. After deliberation, Su Ning decided to send them out of the cave first, intending to return later in search of the missing individuals. Their presence would be of no use and would only hinder his efforts. The journey was remarkably smooth, and the group encountered no further mishaps as they escorted the others to the cave's entrance. Su Ning's only son ventured back into the cave, preparing to seek the 3 who had vanished. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoshan, who was returning, approached. Zhou Tong. Where is Su Ning? Zhou Xiaoshan happened upon Zhou Tong and the others who were coming back. Zhou Tong lowered his head, speaking softly. He has gone to look for Zhang Ling. What? Zhang Ling, Long Yin, Hong Wu, and Tang Yao have all returned to the camp. Zhou Xiaoshan exclaimed in shock, recalling the peculiarities of that cave, which bore a striking resemblance to the legendary entity. Alas, let us return. That thing is far too terrifying, and besides, I am not well acquainted with Su Ning. There's no need to take such risks. Meanwhile, Su Ning had already returned to the cave, searching repeatedly yet finding nothing of note. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon an altar deep within the cave. Surrounding the altar were numerous mysterious symbols, and at its center lay a colossal head, a sword of gleaming ice embedded in its brow. This head was still alive. A surge of inexplicable dread welled up within Su Ning, prompting him to step back hastily. Just then, the head on the altar suddenly opened its eyes, and before Su Ning could react, 2 beams of light enveloped him, flooding his heart with a tumult of resentment and fury. He wished to evade but found himself paralyzed, unable to move, merely standing there, absorbing the overwhelming emotions. Gradually, Su Ning began to falter. A tremendous pain erupted in his head, as if it might explode. Ding! Detected the presence of a traitor nearby. Host, please evacuate immediately. The traitor's power is exceedingly formidable. Host, please flee at once. Now activating its level authority. The The system will temporarily take control of the host's body. Damn it, where has that cursed system been all this time? Suning cursed inwardly, observing his body moving against his will as he trudged step by step toward the cave entrance. However, he was relieved to find he could still move. Although the system was in control, it was still a positive development. Yet, the beams emitted from the head seemed to have fixated on him, relentlessly tracking his movements, making each step feel as though he were mired in quicksand. Every attempt to advance an arduous struggle. Suddenly, a plump monk clad in a robe resembling Maitreya Buddha appeared before the altar. With a mere wave of his robe, the head's eyes closed once more, and the weight pressing down on Suning vanished instantaneously. The system, now controlling Suning's body, sought to hasten its escape. Umitba, with the monk's incantation, Suning felt his body return to his control. The monk, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, addressed Suning, "You should leave. This is not a place befitting your current strength. Your companions are safe." "Who are you?" Suning did not depart immediately. He sensed that this monk bore no ill will towards him, and given the vast disparity in their strengths, fleeing would be futile. "You may call me the dual-faced Buddha, or the Buddha of good and evil." The rotund monk wore a visage of benevolence, and after uttering his words, he vanished into thin air. Yet Suning, as if struck by a sudden fright, realized that this monk was none other than the enigmatic dual-faced Buddha. Why had the dual-faced Buddha chosen to assist him? Suning was utterly perplexed, and he pondered why the system held such trepidation towards the dual-faced Buddha, even going so far as to label him a traitor to the path. All these thoughts swirled in Suning's mind, refusing to dissipate, as he began his journey back to the camp. "Suning, you have finally returned." Upon his arrival, the crowd gathered around him, their expressions a mix of concern and relief. "Are you unscathed?" Li Su inquired anxiously, edging closer. "It's nothing." Suning forced a weary smile as he pushed through the throng. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and he collapsed into his tent, succumbing to slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Where is everyone? After a leisurely stroll around the camp, he discovered only Li Su, the portly fellow, and Zhou Xiaoshan present. Zhou Xiaoshan, busy packing her belongings, glanced back without breaking her stride and remarked coolly, "They have all departed. We should leave as well." "Suning, you?" Just then, Li Su, who was approaching from a distance, let out a startled cry, her mouth agape in astonishment. "What is it?" Zhou Xiaoshan raised her gaze, her pupils dilating in shock. "Your hair, and your entire appearance, they're all white." Instinctively, Suning touched his face. How could this be? He fished out his phone, staring in disbelief at the wrinkles adorning his visage and the stark white of his hair. Desperately trying to recall the events of the previous day, he felt as though he had transformed into an octogenarian, with emaciated arms, a head full of silver locks, and numerous parched wrinkles. "You all should head back." Suning finally exhaled deeply, addressing the others. "And what about you?" Li Su asked, her voice tinged with compassion. Suning mustered a forced smile, tinged with bitterness. "It's nothing. I just need some time alone. Let us go." "He'll be fine," Zhou Xiaoshan reassured, recognizing that Suning was no ordinary individual, and that remaining here would be of no help. She gently pulled Li Su and the others away. What on earth is happening? Once Zhou Xiaoshan and the others had departed, Suning could no longer contain himself and summoned the system. Yesterday, to ensure the host's safety, the system forcibly activated SSS permissions to take control of the host's body, expending 50 years of life essence. "How dare you?" Suning seethed in anger. "You should have informed me. Release me from this. The system has already applied for compensation for the host. Unbinding from this system will incur punitive erasure. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed with your nonsense. What about the compensation?" The mention of compensation eased Suning's ire slightly. "Compensation rewards are currently being dispensed. Please hold. Congratulations, host. You have received a vial of life essence and a surrogate doll. Now that's more like it." The prospect of replenishing his life essence and acquiring a surrogate doll lifted Suning's spirits considerably. The surrogate doll was indeed a remarkable item, capable of averting death once, though it would leave him gravely injured afterwards. Being injured was certainly preferable to death, was it not? Now issuing a mandatory main quest. Proceed to the Kunlun Secret Realm and become an outer disciple of the Kunlun Secret Realm. The task duration is 3 months, and failure results in the eradication of the host. What? Following this incident, Suning sensed something unusual. The tasks previously assigned by the system had always been relatively simple and devoid of any punitive measures for failure. Yet this time, it was a compulsory mission. Chapter 80. The Kunlun Secret Realm. Well, I shall address that later. Suning retrieved a small vial of life potion and drank it in one gulp. The essence of life that had vanished was instantly replenished. His withered palms regained their vitality, and his head of white hair turned completely black once more. The sky was nearing dusk, prompting Suning to quicken his pace towards the town, where he found a hotel to spend the night. The following day, he returned to Zhejiang. Upon his return, the first order of business was to head to the Special Operations team, as he intended to inquire about the Kunlun secret realm. What a coincidence! Everyone is here. When Suning arrived, he found everyone gathered in the villa's hall, engrossed in watching television. Did you have a pleasant journey? The monkey approached him. Suning had already informed them of his travels. Do not mention it, I nearly lost my life. Suning chuckled ruefully, still feeling a bit rattled. Pray, tell us what transpired. The monkey, intrigued, urged Suning to recount his tale. Thus, Suning narrated the events that unfolded in Shenangjia, carefully omitting the aspects concerning the system and the dual-faced Buddha. Upon finishing Suning's account, the monkey exclaimed, You truly are fortunate. That fellow possesses the head of Chuai in ancient times. The Yellow Emperor slew Chiyu, and to prevent his resurrection, he divided the corpse into 5 parts, each buried in different locations. Your cave happens to be the site where the head is suppressed. This is no secret. Anyone who inquires can easily learn of it. Lu Rushuang and Dasha nodded in agreement. By the way, do you know about the Kunlun secret realm? Suning did not linger on this question, directly voicing his curiosity. The Kunlun secret realm? Lu Rushuang approached with a bottle of cola taken from the refrigerator. What? Do you wish to join? Indeed. Suning nodded, unabashedly revealing his intentions. The monkey shook his head. That would not be easy. Firstly, a nominative representative is required, followed by a selection process. As it happens, I was also intending to discuss this matter with you. Our team has one remaining nomination slot. You 3 should deliberate on who will take it. Lu Rushuang took a sip of her cola and surveyed the others. I shan't go. The assessment is far too extreme. Dashan shook his head vigorously in refusal. The monkey reclined on the sofa. I will not go either. Let Suning take on the challenge. Suning glanced at the monkey and Dashan, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Very well, it shall be Suning, Lu Rushuang declared promptly. What exactly is the Kunlun secret realm? Suning could not restrain his curiosity. How shall I put it? The monkey tilted his head in thought. You may perceive it as a sect. However, it comprises individuals from across the globe, including vampires, priests, shamans, and followers of the dual-faced Buddha, among others. The Kunlun secret realm is classified as a neutral faction, allowing its disciples to depart the sect at their discretion. In the enigmatic realm of Kunlun, you shall undergo professional training. However, the mortality rate is rather high. Is that so? Suning nodded, inquiring, when shall I embark on my journey to the Kunlun secret territory? In 3 days, Lu Rushuang contemplated before responding, you may return now to prepare. Our special operations team has several elders within the Kunlun secret territory. I shall extend my greetings to them. Well then, I shall take my leave, Suning replied, rising to depart from the villa. Chapter 81. The return of the little loli. At that moment, Suning was outside enjoying lunch, entirely oblivious to the grand surprise awaiting him at home. After finishing his meal, he strolled around the streets and decided to return home around 6 o'clock. Upon reaching his doorstep, Suning was taken aback. That mischievous little thief did this. This is my newly replaced door. Just then, a petite figure dashed out and leaped into Suning's embrace, exclaiming, Daddy, Nyo, how did you come back? Suning asked, somewhat astonished, as the clouds of worry dissipated from his heart. I sneaked back. Hee, the little loli replied, blinking her large eyes innocently. Suning furrowed his brow. Did you do this to the door? Who told you not to give them the key? Upon seeing the little loli's innocent expression, Suning couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. At that moment, a call came in from Li Feng, the captain of the special operations team in Xi'an. Unsurprisingly, it was regarding the little loli's escapade. Suning managed a wry smile and repeatedly apologized, but the other party insisted that since she was home, there was no need for him to come. In their impatient tone, there seemed to be a sense of relief. Suning was left pondering what mischief the little loli had engaged in with the special operations team in Xi'an that would elicit such a response. Sensing the questioning gaze from Suning, Nyo shyly fidgeted with her fingers and said, Nyo didn't do anything bad. It was all them. They wouldn't let Nyo go out, so Nyo took apart all the doors. Suning was at a loss for words, wanting to say something, yet ultimately he merely patted the little loli's head in silence. After leading her into the room, he contacted a carpenter for door repairs. Since it was the second visit, he received a discount of 50 yuan, prompting Suning to shoot a stern glance at the little loli. Subsequently, he called Xiao Ma, informing him of his impending journey to the Kunlun secret territory, which he anticipated would be perilous, and hence he planned to temporarily leave the little lowly with Xiao Ma. Naturally, Xiao Ma readily agreed to Su Ning's request, even as Su Ning reiterated the need for several carpenters. The following morning, as Su Ning brought the little lowly to school, countless girls shed tears of regret upon the introduction of his daughter. Even Li Su displayed a look of astonishment. "Brother Ning, did you know Zhou Tong has gone missing?" Just as Su Ning was finalizing the procedures for his leave of absence, the chubby boy caught up with him. "Missing?" Su Ning replied, taken aback. "What happened?" The chubby boy explained, "It was right after returning from Shenangjia. He vanished the moment we stepped off the plane. Now, Zhou Tong's father has put out notices on television and in the newspapers to find him. Well, perhaps young Master Zhou has once again escaped somewhere for a vacation." Su Ning paid it no mind and, after speaking, prepared to take the little lowly to the amusement park for some fun. At the amusement park, the little lowly spent the entire day in the haunted house. It is rather amusing. Really, that a 1,000-year-old zombie would have such a penchant for visiting a haunted house. And yet each time she was frightened to the point of shrieking and dashing out, only to return for more with unabated enthusiasm. In the Shenangjia region, within a cave sealing the head of Chiyu. The head upon the altar opened its eyes once more, casting its gaze upon a young boy below. Countless shadows erupted from the cave walls, merging into the boy's being. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps a day, maybe two, the boy licked his lips and clenched his fists, reveling in the power surging within him, feeling quite content. Chapter 82. The mysterious Zhou Tong Su Ning? Ha ha! In Zhujiang City, Su Ning was busy tidying up his belongings when the little lowly approached him. "Daddy, can we go play in the haunted house? Has it really been 2 whole days, and she still hasn't grown tired of it?" Su Ning felt somewhat vexed. Could this 1,000-year-old zombie be an imposter? The little lowly tugged at Su Ning's hand, playfully pouting. "Pretty please, Daddy." However, Su Ning remained unmoved. "Wait for me. I will take you to Uncle Xiao Ma, and he will build you a haunted house for you to enjoy all by yourself." "And what about you, Daddy?" The little lowly tilted her head in inquiry. Su Ning gently ruffled her hair. "Daddy has matters to attend to at Kunlun Mountain and will return to fetch you later." "But I want to go too," the little lowly insisted stubbornly. Su Ning reassured her. "Be good. Wait for Daddy to come back for you. Besides, don't you want to play in the haunted house? Uncle Xiao Ma has prepared a grand haunted house just for you." "All right then," she relented at last. Under the allure of the haunted house, the 1,000-year-old zombie little lowly shamefully succumbed. After dropping her off at Uncle Xiao Ma's house, Su Ning hurried to the airport. After obtaining his ticket and passing through security, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face on the plane. "What are you doing here?" Su Ning was taken aback. "I'm heading to Kunlun." "Our family has a quota as well," Zhou Xiaoshan replied, chewing gum with headphones on. "Fair enough," Su Ning said, not probing further as he found his seat and settled in. Shortly thereafter, another passenger boarded, someone who seemed vaguely familiar. It was none other than Juyu, whom he had met in the subway. Upon sitting down, Juyu seemed to notice Su Ning's gaze and turned to reveal a mysterious smile. After disembarking, Su Ning rented a car and made his way to Wuxia County, the highest peak in the entire Kunlun mountain range, where the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm was located. It was still not time for the secret realm to open, yet the small town was already bustling with unfamiliar faces. On the night of the full moon, one could ascend from the foot of the mountain to the summit to enter the Kunlun secret realm. However, arriving early was futile, as entry was only permitted at 9 o'clock on the night of the full moon. This could be considered the first trial. The Kunlun secret realm only opened for 2 hours each time, equating to 4 hours in total. All participants must climb to the height of 7,649 meters on Mount Conger within those 4 hours. Otherwise, the entrance would close, resulting in elimination. However, Su Ning was unconcerned. He had a recommendation and could always use the jade talisman given to him by Lu Rushuang to enter the Kunlun secret realm at any time. Su Ning had been residing in the small town for nearly 3 days. As time progressed, an increasing number of people congregated in the town, and all the hotels and inns were fully booked. Tomorrow marked the night of the full moon, and with it, the trials were set to commence. This time, the Kunlun secret realm was to select 8,000 individuals, not just from the Xia Nation, but from across the globe. In reality, only 800 spots were allocated for the entire Xia Nation. Yet, the crowd that had amassed in the town had swelled to nearly 10,000, of which only 800 would succeed in becoming outer disciples of the Kunlun secret realm. Feeling a tinge of boredom from staying in the hotel, Su Ning ventured outside, aimlessly wandering the streets until a familiar figure caught his eye. Zhou Tong? How curious it was that Zhou Tong appeared here. What could his purpose be? Intrigued, Su Ning discreetly followed him. Zhou Tong turned left and right, leading Su Ning into a narrow alley. He glanced back with a mysterious smile, prompting Suning to hastily conceal himself. By the time he emerged, Zhou Tong had vanished. How peculiar. Logically, Zhou Tong was merely an ordinary person and should not have been able to detect him, yet Suning felt an unsettling sensation of being observed. Moreover, Zhou Tong seemed different, enveloped by an ominous aura. Chapter 83. The murder case. With a mind full of questions, Suning returned to the hotel. The Kunlun secret realm was set to open at 9 o'clock the following evening, and he needed a good night's sleep to rejuvenate himself. The next morning, a commotion outside his window roused him from slumber. What on earth was all the noise about so early in the day? Suning grumbled as he opened his door, only to find a group of people gathered around the room next door. What had transpired? He tapped a man nearby on the shoulder and inquired. What happened? Someone has died, the man said, gesturing towards the room's door, shaking his head with a look of pity and sympathy. It was dreadful, a death. Suning pushed through the crowd to peer inside the room, where a blue cloth draped over a corpse, presumably a female. Dark crimson blood and mangled entrails were scattered around. How strange that he recalled that he hadn't noticed any disturbances the previous night. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he observed the black mist emanating from the body. Instinctively, he thought of Zhou Tong, though it could very well be a mere coincidence. Before long, the police arrived at the scene and took his statement before departing. Suning found the entire situation rather perplexing. However, with the imminent opening of the Kunlun secret realm, he preferred not to delve further into complications. After a meal, he returned to his room and lay on the bed, lost in thought, when suddenly a shadow flitted past the window. He sprang up and rushed to the balcony, only to find nothing amiss. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded from the door. Setting aside his confusion, Suning approached and opened it. Officers, is there something you need? He asked, eyeing the male and female police officers at the threshold. The female officer adjusted her glasses and stated, There has been another murder in room 216 next door, and we need to ask you a few questions. Very well, come in, Suning replied, opening the door wider. As soon as they entered, the female officer got straight to the point. Mr. Suning, where were you an hour ago? Since 11 o'clock last night, I have remained in my room. This morning at 9, I was abruptly awakened by a murder occurring next door. Afterward, I went to have breakfast and then returned to my room, where I stayed until your arrival. After a moment of contemplation, Suning replied, Did you notice anything unusual? The female police officer noted this in her notebook and inquired again. Unusual? Suning carefully recollected, Indeed, I did not. The female officer nodded and asked, Would it be convenient for us to inspect your room? Please feel free, Suning shrugged, as it was of little consequence to him since he was not involved. After the inspection, the female officer handed Suning a business card, saying, Contact us immediately if you notice anything. All right, Suning accepted the card. What? Just as the female officer was about to exit, she received a phone call. Her expression shifting slightly. Mr. Suning, another murder has occurred upstairs. For your safety, please leave this hotel immediately. With that, the officer hurried out. Another death. Suning frowned and quickly followed her. Upon reaching the third floor, he found that this time, the victim was once again a female, residing directly above his room in room 315. The manner of death was identical to the previous two, but while the first two had lost their hearts and livers, this one had lost her lungs. The hotel primarily accommodated individuals attending the Kunlun secret realm, most of whom were not weak. The idea that someone could be brutally killed in such a stealthy manner left the residents of Ukiah County in a state of panic. Some practitioners even spontaneously organized a patrol team, determined to find the murderer, regardless of their participation in the Kunlun secret realm. Chapter 84. Captured. What on earth is happening? Suning felt a headache coming on, as it seemed that this murderer was specifically targeting him. The shadow he had just seen was likely the culprit, and his first suspicion fell upon Juyu. Yet the physique of that shadow differed too greatly from hers. Could it be Zhou Tong? Suning chuckled at the absurdity of the thought. Zhou Tong was merely an ordinary person, and even with some fortunate encounters, how much could his strength truly have increased in such a short time? Just as Suning was lost in contemplation, a squad of police burst through the door. Don't move. Faced with the fully armed officers, Suning raised his hands. Although bullets were ineffective against him, he had no desire to escalate the situation. Officer Wu, what is the meaning of this? The leading female officer was the same one who had previously taken his statement, leaving him quite perplexed. Officer Wu flashed her badge before Suning, stating, We suspect you are involved in a series of murders. Please come with us. You suspect me? Suning replied, somewhat exasperated. Even rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrows. Take him away. Without giving Suning a chance to clarify, One of the officers stepped forward and cuffed him. "Search the room," Officer Wu ordered, and soon Suning found himself taken downstairs to a police vehicle, bound for the Ukiah County Public Security Bureau. The moment they departed, Zhou Tong emerged from the nearby elevator, glanced at them, and then returned to the elevator. "Officer Wu, have you made a mistake?" Suning felt a sense of helplessness as he explained from within the vehicle. However, Officer Wu seemed to have made up his mind about Suning, disregarding any attempts at explanation. This situation was rather dire. The Kunlun's secret realm was about to open, and while Suning possessed a jade talisman exempting him from the initial trial, this privilege was only valid for today. Once the day passed, the assessment would commence, sealing the realm, and even with the jade talisman, he would be unable to enter. Upon arriving at the police station, Suning was escorted to an interrogation room. "Speak," he was instructed. Shortly after, Officer Wu entered, taking a seat across from Suning. "What is there to say?" Suning felt increasingly frustrated. Officer Wu slammed his hand on the table and stood up, demanding, "Tell me how you killed the 3 victims." "I did not commit murder," Suning replied coolly. "Did not commit murder?" Officer Wu scoffed, fixing an icy gaze on Suning. "We found your footprints on the balcony of your room, and remarkably, there are also your footprints on the balcony of the victim's room. From your balcony, one can conveniently access all the victims' rooms, and we discovered bloodstains in your bathroom. It would be wise for you to confess. I did not kill anyone." "What do you want me to confess?" Suning was now experiencing a headache, feeling pressed for time. "Fine, still being obstinate, are we?" Officer Wu gathered the photographs on the table, stating, "Come back when you've reconsidered." "Wait, I am part of the Special Operations Unit from Zhejiang City. Here on a covert mission," Suning finally revealed after a moment of contemplation. "Special Operations Unit?" Officer Wu paused, glancing back at Suning. What a fabricated story I could claim to be from the National Security Bureau too. Suning felt a surge of frustration and thought to himself, "Forget it." He forcefully broke free from his handcuffs and stood up, stretching his arms. What are you doing?" "Sit down," Officer Wu shouted in anger. Chapter 85. The assessment. As Suning glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 7 o'clock, anxiety gripped him. "There's no time to explain. My mission is crucial. Here are my credentials." "Are you truly from the Special Operations Unit?" Officer Wu asked, surprised. He was aware of the Special Operations Unit, which dealt with matters beyond the scope of ordinary departments and possessed the authority for immediate action in certain situations. Could it be true? Suning rolled his eyes. "Quickly return my credentials and prepare 2 vehicles for me." "Yes, sir." Officer Wu thought bitterly, realizing he should have mentioned his affiliation earlier, sparing them both from this unnecessary ordeal. By the time Suning arrived at his destination, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night, and not a soul was in sight at the foot of the mountain. Damn it, Suning quickened his pace towards the summit. Upon reaching the top at 1:30, he found a crowd of individuals who had also failed to enter the secret realm in time. Suning retrieved his jade talisman, poised to crush it, when an icy chill enveloped him. An elderly man was intently staring at the jade talisman in Suning's hand, and at that moment, all eyes turned towards him, filled with fervent desire. "Look, that fellow has a jade talisman. Whoever seizes it will claim it as their own." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, prompting a throng to converge upon Suning. Cursed be the circumstances. Enraged, Suning summoned a multitude of heavenly thunderbolts to encircle him. Yet, these individuals appeared utterly reckless, charging forward relentlessly. Suning chose to disregard them, seizing the opportunity to activate his protective aura and crushing a jade talisman in his grasp. As the talisman shattered, a beam of light enveloped Suning, transporting him into the secret realm. He had escaped. On the mountaintop, the spectators shook their heads in frustration, while Suning found himself in the Kunlun's secret realm, standing in a vast square teeming with thousands of people. Astonishingly, it was daytime. Suning was taken aback. The Kunlun's secret realm seemed to be an entirely different world. He was no longer amidst the Kunlun mountain range, but rather atop a verdant hill, with a small stream and several quaint villages visible below. An elder clad in a black robe ascended the elevated platform in the center of the square, commanding silence among the gathered crowd. He then announced, "Welcome, everyone, to the Kunlun Secret Realm's Disciple Recruitment Ceremony. I trust you are all aware of the basic details. This recruitment offers only 800 slots. The first round of assessment will commence from here to the Kunlun Secret Realm's Mountain Gate, selecting the first 6,000 participants. All means may be employed and casualties are permissible. Those lacking confidence in their abilities may withdraw at this time." "Casualties permissible?" The elder's words sent a chill through the crowd, prompting many to step aside. "Is anyone truly withdrawing?" The black-robed elder scanned the area and, seeing no one step forward, declared, "Then let the first round of assessment begin." As his words echoed, The multitude surged towards the highest peak, with several slower individuals tragically trampled underfoot. This sent a shiver down Suning's spine. He refrained from immediate action, deliberately positioning himself at the back of the throng to conserve his strength for a final surge. Up ahead, chaos erupted. The narrow mountain path became a battleground as many fought for passage. This year's disciples are truly disappointing, sighed the black-robed elder, shaking his head. Brother son, that's not entirely fair. There are still a few promising candidates. An elder floating above observed the tumult, remarking, one named Joyo seems exceptional, and there's also a millennium-old zombie, not to mention the Bai family's Jution Feng body. Let us hope for the best, elder son replied, seated upon a flying artifact, closing his eyes. Suning rubbed his eyes, disbelief etched upon his face. Baba. Spotting a lively little girl, Suning realized it was no illusion. What brings you here? He asked, a mix of irritation and curiosity in his heart. I came to find Baba. The little girl blinked innocently to forget it. Let's move, Suning said, scooping her up and joining the slow-moving throng. Almost there, he observed as they covered the remaining third of the distance, beginning to quicken his pace. Get out of the way. One burly man attempted to impede Suning's advance, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him sprawling aside. To speak candidly, Suning's counterfeit Danchi Showon, amidst this crowd, is relatively acceptable. After dealing with a few obstacles, the onlookers began to realize that this young man, burdened with a child, was not to be trifled with. He hardly needed to utter a word before those ahead would yield him passage. Yet, there were occasionally a few tough nuts to crack, but Suning managed to resolve those encounters with relative ease. After advancing a certain distance, Suning estimated that he should be within the top 6,000 and chose to refrain from further acceleration, for subtlety is the true path to success. However, it appeared that a scuffle had erupted at the front of the group. Upon closer inspection, Suning discovered that it was Joyo and Zhou Tong engaged in a fierce exchange. The two were battling as they ran, and it seemed Zhou Tong held the upper hand, much to Suning's astonishment. After all, he was well aware of Joyo's formidable prowess. Even now, he would not dare claim superiority over him, for Joyo's abilities were exceedingly enigmatic. Soon, the crowd reached the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm, and as the number of participants swelled to 6,000, a radiant barrier enveloped them, casting aside those who had not entered. Excellent, the second round of the talent assessment was about to commence. With that, a formation activated, and a myriad of colors radiated from above each participant's head. Red, green, blue, and purple. Purple signified the highest quality, while blue indicated passing. Suning glanced upward, astonished to find that he emanated a white light, the nature of which was a mystery to him. Meanwhile, the little lowly above him shone with a brilliant violet hue, capturing the attention of all around her. Remarkably, both Zhou Tong and Joyo also exhibited purple auras. Splendid, those with purple light were immediately promoted to inner disciples. Elder son, with a look of satisfaction, stroked his grizzled beard. The little lowly glanced at Suning, somewhat bewildered. Go on, Suning gently urged her, believing that joining the Kunlun secret realm might indeed be a commendable choice. Those emanating a color below blue were designated as outer disciples. However, they should not lose heart, as talent does not encompass all. Suning contemplated his situation and stepped forward. The light above his head was unfamiliar to him. The purple disciples proceeded to the mountain for the master-apprentice ceremony, while the outer disciples headed to the foot of the mountain for their accommodations. Those dissatisfied could leave at this juncture. As he descended the mountain path, Suning found himself in a daze. His objective was to become an inner disciple, and with only 3 months at his disposal, he was still merely an outer disciple, one step at a time. He thought, shaking his head in a bittersweet smile. There would surely be a way forward when the time came. Overthinking was futile. Outer disciples, as the name suggests, were tasked with menial labor. Those who arrived here were, after all, the cream of the crop from the outside world, and it was only natural to feel a sense of imbalance. Suning felt no exception to this sentiment. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed for Suning. This week, aside from the first 3 days, had largely been consumed by the monotonous drudgery of menial tasks. He couldn't help but wonder how Nyonyo was faring. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he set down the wooden logs. This was 1,000-year-old ironwood, a material so dense that an ordinary person could scarcely lift even a branch. Over these past days, he had been hauling 30 logs daily. Were it not for the system's tasks, he would have fled long ago. You? What are you dawdling about for? Do you still wish to eat? Just as Suning paused for a moment, a rotund man wielding a whip approached him, berating him without restraint. Suning furrowed his brows at the sight of the rotund figure known as Zhang Dafu, who served as a menial overseer. It was rumored that he was a relative of a certain elder, and he was notoriously arrogant. Oh? You still refuse to submit, do you? Upon noticing Suning's frown, Zhang Dafu raised his whip menacingly. Poised to strike in a swift motion, Suning seized the whip and yanked it forcefully, causing Zhang Dafu to stumble and fall to the ground, caught off guard. You did very well. It seems you no longer wish to remain here, Zhang Dafu exclaimed, wiping the dirt from his face and shouting angrily. Get lost. Suning was in a foul mood, tempted to beat the glutton senseless, but the regulations of the establishment restrained him from unleashing his pent-up fury. You little brat, we shall see how this unfolds. After sending Zhang Dafu away, Suning hefted 13 more ironwood logs, bringing the total to 30. Not too shabby. Carrying these ironwoods could be considered a form of cultivation. After a week of this, Suning noticed a significant improvement in his pseudodan cultivation. This small consolation, however, was overshadowed by the pressing need to eat, as the cafeteria would close at nightfall. The dining area for the menial disciples resembled a large communal cafeteria, akin to those found in schools, with reasonably palatable dishes. However, the cafeteria was only open for a brief hour, and missing the evening meal would mean enduring hunger. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Suning found it already bustling with people. And there stood Zhang Dafu at the entrance, as the overseer. Zhang Dafu would not dine with the menial disciples. He had a special kitchen from which meals were delivered to his quarters, and he was merely present to maintain order. You'll regret this. Zhang Dafu glared menacingly at the approaching Suning and muttered under his breath. Heh. Suning paid him no mind, sneering dismissively as he walked past. Apologies, but we are out of food. After waiting in line for nearly 10 minutes, Suning was met with the disappointing news. The pot, however, clearly still contained a decent amount of food. Realizing that Zhang Dafu's smirk indicated foul play, Suning understood the situation all too well. The onlookers seemed to recognize that Zhang Dafu had taken offense, pushing Suning forward, and only after he departed did the middle-aged worker resume serving meals. Very well. Suppressing his inner rage, Suning exited the cafeteria. Ha ha. You dare to oppose me? This is merely the beginning. Observing Suning's disgruntled departure, Zhang Dafu was quite pleased, whistling as he strolled around the cafeteria before retreating to his private quarters to enjoy his dinner. However, Suning, upon leaving, did not return to his small room. Instead, he glanced at the sky, veering into a dimly lit alley and concealing himself amidst the grass by the roadside. Before long, the rosy-cheeked Zhang Dafu, still whistling, approached. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal fist suddenly appeared before his eyes, striking him and causing stars to dance before his vision. Who the hell dares to attack me? Zhang Dafu, now reeling from the blow, could barely open his eyes, his previously proud nose now crumpled and soft. It is your granduncle. Suning continued to rain down punches upon Zhang Dafu, venting his pent-up frustration, and soon the air was filled with Zhang Dafu's pitiful cries. Ah, alas, do not strike. Cease your blows. Zhang Dafu shielded his head with both hands, rolling incessantly on the ground. He attempted to resist, yet his strength was simply insufficient. He was merely at the innate stage, while Suning had already reached the fake elixir stage, a full realm above him. Curse it was unclear how long the beating had persisted, but this innate martial artist, Zhang Dafu, was ultimately rendered unconscious. Only then did Suning cease his relentless assault. How refreshing it is, when under pressure, one must appropriately release. Suning stretched his shoulders, feeling an unparalleled sense of joy as he made his way back to his chamber, paying no heed to the pulpy remains of Zhang Dafu behind him. He had exercised restraint. This time, he would not take Zhang Dafu's life, though disability was another matter entirely. At the very least, Zhang Dafu would be absent for 3 months. Early the next morning, it was time for the distribution of training resources. Everyone gathered at the pill pavilion. The outer disciples were entitled to receive 10 cultivation pills each month. However, only 7 were actually dispensed, as the remaining 3 had been claimed by Zhang Dafu. In the past, he was the first to arrive for the distribution, standing at the entrance, demanding 3 pills from each disciple that emerged, lest they face a month of hardship. Yet this time, it was already noon, and he had not appeared, which aroused considerable curiosity. Disciple A. Hey, have you heard? Zhang Dafu was beaten into a state of disarray last night. Disciple B. Is that true? Disciple A. Absolutely, but you mustn't spread it. Before long, word spread among the outer disciples, claiming that Zhang Dafu had been killed. What transpired? Please, do tell. I know the details. It seems he offended an inner disciple. Ah, splendid. Zhang Dafu was the very creature I found most loathsome. Su Ning was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his altercation with Zhang Dafu would garner such attention. Nevertheless, he chose to remain discreet, quietly collecting his pills and retreating to his modest room to commence his cultivation. In half a month's time, the sect's grand competition would take place, with the top 10 securing eligibility for entry into the outer gate. A month later, the outer gate trials would occur, and the top 100 would gain access to the inner gate. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for rest. Second uncle, you must advocate for me. In the Kunlun's secret realm, atop the peak where the outer gate elders resided, Zhang Dafu lay weeping as he recounted his grievances to an elderly man. This man was Zhang Dafu's second uncle, Zhang Feng, one of the 3 great elders of the Kunlun outer gate. Humph, you useless wretch. Do not presume that I was unaware of your actions on the servant peak all these years. Li Feng's expression darkened as he flicked his sleeve. Zhang Dafu was taken aback, momentarily forgetting his tears. However, the elder continued, yet, knowing full well that it was one of my Zhang Feng's disciples, who dared to lay a hand on him, who granted him such audacity. Indeed, at the time, I proclaimed your name, second uncle, but that scoundrel paid it no heed, Zhang Dafu added, embellishing the tale. You are hardly an innocent yourself. Chapter 89. Zhang Feng's conditions. Zhang Feng was currently pondering over who could possibly have the audacity to disregard him, daring to lay hands on his own people. His mood, already soured, was further inflamed by Zhang Dafu's incendiary remarks, igniting a seething fury within him. If that individual truly possessed such arrogance, then it was time to confront him. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Feng rose to his feet, commanding his subordinates to lift Zhang Dafu and accompany him to the location of the servant disciples. As the servant disciples were diligently training, they were suddenly caught off guard by a swirling gust of energy that swept through the air, causing several of them to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. It wasn't until the force drew near that they recognized it was Elder Zhang Feng. Those who caught sight of Zhang Dafu, now incapacitated, were taken aback, astonished that he had been bested so thoroughly. Tell me who harmed Zhang Dafu. If you refuse to divulge the name, I shall have no choice but to seek each of you out individually, Zhang Feng declared. Surveying the crowd below, he noted that none appeared frightened. Instead, they wore expressions of bewilderment. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the cultivations of those present were rather modest, hardly resembling those capable of defeating Zhang Dafu. Meanwhile, Su Ning, having recently achieved success in his cultivation, was overjoyed as he stepped onto the plaza, initially intending to seek methods to enhance his practice. However, upon arrival, he found all eyes fixed upon an elderly man, and upon closer examination, he realized that Zhang Dafu was standing beside him. Su Ning considered slipping away but was soon noticed by Zhang Dafu. Grandfather, this is the man who injured me. You must avenge me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng shifted his gaze to the stealthy Su Ning, who seemed intent on retreating. Swiftly, he summoned his inner strength to draw Su Ning closer to him. Zhang Feng scrutinized the boy who had so grievously harmed his grandson, quickly realizing that Su Ning's cultivation was not particularly remarkable, only slightly superior to the surrounding servant disciples, lacking any indication of extraordinary prowess. However, knowing that his grandson was merely in the innate stage, he felt somewhat reassured, for Su Ning had already reached the false dance stage. You have harmed my kin. Now, tell me how you wish to proceed. I shall grant you the opportunity to choose. Zhang Feng stated, gazing at the youth before him. Frankly, he held no desire to engage in combat with him, having come merely out of a momentary lapse in judgment. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Ning smiled. His cultivation had improved significantly, though he remained uncertain of the outcome now. Yet, faced with Zhang Feng's formidable prowess, he knew he could not contend with him directly. Thus, he felt compelled to select a representative for himself. Let us do this. You may choose anyone to fight me, provided they do not exceed my realm. In simpler terms, let it be someone of the same false dance stage as myself. Upon hearing this remark from Su Ning, Zhang Feng could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated the presence of such an audacious young man. Among the formidable figures he knew at the false dance stage, there were certainly more than one, and Su Ning appeared to be akin to an egg attempting to clash with a rock. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Chapter 90. The battle beyond the sect. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback by Su Ning's words, astonished by his apparent confidence, as they remained unaware of his true prowess. They perceived Su Ning's demeanor as a reckless gamble, for there were many who surpassed him in strength. Could he truly be so self-assured? Should he meet his demise in the arena, he would be left bewildered as to the cause. The rules of the arena dictated that life and death were left to fate. In essence, even if Suning were to perish here, it would bear no consequence for his opponent. Very well then, go and summon your ally. I shall await your arrival here, with my neck exposed. Should the individual you bring fail to overcome me, I trust you will refrain from troubling me further. After hearing these words, Zhang Feng nodded, realizing this was a request he could fulfill without significant burden. He had not expected this young man to be so manageable. Suning, having recently experienced a notable improvement in his cultivation, could not suppress a smile. He felt on the verge of breaking through yet encountered a slight bottleneck. At that moment, a young woman approached Suning, her expression fraught with concern. Why would you agree to this? If you perish in the arena, it will be a senseless death. Seeing her earnest worry, Suning felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, yet he stifled his amusement upon noticing her serious demeanor. Rest assured, it is highly improbable that I will fall so easily. Upon hearing this, the young woman scoffed, taken aback by his apparent lack of gratitude, and she turned away, no longer sparing him a glance. Before long, Zhang Feng returned with a companion, an outer sect disciple, notably renowned, named Li Chong. Although Li Chong was not particularly strong, his foundation was exceptionally solid. Upon sighting Suning, he immediately averted his gaze, revealing a palpable disdain. Suning, catching this expression, smiled faintly, though the smile concealed a tempestuous storm within. If you have no objections, let us commence. Zhang Feng observed the silent battle of glances exchanged between the two, feeling quite pleased with the unfolding situation. The greater their discontent, the more fervently they would fight. After exchanging nods, the two approached the arena and took their positions. Just as they steadied themselves, Li Chong lunged towards Suning, disdainfully opting not to employ his true energy against a mere servant disciple. Suning reacted swiftly, dodging Li Chong's attack and promptly drawing his blade. Noticing that his opponent refrained from using true energy, Suning decided against it as well, and thus, the two engaged in a fierce melee. Although Suning responded swiftly, he found himself at a disadvantage when confronted by an armed opponent, particularly one of considerable skill. The individual before him indeed possessed formidable strength, which made it challenging for Suning to counter effectively. During his evasive maneuvers, Suning noticed a slight instability in his adversary's stance. However, his momentary hesitation led to him being tripped and thrown to the ground by Li Chong. Just as the assailant prepared to strike down with a blade, Suning executed a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling, subsequently immobilizing him with a scissor leg hold, rendering him unable to move. A barrage of strikes then rained down upon the assailant's head. I concede, Li Chong thought bitterly, grappling with the humiliation of being bested by a mere servant disciple. The most astonished by this outcome were not the two combatants on stage, but rather the audience below, who could scarcely believe that an unknown individual could triumph over an outer sect disciple. Chapter 91. The Hidden Sword Pavilion. After defeating the outer sect disciple summoned by Elder Li Feng, Suning gained a modicum of recognition in this place. At least now many regarded him with respect, and as he walked through the streets, whispers of "Who is this person?" followed him. Faced with such attention, Suning felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, he had no desire for fame. After all, the fear of notoriety often burdens the notable. This situation was thrust upon him, as he had not intended to reveal his abilities so soon. As everyone gathered, an elder among the servant disciples approached, smiling as he addressed the assembly. This elder was known for his gentle demeanor among all the elders. However, due to his relatively low cultivation level, he faced disdain from some of the more powerful elders. Nonetheless, most of the influential elders were indifferent to such trivialities. Those of true prowess seldom felt the need to compare themselves with the less capable, while those of only marginally comparable skill often resorted to disparagement. Employing his inner strength, the elder conveyed his words to all present. The Hidden Sword Pavilion is now open for new entrants. I have secured several spots for you all, and I hope you will gain much from this opportunity. Upon hearing this, many stepped back, perhaps lacking confidence in their own abilities. After all, most of those who entered the Hidden Sword Pavilion were outer and inner sect disciples, whose strength far surpassed theirs. Ultimately, only Suning and a handful of other formidable individuals remained outside. Su Jian stood resolutely beside the elder. Noticing Suning, the elder nodded appreciatively, using his spiritual energy to gauge Suning's internal cultivation and discovering it to be exceedingly commendable. Unable to suppress a nod, he thought that Suning's ascension to outer sect disciple was imminent. In no time, 10 individuals were selected to enter the Hidden Sword Pavilion. The elder led them to the pavilion, where many other elders had also gathered, observing the elder and his accompanying disciples with disdain. Is that not Suning? One remarked, I never expected to see you here. It truly is a surprise. You are indeed qualified to be here. The speaker of this statement is none other than Zhou Tong, who had arrived together with Su Ning. Zhou Tong was selected as an inner sect disciple, while Su Ning was relegated to the status of a mere outer sect errand boy, which greatly pleased him. Observing Zhou Tong's demeanor, Su Ning shook his head, reflecting that those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Enduring a moment of hardship is essential for achieving significant accomplishments. Upon hearing his words, Su Ning remained unperturbed, while an elder nearby furrowed his brow and struck out with a swift palm. Zhou Tong was taken aback by the elder's aggression, finding himself sprawled on the ground as onlookers reveled in the spectacle. An inner sect disciple, yet unaware of the gravity of the situation. After delivering his remark, the elder led the group away, leaving Zhou Tong seething in silence. Despite being an inner sect disciple, he dared not show any disrespect towards the elder, even if he was merely an errand boy. The disparity in their statuses was monumental. Even when wronged, one must swallow their pride and endure. Now, Su Ning's gaze towards the elder shifted, surprised by the elder's formidable prowess. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The young man displayed commendable patience, yet as the saying goes, endure for a moment, and the more you think, the angrier you become. Take a step back, and it feels like a greater loss. After uttering this, several individuals ventured inside. Although the sword concealment pavilion was named for its swords, it housed a myriad of weaponry, with swords being the most abundant. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Ning ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, the elder's assertions held merit at times. One must endure, but in situations where endurance is unwarranted, one should not hesitate. With this thought, Su Ning sighed. The elder contemplated and remarked upon the fine swords present, smiling as he nodded. This place was a treasure trove, discovered through years of experience. The quality of the swords here was exceptional. While they may not be celestial treasures, they were nonetheless of remarkable quality. Search among these swords for the one that resonates with you, for these swords shall accompany you for a long time, the elder declared before departing. Observing the situation around him, Su Ning sighed once more. Initially apprehensive that the elder might uncover the system, he now felt a sense of relief. Summoning the system, Su Ning instructed, "System, please expedite your search for any particularly excellent swords here. Not necessarily extraordinary, just those that suit me." Upon hearing this, the system nodded, though Su Ning could not discern its actions. After a thorough scan, the system sighed, revealing that there were no particularly stunning treasures. Observing the system's demeanor, Su Ning felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he gazed at the surroundings. Fortunately, the system continued its search, and Su Ning followed suit. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. The system abruptly halted, seemingly stuttering. Filled with curiosity, Su Ning approached the system, which then exclaimed with delight, "Hurry, look, the sword beneath my feet is the one. This sword will ensure you never regret your choice. Possessing it will elevate your strength to unprecedented heights." Upon hearing these words, Su Ning hurriedly glanced towards the foot of the system, and indeed spotted a sword lying on the ground. He picked it up, only to have his fingers sliced by the sharp edge. The sword emitted a peculiar black glow, exuding an uncanny aura that compelled Su Ning to hold onto it unconsciously at that moment. An elder approached and, upon seeing the sword in Su Ning's grasp, sighed, realizing there was nothing remarkable about it. He was taken aback by Su Ning's seemingly poor judgment. "Well, since everyone has made their choice, let us proceed to the training grounds," the elder announced with a smile. Upon hearing this, the 10 chosen individuals beamed with delight, eager for a chance to engage in an earnest practice session. Curious about the prowess of the swords they now held. As for the origins of this sword, I cannot ascertain the specifics, yet its material appears commendable. Just ensure you keep it concealed and avoid detection. However, the spiritual energy within is depleted, necessitating your own efforts for restoration, thus requiring diligence on your part. The system remarked beside Su Ning. He glanced at the elder, relieved to find him oblivious to his actions. A sense of trepidation washed over him at the thought of higher-ranking elders discovering this matter, knowing it would lead to considerable trouble. Though situated in the Kunlun secret realm, one could never be certain that someone would not act recklessly. Chapter 94. If you wish to battle, then battle. The elder led several individuals to the training grounds, where most of the attendees were outer disciples. These outer disciples harbored a deep-seated disdain for the servant disciples, as the latter occupied the lowest rung in the hierarchy. The newcomers noticed the surrounding individuals casting them suspicious glances, their expressions filled with confusion, having unwittingly incurred animosity upon their arrival. The elder himself was puzzled as to why they were met with such disdainful looks. "Oh, Isn't this the one who bested Li Chong last time? I can't say I've seen much prowess in him. Indeed, a servant is merely a servant, sneered a scruffy individual as he approached Su Ning. Just then, another person strode forward and shot a fierce glare at the disparaging disciple. It was none other than the previous outer disciple, Li Chong. Although the latter had insulted Su Ning, the words struck him with a painful resonance. Realizing he had misspoken, the scoundrel sheepishly retreated to the back. Meanwhile, Li Chong, flanked by a throng of followers, approached Su Ning, his eyes brimming with contempt. Last time, he had refrained from employing true energy or martial skills. Li Chong merely scanned the crowd with a dismissive glance before departing with a smile. Yet, for those present, this seemingly simple act was a profound affront. To glance and then leave was nothing short of scorn. What does this signify? Are you projecting your frustrations onto us? Do you wish to engage us in a confrontation? If you cannot even defeat him, how could you hope to contend with us? An irate disciple exclaimed, "Why is it that the outer disciples feel entitled to look down upon us, the servant disciples? They speak as if they are inner disciples. If they truly were, they would earn our respect, yet they are merely outsiders." Nearby, the servant disciples could no longer contain their indignation, and they collectively retaliated against Su Chong's actions. However, Su Chong merely let out a derisive snort upon witnessing this, before striding towards one of the servant disciples. Due to the disparity in height, the servant disciple appeared significantly shorter than Su Chong. In light of this considerable difference, Li Chong spoke up, "Are you unwilling to concede? Let us engage in a duel. If you prevail, you may leave. If you lose, each of you must bow your heads in submission." Upon hearing these words, the servant disciples looked towards Su Ning, recalling how effortlessly he had dealt with Li Chong, and their spirits soared. "You wish to fight? Then I shall fight." Su Ning shook his head and sighed, taken aback by the foolishness of these individuals. Ultimately, 10 of them resolved to let Su Ning be the last to enter the fray, believing Li Chong to be weak and easily defeated, eager to showcase their prowess. Observing this arrangement, Su Ning nodded in agreement, recognizing it would allow him to conserve his strength and avoid a grueling series of battles. The elder beside them sighed. Sensing the situation was precarious, he was well aware of his disciples' capabilities, yet he had not anticipated their emotions being so easily stirred. The elder's gaze then shifted towards Su Ning, noticing the elder's watchful eyes. Su Ning offered a slight smile and patted his chest, signaling that he was entirely untroubled. The elder shook his head, realizing that should they lose this encounter, it would be a source of great embarrassment. The outer disciples, in terms of resources, time, and talent, were undoubtedly superior to the servant disciples. This battle would be arduous indeed. Chapter 95. The arrogance of the servant disciples. The first few individuals deliberately presented themselves with an air of confidence, grinning as they observed the outer disciples, pondering, what exactly do the outer disciples intend to do? What strategies are they preparing? Nevertheless, some remained particularly proud, convinced that victory was assured, reassuring themselves. Yet, they were oblivious to Su Ning's thoughts. He wondered when these individuals would tire. He aimed to exhaust their stamina before he stepped into the arena, ensuring his own efforts would be significantly easier. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence. There is but one rule. Strike to the point, and the defeated must bow in acknowledgement of their defeat. With that, Li Chong settled onto a nearby chair, directing his subordinates to take their turns. Upon hearing such arrogant declarations from Li Chong, the servant disciples felt their anger intensify. If they were to win, would their opponents truly bow in submission? Such a victory would not only earn them renown among the servant disciples, but throughout the entire sect. With this thought igniting their fervor, the first challenger stepped forth, renowned for his prowess in fist-fighting, his fists well known among the servant disciples. There were few who could best him in this regard. This individual was named Lu Quan. By a remarkable coincidence, the individual among the outer disciples was also a master of martial arts. With a cheerful grin, he observed the servant disciple, pondering how many seconds it would take him to defeat the latter. "I shall grant you a minute to compose your last words. Otherwise, I assure you, you will find yourself bedridden for a month," the outer disciple remarked nonchalantly. Lu Quan, taken aback, could hardly believe the audacity of this man, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful punch imbued with true energy, the air crackling in response. However, the outer disciple merely executed a single move, grasping Lu Quan's fist and effortlessly hurling him off the platform. What transpired next left the onlookers in shock. Not only Lu Quan, but the outer disciple single-handedly defeated 9 opponents, employing just one move for each. The spectators, including the elders seated nearby, were astonished, unable to fathom the prowess of the individual before them. It appeared that the battle had scarcely drained any of his true energy. Laughter erupted among the outer disciples, declaring, "Servants shall forever remain servants." "Well, it seems I am left to fight alone, but that is quite all right. I am comfortable in my solitude," Suning remarked, stretching his limbs and gazing at the stage. Following his words, uproarious laughter filled the air. "Not to mention 10, if you can defeat even one, we shall call you grandfather." Beside him, Li Chang smiled faintly, observing the unfolding situation without comment. He had previously lost to Su Ning due to his own carelessness and did not believe Su Ning could contend against 10. The corners of the outer disciple's mouth lifted slightly. He relished the spotlight. "If you wish to concede, now is the time to speak. Lying in bed for a month is not a pleasant experience. Are you done? If so, step down," he concluded, and no sooner had he spoken than Su Ning delivered a punch that sent him flying off the stage. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment at such a crushing victory. Chapter 95. Breakthrough. Upon witnessing his comrade struck down, Li Chang clenched the armrest of his chair, shattering it in his grip. He could scarcely believe that his brother had been bested by the man before him. Although his brother was not exceptionally formidable, he was certainly well regarded among the outer disciples, ranking in the middle tier. "I truly underestimated him. Losing to him is not entirely unjust," he mused, fixing his gaze upon the man on the arena. He then gestured to someone nearby, who promptly understood and leaped onto the stage. However, to everyone's astonishment, this individual was dispatched by Su Ning within moments of his arrival. The spectators were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the remarkable strength displayed by this servant disciple. The elder, who had resigned himself to the embarrassment of witnessing the 9 failures, could not suppress a smile as he observed Su Ning's effortless victory. "Who exactly is this inner disciple? He is astonishingly powerful." Another remarked, "He is merely a servant disciple, yet undeniably impressive." Upon discovering that Su Ning was merely a servant disciple, the newcomer was left dumbfounded, his eyes widened in astonishment. Su Ning's prowess surpassed that of several slightly weaker inner disciples. Hearing those around him extolling Su Ning's formidable abilities, Li Chang felt a pang of discomfort gnawing at his heart. He had not anticipated that his attempt to suppress Su Ning would instead result in the latter basking in the limelight. This realization made him grit his teeth and utter with a cold scoff, "Very well, last time was merely a warm-up. This time, I shall unleash my full strength." Upon hearing Li Chang's words, a serious glint flickered in Su Ning's eyes. Indeed, as Li Chang had pointed out, both had concealed their true strengths during their previous encounter, but this time, such concealment might not be an option. As Li Chang ascended the stage, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. The atmosphere turned tense. Should Li Chang falter, it would lead to an immense loss of face. While it was not disgraceful for a servant disciple to be bested by an outer disciple, the reverse would be nothing short of ludicrous. Although the crowd generally looked down upon servant disciples, the one before them had already transcended that label in their minds, for it would soon be time for Su Ning to advance to an outer disciple. Li Chang's gaze fixated intently on Su Ning, who, at that moment, sensed an unsettling turmoil within him. It appeared that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, transitioning from the initial stage of false Dan to the middle stage. With a sigh, Su Ning lamented the timing of his advancement. Why must it occur now? He seated himself in meditation, striving to suppress the tumultuous energy within him. What kind of nonsense is this? And he closed his eyes. How arrogant! A chorus of outer disciples seethed with indignation, feeling disrespected. Li Chang's anger surged further, as his energy erupted, coalescing into a great seal aimed at suppressing Su Ning. At that moment, the outer elder furrowed his brow, discerning that Su Ning was on the brink of a breakthrough. Fortunately, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the elder intervened, waving his sleeve to dissipate Li Chang's gathered energy into the ether. "Focus entirely on your breakthrough. Do not be distracted," the elder instructed. Heeding the elder's words, Su Ning closed his eyes once more and nodded. "Humph. Let us depart." Li Chang realized that this battle could not proceed, and with a call to his companions, he led them away. Chapter 96. Ascension to outer disciple. In the days that followed, Su Ning diligently consolidated his cultivation. His prior advancement had been rushed, leaving his foundation unstable. Through subsequent efforts, he sought to rectify this. However, Su Ning felt a sense of helplessness. It was not his desire to advance so hastily. He had been compelled by circumstance. Regret weighed heavily on him as he pondered why he had not held back. Understanding that solidifying his foundation was paramount, it seemed that he would have to seek rare treasures in the future to compensate for his shaky groundwork. Sighing in his courtyard, Su Ning harbored a tinge of melancholy. At that moment, the system emerged, observing Su Ning's plight. The system sighed, recognizing that Suning was still troubled by this matter. While rapid advancement was indeed a good fortune, Suning wished to solidify his progress. However, let us not dwell on it any longer. Let us continue our feast. Thus, Suning lay upon the stone table, a faint expression of melancholy adorning his visage. Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su. Suddenly, a disciple from the outer sect rushed in, startling Suning, who quickly grasped his teacup, his gaze profound, and a subtle smile gracing his face, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Upon witnessing Suning in such a manner, the outer disciple appeared utterly bewildered, unable to reconcile the formidable figure of legend with this demeanor, which seemed to surpass even that of the elders. Senior Brother Su, the outer sect assessment has commenced. The elder has sent me to inform you. What? Isnd, there's still over a month left. Suning nearly spat out his tea, yet he thought it a fortuitous turn of events. Entering the outer sect earlier would indeed have its advantages, as the resources available there far surpassed those of the servant disciples. The outer disciple cleared his throat and scratched his head, saying, I am not privy to that information. All I know is that the elder instructed me to notify you. You should hurry along with that. He dashed away, leaving Suning to shake his head and make his way to the assessment square. Upon his arrival, he found a considerable number of people already gathered. At the center of the square stood a massive stone, comparable to that used by the Special Operations Team for strength testing. Number 365, Suning. After a brief wait, Suning heard his name called. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the platform and delivered a powerful punch to the stone. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, sending dust and debris flying. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, as were the elders overseeing the assessment. Suning, brushing off his hands in satisfaction, asked, Have I qualified? Quali.fied. You big-headed fool. The elder in charge of the assessment's face shifted between shades of green and blue. Suning was taken aback. Had he not shattered the stone and yet still not qualified? Did I ever state that the assessment required breaking the stone? The elder erupted into a tirade. This is to test the purity of your chi. What? Suning was dumbfounded, fearing he would have to compensate for the broken stone. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from the outer sect. Servant disciple Suning has been promoted to the outer sect. He had actually appeared. The assessment elder, astonished, replied respectfully, I shall obey the decree. Who was this voice's owner, that even the assessment elder showed such deference? Suning felt a mix of shock and curiosity, yet he reasoned that his promotion to the outer sect was a fortunate turn of events. What are you staring at? Here is your identity token. Take it and be gone. The outer assessment elder, seeing Suning still standing there in a daze, became incensed and snapped at him. Chapter 97. Outer Sect. Although Suning had ascended to the rank of Outer Sect disciple, the distance to his goal of becoming an Inner Sect disciple remained substantial. A daunting journey lay ahead. However, his immediate task was to solidify his cultivation and establish a firm foothold within the Inner Sect. Suning had begun to gain some notoriety among the outer disciples. Naturally, his promotion attracted a fair share of onlookers, as well as some who viewed him with hostility. Nevertheless, Suning was indifferent. As long as others did not provoke him, he was not one to seek out trouble. You are that servant disciple Suning who defeated Li Chong. How can a filthy creature like you ascend to the outer sect? Suddenly, a man exuding an effeminate aura approached Suning, wearing an expression of displeasure. This man, known as Lu Shi, was someone Suning had heard of. Rumors among the outer disciples suggested that he had been exceptionally gifted from a young age, but had ultimately failed during the assessment process, relegating him to the status of an outer disciple. With his capabilities, he could have easily joined the inner circle. Born into a prominent family, he was the young master of the Lu clan. Although his name bore a feminine quality, his demeanor was equally delicate. His unique ability was poison, colorless and odorless, rendering him a living embodiment of a peerless toxin, with his sweat and blood containing lethal venom. His upbringing in a prestigious family fostered an arrogant disposition, and this effeminate aura made him quite the outcast among the outer disciples. Nevertheless, Lu Shi remained indifferent, believing that these weaker individuals were unworthy of his companionship. Observing the peculiar way the man spoke, Suning, rather than feeling angered, responded with a smile, Your reputation precedes you, fair maiden. I have long admired you. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? Fair maiden? Lu Shi's expression soured immediately. He had always loathed being compared to a woman, and the term maiden had undoubtedly struck a nerve. Sparks flew in the charged atmosphere as the gazes of Suning and Lu Shi clashed. The onlookers grew increasingly intrigued, halting their activities to witness the unfolding drama. Moments passed without any movement from the two, and impatience began to ripple through the crowd. "Are you two going to fight or not?" "I still need to return to my training," one voice called out, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. Both men turned their attention to the source of the interruption, causing the speaker to flinch. "Never mind, you all continue. I just realized I left the gas on at home." At that moment, a group of newly initiated outer disciples approached. "Isn't that Su Ning? How is it that he has already clashed with a seasoned outer disciple upon his arrival?" "This temperament is troublesome," one remarked. "Indeed, if one cannot navigate social interactions, they may find themselves in dire straits," another cautioned. "Let us be prudent and maintain our distance. Brother Tang makes a valid point. We should take our leave." They agreed. As tensions escalated. Just when everyone anticipated a confrontation, the scene shifted dramatically. "Brother Liu, Brother Su." The two then embraced, leaving the spectators astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. What was happening? How could it be that moments ago they were at odds, ready to clash, and now they appeared as close as brothers? The onlookers rubbed their eyes, trying to confirm that this surreal spectacle was not a figment of their imagination. "Do come visit me when you have the time." "Brother Liu," Su Ning said. "Absolutely, without a doubt," Lu Shi replied. Thus, the two departed amidst the bewilderment of those around them. Upon entering the outer sect, Su Ning's first task was to locate his accommodation. Chapter 98. The beauty emerging from her bath, though somewhat reluctant to move yet again. He had no choice. It was impractical to trek several kilometers each day to reside with the menial workers. Observing his surroundings, Su Ning couldn't help but feel that life in the outer sect was less comfortable than that of the menial disciples. The latter appeared to enjoy a far more pleasant existence. What was the meaning of this predicament? Exceptional individuals are invariably the subjects of envy, a reality I have come to accept. Su Ning wore a rather disdainful expression, his face painted with a semblance of helplessness. Go be candid. Su Ning harbored no desire to be so ostentatious, yet circumstances had conspired to thrust him into the spotlight. He now discerned that those on the outside had begun to ostracize him. If he were to maintain his previous demeanor, it was conceivable that such matters would reach the inner circle, potentially leading to his exclusion there as well. Strangely, Su Ning found a peculiar satisfaction in this sensation. If the inner circle was aware of him, did that not signify his remarkable ascent? With a jovial smile, he reclined on his bed. However, after a while, he experienced a slight discomfort in his abdomen, and to his dismay, he knew there were no lavatories in sight. Su Ning felt a pang of frustration. Yet, unable to endure any longer, he sighed in resignation and resolved to relieve himself discreetly. Equipped with some tissue and a hint of air freshener, he ventured outside. As he ambled along, he sighed once more, realizing that bringing such items had indeed proven beneficial. At the very least, he could mask his scent during his moment of need. Su Ning had just settled comfortably when he was suddenly startled by the sound of water ahead. Curious, he turned to behold a captivating scene reminiscent of a beauty emerging from a bath. A long-haired maiden bathing in the water. Upon witnessing this enchanting sight, Su Ning instinctively covered his mouth, rendered speechless. What serendipitous fortune I have stumbled upon! With a smile of sheer delight, he marveled at the unexpected allure before him. Just as he finished his thought, the woman opposite him turned, revealing her exquisite visage. Su Ning, momentarily entranced, failed to notice the sharp object hurtling towards him. "You debauched rogue, where do you think you can flee?" The woman quickly donned a garment and approached Su Ning, delivering a resounding slap, only to have him catch her hand mid-strike. Caught off guard, the woman stared in disbelief, while Su Ning, equally bewildered, gazed at her with an innocent expression. "Why apologies? I merely acted inadvertently. Next time, I shall be more discreet." Once he regained his composure, Su Ning grinned at her and swiftly pressed a pressure point, rendering her momentarily immobile. "How audacious! Release me at once, or you shall regret it." The woman, initially intent on breaking free, soon realized her efforts were futile and resorted to issuing a threatening remark. However, upon hearing her voice, Su Ning's audacity swelled, and he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Indeed, the visage of a beauty is always fragrant. After uttering this, Su Ning inexplicably pressed his cheek closer to hers, prompting her to retaliate with a slap that broke his hold. Fortunately, Su Ning reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and promptly restraining her once more. "So you possess a fiery spirit, do you?" Su Ning chuckled, unfazed by the murderous glare she cast in his direction. Chapter 99. A reunion with Nyonyo. Although on the surface Su Ning appeared unperturbed, in reality, his face was ablaze with pain. He had not anticipated that the woman before him would strike with such ferocity. However, the words he had just uttered were surely enough to vex her for quite some time. You hit me with such fervor. Had I not been a man, I would have retaliated long ago." Upon hearing this, the woman beside him cast a disdainful glance, clearly expressing her contempt for Su Ning. Yet, he was accustomed to such reactions, fully aware that his demeanor would undoubtedly irk many. This woman was merely one among countless others. "What is your name?" "Speak quickly," Su Ning said with a grin. Initially, the woman appeared resolute in her silence, but as Su Ning slowly moved his hand towards her waist, she eventually nodded. He then released her acupoint, and she declared, "Impudent rogue, I am Li Qingqian, an inner sect disciple. If you know what is good for you, release me at once, or you shall face the consequences." Upon hearing Li Qingqian's declaration, Su Ning promptly sealed her acupoint once more, chuckling at her predicament as she struggled to speak. "An inner sect disciple. This could be troublesome," he mused. "How about this? In 3 hours, you will regain your mobility. I shall take my leave now. Should you seek revenge, I will ensure that your embarrassing predicament is made public, leading to our mutual destruction." Su Ning remarked with a smile, his eyes twinkling mischievously. A flicker of discontent crossed Li Qingqian's face, yet she was powerless to resist. The implication of her innocence weighed heavily upon her, and she reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Seeing her compliance, Su Ning turned to leave, but after only a few paces, he encountered someone ahead, a young girl clad in purple, who suddenly came into view. Feeling a pang of guilt, he instinctively sought to hide, but it was too late. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Nyonyo. It had been quite some time since he had last seen her, and he was taken aback by how much she had grown. "Daddy, what are you doing here?" Nyonyo asked, her eyes wide with surprise, tinged with a hint of incredulity. This left Su Ning feeling somewhat bewildered. Noticing his apparent confusion, Nyonyo sighed and, with a flush of embarrassment, exclaimed, "This is a place for girls to bathe. What on earth are you doing here?" At that moment, Su Ning felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had not realized he was in a bathing area for girls and had unwittingly entered a restroom. He stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nyonyo understood that her father had undoubtedly caused a ruckus. She ventured a few steps further and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that sisterly? Daddy, what are you doing?" "That's sisterly. You can't treat her like this. Do you want her to strike you with her sword?" Nyonyo hurriedly approached Su Ning, attempting to push him away, fearing that if sisterly discovered his presence, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Nyonyo's words, Su Ning grasped the situation. It was clear that sisterly held a significant status, or else Nyonyo would not be so anxious to extricate him from the scene. "In a few days, I shall return to see you, Nyonyo. For now, I must take my leave and seek refuge, as I fear I might be pursued and struck by your elder sister, Li." Though I hastily fled the scene, my heart continued to race until I reached my own courtyard, terrified that someone might be chasing after me. Who would have thought that a mere trip to the restroom could lead to such an ordeal? It has been quite some time since I felt this flustered. Chapter 100. Whose dog is this? Upon returning to my courtyard, Su Ning remained diligent. He meditated and cultivated throughout the night. When he finally opened his eyes the following day, he let out a sigh of relief, having finally solidified his foundation. Originally, Su Ning intended to visit the library to see if there were any new books worthy of his attention, perhaps even containing some profound techniques. I advise you to exercise caution. The calamity you incurred yesterday must be repaid today. That moment, the system chose an inopportune time to manifest, leaving Su Ning astonished. What on earth had transpired? Suddenly, a figure emerged, grinning at Su Ning, only to swiftly change countenance and strike him with a punch. Reacting instinctively, Su Ning countered with a punch of his own and seized the assailant's fist. With a surge of strength, the assailant fell to the ground, and Su Ning effortlessly positioned himself upon his back. What is this? How can a mere outer sect disciple behave like a rabid dog? Whose dog is this? Su Ning wore a look of derision, unimpressed by such a lackluster display of skill before him. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the individual beneath him broke free from his grasp and stood up, revealing a throng of individuals surrounding them. They were clad in the garb of inner sect disciples. Surprisingly, there were not many, only a dozen or so. So these are the inner sect's lackeys come to wreak havoc in the outer sect. After uttering this, Su Ning displayed a contemptuous expression. Why not remain in the inner sect and guard the gates? Why pretend to be a formidable wolf when you are merely a dog? The inner sect disciples' expressions shifted at Su Ning's remarks, and soon a burly figure stepped forward, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Could this be Gao Shi? Why is he here? Su Ning regarded Gao Shi with wariness, sensing hostility emanating from him. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Gao Shi interjected. Are you the scoundrel who bullied junior sister Li? His piercing gaze was fixed firmly upon Su Ning, bewildered as to why this individual, lacking both strength and charm, would dare to mistreat junior sister Li. Although he did not fully grasp the details of the incident, it was no longer of consequence. Upon hearing the name of junior sister Li, Su Ning understood the situation. It was indeed a consequence of his actions from the previous night, and no wonder the system had just given him a warning. Inwardly, Su Ning cursed the system for its cryptic messages, always speaking half-truths, which was quite vexing. And who might you be? Seeking to avenge her, are you? Feel free to try, Su Ning said, as he kicked aside the inner sect disciple beneath him, dusted off his hands, and strode forward. Upon hearing Su Ning's admission, the surrounding inner disciples collectively inhaled sharply. It was the first instance of someone exhibiting such audacity, openly confessing without the instinct to flee. Witnessing Su Ning's boldness, even Gao Shi was taken aback, for it had been a considerable time since anyone had dared to address him with such tone. A flicker of icy intent passed through Gao Shi's eyes as he declared sternly, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Accompany me to the inner sect to apologize to junior sister Li, and I shall only sever one of your arms." Who said I would go with you? Su Ning replied with a smile, astonished at Gao Shi's presumption. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, those nearby regarded him as somewhat foolish. Challenging an inner disciple was hardly a prudent choice. Gao Shi approached Su Ning, towering over him, and demanded, "Will you come willingly, or shall I break your legs and carry you?" At this, the onlookers gasped, fully aware of Gao Shi's ruthless reputation. If he threatened to break your legs, it was a foregone conclusion that he would do so. Eyes turned towards Su Ning, who furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering his next course of action. It was evident that he could not withstand the situation through sheer force. Yet surrender was an option he would never entertain, not in this lifetime. "Thinking of breaking my legs? You may certainly try," Su Ning replied with a slight smile. Though he acknowledged that his strength may not rival Gao Shi's, he was resolute that capturing him would not be an effortless endeavor. "Since you refuse to heed my courtesy, do not blame me for what follows." Gao Shi's brows knitted slightly. He was acutely aware that Su Ning was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, he believed he could easily handle a mere outer disciple. With that, Gao Shi transformed his hand into a claw and lunged at Su Ning with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. Yet, Su Ning, seemingly stunned, stood still. Just as Gao Shi's hand was about to grasp him, Su Ning deftly sidestepped, causing Gao Shi to miss and even receive a playful slap on the backside. "That backside has quite the spring. Too bad you're a man. Otherwise you could certainly bear children," Su Ning remarked with a squinting smile, eliciting laughter from those around them. "You seek death?" Gao Shi, thoroughly incensed, was easily provoked by such trivialities. Enraged, he concentrated his true energy into a massive fist, launching it towards Su Ning. Su Ning wiped the smile from his face, bracing himself as his own energy surged forth, manifesting into 880 flying swords to collide with the giant fist in midair. The clash unleashed a torrent of shockwaves. Ultimately, Su Ning's strength fell short, leaving him with only minor injuries. Before he could regain his composure, Gao Shi charged at him with great speed. As Gao Shi neared, Su Ning prepared to draw his short sword for a stealthy attack when Li Qingchen arrived on the scene. Upon seeing her, Gao Shi immediately withdrew, revealing a sheepish grin toward the woman he had pursued for so long. "Junior sister Li, what brings you here?" "I was just about to escort this brat to your abode to offer my apologies," Gao Shi said. His tone overly eager. Li Qingchen furrowed her brow, her expression frosty as she retorted, "Since when do I require the assistance of others for my own affairs?" At this moment, Gao Shi was utterly perplexed. The day prior, one of his subordinates had reported a matter to him, mentioning a name that could make Li Qingchen grit his teeth in rage. Consequently, in an attempt to curry favor with Li Qingchen, he had come here. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind this young man's offense against junior sister Li, capturing him to offer an apology seemed the right course of action. However, Li Qingchen paid no heed to the bewildered Gao Shi. Instead, he slowly approached Su Ning, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as he coldly inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "Nothing at all," Su Ning replied softly, brushing himself off. "If anyone else comes to seek me out because of you, your innocence will be called into question, I understand." A fleeting panic crossed Li Qingchen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Should anyone dare to trouble Su Ning again, they shall be at odds with me, Li Qingchen. Humph, let us depart." Chapter 102. The feeling of air conditioning frustrated and seething, Gao Shi cast a fierce glare at Su Ning before dramatically tossing his sleeve and preparing to leave. "Oh, do you still dare to glare at me?" Why not come over and settle this with a brawl? Even a mud person has some fire left in them, doesn't he? You were the one who sought trouble, and now you hold a grudge against me. With sleeves rolled up, Su Ning charged at Gao Shi, and a fierce exchange ensued, both parties engaging fervently in combat. Li Qingchen, however, made no attempt to intervene, merely watching coldly from the sidelines. The commotion escalated, the noise of their struggle growing louder, causing several buildings in the vicinity to sustain damage, attracting a throng of onlookers. Just moments prior, Elder Lu Qing had been seated in the grand hall, sipping tea and savoring the tranquility of life. Yet, who could have anticipated that a disciple would burst in soon after with alarming news? Startled, Lu Qing sprang to his feet. Based on the disciple's account, if the two continued their fight, the outer sect would likely be reduced to ruins. Since Lu Qing's appointment, no one had dared to behave so brazenly. Engaging in private duels was one thing, but destroying 5 buildings was an outright disgrace. Stop this at once, you bunch of rascals, idling about and brawling. Lu Qing soared to the scene, his beard bristling in fury as he surveyed the crowd below. Greetings, Elder. The gathered crowd bowed in unison, and both Su Ning and Gao Shi ceased their tussle, eyeing each other warily. You two acknowledge me as Elder, yet do you know who governs this place? You are the first to dare create such chaos in my presence. Lu Qing unleashed a torrent of scolding, lamenting that they had chosen to brawl rather than engage in the designated arena. By heaven, my evaluations this year are bound to plummet. With heads bowed, Su Ning and Gao Shi stood in silence, while the onlookers exchanged glances, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. What are you staring at? Return to your training at once. Li Qingchen's anger simmered, prompting the crowd to disperse, leaving only Su Ning, Gao Shi, and Li Qingchen behind. Elder Lu was somewhat taken aback by Li Qingchen's presence, yet since the latter said nothing, he chose to disregard him. Li Qingchen observed the reprimanding of the two with a hint of pleasure. Had it not been for the leverage Su Ning held over him contemplating this, Li Qingchen's teeth clenched in frustration, engaging in open brawls and damaging sect property. Are you two rascals hoping to enjoy the air conditioning in the frigid lands? Lu Qing gazed sorrowfully at the ruined edifice, lamenting not merely the destruction of the structure, but the loss of his esteemed elder assessment points. The extreme cold land? Gao Shi's countenance shifted slightly, while Su Ning remained indifferent, utterly oblivious to the significance of that place. The extreme cold land is renowned as one of the most perilous locales within the Kunlun secret realm, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with storms a common occurrence. The most terrifying aspect is the ruthless predators that inhabit this frigid domain, merciless beasts driven solely by bloodlust. Even the elders dare not provoke the 10 formidable beasts dwelling within. Few are those who venture into the extreme cold land and return alive. The extreme cold land? What manner of place is that? Su Ning's expression reflected innocent curiosity. Yet, Elder Lu misinterpreted Su Ning's inquiry as provocation, his ire palpable as he fumed. What have I done? Su Ning queried, perplexed by the elder's reaction. Very well, since your curiosity knows no bounds, let me grant you the experience of chilling air conditioning. Elder Lu retorted with a sardonic smile. What? Both Gao Shi and Li Qingchen displayed astonishment, for that place was not one to which just anyone could gain access. However, ultimately, it was their ignorance of the route that compelled the two to act as guides. In truth, witnessing Su Ning's tenacity, they held a degree of admiration for him. It was not merely a directive from the elder that led them to ensure this individual did not survive. Why would you wish to provoke this elder? He is not to be trifled with. Though he appears as an elder, his methods are anything but clean. The long-haired individual sighed, astonished that anyone would dare to challenge Lu Qing, whose reputation for cunning had long been established within the Kunlun secret realm. Although the short-haired companion remained silent, he nodded in agreement with the long-haired one's sentiments. Furthermore, the short-haired individual had come to this place due to Lu Qing. Had it not been for Lu Qing's treachery, he would never have found himself guarding this wretched location. In truth, I had no desire to provoke him. I merely wished to observe. In comparison to the two, Su Ning's demeanor was markedly improved. He was genuinely curious to witness what the most fearsome place within the legendary Kunlun secret realm was like. Observing Su Ning's demeanor, the two individuals exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Eventually, they halted before a grand door, producing an exceptionally large key to unlock it. Enter, if you will. I sincerely hope you return alive. Having uttered this, the short-haired individual gave Su Ning a gentle push, sending him inside. Before Su Ning could voice his complaints about the shove, he found himself enclosed within the confines of the chamber, his expression one of resignation as he surveyed the icy surroundings. The setting indeed lived up to its name, appearing quite frigid, though the actual temperature was not significantly lower than that outside. However, inexplicably, after a while, Su Ning sensed a rapid loss of warmth from his body. "Young lad, cease your activities. I was solely responsible for your protection moments ago. Had I not distanced myself from you, you would remain unaware of just how cold it is here," the system interjected. Su Ning nodded, coming to understand. No wonder he had felt warm earlier, yet he wondered why the system insisted he experience this. After several minutes of waiting, Su Ning exclaimed in exasperation towards the system, "You never informed me it would be this cold. If you have the ability, hurry back and warm me up." Huddled up, Su Ning was bewildered. Heaven knows why the temperature was so low. With such frigid conditions, how could he possibly seek out anything adventurous? Little did he know, the system did not approach him but instead tossed a hand warmer his way, leaving Su Ning utterly perplexed. "How do you even have a hand warmer?" he queried in astonishment, for he was completely unaware that such a thing could be brought along. The system, however, paid him no mind and merely rolled its eyes, pondering why it lacked a hand warmer itself, as they were not particularly rare items. After applying the hand warmer, Su Ning let out a comfortable sigh, realizing this was the first time he felt such bliss from using one. "All right, let us continue our journey." Revitalized by the warmth, Su Ning cheerfully strode ahead, only to be halted by an icy river. Curiosity piqued, he scanned the area, only to hear the ominous sound of thunder. Chapter 104. The beast upon the ice. Upon hearing the noise, Su Ning quickly stepped back, for the presence of sound indicated the existence of living creatures. It was hardly conceivable that thunder could strike in such a desolate place. "Young lad, be cautious of that entity to your upper left. It is particularly perilous," warned the system before vanishing instantaneously. Su Ning was left feeling disheartened. He had not expected the system to be so unreliable. Why was it that whenever danger approached, the system seemed to evaporate? Yet when he was safe, it lounged about indulging itself? Mustering his courage to investigate the situation ahead, Su Ning proceeded cautiously, only to discover that the noise was not thunder at all, but rather a spirit beast lying upon the ice. The creature, immense in size, was adorned with sharp, fine icicles protruding from its back. A mere scratch could result in a trivial wound, yet if the cold seeped into his body, it would pose a grave danger. "Should we circumvent it?" Su Ning murmured to himself. Just then, a little girl clad in purple appeared ahead, walking silently. As Su Ning focused, he realized it was Nyo. "Nyo," he called out, "Daddy?" Nyo turned, her expression one of disbelief, rubbing her eyes to confirm she was not dreaming before dashing over to cling to Su Ning's leg. He made no attempt to shake her off, instead affectionately ruffling her hair, touched by the nostalgia for this little girl he had not seen in years. "What are you doing here?" Su Ning asked, his brow furrowed. This was a place designated for punishing errant disciples, and logically, Nyo, as an inner disciple, should not be present. "It's all right, Daddy," Nyo replied, her expression shifting. During her time in the inner sect, she had matured considerably, no longer possessing the innocence of her youth. She had learned to conceal her innermost thoughts. Upon observing Nyo's pallor, Su Ning discerned that the current circumstances were far from simple. Otherwise, Nyo would not exhibit such an expression. "What has transpired, Nyo? Have you been wronged? Merely confide in your father, and he shall assuredly resolve it for you." Witnessing his cherished Nyo, who had been pampered like a little princess for so many days, now on the verge of tears, Su Ning felt a pang of heartache. Hearing Su Ning's words, Nyo shook her head, signaling that nothing was amiss. Yet, the more understanding she appeared, the more remorseful Su Ning felt, realizing that he had failed to care for her adequately. "Tell your father, that scoundrel who dares to bully the daughter of Su Ning, and I shall make him pay." However, as soon as Su Ning's words left his lips, the ferocious beast upon the ice awakened, its gaze immediately settling on Su Ning ahead. As it turned to the side, it beheld Su Ning comforting Nyo in his embrace. Enraged by the invasion of his territory by the two little intruders, the beast charged furiously at Su Ning. "Nyo, run! Let me handle this!" He swiftly pushed Nyo aside. Although the beast was uncertain of its own strength, it knew that in this frigid environment, it could easily outpace Su Ning if he chose to flee. If he could at least hold it off, he might manage to take one down. Nyo had been poised to attack, but Su Ning's push interrupted her. "Father, you must hurry," Su Ning shouted at Nyo. Just then, the beast launched its assault. Leaping towards Su Ning, he deftly sidestepped, drawing his sword and plunging it into the beast's flesh. Yet, the creature was so colossal that the strike inflicted little harm, instead inciting its wrath. In an instant, the beast's tail swept through the air. Suning had yet to withdraw his sword and was unable to evade. He was forcefully knocked aside, and two icy spikes pierced deeply into his body. "Father!" Nyonyo cried out, rushing forward to assist him. "You must leave at once." Suning's heart raced with urgency. He had just managed to stall the beast, and now Nyonyo was returning. What was she thinking? Unfazed by Suning's admonitions, the little girl surged ahead. Her long, sharp canines bared as she charged at the beast. The ferocious creature, dismissive of the tiny figure, continued its advance towards Suning. At that moment, the diminutive Nyonyo dashed to the beast's side, seizing its tail, and with a tremendous heave, sent its massive form spinning through the air before flinging it away. After dispatching the beast, Nyonyo did not pursue but instead rushed to Suning's side. To his surprise, the impact had indeed stung. Observing Nyonyo's worried expression, Suning managed to smile, feigning nonchalance. Though Nyonyo contemplated relinquishing her efforts, the sight of Suning's pale visage rendered her unable to rest easy. Approaching him, Nyonyo assisted in extracting the two spikes from his body, staunching the bleeding and applying makeshift bandages. There, you needn't worry. Now, just watch me." Suning pried her hands away, stepping forth to confront the spirit beast alone. As the spirit beast laid its eyes upon Suning, it roared fiercely, attempting to take a bite out of him. However, Suning managed to firmly restrain its jaws with his hands, thrusting his long sword into its upper jaw. At that moment, a valuable item was indicated in Suning's mind by the system, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Such a notification could only signify something of great worth. Nodding in agreement, Suning initially planned to follow the system's guidance. Yet, to his surprise, the spirit beast broke free from his grasp. Undeterred, Suning sought to attempt the maneuver once more, only to find the beast on high alert, glaring at him with a watchful expression, preventing him from drawing nearer. Suning, taken aback, did not anticipate that the beast would be aware of his intentions. "Kid, quite clever, aren't you? Come here, and I'll show you a great treasure." At this juncture, Suning had activated his coaxing mode. Meanwhile, Nyonyo, observing the situation, was drenched in sweat. She wondered why Suning was approaching it this way instead of directly confronting the beast. Frustrated by these thoughts, she grasped her sword, ready to charge in, only to be stopped by Suning. With a tone of earnestness, he advised, "Step aside. Let the adult handle this while the child merely observes." Following this declaration, Suning struck a rather childish gesture. Upon hearing Suning's words, Nyonyo relinquished her plans to intervene, astonished at her father's childishness and bewildered by his peculiar antics. Just as Suning and Nyonyo were engrossed in conversation, the ferocious beast attempted to flee. Having discerned its vulnerability, Suning could not allow it to escape. He lunged forward, and the beast, in a fit of rage, instinctively opened its jaws to bite. Seizing the opportunity, Suning plunged his sword into its mouth. Moments later, Suning triumphantly held a blue gemstone, a smile gracing his face as the system informed him. "This is the ice soul of a millennium-old spirit beast. Take good care of it." Although Suning was unaware of the exact nature of this item, he understood from the system's tone that it was likely formidable and beneficial to him. However, he glanced at the fallen beast, pondering whether it truly was a millennium old. It puzzled him that the age of the spirit beast seemed incongruous with its apparent strength. Despite its fearsome appearance, it felt as weak as a novice. Chapter 106. The Mysterious Cave. Nyonyo, upon spotting the gemstone, was amazed. She had never known that a fierce beast could harbor such a blue treasure within. Perhaps it was the extreme cold of this place that altered the beast's constitution. "Daddy, can I borrow this item from you for a while?" she inquired, adopting an endearing expression that successfully garnered Suning's consent. Initially, both presumed there might be dangers lurking nearby, but just as they turned to leave, they witnessed a wolf dragging the spirit beast's carcass towards a cave. Suning was lost in thought regarding the nature of the creature, yet Nyonyo, clearly more intrigued, eagerly followed the wolf. Originally intending to depart from this place, Suning found himself unable to quell his worry upon seeing Nyonyo follow that wolf. Consequently, he accompanied her. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived, he witnessed Nyonyo having already vanquished the beast, gleefully retrieving the icy gem from its throat. However, the unexpected presence of a door piqued his curiosity. He had never known of its existence. "Nyonyo, do you know why there is a door here?" he inquired, perplexed. Suning had never heard of such a door from anyone. He contemplated that all who ventured here had perished, thus the news could not reach the outside world. Even the survivors would likely remain tight-lipped, and who would pay heed to the revelation of an extra door? Nyonyo shook her head, scrutinizing the door adorned with a fox-like design. though she could not determine its authenticity. After a brief moment, she dismissed her thoughts as Suning opened the door. "Let us discover what lies within," he declared, and before Nyonyo could intervene, the door swung open. Upon peering inside, Nyonyo exhaled in relief. The interior mirrored the exterior with little distinction. Yet, upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find an ice sculpture nestled within. She had not anticipated such a marvel in the Kunlun's secret realm. Upon uttering this realization, Suning approached the sculpture to touch it, only for the entire block of ice to shatter upon contact. Nyonyo gasped, initially expecting some monstrous entity to emerge, but was taken aback when it simply fragmented. "We should leave. Otherwise, Lu Qing will demand compensation, and your father lacks the funds," she remarked as Suning attempted to pull Nyonyo away. She instead knelt before the remnants of the ice sculpture. Removing fragments, Nyonyo discovered a button concealed beneath. Perhaps enchanted by an unseen force, she felt compelled to press it. Suddenly, a multitude of ice sculptures materialized, each resembling a fox. Upon closer examination, Suning noted that these foxes, while sharing a form, possessed distinct characteristics. Chapter 107. The formation. Upon hearing Suning's observations, Nyonyo examined the sculptures closely, confirming their uniqueness. Each fox displayed a different expression, and though their movements bore a slight resemblance, the nuances were unmistakable. Such details would only be discernible to a keen observer. Nyonyo couldn't help but regard Suning with newfound admiration, astonished at his rapid development. "I never realized you could be so meticulous, father. It seems I have much to learn from you," she remarked with a smile. Prompting Suning to return her grin, it was just a sudden laugh that left Nyonyo feeling a chill on her back. What could this possibly mean? Why did her father display such a smile? As if there were some hidden scheme at play. "Nyonyo, I find myself in need of your assistance. Could you please rearrange the positions of all the ice sculptures here? I sense that this place may be a formation." Upon hearing this, Nyonyo was taken aback, never having considered that it could indeed be a formation. Suddenly, Suning threw Nyonyo into the air. Initially frightened, she opened her eyes at the thought that this might be a formation, and to her astonishment, she realized it resembled a chessboard. "Father, this is a chessboard. Please come and help me. I believe I can break this formation." There was a hint of amusement in Nyonyo's tone. It had been a long time since she had played chess, and she wondered if her skills had diminished. Upon hearing her words, Suning hurried to Nyonyo's side, scrutinizing her expression closely. It was evident that she was particularly excited, though he was unsure of the reason. Nevertheless, knowing that Nyonyo possessed the ability to assist him brought him great joy. "How confident are you? If your certainty exceeds 80%, then let us take action." At this, Suning adopted a serious demeanor, and Nyonyo responded with a confident smile. Suning nodded, and the two positioned themselves at the center. After several hours of manipulation, they finally completed the chessboard. However, just as they finished, it unexpectedly collapsed, causing them to fall to the layer below. Neither had anticipated that another layer existed beneath them. What could this mean? Where were they? Nyonyo surveyed her surroundings with a perplexed expression. There was not a glimmer of light, and she could barely make out Suning's figure. "Let us not dwell on that. First, ascertain our location and ensure safety." Suning was equally uncertain of their whereabouts, yet he sensed that caution was imperative, for danger might lurk nearby. Hearing Suning's words, Nyonyo promptly heightened her awareness and curiously examined her surroundings. Suddenly, she inadvertently pressed a button, illuminating the surrounding ice lamps. Rows upon rows of ice lamps dazzled Nyonyo. She had never beheld such exquisite scenery. Not just Nyonyo, but even Suning stood in awe at the sight. It was nothing short of a fairyland. After gazing for a considerable time, Suning finally uttered a sigh, wishing that the beauty of this place could be preserved indefinitely. Yet, he felt that such splendor would not endure for long. Nyonyo glided through the ice lamps with a smile, resembling a celestial being. Chapter 108. The ice spring. The two played here for quite a while, but eventually, Suning suddenly heard a sigh emanating from the system within his mind. He was taken aback, surprised that the system would manifest at such a moment. "Young man, do not forget that there are treasures here. Remember to seek them out." The system expressed its exasperation, astonished that the young man before it seemed utterly oblivious, neglecting to search for the good things that lay in wait. However, for reasons unknown, Suning felt that the treasures contained within this place must possess significant origins. Otherwise, he would not be so eager to seek them out. Moreover, there might be items here that the system has yet to uncover. "Rest assured, I have a general understanding of the situation, so you need not worry." After uttering these words, Suning cast his gaze around at the surrounding scenery. The view here was exceptionally beautiful, yet an underlying sense of danger lingered. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, prompting Suning and Nyonyo to steady themselves to avoid falling. Out of nowhere, a primate approached, its fur identical to that of the other spiritual beasts in the vicinity, pure white. However, this creature was unlike the rest. It walked on two legs, much like a human. Who dares disturb my sanctum? Upon arrival, the creature regarded Suning and Nyonyo with a look of exasperation, clearly mistaking them for intruders intent on harming the environment. Do not worry, I have no intention of ruining the beauty of this place. I appreciate it as much as you do. I am merely here to collect a few treasures, nothing more, Suning replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, signifying his ignorance of the situation. Collecting treasures? The spiritual beast's expression shifted to one of resignation. Indeed, humans were inherently greedy, driven by profit in all their endeavors. Leave. There is nothing here that you seek. Vacate this place at once. The creature, known as Yuanli, glared at Suning with disdain, taken aback by his evident fondness for the treasures, wishing instead for them to perish together. Unexpectedly, Nyonyo stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. She reached out to Yuanli, her hand brushing against his eye in that moment. Yuanli felt an inexplicable force drawing into his palm. Seizing the opportunity while Yuanli was distracted, Nyonyo swiftly subdued him with a powerful slap, rendering Yuanli helpless and unable to escape. Release me. You humans are truly despicable, Yuanli bellowed in outrage. Keep shouting and I shall devour you. Nyonyo grinned, revealing her two sharp, zombie-like fangs, which startled Yuanli into silence. Though Yuanli continued to struggle, Suning's attention had shifted away from him, following the system's directives towards a spring before him. This is the greatest treasure of this place, the ice spring of heaven and earth. Upon hearing the system's words, Suning hurried to the spring. The water appeared unremarkable, yet it radiated a profound spiritual energy. Shall we take it all? I believe it is wise to leave some behind. He seemed transformed, and after speaking, Suning filled a container with a third of the water, leaving the remainder intact. In truth, the entire ice spring contained roughly 500 milliliters, and having taken a third, there was still a sufficient amount left. The system nodded, surprised by Suning's newfound awareness, which was quite unlike his usual demeanor. Chapter 109. Temporary mission. Seeing Suning approach, Nyonyo quickly subdued her fierce demeanor, adopting a demure facade as she smiled at him, showcasing her small, sharp tiger teeth. Daddy, are you heading out now? Should you wish to venture outside, I would gladly accompany you. My purpose in coming here was solely to escort you away. Nyonyo smiled brightly at Suning. Upon hearing Nyonyo's words, Suning felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand this mischievous child before her. If only she had mentioned that they could leave together earlier. What nonsense was this? Although she had claimed to be merely curious, had she known this tidbit sooner, she would undoubtedly have been elated. Nyonyo's late revelation felt akin to allowing her to meander aimlessly, only to inform her at the last moment that an exit was readily available. Let us depart, then. Ultimately, Suning could not bring herself to be stern with Nyonyo. After all, she was her beloved daughter. The two of them stepped out side by side, and the two gatekeepers outside were taken aback upon seeing Nyonyo leading Suning out. They had not expected that Suning and Nyonyo had spent such an extensive time within and had emerged unscathed. Now I understand why Elder Lu brought her here. Such an extraordinary individual. It is no wonder Lu Qing harbors no trepidation. The gatekeepers believed that Suning's ascension to the ranks of inner disciples was inevitable. The short-haired gatekeeper, though silent, nodded in acknowledgement. The growth of the person before them was indeed formidable, and neither dared to oppose her. Father, I have been here long enough. It is time for me to leave. You must continue to cultivate diligently, Nyonyo said with a smile as she waved goodbye to Suning. 3 days later, Suning once again found himself on the arena of the outer disciples, undertaking the task assigned by the system. Completing this particular task proved to be quite arduous, as it required him to defeat 1,000 outer disciples. Now at the 300 mark, no one dared to step forward. This predicament was particularly vexing for Suning. How was he to gather the remaining participants for this challenge? Was there truly no one left willing to join? I am merely here to fulfill a quota. Please do not be this way. Suning's tone was filled with exasperation, as he simply sought to round up a whole number. Though his words held some weight, they only served to incite the ire of those around him, igniting in many the desire to confront him. In an instant, the arena was filled with people. They were no longer interested in one-on-one combat, but rather sought to swarm him. Witnessing this turn of events, Suning smirked and shouted, "If that is the case, I shall not hold back." Upon uttering these words, the group suddenly felt a disorienting presence before them. and pain coursed through their bodies as they were all sent sprawling beyond the arena's boundaries. The onlookers were left in astonishment, unable to fathom that Su Ning had grown to such an extent. He had seemingly become invincible among the outer disciples. With this number, Su Ning finally felt somewhat satisfied. Thanks to his persuasive skills, he had managed to gather nearly half of the required participants. He stood on that stage for 3 days and nights, ultimately amassing over 1,000 challengers, exhausting him tremendously. Yet he had certainly made quite the spectacle now. Please inform me of the next task. I am eager to level up, Su Ning lamented with a hint of frustration. Chapter 110. The secrets of Li Qingqian. Upon witnessing that the task had been effortlessly accomplished by the rather peculiar Su Ning in merely a few days, the system was taken aback by such remarkable efficiency. The subsequent task did not appear overly challenging either. One merely needed to collect 3 advanced magical beast cores. Despite the system's seemingly straightforward tone, Su Ning was astounded. Could it truly be something attainable so easily? He pondered the unlikelihood of hunting magical beasts himself, yet an idea began to take shape. Surely, this sect must possess more than just a handful of magical beast cores. Very well, I understand this task. You may return to rest now, as I shall devise a plan to accomplish it, Su Ning declared before walking away. The system sighed, fully aware of the schemes he was concocting. Approaching Li Qingqian, Su Ning scrutinized her visage, finding her not as breathtaking as he had envisioned. Do you have business here? If so, feel free to speak directly, she stated, her initial disinterest in Su Ning evident. Yet his persistent presence began to irk her words. Su Ning could not suppress a smile. He had finally lured her in. This was merely the first step. I have learned from others that during the full moon each month, you experience an overwhelming surge of excitement. Coincidentally, tonight marks this month's full moon. I wonder if you were prepared. Li Qingqian's expression turned bewildered as she did not expect this stranger to be aware of such a personal quirk. Though not a secret, she certainly did not wish for him to know. You digress. If you have something to propose, please state it, she replied, skillfully sidestepping the matter at hand. Su Ning chuckled softly, sensing that she was indeed becoming anxious. This impulsive nature of hers aligned perfectly with his intentions. I can assist you in remedying this issue, but I require compensation. Should you meet my demands, I shall cure you. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Ning casually glanced at Li Qingqian, noticing a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Li Qingqian regarded him with curiosity, questioning whether he was truly trustworthy. This was the same individual who had just intruded upon her privacy. Although skeptical of Su Ning's sincerity, she had endured this affliction for far too long. Having consulted countless renowned physicians throughout her life, none had succeeded in alleviating her condition. Thus she was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity. State your terms. As long as they are not excessively outrageous, I shall comply, provided you can indeed heal me. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences of deceiving me, she said, arching an eyebrow at Su Ning. Contemplating whether he would dare to make unreasonable demands, Su Ning nodded, extending 3 fingers with a beaming smile. What I seek is quite modest, merely 3 advanced magical beast cores. However, this is a straightforward transaction. No credit will be granted, payment up front. Su Ning's words astonished Li Qingqian. Indeed, it was not a significant matter for her, yet the exceedingly low price left her somewhat skeptical about the veracity of the claims made by the individual before her. In Chapter 111, the Huayang decision. Having collected the 3 magic cores, Su Ning bore a smile, realizing that this was indeed sufficient for the present moment. He presented the 3 magic cores to the system, which promptly responded with a notification. Congratulations, young lad, you have successfully leveled up. Your reward is the ability to autonomously unlock a new skill, with the timing left to your discretion. After pondering for a moment, Su Ning decided it prudent to reserve this choice for a more perilous occasion, opting for a life-saving skill should the need arise. Observing Su Ning's dazed demeanor, Li Qingqian grew impatient. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and start. If you can't cure me, you'll regret it. Faced with Li Qingqian's current temperament, Su Ning felt a sense of helplessness. Why did so many people adore such a fiery personality? Understood, my esteemed lady. Please lie down on the stone slab, and I shall attend to you immediately. With that, Su Ning approached Li Qingqian, gesturing for her cooperation. Li Qingqian furrowed her brow but offered no resistance, lying directly on the stone slab. I warn you, should you lay hands upon me inappropriately, you shall bear the consequences. With that, she anxiously closed her eyes. You? I have no interest in a fierce tigress, Su Ning replied, somewhat exasperated. In truth, he lacked confidence. Having merely encountered similar symptoms in an ancient text, if all else failed, he could always flee. After all, could he not outpace her? Should you feel pain, Do refrain from crying out, he cautioned, his own nerves beginning to fray. Carefully, he positioned himself behind her, his gaze drawn to the smoothness of Li Qingqian's back, prompting him to swallow hard. In truth, this tigress was rather appealing. When not in a fierce mood, of course. Placing his hands upon her back, Suning's touch was notably restrained. Nonetheless, Li Qingqian still winced, having never been touched by the opposite sex in such a manner throughout her life. Noting her lack of resistance, Suning positioned his hands over 2 acupoints and, employing the techniques gleaned from his studies, began to channel his true energy into those points. Ouch, Li Qingqian finally exclaimed, unable to suppress her pain. Yet Suning remained undeterred, his hands moving swiftly across her back, each motion fraught with difficulty. Bear with it. It will soon pass, he urged, hastening his movements. Please be quicker. Li Qingqian gritted her teeth, the expression of agony deepening upon her face. Ultimately, she could no longer endure. Fainting upon the stone slab, yet Suning continued his task unperturbed. After a while, once he completed the procedure, he was drenched in perspiration. The technique he had utilized was one he discovered in the library. During his leisure, he often enjoyed perusing its shelves, and fortuitously, he had stumbled upon a useful text. Regrettably, the Huayang decision was a fragmented manuscript. Finally finishing his task, he sighed. What a laborious endeavor. I must return for a hot bath. Stretching his limbs, he draped Li Qingqian's garment over his shoulders and departed. He was unconcerned about what would follow. After all, he had completed what he needed to do. If he could not find a cure, or if the ancient texts were mere fabrications, then he would have no choice but to flee for his life. After a stick of incense had burned, Li Qingqian awoke, her eyes fluttering open slightly, feeling invigorated. The chilling aura that had gathered within her seemed to have dissipated significantly. I owe you my gratitude. She intended to thank Suning, but to her surprise, upon glancing around, she discovered that she was utterly alone. How could Suning abandon me in such desolation? Chapter 112. The little fangirl exhausted, Suning returned to the outer gate, only to find a throng of people gathered at the entrance of his courtyard. What on earth is happening? Suning exclaimed, bewildered by the unexpected crowd. Excuse me, could you please make some room? Eventually, unable to squeeze through, Suning resorted to calling out from outside. The crowd turned their gazes toward him, and from their expressions, he sensed a hint of mockery. Something felt amiss. Moreover, he believed he had not offended anyone recently. Just as confusion enveloped him, a girl weighing approximately 200 pounds charged towards Suning and enveloped him in a tight embrace, leaving him momentarily unable to break free. What on earth are you doing? He gasped. Let us discuss this calmly. If I have offended you in any way, I apologize. Please, just let me go. Suning struggled to breathe, his face turning crimson. You don't know who I am? Oh my, I adore you. Everyone in the world knows of my affection for you. Why don't you? Upon finishing her statement, the girl tightened her grip around Suning's neck while using her other hand to wipe the tears from her face with a handkerchief. She shook him vigorously, nearly causing him to suffer a concussion. Mississippi, please. Let us just talk. I can't breathe. Suning managed to articulate, gasping for air. I'm so sorry. The girl finally realized her grip was too tight and loosened it a bit, though she still did not release him. Hearing this, Suning understood the situation. He had somehow acquired a little fangirl in this Kunlun secret realm. However, her looks left much to be desired, and as a person who valued aesthetics, Suning was less than pleased. Even if he wished to push this little fangirl away, he found it impossible, for she clung to him resolutely. Let go. A voice suddenly cut through the air, and for reasons unknown, Suning found it eerily familiar. Turning his head in astonishment, he realized it was none other than Li Qingqian. She approached him with a smile, wrapping her arms around his waist. I say that right, darling? She said playfully, leaning in close to his face. In a hurry, Suning turned to the little fangirl, desperate to escape her grasp. Although he was uncertain about the unfolding events, extricating himself from the clutches of the fangirl was now of utmost importance. Yes, I already have a girlfriend, he replied, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Upon hearing those words, the crowd felt their hearts shatter. A portion of the men, particularly those enamored with their goddess, were especially grieved by the thought of her being taken away by someone so unworthy. The remainder of the sorrow stemmed from the presence of a little fangirl. This little fangirl, now wearing an expression of utter despair as she gazed at Suning, could hardly believe that Suning had a girlfriend. Yet, she was unwilling to concede defeat. She resolutely rushed towards Suning, yearning to embrace her. However, Li Qingqian was quicker, unsheathing her sword and positioning it menacingly against the little fangirl's neck. her demeanor radiating caution. I said, "This is my boyfriend. Do you understand?" Li Qingqian was not alone in her anger. The surrounding spectators found the scene quite extraordinary, as the individual before them seemed utterly oblivious to the situation. Naturally, one would choose the goddess over a chubby girl, and upon hearing the murmurs around her, the little fangirl lowered her head in dismay. All right, it's fine, don't cry. Just go back for now. There are too many people here," as the crowd voiced their opinions. Suning felt, to be honest, that their words were somewhat harsh. Yet, after uttering that statement, she immediately regretted it, for she had glimpsed a flicker of hope in the little chubby girl's eyes. Suning contemplated whether she ought not to have spoken those words, questioning if the girl's emotional resilience was perhaps stronger than she had initially presumed. Chapter 113. Nyonyo is taken away. Following this farcical episode, Suning and Li Qingqian entered the courtyard together. Although many men harbored feelings of indignation, none dared to challenge Suning's authority, for they knew they could not prevail. "Why did you act that way earlier? Now everyone thinks our relationship is quite complicated." In light of Li Qingqian's gallant intervention, Suning felt touched, yet she had not anticipated that Li Qingqian would proclaim her as his girlfriend. "I was helping you, and besides, I didn't utter a single word of protest, so why should you be concerned?" Li Qingqian declared. "Next time, I won't come to your aid." With that, she turned to leave, but Suning quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, Hey, don't go." Li Qingqian halted her steps, and Suning released her hold. They stood there, both somewhat foolishly silent. Gradually, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. "Did you come here to discuss something with me? Or is it that the issues you face remain unresolved?" At last, Suning could no longer contain herself. In truth, Li Qingqian had anticipated a somewhat bashful confession from Suning, yet to her surprise, Suning showed no inclination to express her feelings. Suning found herself perplexed, pondering the enigmatic nature of a woman's heart. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, and now she had abruptly turned away. Nevertheless, Suning dismissed such thoughts and returned to her own courtyard. The water from the spring she had obtained in the frigid wasteland still awaited her timely absorption, and now was the opportunity to draw upon a fraction of its essence. Given the abundance of spiritual energy, she could only absorb a small amount each day. Fortunately, the spring water served to solidify her foundation, alleviating her concerns about sudden advancements in the future due to an unstable base. Just as Suning was midway through her cultivation, still not having fully mastered her techniques, an unexpected intruder burst into her courtyard. Originally, Suning intended to reprimand him, but he managed to temper his anger. The person hurriedly approached Suning, breathlessly exclaiming that something terrible had happened. Nyonyo had been taken by a mysterious figure. Upon hearing this, Suning felt a surge of panic and demanded, "What is going on? Take me there quickly." Although Suning had only cared for Nyonyo for a short time, a profound bond had already formed between them, leaving him flustered in such a dire situation. The individual shook his head, indicating his own ignorance, which only heightened Suning's agitation. "What do you mean? You come here seeking me without knowing what has transpired? You're utterly unreliable." With that, Suning dashed out, but shortly after, he encountered Lu Qing, the outer sect elder. This moment, Lu Qing was not in the mood to provoke Suning. His face was dark, and he grasped Suning's arm as he attempted to leave. However, Suning, consumed by anxiety, paid no heed to Lu Qing. He intended to shake off Lu Qing's grip but found it unyielding. "Get off me!" Suning's eyes reddened, and in a frenzy, he unleashed a punch at Lu Qing. Desperate to free himself, yet he was no match for Lu Qing's strength. "There's no point in going. We've tried to intervene, but it was futile. He is simply too powerful." Lu Qing's complexion was somewhat grim, yet his eyes shimmered with an insatiable desire for strength, as he recalled an unforgettable scene. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Suning momentarily lost his focus, but the sorrow of losing Nyonyo overwhelmed him. He could hardly fathom that a living person could be taken away from right under their noses, especially in the Kunlun secret realm, renowned as the sanctuary for cultivators. "Why didn't you stop him? Why? Nyonyo is an inner sect disciple. If you can't even protect your own, what use is your sect?" Suning shouted, his eyes aflame. Yet Lu Qing remained silent, bowing his head, uncertain of how to respond. Initially, many elders had intended to intervene, but after witnessing the mysterious figure's prowess, they had all retreated. Suning, seeing Lu Qing's silence, grew even angrier, interpreting it as acquiescence. He then swung his fist and struck Lu Qing in the face. "Were you not arrogant in the outer sect? What happened to your bravado? How can you fail to protect your own disciple? What purpose do you serve by living?" With that, Suning landed another punch. Understanding that Suning was merely venting his frustration, Lu Qing allowed the blows to continue. Eventually, Suning tired from his onslaught, casting a resentful glance at Lu Qing. Although Lu Qing held the title of elder, his cultivation level was not particularly high. Thus, he bore some injury from Suning's assault. He employed a spell to erase the bruises from his face and sighed. "I apologize. This is our fault." With those words, Lu Qing departed. Suning had initially intended to leave the Kunlun secret realm, and despite the system's opposition, he was resolute in his decision. Suddenly, 10 elders arrived and took Suning away, who was confronted with a formidable power he had never witnessed before. Thus, Suning was seized without a moment to resist. "Elders, with such might, are you truly unaware of the need to rescue Nyonyo?" Suning gazed coldly at the elders before him, perceiving them merely as a band of despicable cowards who stood idly by in the face of calamity. Though they appeared imposing and authoritative in front of him, what was their true nature now? The Grand Elder, Zhuge Tian, sighed, uncertain of the circumstances, as he had been in seclusion at the time. "I understand your profound sorrow, yet we are powerless. That individual is simply too formidable, and even I may not be able to defeat him." Zhuge Tian sighed again, having discerned from the other elders' words the extraordinary strength of that person. Nevertheless, Suning continued to regard the elders with indifference. Suddenly, he stood, brandishing a knife and placing it against Zhuge Tian's throat. Despite being so close, Suning found himself incapacitated, as several elders had already subdued him. He glared defiantly at the elders before him. "Bring Suning away, temporarily seal all his martial arts, and confine him to the dungeon," Zhuge Tian commanded. Suning shrugged off his captors and walked towards the dungeon with a smile, completely disregarding those behind him. Zhuge Tian sighed, reflecting on how such an arrogant young man had turned so impulsive. Perhaps it was due to the immense significance of that individual, which rendered Suning indifferent to everything else. Chapter 115. Do not regret. Suning was escorted by 2 individuals into the eerie dungeon. Surprisingly, these 2 did not seem to harbor any disdain for him, approaching with cheerful expressions and blinking playfully. "What are you 2 doing? Why do you regard me with such eyes? What have I done to warrant your attention?" Suning could no longer endure their unabashed stares. The 2 merely smiled at him. Suddenly, they pointed to their throats, indicating discomfort. With a wry smile, Suning retrieved 2 pills from his sleeve and offered them to the pair. They regarded him with astonishment before finally accepting the pills. After confirming his sincerity with a glance, they swallowed the medication. "My throat feels much better," one exclaimed joyfully, noting that although the pill had tasted bitter initially, it turned quite sweet thereafter. The other nodded in agreement, eager to engage Suning in conversation. However, their exchange was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of another. "Come, there are matters requiring your attention," Lu Qing announced as he stepped into the room, prompting the 2 to gaze at him in astonishment. Lu Qing, an elder who seldom visited this place, had unexpectedly graced them with his presence. Suning smiled at the 2 before departing alongside Lu Qing. "Speak, what punishment awaits me? Will I be expelled, or is it something else?" Suning chuckled self-deprecatingly, lamenting his current inadequacy. Lu Qing shook his head, uncertain of the impending outcome. However, he sensed that the punishment would neither be excessively lenient nor excessively harsh. The 2 approached the Council of Elders, who regarded Suning with evident disdain, their expressions cold and uninviting. "Let us now announce Suning's punishment," sighed Zhuge Tian, who sat in the center. In truth, he did not wish to impose this penalty upon him. The other elders nodded in agreement, indicating their attentiveness. Lu Qing, feeling a pang of anxiety, grasped Suning's hand, leaving Suning in a state of bewilderment, surprised by Lu Qing's gesture. "We shall strip Suning of all his martial arts," declared the elder, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Suning managed to smile, reflecting on the cruelty of the situation. Rather than being killed or expelled, he was to be rendered a mere shell of his former self. One could not deny the elder's cunning. After a brief pause, Zhuge Tian placed his hand atop Suning's head. Suning felt an overwhelming force gnawing at his very nerves. Yet, he resolutely resisted the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. For that would be an admission of his weakness. "I hope you do not regret this decision. I, Suning, shall ensure you come to rue it," he proclaimed defiantly before striding away, with Lu Qing trailing behind. As Suning reached the courtyard's entrance, he ultimately collapsed, supported by Lu Qing. Lu Qing shook his head in disbelief, astonished by Suning's unwavering determination to endure until reaching the courtyard. Chapter 116. Alchemist. This incident garnered widespread attention, as Suning, stripped of all his martial arts, had become less than even a mere servant disciple. In that moment, all those who harbored animosity towards him converged, including the 1,000 individuals he had previously defeated, who now sought to exact retribution upon him. "What's the matter? Are you too afraid to show your face?" One taunted, "You're nothing but a waste, too cowardly to step out. If you have any guts, come out and face your doom." The jeers outside were scarcely audible to Su Ning, for he had a distinguished guest in his presence. Li Qingchen smiled as he sipped from his cup, savoring the exquisite tea, lamenting the sight of the man before him hastily gulping down the brew. "This tea is delightful, truly exceptional," he mused. After finishing his cup, Su Ning could not help but smile. Though he lacked the knowledge to appreciate fine tea, the aroma alone indicated its extraordinary quality. Nearby, Li Qingchen sighed and rolled his eyes, bemused by the man's utter lack of tea appreciation. "With your level of discernment, how could you possibly taste the tea's flavor?" he scoffed. Su Ning, undeterred, poured himself another cup and drank it down in one go. "You, my dear friend, seem utterly oblivious to the notion of simplicity and detachment. Is it not commendable to embrace a life of restraint?" Li Qingchen's counsel to Su Ning was not born from the belief that Su Ning was incapable of becoming an outer sect disciple. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that Su Ning simply had no desire to pursue that path. Upon hearing Li Qingchen's words, Su Ning shook his head, sensing that Li Qingchen failed to grasp the true essence of his intentions. "You do not comprehend my aspirations. I believe I have found my calling. An alchemist," Su Ning declared with a beaming smile. Yet, Li Qingchen was taken aback. The profession of an alchemist had long fallen into obscurity. Nevertheless, Li Qingchen was acutely aware of the formidable power of an alchemist. Even if one were to offend an elder, it would be unwise to cross paths with an alchemist, for they typically command a legion of devoted followers. Should an alchemist desire your demise, they need not lift a finger. As Su Ning gazed at Li Qingchen with a cheerful demeanor, Li Qingchen discerned a glimmer of lethal intent in Su Ning's eyes. With a sigh, Li Qingchen exited the room. Upon seeing Li Qingchen emerge, those outside were eager to rush in, but they were halted by the sight of Li Qingchen drawing a sword and brandishing it before them. "Let me make this clear. Should any of you dare to disturb him, I shall ensure your suffering is profound." With that, Li Qingchen departed. Following his proclamation, no one dared to approach the courtyard, and they all retreated. 3 days later, within Su Ning's chamber in the outer sect disciples' quarters, he raked his fingers through his tousled hair, surveying the array of medicinal herbs before him. After many days, he had finally gathered the necessary ingredients. Though these herbs were relatively common, sourcing them had proven somewhat challenging, especially given Su Ning's current status as an ordinary individual. Indeed, he was even inferior to the servant disciples. Meanwhile, Zhuge Tian observed his reflection in the mirror, which revealed Su Ning's image. A smile crept across his face as he noted that Su Ning had not succumbed to despair in the face of adversity. Instead, he seemed to grow more resolute. Perhaps this was a test of character, though the path of an alchemist was fraught with difficulties. Chapter 117. The Supreme Elixir. As Su Ning returned to his quarters, the system alerted him that he was no longer under surveillance, prompting a smile to break across his face. The system then presented him with his alchemical furnace. Su Ning eagerly rubbed his hands together. Determined to embark on a grand endeavor, he pondered what sort of elixir he might produce. Would it be of the highest grade or merely a common one? However, Su Ning held a firm belief in his abilities, confident that his experiences over the past few days had equipped him well. "Dear lad, do not entertain lofty thoughts. Supreme elixirs are exceedingly difficult to create. It would be prudent to focus on the basics." The system interrupted, much to Su Ning's chagrin. Yet the system remained indifferent to his discontent, leaving Su Ning with no recourse. He cast a glance at the pristine herbs laid out on the table, a smile blossoming on his lips as he began to methodically place them into the alchemical furnace one by one. Watching them settle comfortably within the furnace, Su Ning could not suppress a grin. At long last, he was ready to experiment and put his knowledge to the test. Uncertain of how well he had truly learned at the outset, one should refrain from using a fierce flame. Rather, a gentle heat should be employed, gradually increasing in intensity while maintaining a careful balance. The system patiently reminded Su Ning from the sidelines. Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, Su Ning reflected on the fact that he had lost all his martial arts skills, prompting him to exchange for a new ability, alchemy. Although Su Ning had seemingly been idle these past few days, he had secretly been practicing the techniques provided by the system. Soon, the furnace began to tremble violently. Su Ning understood that the elixir was nearing completion, the medicinal properties colliding within the cauldron. He meticulously adjusted the final intensity, but being his first attempt at alchemy, he inevitably became a bit flustered. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize it in the end. Alas, despite having the alchemical techniques offered by this system, He still found himself in such a predicament, truly pathetic. The system murmured quietly from the side, while Suning remained wholly engrossed in the alchemical process, having no time to heed its words. Just when Suning thought everything had concluded, a sudden burst of red light erupted from the furnace, startling him into believing the cauldron might explode, prompting him to hastily retreat. After a lengthy wait, the red glow finally subsided, allowing Suning to exhale in relief. Wait! Just as he was preparing to take the next step, the system abruptly called out to him, leaving Suning bewildered by the sudden interruption. Young man, have you stepped in a lot of dog excrement today? Upon hearing this, Suning displayed a look of confusion, as the golden light had lingered for a considerable time before vanishing. Curiously, he reached into the furnace, retrieving the elixir. As expected, it was a top-tier elixir, eliciting a smug expression from the system. Suning remained in a state of shock for a while, eventually gazing at the system in astonishment, then looking down at his own hands, before suddenly shouting outside, "I have finally succeeded." Embracing the alchemical furnace as if it were an unparalleled beauty, he reveled in his triumph, oblivious to the fact that his lips had swollen to resemble two oversized sausages. Observing Suning's antics, the system couldn't help but sigh, lamenting his lack of ambition. It was rather ridiculous for him to be so elated over a single top-tier elixir. Chapter 118. The conditions of the Elder Council. Although the commotion on this side managed to evade the notice of some, it certainly did not escape the attention of the Elder Council. Upon witnessing a golden light soaring through the air, several seasoned elders immediately recalled a certain phenomenon: top-tier elixirs. Zhuge Tian, seated at the center, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, never anticipating that such a place would yield a top-tier elixir. It seemed that the Kunlun's secret realm had never before witnessed such a spectacle. Zhuge Tian utilized his mirror to seek out the source, ultimately pinpointing it to a specific location, Suning's courtyard. He had never envisioned himself stepping into such a challenging domain. "Were you the one refining elixirs just now?" Zhuge Tian inquired with a smile, directing his gaze towards Suning. At that moment, Suning regarded the visiting elders with a cold demeanor, believing that these elders only appeared when there was something to gain. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly remain absent. "Yes, it was I. Please return. You are not welcome here." Upon expressing his desire to expel them, to everyone's astonishment, Zhuge Tian stood directly before Suning. Suning found himself subdued by Zhuge Tian's formidable prowess, rendering him momentarily incapable of any further actions. At that moment, an elder with a fiery temperament approached Suning without hesitation. "Young man, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. Do not presume that your ability to concoct a few elixirs makes you exceptional." The elder erupted like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Zhuge Tian raised his hand to halt the elder, affirming that indeed, creating top-tier elixirs was no small feat. Those elixirs could empower an individual to ascend to greatness. "Shall we strike a deal? I shall lift the seals upon you in exchange for your elixirs. What say you?" Upon hearing these words, Suning lifted his head, grappling with inner turmoil. He yearned to restore his own powers, yet the thought of such an exchange left him feeling unsatisfied. Just then, he cast a glance at the system beside him, which nodded in affirmation. After the recent upgrade, the system had acquired the ability to materialize beside Suning, though it remained unseen by others. Observing the system's approval, Suning gritted his teeth, preparing to acquiesce, albeit with deep mistrust towards this group of schemers. Sensing Suning's apprehension, Zhuge Tian stroked his beard and reassured him, "Rest assured, I am a man of my word and would not engage in treachery." With this reassurance, Suning felt a sense of resolve and slightly nodded before stepping forward to Zhuge Tian. He retrieved a vial of his recently crafted top-tier elixir, which, if he was not mistaken, was intended to solidify one's foundation. Upon sighting the elixir, Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with interest. This elixir was precisely what he needed. "This is indeed of great value to me. Name your price." "I shall not haggle as long as it is within my means." Lu Qing eagerly took the vial, inspecting and savoring its aroma. "No need for payment. Consider it a gift." After spending several days together, Suning had come to realize that Lu Qing was, in fact, quite amiable, albeit excessively proud, possessing an innate arrogance. Lu Qing was inherently good-natured, though he tended to conceal his generosity. Suning had witnessed Lu Qing receiving deliveries of herbs on more than one occasion. Chapter 119. A thick skin is a blessing. Since this elixir proves beneficial for you, take it. It is yours. I can simply concoct another batch another day, Suning replied with a smile. A few days prior, he had noticed Lu Qing's internal energy was somewhat disordered, likely due to recent cultivation mishaps. Although the issue was manageable for now, it could become problematic in the future. Given Lu Qing's assistance and his otherwise decent character, Suning decided to part with the vial of elixir, which he had originally intended to exchange for money to restore his own powers. Are you truly giving me something so hard-earned? Lu Qing, at such an advanced age, displayed a look of astonishment for the very first time, utterly taken aback by the audacity of someone offering such a precious item without so much as a blink. Suning nodded appreciatively. Lu Qing had been of considerable assistance to him over the past few days, first by persuading the outer disciples to vacate Suning's courtyard, allowing him to immerse himself in his endeavors, and subsequently by delivering medicinal herbs to him. While some of these herbs were claimed to be rare treasures, others were indeed quite uncommon, and they were predominantly of a nature that novice alchemists could readily manage, demonstrating a commendable thoughtfulness on Lu Qing's part. "Young man, I never anticipated you would exhibit such a conscientious side," remarked the system, teasingly observing that Suning's treatment of Lu Qing was quite unexpected. One would assume this host to be one who repays grievances in kind. How could a being of flesh and blood be oblivious to such dynamics? Suning grinned at the system, relieved that those around them were solely preoccupied with Lu Qing's herbs, paying no heed to him. Upon hearing this, the system fell silent, for it lacked the essence of life and could not fathom such emotions. It was indifferent, merely executing commands without the necessity for corporeal feelings. An elder, noticing the elixir in Lu Qing's hand, was instantly intrigued and approached him directly, demanding the vial of pills. "This appears rather impressive. Given your cultivation level, it seems a tad excessive for you. Therefore, relinquish it to me with that." The elder proceeded to thrust the item towards his own bosom. Observing this, Zhuge Tian furrowed his brow. He recognized this individual as the newly appointed elder, Hong Wu, known for his overbearing nature, deserving of caution. Lu Qing, alarmed, rushed over to seize the elixir, but was swiftly subdued by Hong Wu's formidable aura. Suning frowned, his expression cold as he strode purposefully towards the elder, entirely disregarding his cultivation prowess, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. "A thick skin is a valuable asset. I hope you possess one, for such a dense facade has rendered my hand rather sore." After uttering this, Suning tenderly rubbed his hand, feeling a twinge of sympathy for it. Enraged, Hong Wu retaliated with a punch aimed at Suning, for he was an elder of the Kunlun's secret realm, and had never before encountered such disrespect. "Are you done causing a ruckus? Hong Wu, return the elixir." Zhuge Tian interjected, visibly displeased. As the Grand Elder, it was intolerable for someone to act so brazenly in his presence, casting a shadow over his authority. A cold huff escaped Hong Wu, who, though irked, lacked the courage to defy Zhuge Tian's command and relinquish the elixir to Lu Qing. "You shall be confined to the Western Mountain for 3 months. Zhuge Tian regarded Hong Wu with a steely gaze, sensing that this incident was far from ordinary. It was audacious for a newly appointed elder to challenge his authority. Chapter 120. Zhuge Tian the elder was escorted away by Zhuge Tian and his subordinates, and he vowed to investigate this matter thoroughly. It was shocking to discover that someone dared to act so recklessly under his very nose. Witnessing the elder being taken away, the other elders naturally dared not covet that exquisite treasure. No matter how splendid it may be, it remains merely an object, and there will likely be more in the future. However, should one offend the Grand Elder, it is conceivable that one might not only be stripped of their elder status, but could also be unceremoniously expelled. I am uncertain if you possess any interest, yet I am aware of an association comprised entirely of alchemists. Should you wish to enhance your abilities, a visit there could prove beneficial at this moment. Zhuge Tian spoke from behind Su Ning. Su Ning had intended to respond, but to his surprise, Zhuge Tian delivered a playful slap to his back, leaving Su Ning utterly bewildered by the unexpected ambush. "Su Ning, your cultivation has returned," Zhuge Tian declared. Su Ning had believed his demise was inevitable, yet Zhuge Tian's words echoed anew in his ears, revealing that Zhuge Tian's intentions were solely to restore his cultivation. As he felt the long-lost flow of true energy circulating within him, Su Ning could not help but smile. He had not anticipated that the elder before him would embody such a refreshing spirit, at least in terms of keeping his promises. Observing the glimmer of appreciation in Su Ning's gaze, Zhuge Tian realized with a tinge of irony that he had fallen to being admired by a younger generation. "Very well, I shall now escort you to the Alchemist Association. I believe that place is more suited to you." Without seeking Su Ning's consent, Zhuge Tian grasped his collar and strode forward. Seeing this, Su Ning had been misled. He had initially thought Zhuge Tian to be mature and composed, only to discover that he was, in fact, a mischievous old rascal. Zhuge Tian alternated between quick and slow paces, inducing in Su Ning an urge to scream. especially given the considerable height they were at. Eventually, they arrived at the apex of a tall tower. Gazing down from the summit, Su Ning felt an inexplicable discomfort. This is the highest edifice of the Alchemist Association. You can now behold the entirety of it, Zhuge Tian gestured, indicating various areas of the association. Su Ning glanced around and noted that the decor paled in comparison to that of the outer disciples. Indeed, the outer disciples' quarters were far more splendid. Is this how you treat your alchemists? No wonder they are not particularly impressive, Su Ning remarked as he moved aside to stand near the system. When the system had pursued him earlier, Su Ning had been filled with trepidation, concerned whether it could keep pace with him, only to realize in the end that it was he who struggled to keep up. The place was newly constructed, and thus the decor might not yet rival the previous standards, yet he believed it would improve over time, as they had already applied for arrangements to secure a more suitable space for him. Upon hearing this, Su Ning refrained from further comment, for he was not one to sacrifice his own well-being for the sake of others. He was no saint. Noticing the hint of melancholy on Zhuge Tian's face, Su Ning surmised that the elder harbored some concerns, but soon Zhuge Tian reverted to his playful demeanor. Enjoy yourself here. Should you find yourself bored, feel free to seek me out. Chapter 121. The disheveled Uncle Su Ning shook her head. In truth, the resentment she harbored towards Zhuge Tian had diminished considerably, or at least that was how she perceived it. She believed that Zhuge Tian had not committed any grievous wrongs against her, his only transgression being the decision to seal his own cultivation. Young lad, your mission this time is to successfully advance and become an alchemist, the system prompted within her mind, leaving her to ponder what formidable challenges lay ahead. The system relayed to her the most fearsome individuals in this realm, among whom the most daunting was Du Rua from the alchemist's family. When Du Rua was mentioned, those around her wore expressions of bewilderment, for Du Rua's alchemical prowess was indeed formidable. However, she possessed a peculiar temperament, an affinity for murder, and a penchant for using people as ingredients in her potions. Yet, her exceptional abilities and powerful background rendered her untouchable. Even after taking lives, this battle would not be easily won. Sighing, Su Ning made her way to the Alchemist Association, which was conducting a comprehensive enrollment this time. Many individuals in this Kunlun secret realm aspired to join, as the status of an alchemist was quite lucrative. Initially, Su Ning intended to approach a female instructor to register, but unexpectedly, a girl collided with her, leaving Su Ning utterly stunned. To her surprise, the girl, having hurt herself in the mishap, retaliated by snapping, "What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? Didn't you see me running this way? It hurts like hell." After delivering her complaint, the girl pouted in annoyance. Su Ning, observing the girl, felt a headache coming on. She had not anticipated that someone so strikingly beautiful could exhibit such rude and unreasonable behavior. When Nangong Shui noticed Su Ning's incredulous gaze, she shot him a glare. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a girl before?" With that, she kicked at Su Ning, though he deftly sidestepped the blow, much to the amusement of those around them who winced at the kick's intended target. Su Ning clung to a sliver of luck, grateful to have avoided a potentially embarrassing fate. At that moment, a female instructor approached with a smile, her demeanor brightening upon seeing Nangong Shui. She cheerfully handed her a form and affectionately patted her head, only to be met with a swift rejection as Nangong Shui swatted her hand away. "Miss Nangong, what a surprise to see you here. I never imagined you would be interested in this place," the instructor exclaimed, her face awash with a sycophantic expression that irked Su Ning. It was evident that this instructor was the type to curry favor, and Su Ning felt a twinge of annoyance at having encountered such a character. He promptly sought a different registration area. This time, he found himself before a disheveled uncle, the only one standing before him. Thankfully, the registration process proceeded swiftly. There existed an unwritten rule in the Alchemist Association. Wherever one registered, that instructor would become their mentor henceforth. Upon encountering this disheveled gentleman, Su Ning began to comprehend why others were hesitant to stand before him. "Young man, you possess keen insight. Rest assured, I shall nurture your talents diligently." After uttering these words, the scruffy man proceeded to delve into his own nostrils. Chapter 120. The selection gazing at the unkempt figure before him, Su Ning could not fathom why he found it so difficult to trust himself. The disheveled man guided him into a vast auditorium, which was the venue for a selection contest. Although he appeared to be the only participant, it was evident that he took great pride in his presence. "Be cautious, young one. The individuals here are formidable. If you lack absolute confidence, you may indeed consider withdrawing without concern for my opinion." Following this, the man patted Su Ning on the shoulder. Observing the man's expression of helplessness, Su Ning felt a twinge of guilt. He had never truly contemplated the man's circumstances. It was entirely the man's own musings that had led him to feel so optimistic. Nevertheless, Su Ning did not wish to undermine the man's dignity and merely nodded in acknowledgement. To his surprise, the gentleman was moved to tears, feigning great emotion as he wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Very well, I shall proceed now," Su Ning declared, stepping onto the stage. All eyes were upon him, filled with derision. They had all witnessed Su Ning's choice of the scruffy man and instinctively assumed he was a failure who had resigned himself to mediocrity. At that moment, a figure clad in a white robe approached the disheveled man, smiling as he addressed him. "Director, what unprecedented fortune has led you to accept him?" The man in white wore a puzzled expression. Xian Yuanming chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary." He himself was uncertain why he had chosen to take this child under his wing. Yet there was an elusive spark within the boy that piqued his curiosity. The herbs displayed on the stage were swiftly seized by numerous competitors, leaving only a scant few for Su Ning. As he surveyed the remaining herbs, a smile crept across his face. It appeared that he could concoct a pill from them. The onlookers regarded Su Ning with scorn as he collected the leftover materials, speculating on what schemes he might be plotting. Some had already resigned themselves to defeat, oblivious to their own capitulation. Among them was the esteemed Nangong Shui, who had always looked down upon such individuals. Her principle was simple. She would rather have nothing than choose poorly. "Let us wait and see," Su Ning remarked with a smile as he moved to the side, methodically placing the herbs into the designated container according to the impressions in his mind. As the competition commenced, the others began their own preparations. Nangong Shui huffed disdainfully and carelessly tossed all her herbs into the mixture. Yet, despite her chaotic approach, she swiftly produced a pill. Though it was not of exceptional quality, it was still classified as a first-grade pill. Observing her success, Su Ning hastened his own efforts, realizing that he was the only one remaining who had yet to complete the task. The individuals surrounding were casting mocking glances at Su Ning, or perhaps they had already begun to murmur quietly amongst themselves. Although the figure clad in white robes professed ignorance regarding Su Ning's endeavors, the expression on the dean's face indicated that the person before them was far from ordinary. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky, and Su Ning revealed a smile. This was the emblem of a supreme elixir. However, the precious elixir was swiftly seized by Nangong Shui, who, without a second thought, smashed it to the ground. Witnessing this, the dean let out a sigh, astonished that this young girl could possess such a fierce temperament, utterly intolerant of anyone surpassing her. "Miss Nangong, what are you doing? While the Alchemist Association may wield little power, we are not to be trifled with by your Nangong family." The elder in white robes watched helplessly as the elixir was so carelessly destroyed. Had it been in his possession, he could have maximized its value. After all, it was crafted from rare materials, contingent upon both luck and skill. To see it so recklessly ruined. Did Nangong Shui not feel a pang of regret? Beside them, Su Ning was equally bewildered, unable to fathom how this young girl could so brazenly take it from him and obliterate it. Yet, the impassive expressions of the judges left him in a state of confusion. After a moment, Nangong Shui approached Su Ning, and though they merely brushed past one another, he caught her parting words. "What does it matter if you are strong? All here are my people. I do not believe I cannot deal with you." With a haughty snort, she walked away. Nangong Shui sighed to herself. He was not her father, and she had no desire to secure the top position through the destruction of a mere elixir. What was there to boast about? She had succeeded in concocting even more formidable ones before. It was simply a matter of bad luck that she had not succeeded this time. The thought of her entry being ruined left Su Ning with a headache. With his work destroyed, he was certain to be eliminated. "I want this child," Xian Yuanming declared before departing, leaving the surrounding elders astonished at his unexpected decision to take on a disciple. Their gaze towards Su Ning grew more profound. The dean's favor indicated that Su Ning's abilities were not lacking, and this time, it seemed his success was not merely a stroke of luck. Others might lament their misfortunes, but the dean's discerning eye would not be deceived, and the elders found it peculiar. How could one possibly concoct a supreme elixir under such sudden circumstances? This child might very well uphold half of the alchemical world in the future. After this reflection, the elder departed, leaving behind a remark for the judges, who were taken aback, questioning why someone without a creation would remain. The expressions on their faces revealed their understanding of the situation's complexity. As the results were announced, Nangong Shui secured the first position, owing to her exceptionally remarkable performance and her formidable connections. Just when everyone presumed the rankings had been finalized, the name of the last contestant, Su Ning, was revealed. Nangong Shui gazed at Su Ning with astonishment, Unable to fathom how someone like her could still remain, it seemed she was indeed a beneficiary of nepotism. How intriguing this situation was. After uttering these words, Nangong Shui turned on her heel and departed, casting one last glance at Su Ning. Chapter 124. The assistance of Nangong Shui. Although Su Ning had been admitted, he faced mockery from many due to his lack of accomplishments. What did it matter if one concocted extraordinary elixirs? The undeniable truth remained. He was devoid of tangible works, placing him a notch below them. Listening to their taunts, Su Ning felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he recognized he had no choice. It was an inescapable reality. Despite his urge to retort, he had to exercise restraint. What are you imbeciles doing? Is he someone you can insult? He is only subject to my scorn. At that moment, Nangong Shui stepped forward, her demeanor icy as she reprimanded them. She was all too aware of the individual's capabilities before her. The creation of exceptional elixirs could not be attributed to mere luck, especially given the rudimentary nature of his furnace, which clearly indicated his own prowess. Upon witnessing the protection extended by Miss Nangong, the surrounding crowd dared not utter a word and dispersed quietly. Nangong Shui approached Su Ning directly. It was my fault for ruining your elixir, but I shall not apologize. Additionally, should you seek revenge, you must first defeat me. With that, she turned and walked away. Su Ning stood there, utterly bewildered. Was Miss Nangong exhibiting a tsundere disposition? Why did her words carry such an air of arrogance? The young man was indeed fortunate. The system teased Su Ning, and unable to contain himself, he playfully swatted at the system, which was always so mischievous. Having returned to his courtyard, Su Ning was in the midst of meditation when a knock echoed from outside. Pondering who it could be, he reluctantly approached the door. To his astonishment, it was none other than Miss Nangong herself. Bewildered, he wondered how she had arrived here. However, Nangong Shui seemed indifferent to whatever Su Ning was engaged in. She laughed as she set down her bundle and settled into the pavilion within the courtyard. Oh, not say I have treated you poorly. From this day forth, you shall be my little brother. Look at what your elder brother has brought you. With those words, Nangong Shui retrieved items from her package. A mid-grade furnace, top-tier herbs, precious commodities that were notoriously difficult to procure. To Su Ning's astonishment, she even unveiled an exceedingly rare meat spirit fungus. Staring at the bounty before him, Su Ning was left dumbfounded. Why was Nangong Shui treating him in such a manner? In truth, it was never my intention to ruin your elixir. It was my family's desire for me to excel above all else that led me to such a regrettable decision. This gesture serves as both a form of compensation and assistance to you. Upon finishing her sentence, Nangong Shui departed, leaving Su Ning in a state of bewilderment as to why she would procure such invaluable items for him. It was evident that these possessions were of immense worth, and the ease with which she offered them suggested that her family wielded considerable influence. Reflecting on the respect the mentors bestowed upon Nangong Shui during her visit, Su Ning found little reason for surprise. The loyalty of this little brother seemed to hold significant merit. Perhaps it was best to solidify this arrangement. With a nod, Su Ning affirmed his thoughts. Chapter 125. Support with such a formidable ally. Su Ning's life here became exceedingly comfortable, as he enjoyed delightful treats daily. Those wishing to socialize with Nangong Shui had to navigate through Su Ning first, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. Miss, must you not allow me a day of respite? Carrying all these items is quite exhausting, Su Ning lamented, gazing wearily at the heap in his hands. He realized that being this little brother had its merits, particularly since he bore the burden alone. Initially, Su Ning intended to accompany her for a while longer before returning, but when Nangong Shui unexpectedly needed to use the restroom, he was left in the middle. Waiting patiently, Su Ning pondered how long Nangong Shui would be gone. Why had she not returned yet? Should he sneak away? It was truly a trial. Gazing at the multitude of items he carried, he felt utterly helpless, compelled to remain and wait. Suddenly, a figure rushed past him, catching Su Ning off guard, resulting in him being knocked to the ground, scattering Nangong Shui's belongings everywhere. Su Ning had initially intended to confront the individual, questioning how they could carelessly collide with him, only to find himself unjustly blamed. What is wrong with you? I was walking just fine, and you ran into me. Can you even afford to replace all these items? They belong to me, the man retorted, furrowing his brow as he assessed the scattered possessions. Recognizing their value, he realized he could not afford to compensate for them, so he resorted to deflecting blame. Hoping onlookers had not witnessed the incident, as the crowd recognized Su Ning, they began to snicker, having observed his arrogance these past few days as Nangong Shui's little brother. Finally, someone had spoken up in defense of the situation, and it was clear that Su Ning was in a precarious position. He, too, was left in a state of confusion. How had he stumbled upon such a rogue? Shouldn't he the man be the one to flee? Please, disclose the prices of these items before you leave. If you can provide the correct amounts, I shall compensate you, Suning asserted, just as Miss Nangong approached with a smile, standing beside him. Upon hearing that someone was willing to compensate him, the individual couldn't help but break into a broad smile, astonished that such a fool truly existed. Initially, he sought to extricate himself from the burden of financial restitution, yet here was someone eager to offer him money. Why not seize the opportunity? However, this person was genuinely ignorant of the true value of the items, resulting in a haphazard price declaration. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shui let out a sigh. Did she appear to be a connoisseur of cheap goods? I beg your pardon, sir, but the shattered vase on the ground corresponds to all the prices you mentioned. Furthermore, do I, Nangong Shui, seem like someone who would purchase low-quality items? After uttering these words, Nangong Shui approached the man and delivered a swift kick to him. After enduring such a lengthy journey to procure her belongings, only to have them destroyed by him, she felt a surge of indignation, knowing she would have to traverse that distance once more to acquire a multitude of items anew. Remember this, that individual is under my protection, Nangong Shui. I stand by him. Chapter 126. The second test. Upon hearing Nangong Shui's declaration, the surrounding crowd dispersed, for her family was notably illustrious. To provoke Nangong Shui would be tantamount to opposing the Nangong clan directly. Moreover, the individual before them had been chosen by the dean, which only added to his significance. Rumor had it that he was also an outer disciple of the Kunlun's secret realm, with an impressive lineage. Given his current circumstances, it was not inconceivable that he might soon ascend to the ranks of inner disciples, merely a matter of time. The formidable identity of the man before them rendered him untouchable, and the crowd was taken aback by the fact that Nangong Shui had aligned herself with him. Big brother, please lend me your support, but next time, could you perhaps buy a little less? Carrying so many items is rather exhausting. Though Nangong Shui's backing brought him immense joy, alleviating many of his troubles, the sheer volume of goods was overwhelming. The thought of having to assist him with all those items daily sent a wave of anxiety through Su Ning. What if he didn't perish due to cultivation failure? Nor was he killed by someone else, but rather succumbed to exhaustion from carrying a few bags. That would be utterly embarrassing. Fear not, young lad. Should you tire and meet your end, I shall ensure your remains are taken care of, the system interjected at an inopportune moment. Upon hearing this, Su Ning couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the system, which, in its current ethereal state, appeared unexpectedly attractive, more so than himself, inducing a twinge of envy. Young lad, the second test for outer disciples is imminent. Complete this test, and you will officially become an outer disciple. With that proclamation, the system vanished from sight. Su Ning was on the verge of cursing at the system for its timing. Why had it waited until now to deliver such news? Moreover, the implication that it would occur within the next day or two left him feeling unprepared. I apologize, but I must take my leave for a moment. The test awaits. If you have any matters to discuss, you may find me among the outer disciples. With that, Su Ning departed with the grace of lightness. Upon catching sight of Su Ning's retreating figure, Nangong Shui let out a sigh. Despite already possessing the identity of an alchemist, he harbored even grander ambitions. This time, he was merely an outer sect disciple. Perhaps the next time she encountered him, he would have ascended to an inner sect disciple. Contemplating this, Nangong Shui sighed again. Uncertain of the chasm that lay between them, it always felt as though Su Ning's silhouette was perpetually beyond her reach, even though they were physically close at present. Nevertheless, she sensed that soon, the distance between them would only widen, leading them to inhabit entirely different worlds. Fortunately, he had managed to catch up at the last moment. Observing the elder beside him shaking his head, it seemed he deemed Su Ning indifferent to the situation at hand. The current assessment was surprisingly simpler than the last. It merely required remaining in a cage for an entire day. 200 spirit beasts had been prepared, with each participant tasked with confronting one. A successful kill would grant immediate advancement, or alternatively, enduring a day within the cage would suffice for promotion. Since Su Ning was the last to arrive, he had no choice but to face the leftover, most formidable ice-type spirit beast, the glacial bear. Its defenses were exceptionally robust, and its damage output was not to be underestimated. Upon encountering the glacial bear, Su Ning felt a flicker of confidence. He was somewhat aware of his own capabilities, neither exceedingly weak nor overwhelmingly strong, just average. However, against a glacial bear, he felt capable, as it possessed a critical weakness: its remarkably slow speed. Recognizing this, Su Ning believed victory was within his grasp. Young man, let me tell you, this bear is no ordinary glacial bear. It has undergone mutation, a voice echoed in his mind. Suning was taken aback by the system's revelation. How much had this bear changed? As he stepped forward, the bear approached him, but its pace was not rapid. Suning felt a sense of relief. At least its speed had not increased, while its other attributes remained fairly standard. Suddenly, the bear charged at him with wild ferocity. Suning attempted to evade, only to find himself inexplicably rooted to the spot. At that moment, he noticed the bear's eyes, vividly purple, perhaps the source of its erratic behavior. Fortunately, just before the bear could strike, Suning managed to dodge in the nick of time. Grabbing a knife from nearby, he aimed for its eye, but due to a slight miscalculation, he struck its paw instead. Nonetheless, this action significantly diminished its attack power and speed. Affording Suning a brief respite, he pondered why such a monstrous creature had been unleashed upon outer sect disciples. As he mused, his gaze was drawn to Zhuge Tian, who was watching him with a sly smile. Suning sighed, suspecting that this old man might very well be orchestrating trouble from the sidelines. Fortunately, the bear had already inflicted harm upon itself, significantly diminishing its capabilities. This made it considerably easier for Suning to take action. Seizing a suitable opportunity, Suning launched a direct assault on its abdomen. According to his knowledge, the polar bear's vulnerability lay in its belly, being the most tender part of its anatomy. It was unexpected to find such meticulous attention to detail. Clearly, he had invested considerable effort. Nearby, Zhuge Tian, who was enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that this individual had not disappointed him. He had intentionally scheduled this exam earlier to prevent Suning from arriving in time, thereby avoiding the scenario where Suning would become both an alchemist and a contender for this role, provoking public outrage. Yet, who could have anticipated that Suning would manage to arrive successfully and even triumph over the most formidable spirit beast within? It left Zhuge Tian pondering what exactly Suning had done to achieve such remarkable prowess. He considered himself quite talented, yet he had never exhibited such brilliance at that age. However, being overly conspicuous could easily attract animosity. Zhuge Tian felt a duality of emotions: elation at discovering such a promising talent and concern that Suning's brilliance might make him a target. The inner disciples appeared particularly aloof, but who could fathom their intentions? Zhuge Tian could offer temporary protection, but not for a lifetime. He hoped this seedling would one day grow into a pillar for their community. Now, Suning had officially become an outer disciple, unable to suppress a smile. He had finally transitioned from a backup to a primary role. He had no idea how much time had elapsed during this process, but he had managed to obtain a certification from the Alchemist Association in the meantime. However, this association seemed to hold little value, less than the tasks assigned to outer disciples. At that moment, the system suddenly presented an announcement. Congratulations, player, you have received a hidden quest, Red-Faced Confidant. When the system revealed this task, Suning was taken aback, utterly bewildered. What exactly was a red-faced confidant? He was familiar with the term, but remained clueless about what the system expected him to do. The phrase seemed excessively ambiguous. Observing Suning's confusion, the system could not help but chuckle, wondering if he had misconstrued the meaning. The system was not implying what he likely thought. It seemed Suning assumed it referred to a mere backup. Young man, do not overthink it, the system clarified. You have merely been tasked with conversing with a girl about life for one evening. Upon hearing this, Suning pondered who he would be engaging with. Two names floated in his mind: Li Qingqian and Nangong Shui. Aside from these two, he could hardly think of anyone else worthy of the title Red-Faced Confidant. Although Li Qingqian's exterior was icy, she was exceptionally kind-hearted. Conversely, Nangong Shui, though seemingly haughty, possessed a remarkable sense of the bigger picture. Each had her own merits, and Suning was genuinely uncertain which one the system would select for him. Do not even think about it. It is not either of those two. Do you recall the girl who once harbored feelings for you? At that moment, the system whispered in Suning's ear. Suning was taken aback, never anticipating that his target would be this individual. Would she really seek him out? Must he take the initiative to pay her a visit? How embarrassing it would be to pursue her. Recalling how he had almost been unable to support that girl previously left Suning feeling somewhat awkward. He walked out in silence, lost in thought. Distracted by his musings, he failed to watch where he was going and collided directly with a petite girl. Finding her in his embrace, I'm so sorry, she apologized. Her head bowed at first, but when she lifted it to gaze at Suning, he suddenly felt that her eyes were strikingly familiar. It's you, Senior Su. It's been such a long time. She greeted him as if they were old acquaintances. Suning stood in bewilderment, genuinely unable to recall having met this junior sister before, yet her eyes seemed so recognizable. Who could she be? Observing that Suning did not remember her, Jiyun sighed. Indeed, She had appeared far too frequently for him to have retained her memory. "Hello, my name is Zhuge Zhiyun, the one who confessed her feelings to you last time. I realize I was rather abrupt then, but I still have feelings for you." With newfound courage, Zhuge Zhiyun declared her affections to Suning. Upon hearing this, Suning was utterly astonished, not expecting that this Zhuge Zhiyun was the girl he had previously encountered, who had not been conventionally attractive, and her surname struck a chord within him. Zhuge Tian, Chapter 129. Stealthy and cautious Suning gazed at Zhuge Zhiyun with astonishment, pondering why her surname sounded so familiar. It turned out to be associated with Zhuge Tian. Perhaps she was indeed the granddaughter of that mischievous old man. If that old rascal were to learn that his granddaughter had developed feelings for him, and that he had rejected her, would the old man not seek to make his life miserable? "Junior sister, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." "Rest assured, I mean you no harm," Suning said, taking hold of Zhuge Zhiyun's hand and leading her toward his courtyard. Those around them witnessed Suning, in a frenzy, pulling a girl into his courtyard. Had they not known his character, they might have surrounded him, treating him like a rogue. Upon reaching the courtyard, Zhuge Zhiyun was breathless. Although her physical condition had improved somewhat due to recent exercise, the prolonged run had left her somewhat fatigued, particularly as a girl. "That is your grandfather, or perhaps your maternal grandfather, Zhuge Tian?" Suning inquired, already feeling a sense of certainty yet unable to refrain from asking. Zhuge Zhiyun wondered how Suning knew this, but upon seeing the earnestness in his eyes, she nodded in affirmation. Now it is Suning's turn, and he never anticipated that the person who harbored feelings for him would be the granddaughter of the old rascal. The mere thought of this matter being discovered by the old rascal left Suning feeling somewhat awkward. Should it come to light, the old man would surely torment him mercilessly. "Tiyun, you must keep this matter a secret from your grandfather. Otherwise, I shall never be able to be with you in this lifetime. Do you understand?" After speaking, Suning cast a heavy gaze upon Zhuge Zhiyun. Upon hearing his words, Zhuge Zhiyun nodded affirmatively, indicating that she would not divulge the secret to her grandfather. "Are you occupied with something at the moment? If so, I shall escort you back. If not, you may stay here and chat with me for a while." Upon hearing the former part of his statement, the light in Zhuge Zhiyun's eyes dimmed. However, upon hearing the latter half, her previously dull expression was suddenly illuminated with brightness. Seeing her eyes shine so brilliantly, Suning felt an inexplicable sense of fluster. Their purity was disarming. Zhuge Zhiyun appeared as a blank canvas, so pristine that one would hesitate to mar it with any ink. The two engaged in conversation within the cool pavilion for an extended period. Initially, they were at a loss for topics. Yet as they began to discuss the outside world, both found themselves speaking with unrestrained enthusiasm. Nevertheless, it was Suning who spoke the most. His eyes sparkled as he described the world beyond, expressing a yearning to explore it, yet acknowledging that he could not, as he needed to enhance his capabilities. "All right, senior brother, it is getting late. I must take my leave now." After uttering these words, Zhuge Zhiyun affectionately patted Suning's hair. Observing his disheveled locks, she felt a surge of happiness. Yet disappointment washed over her when she noticed that Suning's gaze held no trace of romantic affection. Chapter 130. The provocative Zhou Tong. Of course, Suning was aware of Zhuge Zhiyun's affections for him. However, he did not reciprocate those feelings, a reality that could not be forced. Despite Zhuge Zhiyun's grandfather being the old rascal, even he could not compel someone to love whom they did not. Zhuge Zhiyun was indeed a remarkable individual, her qualities shining brightly through their mutual understanding. Just as Suning was about to tidy up the pavilion, someone abruptly kicked the door open. Upon witnessing the door lying in a defeated heap, Suning furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, though he swiftly concealed it. Zhou Tong entered and surveyed the untidy scene, grinning as he approached Suning, curious about what he was doing. However, upon seeing Suning merely wielding a broom, Zhou Tong felt a tinge of disappointment, having expected him to be engaged in something of great significance. "Why have you remained just an outer disciple for so long? Hurry up and level up already. I still wish to spar with you." Zhou Tong wore an expression of fury. Long ago, he had yearned for a confrontation with Suning. Yet for reasons unknown, his attempts had consistently faltered. The last time Zhou Tong sought out Suning, the latter was occupied with an examination. On the second occasion, Suning was again engaged in testing, albeit as a member of the Alchemist Association rather than an outer disciple. At last, Zhou Tong had found an opportunity. Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Suning could only feel exasperation. How could such a person approach him with the intent to brawl? "Young man, having completed your previous task, it's time to reward you with an upgrade to your lightning abilities," the system suddenly chimed in Suning's mind. Unable to suppress a smirk, Su Ning pondered the idea of using Zhou Tong as a test subject. Initially, Zhou Tong waited impatiently for Su Ning's response, but little did he know that Su Ning's beckoning gesture signified agreement to engage in a duel. With a grin, Zhou Tong stepped forward, intending to encase Su Ning in ice with his ice-based powers. However, to his surprise, Su Ning was faster, summoning a row of lightning figures that encircled Zhou Tong tightly. Even if Zhou Tong wished to escape, he found it impossible, for his ice spikes could do no harm to these lightning beings. You shamelessly resort to such underhanded tactics against me. Why must you employ these despicable skills? Zhou Tong exclaimed, trapped and unable to move, his face a mask of helplessness. If he could act, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Beside him, Su Ning shrugged in resignation, remarking, at times, it seems that shamelessness can be a form of skill. You may take your time to rest. Even if I were to release you, you would not stand a chance against me. Have you considered the strength of your ice spikes? If they were truly formidable, would my lightning be able to confine you? With that, Su Ning turned and departed. While Zhou Tong was still in contemplation, it suddenly dawned on him that Su Ning had bound him here, rendering him immobile. Why had these lightning figures not yet dissipated? Su Ning, I swear I will not rest until we settle this. Chapter 131. The food of nightmares. Su Ning had been minding his own business when, out of nowhere, a man charged at him, knocking him to the ground. The assailant, brimming with arrogance, glared at Su Ning and exclaimed, "What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going, you little brat? If you do this again, I'll make sure you regret it." Su Ning recognized this individual. He was none other than Li Gang, a frequent figure on the inner disciple leaderboard. Despite his ordinary name and average talent, he had unexpectedly mastered the art of boxing, proving to be quite formidable. Generally, someone as fortunate as him would strive to improve, yet this young man showed no inclination to exert himself. Instead, he flaunted his abilities, bullying others like a newly affluent upstart. The people around him regarded him with disdain. However, within the Kunlun secret realm, the law of survival of the fittest prevailed. Thus, as long as one's identity and strength were sufficiently formidable, any instance of being struck or bullied could only be attributed to one's own inadequacy, and blame could not be cast upon others. What's the matter? Your expression suggests a lingering dissatisfaction. If you feel aggrieved, do you wish to engage in a duel with me? The individual noticed Su Ning's unwavering gaze upon him, which ignited a flicker of discontent within that moment. Su Ning realized he had been staring at Li Gang, provoking a hint of annoyance in Li Gang. The fierce demeanor of Li Gang made Su Ning instinctively take a step back. Observing Su Ning retreat, Li Gang initially contemplated pursuing him for a round of combat, but unexpectedly, Su Ning stepped directly in front of Li Gang. Li Gang, having presumed Su Ning was about to launch an attack, had thought him exceptionally formidable. Little did he know Su Ning merely intended to utter a few words. "Why, apologies, senior brother. I failed to notice earlier. I assure you it will not happen again, and I wish to offer you a token of goodwill." Upon finishing his statement, Su Ning presented an object to Li Gang. It was a compass, and upon closer inspection, one could discern its exquisite nature, embellished with precious gemstones. Naturally, Li Gang was captivated by this item, recognizing it as something extraordinary. To refuse it would be unbecoming. He accepted it with a sense of justified entitlement. Witnessing Li Gang accept his generous gift, Su Ning couldn't help but smile, secretly reflecting on the item he had placed within it, pondering whether he would be fortunate enough to benefit from it. That night, as Li Gang lay in bed, he drifted into a blissful dream. However, it was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of a mysterious figure. The individual's features remained obscured, yet the aura emanating from him was distinctly terrifying. Li Gang pondered what this strange vision could signify. "You have committed numerous wrongdoings. I am one of those you have tormented, sent to eliminate you." With that, the specter smiled menacingly as it approached Li Gang, inhaling deeply the foul essence surrounding him. Relishing in this repugnant aroma, Li Gang's face contorted in terror as he helplessly witnessed the specter siphoning away all his soul and essence. "A pity. The flavor is delightful, but the quantity is lacking," the specter remarked before vanishing into thin air. The following day, Su Ning heard the news of Li Gang's demise in his courtyard and smiled, considering such a scoundrel a blight best eradicated. Chapter 132. The Golden Silk Peacock. This incident caused a considerable uproar. However, due to Li Gang's infamous reputation, many displayed indifference, some even suppressing laughter. Nonetheless, certain elders expressed regret at the loss of such a promising talent, as he had grasped the art of combat at a young age. While his absence represented a minor loss for the Kunlun secret realm, it was a significant one for others. Should an elder successfully cultivate a disciple into an outer sect elder, they would reap certain benefits. Conversely, if that disciple were to perish prematurely, the elder would bear half the responsibility, resulting in a blend of joy and sorrow. Today's mission was to capture a rare avian spirit beast. At this juncture, the system notified Suning. Unable to suppress a smile, Suning pondered what delightful discovery awaited him this time. Perhaps such a whimsical find would prove beneficial to him, especially considering the nightmare that had previously lingered in that place, which had now served a purpose. The incident with Li Gang yesterday was also a haunting memory. With this thought in mind, Suning hurriedly approached the elder to arrange his excursion to the spirit beast forest, the largest gathering place for spirit beasts. Although the creatures within were not of high rank, the location was ideal for novices. Upon exiting, Suning inhaled the fresh air outside, feeling as though he might wither away in the confines of the Kunlun's secret realm, where the lack of fresh air was palpable, likely due to the crowd and the excess carbon dioxide. Cheerfully, Suning made his way to the heart of the forest, as he knew that birds favored resting upon a grand tree at the center, making it the most advantageous spot for his endeavors. He marveled at why these birds chose to appear in such sweltering heat, wondering if their feathers would not scorch. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Suning was suddenly startled to feel large droplets of water cascading down. Looking up, he was astonished to see a gigantic bird hovering above him. Before Suning could fully comprehend the situation, the bird swooped down with remarkable speed. He watched as it approached him, and just as it seemed poised to attack, Suning swiftly subdued it, pinning it beneath him. The bird, hindered by its short wingspan, had no choice but to remain there. "System, hurry!" Suning urged. Upon hearing his plea, the system promptly unleashed a powerful move, and Suning was left bewildered as it conjured a ball before him. This instantly reminded him of the animated series he had watched in his youth. Something akin to Pokemon unable to contain himself, Suning felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The system had truly outdone itself by summoning a Pokeball. Before Suning's eyes, bold letters materialized, revealing that the bird was, in fact, a rare golden-feathered peacock. Suning was taken aback, astonished that such a remarkable creature possessed such a formidable lineage. "Congratulations, you have acquired your third pet. Reward: a vial of taming potion for pets," the system announced. Suning, utterly flabbergasted by the unexpected reward, realized he had struck gold. Chapter 133. Nangong Tianqing. The inexplicable acquisition of a golden-feathered peacock thrust Suning into the limelight of the Elder Council. The individual before them continuously challenged their boundaries, and the fact that he had obtained such a precious species was astonishing enough. The knowledge that he could also concoct elixirs incited a sense of irritation among the onlookers. If this individual were to mature further, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to their positions. Yet, they found themselves powerless, for this young man had already attracted the attention of numerous influential figures. If one were to suddenly vanish, it would undoubtedly incite a commotion, for there are indeed a few individuals who harbor unspoken grievances. Zhuge Tian remains particularly concerned about the youth before him, leaving one perplexed as to his thoughts. One might ponder the true intentions behind Su Ning's arrival. An unsettling feeling pervades, suggesting that the newcomer harbors ill intentions. A white-robed elder gazes at her with a smile, while another elder, despite appearing as if he has something to articulate, finds himself at a loss for words. Several elders feel a sense of unease, knowing that every encounter with this young man is likely to lead to trouble. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to remain vigilant towards Su Ning, as there is a lingering suspicion that he may undertake actions that could catch them off guard. Finally, the individual seated at the center speaks, noting that in Zhuge Tian's absence, the second elder, Nangong Tianqing, will take his place. Nangong Tianqing strokes his beard, contemplating whether it truly matters that his granddaughter is fond of this young man. Can the innocence of childhood sentiments be deemed genuine? His granddaughter's affection is likely nothing more than a fleeting fascination. Should she develop deeper feelings for him, he would not hesitate to intervene, particularly if this young man poses a threat to his interests. Regardless of familial ties, he would feel compelled to eliminate him. Well, that concludes today's meeting. Remember the discussions we had? Nangong Tianqing asserts before rising and departing. A chorus of elders chatter amongst themselves before gradually making their exit, yet they leave the final topic of conversation lingering on Su Ning, an unexpected prodigy who undeniably attracts attention. Nangong Tianqing steps outside. An individual suddenly rushes towards him, nearly colliding yet managing to halt just in time. From this day forth, do not follow Miss Nangong. Instead, shadow that young man and discern his true intentions, Nangong Tianqing commands his subordinate. Upon hearing this, the individual nods in understanding, grasping the unspoken implication. Should they pose a threat, they are to be dealt with swiftly, without hesitation. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this mission with utmost diligence, the cloaked figure replies before departing. Left alone, Nangong Tianqing exhales softly, reflecting on the young man he has nurtured since childhood. Fully aware of his nature. Gazing skyward, he ponders the true character of the youth. While he remains uncertain, he recognizes that the young man's formidable talent could now pose a threat to him. Thus he will not show mercy. You, young man, can only blame your rapid growth for your current predicament. You have yet to learn the art of restraint. With this thought, Nangong Tianqing shatters a nearby stone sculpture, hoping the youth comprehends the balance he must maintain. Chapter 134. Well done. Originally, Su Ning was engrossed in his cultivation when he suddenly heard noises emanating from the courtyard. Is someone there? Su Ning cautiously advanced, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, feeling an unsettling sensation that someone was following him. For the past couple of days, he had the distinct impression that a pair of eyes was fixed upon him. However, upon turning around, Su Ning found that the gaze had vanished once more, leaving him both perplexed and exasperated that he could not discern the presence of someone tailing him. What was most alarming was that, despite his keen intuition sensing the pursuit, he could not pinpoint the individual. He felt akin to being in a film, where every movement might be observed, rendering him somewhat stiff and uneasy. Reveal yourself. Whoever you are. There is no need for subterfuge, for you are aware that I have detected your presence. Su Ning's tone was particularly composed, exuding a sense of maturity and gravitas, as he sought to bait the mysterious figure shadowing him. Upon hearing his words, a faint stir indeed arose from the shadows, yet it swiftly dissipated. Su Ning mused that the individual remained reluctant to show themselves. He had initially intended to resume his cultivation, confident that this person posed no threat to him. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past, materializing before Su Ning, who was left pondering the unfolding situation. To his astonishment, the stranger directly pressed a blade against his throat. Who are you? What do you want? Which faction sent you? Su Ning unleashed a trio of rapid-fire inquiries, leaving the assailant visibly astonished by his calm demeanor in the face of danger. However, before the intruder could act, another figure burst onto the scene. Xianyuan Ming had intended to discuss alchemy with Su Ning, but upon witnessing someone threatening his disciple, he rushed forward in a fury. The three-flame true fire, utilized in alchemy, erupted from the tips of Xianyuan Ming's fingers. The cloaked figure, taken aback and caught off guard, was swiftly incinerated without a chance to react. Xianyuan Ming gazed at the charred remains on the ground, unable to suppress a thought. If only that breath had been a pig, he could have savored roasted pork. Yet a human, utterly burnt, held no allure for him. Goodness, uncle, he had yet to lay a finger on me, and you've already turned him into cinders. You ought to have allowed him to act against me first. That would justify my stance. Su Ning prodded the lifeless body with a stick, only to find himself resigned. It was thoroughly cooked and unyielding, clearly unappetizing, to the extent that not even beasts would consider consuming it. Xianyuan Ming shook his head, bemused by the audacity of the individual before him, who seemed to desire suffering before feeling justified in his actions. In this brutal realm, such considerations were utterly superfluous. This time, I wish to entrust you with locating a serpent in the spirit beast forest, known as the devouring sky python. Xianyuan Ming adopted his customary serious demeanor reserved for matters of importance as he addressed Su Ning. Su Ning nodded in response, thinking, is it merely a python? Though its reputation is formidable, I have my own system to contend with. Yet, I believe that serpents should fall within my control. Otherwise, Xianyuan Ming would not have tasked me with vanquishing the devouring sky python. Chapter 135. The devouring python. On this occasion, Su Ning deliberately requested a 3-day leave from the outer sect disciples. During these 3 days, he intended to linger a bit longer in the spirit beast forest, seeking opportunities to capture the infamous devouring python. The formidable creature had eluded many skilled individuals in the past, primarily due to its cunning nature. It was known to set traps, which heightened Su Ning's vigilance. The fact that the python could devise its own snares indicated that it had transcended mere animal instincts, approaching a level of intelligence akin to that of humans. It seemed he was once again facing a life-or-death situation. Su Ning arrived at a location marked by the slithering trails of the snake. From these traces, it was evident that the devouring python was exceedingly massive, dwarfing ordinary snakes by several-fold. With a sigh, he lamented the daunting task bestowed upon him by Xianyuan Ming, who had shown no reluctance in assigning such a formidable challenge. How was he to navigate this predicament? Indeed, it was no trivial matter, and it made sense why he had been summoned. As he pondered his next move, a rabbit suddenly appeared before him. Initially, Su Ning planned to catch the creature for a roast, but unexpectedly, a person blocked his path. "Kid, I spotted that rabbit first, so hand it over. I promise I won't snatch from you next time," the individual declared, reaching for the rabbit with the intention of skewering it on a branch. However, a rustling sound from afar caught his attention. The moment he heard it, he considered fleeing, perhaps sensing impending danger. Yet, the sound arrived faster than he could react, swiftly reaching him. Su Ning watched in horror as the man met his demise before his eyes. It was indeed the devouring python that Xianyuan Ming had mentioned. Perhaps Su Ning had underestimated its size. It was not as enormous as he had anticipated. This thought provided a measure of comfort to his troubled mind. The python, noticing Su Ning, seemed indifferent, which stung Su Ning's pride, prompting it to approach him. "Golden silk peacock, come forth," Su Ning called out, and the golden silk peacock emerged, significantly larger than the devouring python. In the peacock's eyes, the python was no more than a mere worm. With a swift motion, the peacock lowered its beak and ensnared the python. Su Ning watched as the creature was consumed, leaving only its head behind, and couldn't he help but chuckle. No matter how arrogant the python had been in his presence, it was merely a worm before the golden silk peacock. Gazing at the severed snake head, Su Ning suddenly recalled that snake gallbladders were considered valuable in alchemy. It was rumored that the devouring python's gallbladder could be utilized in potion making. Unsure of the truth behind this, he thought it prudent to conduct an experiment. "Young man, there's no need for experimentation. It is indeed usable," the system chimed in, reverting to its transparent state. Su Ning shook his head, feeling an unsettling apprehension towards the system that lingered ominously by his side, appearing suddenly as if it were a ghost. Determined to exercise caution next time, he resolved not to let the system frighten him again. Chapter 136. The Snake Gallbladder and Alchemy. Initially, Su Ning had extracted the snake gallbladder, but to his surprise, the toxins clung stubbornly to his hands. As he pondered how to rid himself of this affliction, the system interjected, "Fear not, young lad. The concoction derived from this gallbladder will render you impervious to poisons. Any toxins absorbed will be naturally expelled." The system's tone was tinged with exasperation as it offered this guidance. Upon hearing this, Su Ning beamed at the system, bemused by its timing. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have concocted it long ago. I could have taken down not just one, but 10 sky-swallowing pythons." Nearby, the proud golden-feathered peacock clutched the snake's head in its beak, yet refrained from consuming it, fully aware that its master required this prize. Witnessing the peacock's loyalty, Su Ning couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, recognizing this pet as the finest companion he could have chosen. "Senior brother, the guild leader has sent me to fetch you. Please hurry." A young boy rushed towards Su Ning, his disheveled appearance suggesting a hasty journey. The boy's eyes widened in bewilderment upon spotting the head of the sky-swallowing python on the ground. Unable to comprehend how his senior brother had managed to defeat such a formidable creature in such a short span since arriving just a couple of days ago, Su Ning scrutinized the young lad, who was the second disciple taken in by Xianyuan Ming after himself. While Su Ning's acceptance was based on his innate talent, the choice of this particular disciple was rooted in character. Xianyuan Ming, disenchanted with Su Ning's lack of diligence, opted instead for Fu Su, a diligent and kind-hearted youth devoid of guile. Fu Su, although possessing decent talent, was notably naive, which raised concerns about his survival in the outside world. Thus, Xianyuan Ming took him under his wing, providing protection while also enlisting Fu Su's assistance with various tasks. "All right, little junior brother, let us be off. I owe you a drink when the opportunity arises," Su Ning said with a smile before departing. Fu Su gazed after him in astonishment, wondering when he too might attain such prowess as his senior brother. Upon returning, Su Ning did not seek out Xianyuan Ming, but instead hurried to the alchemy chamber, retrieving the formula to incorporate the snake gallbladder. He mixed it thoroughly with the medicinal herbs. Moments later, a red glow emerged. Though not as resplendent as golden light, it still indicated a commendable grade. As he successfully refined a first-tier elixir in substantial quantity for his inaugural attempt. Noticing the radiance, Xianyuan Ming swiftly approached and discreetly pilfered a couple of pills. "Dear uncle, half of what's here is meant for you. What did you expect? I have taken away all of your most precious medicinal herbs. Please take these elixirs." At this moment, Su Ning was already standing behind Xianyuan Ming. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Ming felt a pang of regret, realizing that all his treasured herbs had been removed. However, the sight of the elixirs before him provided a modicum of solace. Chapter 137. Snake Venom. Initially, the two were engaged in a war of words. But at that moment, Fu Su burst in. appearing even more disheveled than when he had gone to find Suning. Suddenly, Fusu knelt before Xianyuanming, exclaiming, "I have failed in my duties as a disciple. Many members of the association have contracted a peculiar illness, and some have already succumbed to it." His body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Taken aback by the abrupt turn of events, in truth, Fusu had been unaware of the impending crisis, having only sought out his senior brother 2 days prior. Nonetheless, he bore the weight of the blame alone. Upon hearing these words, Xianyuanming furrowed his brow, questioning how such a calamity could arise at this juncture. The coincidence seemed rather too fortuitous, yet he tucked away the herbs and approached the afflicted individuals. Those who had fallen ill were gathered together, yet Suning could not shake the feeling that this was merely the surface of a deeper affliction. Suddenly, Suning spotted a figure in a black robe lurking in the corner. He dragged the individual before Xianyuanming and Fusu. "What are you doing? Why have you brought me here without cause? What is your intention? Let me go." As the words left the stranger's lips, Suning lifted the hem of his robe, revealing numerous snakebite marks adorning his body. Upon seeing his wounds laid bare, the man caressed his injuries in pain, glaring at Suning in bewilderment, questioning why he had been subjected to such treatment. Suning shook his head. The wounds were unmistakably the handiwork of the sky-devouring python, though the marks suggested a horde of smaller serpents. If all went as expected, these could very well be the offspring of the python that had perished that morning. An unexpected development indeed. "Uncle, transform an elixir into liquid and distribute it among them. Each person should consume a cup," Suning advised Xianyuanming. Xianyuanming surveyed the situation, noting that some individuals remained unconscious, and he reluctantly nodded. Although the elixirs were valuable, the lives of these individuals were of far greater importance. Following Suning's instructions, they proceeded, and indeed, the condition of many began to improve slightly, yet their overall state remained stagnant. Suning observed that those who had ingested blood fared a bit better. He summoned the golden-feathered peacock, compelling it to regurgitate everything it had consumed. Though the contents were somewhat repugnant, the individuals, driven by the instinct to survive, nonetheless consumed the remnants from the peacock's belly. Although everyone felt nauseous after the meal, Suning soon discovered that their health had improved. It turned out that the remedy lay within the flesh of the, as only its meat could counteract its venom. Initially, it seemed to be an unusually peculiar ailment, but it was surprisingly simple to resolve. Beside him, Fusu appeared to maintain a relaxed demeanor, yet he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. This day had certainly kept him occupied, delivering water and assisting others with their ailments. Chapter 138. Pretending just when everything seemed to be settling down, unexpectedly, the individual vanished. Suning pondered what could have transpired. Why had this person suddenly disappeared? Ultimately, Suning and Fusu managed to apprehend the individual in a small village, where they found him eating by the riverbank. The man appeared astonished to see Suning and Fusu so soon. Uncertain of how to react, in truth, both Suning and Fusu were equally perplexed, knowing only that they intended to take the man away for questioning. The man himself seemed bewildered, having left just as his condition improved. "Are you really leaving now that you're feeling better?" Suning mused. It would be prudent to stay a while longer to monitor for any potential aftereffects. Upon uttering this, Fusu cast a concerned glance at the man, contemplating whether his departure was indicative of a lingering ailment. However, the man paid no heed to them, engrossed in his meal, which left both Suning and Fusu in an awkward predicament, unsure of their next move. Eventually, Suning could no longer suppress his discomfort at being disregarded. How could they be so overlooked when their intentions were rooted in concern for his safety? Suning approached the man and seized his collar, catching him off guard. The man stared at Suning in bewilderment. "Listen here," Suning declared. "You are coming with me today. Don't think you can simply walk away. You have raised suspicions." At Suning's words, the man's body trembled slightly, a detail Suning swiftly noted, pondering what the man was truly contemplating. Suning stood before him, questioning his intentions. Although he was uncertain, he felt strongly that this individual was somehow connected to the bizarre afflictions plaguing many others. "If those individuals fell ill due to your actions, you must tell me now. I can afford you leniency if you cooperate. Otherwise, when I uncover the truth, you will face dire consequences." Suning spoke, a blend of coaxing and intimidation in his tone. Upon hearing this, the man visibly quaked, his legs seeming to weaken. Nevertheless, he maintained a resolute gaze fixed on Suning, leaving Suning baffled. What was he so steadfast about at a moment when his very life was at stake? At that moment, the typically timid Fusu boldly approached the individual before him, brandishing a knife and pressing it against the person's throat. With a fierce glare, he demanded, "Tell me, do you wish for death? Choose one, for I offer you but these two alternatives. Make your selection." I shall not coerce you, as it is merely a straightforward binary choice. Upon hearing these words, even Su Ning, standing nearby, felt compelled to interject, questioning the notion of a simple choice when it was, in fact, an ultimatum pushing someone to the brink of death. Su Ning had never before realized the extent of Fu Su's ruthlessness. Yet, the individual remained silent, head bowed in contemplation. Fu Su, noticing this, flashed a charming smile towards Su Ning and gradually advanced, knife in hand, toward the person. In response, the individual recoiled in fear. I admit it, I confess. This entire affair was orchestrated by me. Chapter 139. The mastermind. Upon hearing this revelation, neither Su Ning nor Fu Su was particularly astonished, for it had always been apparent. They had both nearly surmised the truth. However, they were incredulous that this timid soul could be the mastermind behind it all. Surely, others must be pulling the strings. Otherwise, such an event could never transpire. With this thought in mind, Su Ning stepped closer to the individual. To his astonishment, the sight of Su Ning approaching sent the person into a panicked state, causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. The odor that wafted towards Su Ning made him reluctant to draw near. I have no intention of flaying you alive. I merely wish to pose a question, he said, attempting to calm the individual. There's no need for such agitation. Observing the frightened figure before him, Su Ning felt a sense of exasperation. Was it truly necessary to react in such a manner? The individual appeared as though Su Ning intended to devour him. Yet Su Ning maintained a cheerful facade. In this scenario, Su Ning played the role of the benevolent interrogator, while Fu Su assumed the menacing demeanor. Upon witnessing Su Ning's amiable expression, Fu Su quickly feigned ferocity. Speak swiftly. If you remain silent, you shall meet your demise. I am a man of my word. After all this time, you must have recognized my standing within the Alchemist Association. Reflect carefully upon your situation. Fu Su instinctively stroked his chin, his tone laced with threat. Su Ning shook his head in resignation. Indeed, Fu Su wielded considerable power. Xianyuan Ming had nearly transferred all authority to him, a decision made in the finality of Xianyuan Ming's intent to cultivate Fu Su as his successor rather than merely a disciple. As the individual recalled Fu Su's decisiveness in all matters, a chilling thought struck him. Could his very life be extinguished with equal resolve? The notion sent shivers down his spine, rendering him immobile. To speak might result in his death, yet to remain silent could yield the same fate. What a ridiculous dilemma, he lamented internally. Rest assured, as long as you divulge the truth, I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, the individual regarded Su Ning with skepticism. As Su Ning nodded, affirming his commitment to protect him. The individual nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his belief in the men's football team. The root cause of all these events was an inconspicuous member of the Alchemist Association named Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu was supposed to shine brilliantly during the recruitment event, but who could have anticipated that Nangguang Shui would overshadow him, followed by Su Ning concocting exquisite elixirs. Such disparity left Cheng Yu feeling utterly disheartened, and he faced ridicule within his own family, being told that no matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass others. Upon hearing this description, Su Ning could not help but chuckle, surprised that such a person existed. Someone who, despite lacking skill, still blamed others. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter for you. If you find yourself in danger, seek out Miss Nangguang, Su Ning assured him. After uttering these words, Su Ning took Fu Su by the hand and departed. Fu Su looked at Su Ning with a puzzled expression, wondering what was on his mind. Nevertheless, Fu Su eventually sighed, saying, You need not worry. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you unconditionally. After saying this, they arrived at the Alchemist Association, and Fu Su walked ahead alone. Su Ning, baffled, reflected on Fu Su's words. Chapter 140. An eye for an eye. Since that person opted to treat Su Ning in such a manner, Su Ning decided to retaliate in kind. He ventured into the Spirit Beast Mountain to capture a plethora of enormous sky-devouring python, each as thick as a bowl, and extracted their venom. Observing the razor-sharp teeth of these pythons, it was evident that each one possessed several times the lethality of an ordinary sky-devouring python. The plan was set in motion, and Su Ning awaited to see who would ultimately prevail. With a sinister smile, he uttered, Let us see who laughs last. Perhaps fatigue overcame him, as he unexpectedly drifted into a deep slumber, a rare occurrence that left him astonished at how peacefully he slept. Upon awakening, two figures rushed before Su Ning. One was Cheng Yu, and the other was perhaps Cheng Yu's equally unpleasant companion, indicating they had ventured out together. However, when Su Ning inquired, the two could only fret helplessly. After a considerable amount of time, they finally nodded, which left Su Ning feeling particularly exasperated. Please, you must save us. We have done nothing wrong. I cannot be ruined like this, Chengyu cried, tears streaming down his face. Hearing this, Su Ning couldn't suppress a cold smirk. If he considered himself innocent, then surely there were no villains left in this world. The two continued to wail, their lamentations growing tiresome for Su Ning. Though he initially intended to assist them, their incessant crying piqued his curiosity. I still require more from you. One of you must be sacrificed, or else we shall both remain in a state of stagnation for the rest of our lives, Su Ning declared, forcing a serious expression onto his face. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu and his friend were taken aback, astonished that only one potion was needed. Was it truly so few? However, despite their lack of insight, they naively believed him. At this moment, Cheng Yu rose to his feet, distancing himself from his companions, and approached Su Ning, feigning an expression of utmost pity. I sincerely apologize. My junior disciple simply does not wish for me to suffer. I find myself unable to refuse him, as he insists on first ensuring my survival. Upon uttering these words, Cheng Yu retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. Nearby, his companions remarked sarcastically, "Why don't you go for the Oscar for Best Actor? Your performance is truly remarkable." Just as Su Ning was on the verge of yielding to the boy, he inadvertently knocked over all the antidotes. Witnessing the extinguishing of his hopes, Cheng Yu was consumed by fury and stormed up to Su Ning. "Is it that you simply wish for my misery? I have made countless concessions for you, including during the initial selection round and beyond." Cheng Yu's eyes reddened with rage, his tone laced with indignation. Su Ning smirked, unable to suppress his true nature, proclaiming, "It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Indeed, one cannot trust the words of others in this world. I am merely reciprocating in kind," he retorted, his expression betraying paternal affection. At that moment, he realized that Su Ning had long been aware of the entire truth, while he had shamelessly approached him. Chapter 141. The Master. Just as Su Ning contemplated taking action against Cheng Yu, he suddenly noticed a protective spell surrounding him. Su Ning initially attempted to break through it, only to discover that the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Even the system sighed in resignation, acknowledging the vast chasm in their abilities. Observing that Su Ning was utterly incapable of challenging him, Cheng Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What does it matter how powerful Su Ning is? With such a formidable master, he is still powerless over me. You must be envious. Let me tell you, my master is the foremost practitioner of the arcane arts. You cannot even begin to compare, so relinquish any thoughts of resistance. Cheng Yu approached Su Ning with the intent to humiliate him. He was abruptly interrupted by a woman clad in white. Upon witnessing Cheng Yu's demeanor, her eyes widened in astonishment. "I took you on as my disciple solely to have you serve me tea, not to create trouble." With that, she directed her sword towards her own pupil, her expression betraying no recognition of him. Cheng Yu was taken aback, bewildered by his master's treatment of him. Observing this scene, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle, pondering why a perfectly capable elder would choose to take on a seemingly worthless disciple, now realizing it was merely for the purpose of serving tea. Cheng Yu's face displayed a desire to speak. Yet no words came forth. At that moment, the woman in white approached Su Ning with a smile. "Why, young friend, this matter is my disciple's fault. If you have the time, feel free to seek me out. I welcome you anytime at Xiaoyao Peak." Having said this, the woman departed. Upon witnessing the departure of the young woman, Cheng Yu hastily exited the scene to avoid any unnecessary awkwardness. However, Su Ning remained behind, perplexed. The woman appeared quite youthful, yet her cultivation was remarkably advanced. Contemplating this, Su Ning couldn't help but exclaim that individuals endowed with innate talent are indeed exceptionally fortunate, starting life with an advantage over others. "Su Shixiang, what are you still doing here? The elder is searching for you. Your master is looking for you as well. If you linger here, I shall be scolded by both of them." A figure suddenly rushed in front of Su Ning, who smiled cheerfully at him. This child seemed genuinely innocent, his eyes devoid of impurities. Were he an elder, he would undoubtedly choose someone like him as a disciple. While good talent is plentiful, such pure-heartedness is a rarity. One wonders how many benefits a disciple like this could bring. Shaking his head at this thought, Su Ning began to make his way toward his courtyard. "Young lad, the system will undergo maintenance for a while. You must now strive independently," the system announced before Su Ning heard the sound of it shutting down. He shook his head, realizing that in the end, he would be fighting alone. Soon, he arrived outside his courtyard, where he overheard a heated argument within. "What are you doing? He is my disciple. Were it not for my introduction, how could you possibly have such a disciple?" The voices belonged to the disheveled Uncle Xianyuan Ming and Zhuge Tian, who were embroiled in a fierce quarrel, making it difficult for Su Ning outside to bear the noise. Their incessant bickering made him apprehensive about entering, fearing he might be overwhelmed by their dispute. Initially, Su Ning planned to wait outside for a moment, but the young disciple rushing in failed to notice him and inadvertently knocked him inside. Su Ning, clutching his waist, felt utterly despondent. When would such days of helplessness come to an end? Why was it that the moment the system shut down, he found himself in this predicament? He mused that having a system, however flawed, was certainly better than having none at all. Glad to have you back. Hurry and get to work. I brought you a plethora of delicious treats from my recent outing, thinking you might enjoy them. Zhuge Tian beamed, shoving various delicacies into Su Ning's hands. However, at that moment, Su Ning had no desire to bond with Zhuge Tian. Should this old fellow discover that his granddaughter, Zhuge Ziyun, had developed feelings for him, it would spell disaster. Observing Su Ning's reluctance to approach Zhuge Tian, Xin Yuanming initially believed he held a greater significance in Su Ning's eyes and cheerfully embraced him. Yet, as soon as Su Ning found himself enveloped in Xin Yuanming's embrace, he was assaulted by the overwhelming odor emanating from the unkempt man. Stay away from me. Look at how filthy you are, Su Ning exclaimed, his expression one of disdain, while Xin Yuanming appeared hurt by the remark. In the end, neither of the last two individuals reaped any benefits. However, Su Ning was particularly cheerful, as if he had inexplicably received a gift, which seemed rather delightful. Initially, Su Ning was savoring his meal with great joy, but unexpectedly, an object fell from him. With remarkable swiftness, Zhuge Tian seized it. His curiosity piqued as he examined the item and eventually discerned a symbol upon it. Zhuge Tian approached Xin Yuanming, gesturing with the object, and upon witnessing the sudden pallor of Xin Yuanming's countenance, he realized the gravity of the situation. Child, have you encountered Yuxuanji? Xin Yuanming solemnly inquired as he stepped before Su Ning. Su Ning nodded, pondering internally that the woman in white was indeed Yuxuanji, questioning why that name bore such a resemblance to the historical figure of Yuxuanji. Zhuge Tian sighed, recalling that Yuxuanji had once declared the item would only be bestowed upon her future successor. Could it be that her successor was Su Ning? Regardless, it was wise to keep a distance from her. She was not someone one could approach casually. During this time, I wish to take you to explore other realms of the Kunlun secret. Zhuge Tian sighed, addressing Su Ning. Initially, Su Ning was taken aback by Zhuge Tian's assertion that he should not be with Yuxuanji, but upon hearing the subsequent statement, his surprise transformed into elation. After spending so many days here, he was finally able to venture out and was curious about the world beyond. The Kunlun secret was said to comprise 3 distinct areas, the first being the sect, the second the forest of spirit beasts, and the third, of course, the place of trials, each possessing its own unique wonders. However, while Su Ning was filled with joy at the prospect of embarking on an expedition, Zhuge Tian suddenly announced a momentous piece of news that plunged Su Ning from bliss into despair. As if he had plummeted from heaven to hell. This time, we shall attend a lecture by an esteemed elder. After hearing it, your life will be profoundly enlightened. Zhuge Tian's expression was one of longing, clearly eager to attend. Su Ning felt resigned, as such gatherings were his least favorite. They were tedious and lacked appeal, especially since he had no interest in listening to a man, particularly one who was not even handsome. Meanwhile, Xin Yuanming silently revealed the ticket in his hand. It turned out both individuals wished to attend, merely coinciding with this announcement. Given the elder's esteemed authority in this realm, his lectures typically drew large audiences and indeed wielded significant influence. Regardless, both felt that despite the elder's lengthy discourse, it was undeniably beneficial. Can I choose not to go? Such places are unbearably dull. If I attend, I might as well be doomed. Su Ning sighed in resignation. Was there truly no way to avoid it? At that moment, Su Ning silently implored the system to expedite its upgrade and return to him. Without it, he truly found himself in dire straits, feeling utterly helpless. Yet, despite the tumultuous waves within, Su Ning's exterior remained calm and unruffled, as he donned an official smile. Though his laughter seemed somewhat perfunctory, both individuals appeared to be unconcerned. This place exuded a serene tranquility, clearly reflecting the owner's exquisite taste. Upon arriving, Su Ning couldn't help but praise the simplicity of the layout, which, while understated, did not appear small. Suddenly, he noticed a painting nearby. As he approached to examine it, he found it devoid of any words, leading him to feel inexplicably as if he were on an adventure. All right, the elder's lecture is about to commence. What are you doing? Hurry over, Zhuge Tian exclaimed, pulling Su Ning to the front row, completely disregarding the distant presence of Xin Yuanming. Initially, Su Ning anticipated a dull and tedious experience. However, he soon regretted his assumptions. The elder's lecture, delivered by several individuals, proved to be remarkably engaging, causing Su Ning to laugh until he almost doubled over as he listened intently. Su Ning realized that the elder was indeed quite formidable. In just a few sentences, the elder elucidated the profound concept of the Tao, earning Su Ning's admiration. He had mistakenly thought the elder was merely relying on his age. Instead, this experience turned out to be genuinely fascinating. The Tao comprises 3,000 paths. We may only grasp one, the others we shall slowly comprehend. First, master your own path before contemplating the rest. After uttering this wisdom, the elder shook his head and departed. Su Ning glanced at his own hands, pondering how much he truly understood. After the lecture, Zhuge Tian and Xianyuan Ming felt a sense of helplessness. They had heard those teachings for many years, yet the elder remained unchanged. At that moment, an individual approached Xianyuan Ming. Initially, Xianyuan Ming intended to retaliate, but upon noticing a scar on the person's hand, he quickly restrained himself. "Elder, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting?" Zhuge Tian inquired, astonished to see the very person who had given the lecture standing before him. Chapter 144. The Silver Peacock. Tian Shu chuckled softly, pondering why he could not appear in this setting. He was merely aging, not immobile or incapable of walking. He simply grew weary of that monotonous life and desired retirement. After delivering this lecture, he felt somewhat fatigued and had intended to take a break. However, upon unexpectedly spotting 3 individuals, he was initially indifferent until his gaze fell upon Su Ning, inexplicably drawn to the golden light emanating from him. He had intended to speak with Su Ning, but found his path obstructed by Xianyuan Ming. Tian Shu contemplated expressing his irritation but reminded himself to remain calm at his advanced age. "Young man," he inquired with a smile, "I wish to know if you possess something exceptionally valuable, perhaps some peculiar spirit beast or rare treasure." Tian Shu approached Su Ning with a friendly demeanor. Su Ning thoughtfully considered and realized that he indeed had the golden peacock with him. Recalling the creature's remarkable performance over the past few days, he nodded in affirmation. Observing Su Ning's gesture, Tian Shu smiled, sensing that his suspicions were confirmed. There was surely something of significance about the young man, though he remained uncertain if Su Ning was aware of it himself. "Young man, I perceive that you have yet to realize it. Do you not see the radiant glow that emanates from me? There exists a silvery luminescence about me. Have you not noticed?" With a smile, Tian Shu approached Su Ning, who stood astonished, taken aback by the proximity of the venerable elder. Suddenly, a golden thread peacock burst forth from Su Ning's body, laughing joyfully. The adherent of the Ming sect, Su Ning, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such unruly behavior from the golden thread peacock today, as it dashed out unexpectedly. At that moment, another peacock emerged from the elder's being, intertwining with the golden thread peacock. Su Ning began to understand the reason behind the golden thread peacock's exuberant reaction. The system activated, announcing its readiness. Hearing the system come online, Su Ning felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It had finally booted up after a lengthy wait. Zhuge Tian observed the unfolding situation with bewilderment, perplexed by how Tian Shu had become inexplicably entangled with the male protagonist. Furthermore, why were the 2 peacocks embracing? Hadn't the golden and silver peacocks always been inseparable since their youth? Why had they separated only to reappear in the hands of the elder and Su Ning? Beside them, Xianyuan Ming expressed his confusion, perhaps possessing slightly more insight than Zhuge Tian. The elder shook his head and subsequently departed, reasoning that it would be better to facilitate the bond between the two. In truth, Tian Shu had no desire to confine the silver peacock. Had it not been for the need to rescue it initially, the silver peacock would have remained free. The elder had intervened only in times of peril, not with the intention of keeping the silver peacock by his side. He would have been content with merely having a loyal dog. Upon witnessing the elder's departure, Su Ning was left in a state of perplexity, pondering whether this was a fortuitous gift of a pet. How remarkable it was, for now, both the golden and silver peacocks were in his possession. Congratulations, player, for achieving the milestone of acquiring the golden and silver peacocks. You have earned a special skill, Peacock Display. The system chimed within his mind, leaving Su Ning astonished. He had not anticipated such an achievement reward. With this thought, a smile crept across his face, realizing he had stumbled upon an unexpected windfall. Chapter 145. A Kiss. Upon returning home, Su Ning initially intended to devote himself to diligent training. However, at that moment, Zhuge Ziyun pulled him away, leaving Su Ning wondering about her intentions. Yet, recalling that Zhuge Ziyun was the granddaughter of Zhuge Tian, he pondered whether he should treat her with a bit more kindness. As Zhuge Ziyun walked ahead, a wave of frustration surged within her as she contemplated how to engage Su Ning in conversation. "Where are you taking me?" Su Ning wore an expression of resignation. He had his own affairs to attend to. And being drawn away like this left him perplexed about her motives, especially since she had not confided in him. Zhuge Ziyun remained silent, walking ahead in solitude, in an effort to honor her presence and, by extension, Zhuge Tian. Suning followed quietly, though he was far from pleased. The two eventually arrived at a breathtaking locale. Suning had never envisioned such beauty within the Kunlun secret realm. This place resembled a paradise on earth. Though merely a lake, its waters were crystal clear and remarkably pristine. Suning glanced at the bottom of the lake and instantly discerned whether there were any fish within, though the lake appeared modest in size. Standing in its center, one could truly appreciate its vastness. Suddenly, a fish leapt into the air, and Suning instinctively reached out, capturing the fish in one swift motion. At that moment, Zhuge Ziyun approached Suning. "Do you like it here? This is a place I stumbled upon by chance, and you are the first person I've brought here," she confessed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Upon hearing her words, Suning sensed an inexplicable hint of anxiety emanating from Zhuge Ziyun, prompting him to take a step back. Unexpectedly, she lunged forward, tackling him to the ground. "Don't move. Let me handle this," she said, lowering her head slowly. Suning, feeling flustered, attempted to evade her, only to be swiftly incapacitated by her touch. Now in a state of helplessness, he realized he had dug his own grave. Zhuge Ziyun gradually descended, ultimately kissing Suning. After what felt like an eternity, both of them began to feel the strain in their waists. And it was only then that Zhuge Ziyun finally rose. Observing Suning's impassive expression, she sighed, realizing it was merely her unrequited affection. As she departed, Suning's own pressure points gradually released. "Now, do you believe my words? Regretful, are we?" Zhuge Tian stood behind Zhuge Ziyun, sighing at the thought of his granddaughter's actions, wondering how he could remain oblivious. Zhuge Ziyun shook her head, asserting that she had never felt regret. After all, it was simply a matter of her not being favored. She had merely pursued what she enjoyed. Pondering her desire to be gentle with Suning, she dismissed the thought. What difference does it make? Even if I were gentle, this tenderness is ultimately not meant for me, but rather for another woman. How many in this academy truly admire him? Miss Nangong is one, but how many more are there? Zhuge Tian observed his granddaughter's despondent demeanor and shook his head, recognizing how easily emotions could wound and devastate a person. Chapter 146. A mismatch of intentions. Recently, Suning noted a shift in Zhuge Tian's demeanor towards him, leading him to wonder if he had discovered the affair between him and Zhuge Ziyun. Surprised, he recalled the kiss that Zhuge Ziyun had claimed. It was a memory that lingered in his mind. However, considering Zhuge Tian's playful nature, Suning dismissed the gravity of the situation, reminding himself that it was typical of him, and there was no need for excessive alarm. Little did he know, Zhuge Tian suddenly confined him to a space. Grinning as he addressed Suning, "Young man, if you dare to covet my cabbage, I shall make you understand the meaning of regret." With that, he departed. "Beware, young lad. There are many formidable spirit beasts within," he warned. Hearing this, Suning felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, astonished that such rules existed. After all, he had done nothing wrong. Zhuge Ziyun had merely targeted his pressure points. In the end, he bore the brunt of the consequences, feeling quite resentful but also aware that Zhuge Tian's authority far surpassed his own. Originally, Suning believed it to be a formidable creature. However, upon opening the cage, he found it to possess a certain charm. Why, one might wonder, does this creature have a horse's mouth atop a cow's head? Is this not a case of a mismatched head and mouth? Nevertheless, Suning was unexpectedly intrigued by how such a delightful being emerged from the ranks of high-tier spirit beasts. Its adorableness seemed to suggest it should have perished long ago in this place. "Suning, you must remain vigilant. Beneath that innocent exterior lies an extraordinary power. It would be wise to summon the peacock." As the system prompted Suning, he finally took a moment to assess the little creature before him. Yet, inexplicably, he found it overwhelmingly endearing, devoid of any sense of menace. To harm, such a creature would indeed prove challenging for him. It appeared diminutive and charming, and the little being approached Suning with a smile, wagging its tail in a display of cuteness. Suddenly, it lunged at Suning, biting him, and he felt its teeth pierce his hand. Fortunately, Suning reacted swiftly, managing to shake it off. He summoned the golden peacock, but it was caught off guard and bitten as well. Enraged, the peacock expanded to an immense size, surveying its surroundings with a grin. It then ensnared the creature and swallowed it whole. Goodness, who would have thought the golden peacock was so formidable? Suning mused, "I must exercise caution henceforth, lest I be consumed myself." With a sigh of resignation, he expressed his thoughts aloud, while the black cat beside him playfully nudged his ankle. Suning picked it up, stroking its fur. For reasons unknown, the black cat had grown increasingly plump in recent days. He had intended to encourage it to exercise, but the swiftness of the golden peacock had deterred him. The black cat, displeased, cast a few glances at the golden peacock with its yellow eyes. Upon catching the cat's gaze, the peacock retreated to Suning's side. All right, we emerged victorious. We can depart from this place not truly exhausting, being tasked with such endeavors every day. Chapter 147. Reforming the system Suning had been diligently cultivating in his courtyard when suddenly, Nangong Shui burst in. Curiosity piqued, she inquired about Suning's cultivation progress, discovering he was still at the false stand stage. Although a breakthrough was imminent, he remained in that phase. With a smile, Nangong Shui approached Suning, teasingly questioning his intentions. However, Suning was quicker to rise, stepping before her to brush the leaves from her hair, remnants of her hasty entrance. Enough of this mischief. I must share some significant news with you. If you knew, it would surely bring you joy, Nangong Shui proclaimed with a knowing smile, uttering these enigmatic words. Suning, with a bewildered expression, pondered what could bring him genuine happiness. He had not anticipated that something could elate him in such a short span of time. Nangong Shui promptly led Suning to the Disciple Square, where he encountered a prominently displayed plaque clearly stating that the Kunlun secret realm would be undergoing a change in its regulations. The notice indicated that the previous rules remained largely unchanged, requiring little scrutiny from Suning. However, a new edition stated that students were permitted to form their own factions and could occupy desired territories. Upon seeing this rule, Suning could not help but smirk. Realizing that Nangong Shui truly understood him, knowing this would undoubtedly bring him joy. See? I told you you'd be happy. Look at you, smiling right now. Nangong Shui triumphantly approached Suning. Observing her smug demeanor, Suning nodded. Indeed, he felt a surge of happiness, though establishing a faction came with certain prerequisites, notably the provision of substantial energy resources to the Elder Council. Nevertheless, in the face of potential prosperity, this requirement seemed trivial. Suning pulled Nangong Shui aside. How about you assist me in establishing the faction? It requires a considerable amount of resources, so I need your help with this, if you don't mind, Suning said with a smile. Although he was confident that Nangong Shui would acquiesce, he felt it prudent to seek her opinion first. Upon hearing Suning's request for assistance, Nangong Shui nodded, feeling a sense of importance as the first person he thought of in times of need. She also understood that if Suning were to rise to prominence, the benefits he would gain would far exceed her contributions. This thought brought a smile to her face. The future was uncertain, but she felt a sense of excitement, even as the Elder Council remained oblivious to their intentions. Please gather the necessary resources, such as funds, while I will take care of acquiring the requisite spirit beast cores. I assure you I will accomplish this in the shortest possible time. As she spoke, Nangong Shui glanced at Suning, aware that 100 spirit beast cores were needed, and questioned how he could possibly possess so many, indicating his intent to procure them independently. All right, I trust you. The sooner you go, the sooner you return, Nangong Shui replied before turning and leaving in silence. Chapter 148. Establishing a faction. Nangong Shui's actions undoubtedly signified her willingness to place her trust in Suning. Recognizing this sentiment, Suning nodded, reaffirming that he had not misjudged her trustworthiness. He knew that Nangong Shui would indeed believe in him. It was not that he was being underhanded by exploiting her feelings, but rather that he perceived her as a forthright individual who would stand by her convictions. If you were a man and we were brothers, perhaps our bond would be even stronger. Alas, we are not, Suning quipped with a smile before departing. In the shadows, an unseen figure paused momentarily upon hearing his words before silently slipping away. Suning sensed a sound behind him and smiled faintly, well aware that someone was present. This was a deliberate act on his part, aimed solely at conveying his intentions to Nangong Shui. He did not wish for a young lady to assist him unconditionally. Rather, if there were terms involved, it would be far more convenient. Although Suning would not dare to claim he was particularly chivalrous, he believed that should someone aid him in times of peril, he would certainly repay them manifold. After a while, Suning arrived at the Spirit Beast Forest. While it was true that numerous high-level spirit beasts roamed this area, what he sought was merely the cores of low-level spirit beasts. He ventured to the outermost circle, where many low-level spirit beasts resided. Although uncertain whether he would encounter any spirit cores, he endeavored to discover them. However, after considerable time had elapsed, he had only collected a few dozen, still far from the 100 he desired. With this in mind, Suning decided to take a gamble. He made his way to the center, drawing several spirit beasts to attract more. Ultimately, with the assistance of the golden and silver peacocks, he successfully gathered 100 spirit cores, with a few extra besides. Do think you actually succeeded? I was prepared to dig into my own pockets to assist you, Nangong Shui said with a beaming smile as she approached Suning, holding out the money she had prepared. Suning opened her purse and discovered that the currency within was anything but ordinary. Each piece was worth 10 times its appearance, although it was fewer in number compared to common currency. Its value far exceeded that of the ordinary. Thank you, Miss Nangong, for teaching me that money can indeed move mountains. I shall never forget your generosity. You truly are extravagantly wealthy, Suning remarked with a sigh of admiration. Nangong Shui shook her head, expressing that this was not what she desired. What she truly sought could not be purchased with money. There were matters that wealth could not procure, such as affection or the cultivation of skills, leaving her to ponder their true worth. Had Suning known what Nangong Shui was contemplating at that moment, he might have exclaimed in disbelief, for he himself lacked such wealth, while Nangong Shui could summon it at will. The two then proceeded to the Elder Council, where they successfully completed a series of formalities to become the first guild. Their hearts soared with joy. Being the inaugural guild was a tremendous honor, signifying their exceptional abilities. When it came time for the guild leader to fill in their name, it was none other than Nangong Shui's that was inscribed. Congratulations, player, for completing the new quest. Create a guild, announced the system with a chime. Suning smirked, having accomplished yet another task. However, just as everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly and preparations for recruitment were underway, an individual resembling a flowery peacock approached with a smile. He audaciously took the seat that rightfully belonged to Suning and Nangong Shui, showing no courtesy as he settled down and flashed a grin at them. This man appeared intent on taking advantage of Nangong Shui. Oh, come on, it's just a little touch. Why be so sensitive about it? He brazenly remarked to Nangong Shui before shamelessly reaching out. His hand, deft yet unsteady, landed directly upon Nangong Shui's collarbone, prompting Su Ning to swiftly swat it away. That moment, Nangong Shui gazed at Su Ning with an expression of helplessness. What on earth are you doing? Are you courting death? Do you dare to lay a hand on my person? Su Ning strode purposefully to confront the individual, who retaliated with a slap to Su Ning's face. The man's eyes brimmed with disdain for Su Ning, as he caressed Nangong Shui's face, pondering how delightful it would be to touch such a young lady, wondering which family she belonged to and whether he might find the time to pay a visit. Nangong Shui broke free, scrutinizing the man and recognizing his somewhat distinguished status, opting not to take further action. Aside from the attire of an inner sect disciple, he sported a golden insignia, a privilege reserved for the relatives of elders. Zhuge Ziyun had chosen not to wear such a symbol, as he despised the color gold. Yet this man brazenly displayed it upon his chest. Do you know from which family I hail? I am the eldest daughter of the Nangong clan. If you wish to lay a hand on me, you ought to consult my family first. Nangong Shui's patience wore thin in the face of this brazen scoundrel. When would he finally take his leave? Just as the man was about to speak, Su Ning stepped forward, his demeanor initially jovial. The man, under the impression that Su Ning was about to concede, was taken aback when Su Ning delivered a punch to his abdomen. Unprepared for such a sudden assault, the man was caught off guard and sent sprawling to the side, only to discover he could not even muster a sound to respond. Do you wish to strike me? Why not take your grievances to the Elder Council? Su Ning declared, before leading Nangong Shui away. Due to this incident, the recruitment process was delayed by a day. The following day, Su Ning intended to proceed with recruitment, but to his astonishment, the Elder Council issued an order to allocate half of all resources to that very individual, his adversary from the previous day. What are you hiding behind the Elder Council for? Step forward. Let us duel. Should you emerge victorious, all resources are yours to claim. If not, you shall leave in peace. At that moment, Su Ning stood resolutely before the Elder Council, completely disregarding Zhuge Tian, who occupied the center. Beside Su Ning stood an imposing array of allies, including the venerable Elder Tian Shu and Xin Yuan Ming, two figures formidable enough to command respect. The onlookers fell silent, their curiosity piqued as to what would transpire next, when suddenly, Lu Qingyan emerged from the throng. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. I, Lu Qingyan, have never feared anyone. It is merely a duel. I shall ensure you leave in utter defeat. Despite Lu Qingyan's bravado, there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Chapter 150. The peacock spreads its tail. Su Ning observed with satisfaction as the individual before him accepted his challenge, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Was this not precisely what he desired? Initially, he had anticipated that the man would cower behind the Elder Council, yet Lu Qingyan was even more impulsive than he had imagined. Beside him, Nangong Shui felt a twinge of concern for Su Ning. Although she was well aware of Su Ning's capabilities, she had never witnessed him engage in a battle against an inner sect disciple, which left her with an underlying sense of unease. Be cautious. Should he resort to any underhanded tactics, you must remain vigilant, she gently cautioned Su Ning, fearing that an unforeseen mishap might occur during the conflict. Upon hearing her words of caution, Su Ning couldn't help but smile, touched by her concern in that moment. Little did she realize the precarious state of his finances. Should he suffer defeat, it would undoubtedly cost her dearly. To be frank, Su Ning lacked absolute confidence in his victory, yet an inexplicable urge to fight surged within him, for he sought to gauge his current strength. Though he had no intention of taking the initiative, he was nonetheless inclined to accept the challenge, feigning the possibility of failure despite his inner belief that triumph was inevitable. Come on, what are you waiting for? Are you afraid? Lu Qingyan exclaimed with a sneer, oblivious to the irony of the situation. Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's taunt, Su Ning silently ascended the stage, prompting Lu Qingyan to assume that Su Ning was now trembling with fear, which only fueled his smug laughter. He brandished his sword and charged at Su Ning. As Lu Qingyan advanced, Su Ning couldn't suppress a smile, drawing his own sword to meet the challenge. However, he soon noticed something peculiar about Lu Qingyan's weapon. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it emanated a sinister red glow. Realization dawned on Su Ning. Lu Qingyan had borrowed the Elder's sword, a blade that unmistakably belonged to the realm of dark magic, leaving Su Ning to ponder the Elder's true intentions. Since you choose to act unscrupulously, I shall not be bound by the constraints of morality, Su Ning declared, summoning the golden and silver peacocks. Initially, Lu Qingyan dismissed their significance, knowing only the Elder's awareness of their true power. Lu Qingyan rushed forward, intent on launching an attack, but the two peacocks deftly evaded his advance. Irritated, Lu Qingyan aimed to charge and strike them down. Yet the peacocks outmaneuvered him, swiftly positioning themselves before him. The peacocks you raised are foolish. They mirror the ineptitude of their master, Lu Qingyan scoffed. Just as the words left his lips, the two peacocks spread their magnificent feathers. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ning couldn't help but smirk. It seemed Lu Qingyan was doomed. While a typical peacock's display in a men's restroom would inflict merely 30% damage, the combined display of the golden and silver peacocks would unleash a staggering 200% damage. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lu Qingyan was engulfed in a blinding light, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving an elder anxiously standing, bewildered. What on earth just happened? Not only had Lu Qingyan disappeared, but so too had his sword. Chapter 151. The operation of the gang Su Ning could not help but smile triumphantly. With this gesture, the supremacy of their gang was firmly established. As he pondered what further challenges lay ahead, he approached Zhuge Tian. If your elder council continues to harbor such riffraff, I would not mind assisting in their removal. Perhaps a little tidying up would render the place significantly more presentable. With that, Su Ning patted Zhuge Tian's collar before departing. Nangong Shui smiled, confident in her faith in Su Ning. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed he was extraordinary. It wasn't until Su Ning concocted an exceptional elixir that she was truly convinced of her intuition. As Su Ning passed by Nangong Shui, he paused momentarily before taking her hand and leading her away. Zhuge Ziyun, who had only just arrived to seek out her grandfather, watched in dismay as Su Ning and Nangong Shui departed together. Originally, Zhuge Ziyun had come to see her grandfather, but she was taken aback by the heart-wrenching scene. She had not anticipated that Su Ning had already found someone he cherished, leaving her feeling rather despondent. Lost in thought, Zhuge Ziyun stepped inside. Upon observing her demeanor, Zhuge Tian understood something troubling had transpired. He approached his granddaughter with genuine concern. Yuner, is everything all right? If something is troubling you, please confide in your grandfather. Do not bottle it up inside. Seeing Zhuge Ziyun in such a forlorn state filled Zhuge Tian with deep-seated worry. He had raised her from a young age, having lost her parents to a tragic disaster. It pained him to witness her in such distress. Zhuge Ziyun shook her head, mustering a smile as she made her way to the back of the Elder Council, signaling for her grandfather not to follow. She squatted there, contemplating her next course of action. Meanwhile, Su Ning arrived at a gang location that Nangong Shui had acquired through her financial resources. Observing his surroundings with curiosity, he could only remark, wealth does indeed afford one the luxury of indulgence. The place was astonishingly vast, at least 10 times the size of his own courtyard, clearly indicative of the substantial sum Nangong Shui had invested. Su Ning found himself increasingly intrigued by her parents' thoughts on this venture. How do you find it? Satisfied? Nangong Shui chirped, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I thought if we were to be the foremost gang, we should accommodate a multitude of members, hence the larger space. You don't mind, do you? Suning could only smile in response, his silence betraying his thoughts. After all, it was not his money being spent, and he felt no pang of regret. Yet, he mused to himself about the sheer wealth involved. Well then, our gang can officially commence operations. Just as he uttered these words, the door swung open, and a group of raucous individuals strode in with an air of arrogance. Suning's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had yet to formally open the doors, yet they had taken it upon themselves to enter as newcomers. Before he could even initiate recruitment, these individuals surveyed the area before settling onto an available bench. Suning watched them closely, sensing that their intentions were far from benign and foreboding trouble ahead. I am uncertain as to the purpose of your presence here. If your intentions are not of paramount importance, I kindly request that you vacate the premises at once. Do you understand? Chapter 152. The Pill Refining Guild. Upon hearing Suning's words, those individuals exchanged amused glances, seemingly aware that Suning was yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. They were, in fact, the second faction to emerge after Suning established his guild. Initially, they believed they would claim the title of the foremost guild, yet instead, they received a silver plaque inscribed with the designation of the second faction. It was truly comical. They had set out to attain the first position, only to find themselves relegated to second place. We indeed have significant matters to discuss here. Our objective is singular: to seize the golden plaque. Would that be an inconvenience for you? The leader of the group, sporting a flamboyant yellow wig, stood there with an air of bravado. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of his eccentric hairstyle provoked a suppressed chuckle from Suning. It was astonishing that in this day and age, someone would don such an absurd accessory, leaving him utterly speechless. To his surprise, the individual appeared to believe in his own allure, nonchalantly tossing his hair back, only to inadvertently leave his wig behind, which he awkwardly clutched in his hands. How about it? Will you provide what we seek? If not, we shall resort to a written challenge. After all, do you not have a particularly skilled alchemist among you? Let us compete, for our guild specializes in alchemy, the irate individual declared to Suning. Unable to contain a smirk, Suning was taken aback by the audacity of this person to challenge him. While he did not consider himself extraordinarily talented, he possessed a measure of confidence, sensing that this individual before him was not particularly formidable. However, it would be unwise to underestimate him. Nan Gong Shui stepped forward, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the individual. To her astonishment, upon seeing her, he transformed into an eager puppy, exclaiming, "Miss Nan Gong, what brings you here? I am merely administering a reprimand. Is this not the leader of this faction? Just wait. I shall soon acquire the title of the foremost guild." It was as if this person were oblivious to the current circumstances, blustering with grandiosity. Nan Gong Shui let out a cold huff, bemused by his ignorance of his own position as the leader of the faction, all the while trying to ingratiate himself with her. What a ludicrous situation. Apologies, but you may not fully comprehend the situation. The esteemed Miss Nan Gong you refer to is indeed the master of this guild, Suning replied with a smile, causing the individual to gaze at Nan Gong Shui in astonishment. He was clearly yet another individual unaware of the reality at hand. With a playful demeanor, Nan Gong Shui approached him, noting how this person still sought her favor. From the moment he removed his wig, she was struck by the brilliance of his bald head. Yet, upon hearing his intentions to claim the title of the foremost faction, she could not help but remember him, acknowledging that she ought not to harbor any disdain towards the bald individual. But he truly was insufferable. Are you seeking to challenge us, then? Very well, let us arrange a competition, ensuring a fair and just confrontation, shall we? As long as you are willing to cover the expenses for the competition, we can fairly and justly bestow that title upon you. Upon uttering these words, Suning caught the gaze of Nan Gong Shui, who promptly expelled the few individuals from their midst. These individuals found themselves at a loss, utterly bewildered by their unexpected misfortune. Gather the funds. Chapter 153. Alchemy Assessment. Upon hearing that man's words, several individuals wore expressions of helplessness, never anticipating that he would yield so easily to pressure. But trusting in his capabilities, they all nodded in agreement. After all, Chung Mu, as a third-tier alchemist, possessed the competence to concoct exceptional elixirs. Although they had heard of Suning's formidable prowess, Chung Mu's rank was likely superior to that of Suning. Brother, we have faith in you. If we succeed, we shall be adorned in gold as kings. If we fail, we shall rise again. What do you say? One of the more straightforward individuals stepped forward, clapping Chung Mu on the shoulder. Chung Mu expressed gratitude, recognizing this person as the first to show such trust in him. The others around them were clearly puzzled, but it was evident that this was a brother worth nurturing. Seeing that this individual had taken the lead, the other brothers also approached Chung Mu, patting his shoulder in solidarity, though their sentiments were undoubtedly different in Chang Mu's heart. Following the incident involving Lu Qinian, most were wary of provoking Suning, particularly knowing that two formidable guardians, the golden and silver peacocks, stood by his side. Thus, they decided to focus on alchemy. On one hand, they had individuals they could trust, and on the other, while they may not fully grasp Suning's capabilities, they felt confident he had not yet reached the third tier. If Suning were present, he would certainly set the record straight. Had they known he had already joined the Alchemist Association, it would have surely terrified them. Let us act swiftly. We must proceed without delay. With that, the group dispersed to execute their plans. Initially, Suning was comfortably seated in his courtyard when suddenly, a junior disciple burst in, exclaiming, "Senior brother, there are others organizing an alchemy competition. Aren't you going to hurry over? I thought you were quite skilled in alchemy. Why aren't you going?" The junior disciple looked at Suning, perplexed. A smile spread across Suning's face. If he was not mistaken, it was indeed their undertaking. Shortly, he anticipated an invitation, a challenge, to be precise. Moments later, as expected, someone arrived. It was none other than Cheng Mu, who approached Suning with a smirk tinged with disdain. He tossed the invitation directly onto Suning, declaring, "As you wish, I hope to justly claim the title of the foremost faction. Remember to come. I await the sight of your defeat." With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a bewildered junior disciple and the composed Suning. Suning picked up the invitation letter, which was unlike any other. It seemed to be adorned with gold, a true testament to wealth. "Little junior brother, do you think I am the only one from my group here?" he pondered aloud. "Why is this invitation so lavish?" After uttering these words, Suning couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. The little junior brother appeared equally perplexed, as this invitation was unlike any he had seen before. However, perhaps considering that the individual had come personally, the little junior brother regained his composure, viewing this matter as one of significance to Suning. Chapter 154, Third Grade Exceptional. Initially, Suning was inclined to approach, but at that moment, someone unexpectedly arrived. Upon opening the door, he was delighted to see Fusu. A triumphant smile spread across Suning's face, as he had not anticipated Fusu's timely assistance. However, to his astonishment, Fusu merely tossed a package at him. Bewildered, Suning gazed at Fusu, questioning his intentions. "The master instructed me to deliver this package to you, stating that the herbs within are your assignment for today. Remember to complete it. This is the master's expectation, and you must fulfill it." Fusu wore a mysterious expression, leaving Suning to wonder about its meaning. Nevertheless, he accepted the package, recognizing it as his assignment, which might yield unexpected rewards upon completion. Ding! Completing this task comes with unexpected rewards, the system suddenly announced in his mind. Suning was taken aback. Could it be that aside from Xianyuan Ming's rewards, the system would also grant him bonuses? This further fueled his determination to concoct the elixir. Yet, just then, the system delivered a figurative blow to Suning as it materialized before him, transforming into a spectral figure, casting a disdainful glance his way. However, this task is rather challenging, and the rewards are quite generous. Please continue to strive. I believe in your capabilities, the system remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of arrogance. At that moment, Suning chose not to berate the system but rather found it somewhat appealing. Despite being male, the system exuded a peculiar charm. Thus, Suning made his way to the alchemy competition, only to discover that all the participants had failed. It turned out to be a one-on-one arena contest. Witnessing the collective defeat, Suning couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. He could now succeed without needing to face each challenger individually. What a relief, however, upon seeing Suning's smile. Cheng Mu appeared dissatisfied. What could that expression signify? To Suning, it was an enigma, but to Cheng Mu, it felt like a mockery. You are the last one remaining. Please uphold your promise. If you lose, you must surrender the first faction, Cheng Mu declared, moving to his alchemy platform, where he began to meticulously apply his skills. Observing Cheng Mu's diligence, Suning could only shake his head and proceed to his own station. Upon seeing the mess before him, he gently cleared the area with his hand. Opening his package, he discovered materials that left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. These items seemed suitable for crafting an ancient elixir, though he couldn't quite recall which one. Upon witnessing the medicinal herbs presented by Suning, Cheng Mu displayed a visage of utter astonishment. There was a time when he too aspired to engage in such endeavors, yet despite numerous attempts, he met with failure each time. However, Suning appeared unfazed. After placing the elixirs into the concoction, he commenced the process of alchemy with practiced finesse, only to encounter failure on his inaugural attempt. To his surprise, he discovered that this task bore significant challenges. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Suning drew upon the experiences he had previously amassed and persevered, ultimately succeeding on his third attempt, just before the incense had fully burned away. He had successfully refined a grade 3 premium elixir. Cheng Mu's astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated such an outcome. This revelation did not astonish merely one individual, as both Fu Su and the system were equally taken aback, not to mention the throngs of spectators below. While the audience was aware that Suning had concocted a premium elixir, the quality and aura of the potion indicated a level of potency far superior to that of ordinary elixirs, signifying that it had transcended the realm of low-grade concoctions and could be classified as mid-tier, albeit still requiring further categorization. This senior brother, it seems, I may forever only glimpse his back, Fu Su mused. Initially contemplating surpassing him, but now resolved to regard his master as the true benchmark to strive for. After a deep sigh, Fu Su departed, determined to promptly report the unfolding events to Xin Yuanming. Upon receiving the news, Xin Yuanming was taken aback. He had originally deemed such an accomplishment impossible. He had anticipated a longer wait for such an outcome and considered the matter a jest, only to be astonished that Suning had indeed achieved it. The thought of parting with such a remarkable treasure to inform that individual of its true name caused a pang of reluctance within him. Though he had intended to bestow it upon him from the outset, he had not expected to do so soon. Rising from his seat, Xin Yuanming personally set out to meet him. Meanwhile, Suning returned to his guild, rewards from the competition in hand, and was greeted by the beaming smile of Nangong Shui, unable to suppress a grin. See how impressive I am. I have defended your honor. Should you not lavish me with praise? Suning declared with an air of pride, only for the door to be abruptly kicked open, revealing none other than Xin Yuanming. Xin Yuanming tossed a jade stone directly into Suning's hands before departing, haughtily snorting as he left. Suning was left feeling exasperated by Xin Yuanming's arrogance. Yet, he harbored a degree of fondness for him, recognizing that Xin Yuanming was not the type to make life difficult for those who had inadvertently crossed him. Rather, he possessed a broad perspective and foresight. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the system upgrade Jade Stone. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the Serpent Skin Pattern Jade. The system announced at that moment, catching Suning off guard, as he had not anticipated that its sole purpose was to deliver this message. However, he soon noticed that the jade in his hand emitted a luminous glow, suggesting a qualitative transformation had occurred. Suning scrutinized the jade for an extended period, yet remained unable to discern what precisely set it apart. It seemed only to possess slightly more intricate patterns than its predecessors, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. This is the legendary reward, is it not? It is the first time I have received such a disappointing prize. I had expected something of great value. At the very least, I thought it would elevate my cultivation. However, to my dismay, the reward turned out to be merely a piece of jade. Well, I suppose I must accept my fate. Suning gazed helplessly at the jade in his hand, while Nan Gongxue, perplexed, wondered why the jade suddenly emitted a radiant glow. Nevertheless, she took it upon herself to leave, as she had lingered here long enough without any purpose. Do not be disheartened, young man. This piece of jade possesses extraordinary powers, the system declared before vanishing into thin AI art. That moment, Suning felt the urge to curse the system. Pondering over it, he carried the jade back to his courtyard and practiced for a while. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he lay down, uncertain of the reason behind his weariness. This truly is intriguing. Where might this lead me now? A voice echoed. Chapter 156. The serpent spirit Suning, who had been in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by the sound. To his astonishment, there was a woman in his room. Moreover, she exuded a mature charm, her voice rich with resonance. However, Suning refrained from opening his eyes immediately, wishing to discern her intentions. Yet, when the woman suddenly climbed onto him, panic surged through Suning, rendering his body rigid. There was no escaping the woman's presence, as she looked at him with a playful smile. What's the matter? Are you afraid of me? To think that I would encounter a master who fears their pet, she teased, her demeanor warm and inviting. Upon hearing this, Suning finally opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight of the woman before him, who was inexplicably unclothed in a flurry. He grabbed a garment from the side and tossed it over her. She accepted it without hesitation, draping it over herself, though it was ill-fitted and left certain areas inadequately covered. In exasperation, Suning closed his eyes and assisted her in adjusting the garment, feeling a sense of relief once he saw her properly cloaked. However, Suning was now curious as to why she referred to him as her master. This attire is hardly more comfortable than being unclothed. Why not let me remove it altogether? Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the parasitic spirit residing within that piece of jade. My name is Wenwan, she stated nonchalantly. Su Ning was taken aback by her revelation. Could a serpent spirit truly inhabit a piece of jade? Fortunately, he possessed a certain composure, smiling at Wenwan, despite internally reiterating, I already have someone far more formidable than you. So you are unnecessary. You may leave. I only desire that piece of jade. Su Ning regarded Wenwan with resignation, unable to fathom what assistance this woman could possibly offer him. Yet who could have anticipated that upon hearing those words, Wenwan's eyes brimmed with tears, as if she were on the verge of crying. She gazed at Su Ning, unable to fathom that he would reject her. This was her first experience of such denial. Previously, she had relied on her beauty and eloquence, which had afforded her a prolonged stay, but she never expected her master would so readily cast her aside. The thought of this brought a tinge of sorrow to Wenwan's heart. Having lingered within that jade for several millennia, if she were to remain there once more, she would have to endure another interminable wait. After millennia of waiting for a master, what was to come next? Perhaps the next master would be even more cruel. This notion compelled Wenwan to shed tears, an uncontrollable flow that seemed ceaseless. Witnessing Wenwan in such a state, Su Ning found himself at a loss. With a heavy sigh, he scrutinized her closely before finally nodding. All right, I shall keep you. Please do not cry. Gently, Su Ning wiped away her tears, causing Wenwan to blush at his tender gesture. Chapter 157. Enchanting allure. Seeing the serpent spirit, who had remained so long in her form, blush was not only astonishing to Su Ning, but also took Wenwan by surprise. She had never imagined that she could blush so easily. Could it be that her prolonged confinement had stirred something within her? Shaking her head, she pondered whether she could react this way when encountering a man again. If so, would she ever find a suitor? Every woman harbors a youthful heart, and even a serpent spirit yearns to marry someone she truly admires. I shall take you to purchase a few outfits. For now, you may wear this one, Su Ning declared, tossing her a garment he had previously worn, now a tad small for him. Although Wenwan initially found the appearance of the clothing somewhat unappealing, she silently donned it, her discontent overshadowed by a sense of fulfillment. When she turned to show Su Ning, he was taken aback by her beauty. The garment fit her perfectly, not too large, nor too small. Had Wenwan been privy to Su Ning's thoughts, she would have replied, of course, this is transformed by my magic. How could it be ill-fitting? Let us go. I will take you shopping. Although it is late, I recall that the Kunlun's secret realm boasts a particularly splendid night market. With that, Su Ning took Wenwan's hand, leading her onward in silence. As she noticed their intertwined fingers, her cheeks flushed once more. Wenwan found herself wondering why she was blushing so easily. Perhaps she was unwell. Upon arriving at the night market, it was indeed bustling more than usual. If the daytime market was primarily for clothing, the night market dazzled with a plethora of wares, many of which were unfamiliar. At that moment, Wenwan caught sight of a shop displaying exquisitely crafted garments, particularly suited to her figure, exuding an alluring charm. She wondered how much such a dress might cost. Upon noticing a lovely dress, Wenwan was drawn in by Su Ning's cheerful insistence, compelling the attendant to assist her in trying it on. Wow, this garment seems as if it were tailor-made for the young lady. It fits her exquisitely. The nearby shop assistant couldn't help but express admiration, while passers-by were utterly captivated by Wenwan's charm, momentarily unable to continue on their way. Overwhelmed by such praise, Wenwan couldn't suppress a smile. Although she possessed an innate confidence, what woman doesn't appreciate compliments? Hearing the accolades brought her immense joy. What do you think? Wenwan inquired as she twirled in front of Su Ning, deliberately showcasing the dress with a hint of exposed shoulder. Observing her seek his opinion, Su Ning was lost in thought, merely nodding in response. Noticing his dismissive attitude, Wenwan shot him a discontented glare, yet her expression transformed into laughter almost instantly. Clad in the beautiful dress, she stepped outside, flashing a radiant smile. Her mere presence drew attention, but once she smiled, it seemed to enchant the onlookers, leaving them spellbound. You little enchantress, Su Ning muttered, shaking his head in resignation as he took Wenwan's hand and led her away, internally labeling her as a siren. Chapter 158. The end of the trial. After establishing the faction, Zhuge Tian unexpectedly summoned Su Ning. Following the previous incident, Su Ning had developed a strong aversion to Zhuge Tian and the Elders' Council. However, due to Zhuge Tian's insistence, Su Ning complied and approached him. Upon entering, he noticed Zhuge Ziyun but chose to disregard her entirely. The previous encounter had left an indelible impression, making it unfeasible for him to treat the granddaughter of someone who had wronged him with kindness. Despite appearing carefree, Suning harbored a profound sense of resentment. He approached Zhuge Tian and inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss? If there is nothing of consequence, I shall take my leave. Remember, only summon me for matters of great importance." Having uttered these words, he turned to depart, but to his surprise, Zhuge Tian firmly detained him. Employing his own formidable power, Zhuge Tian restricted Suning's movements, creating the illusion that he had summoned him for a confrontation. Yet, Suning had no time to engage in such trivialities. "Do you wish to embark on a trial?" Zhuge Tian asked, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Suning. "This is a unique opportunity for you. Do you truly desire to go?" Zhuge Tian was astonished by the elder's decision, as he had believed they held a particular disdain for Suning. Why then would they allow him to venture forth? However, as he pondered, it dawned on him that the council's disdain could merely facilitate Suning's self-reliance in the outside world, hastening his development. Thus, upon receiving this news, Zhuge Tian's initial surprise transformed into clarity. Suning's eyes brightened at the proclamation, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Zhuge Tian. "Old man, are you serious?" Suning arched an eyebrow. "For what feels like an eternity, I have lingered at the pinnacle of the fake Dan stage, pondering when I might finally venture forth. I had initially sought an opportunity to hone my skills, yet I never anticipated such a splendid chance would present itself before me. Once uttered, a promise is as difficult to retract as a galloping horse." Upon speaking these words, Zhuge Tian promptly bestowed upon Suning a certificate permitting him to undertake this journey of experience. In Zhuge Tian's estimation, Suning was the youngest individual with the least cultivation at the onset of his tenure, making him an ideal candidate for this opportunity. Upon receiving the document, a smile graced Suning's face. Perhaps this time he would finally break through, for being ensnared at a single level was far from pleasant. As Suning prepared to leave the courtyard, a figure clad in gray rushed toward him. Initially, Suning intended to inquire about the individual's purpose. The person, having run with great urgency and quenched their thirst with Suning's tea, finally regained composure after a considerable while. This is bad, senior brother. You must hurry and take a look. There is trouble within the gang. If you do not intervene, the gang may not survive. Sister Nangong is on the brink of collapse." After uttering this, the individual perceived a shadow darting past. Watching Suning's retreating figure, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, Suning's prowess was as formidable as the rumors suggested. Although he remained at the fake Dan pinnacle, his strength bore little distinction from that of the Dan stage. Silently, he regarded Suning as a model to emulate. Chapter 159. The Trouble Seeker. At this juncture, Suning had arrived at the gang's location, only to find it in utter disarray. His brows furrowed. Who dared to disturb the turf of the Tai Sui? All his efforts had been aimed at safeguarding against such transgressions. Yet here he was, confronted with the folly of others. Suning's gaze fell upon Nangong Shui, who sat in the center, appearing somewhat weakened. With a sigh, he mused on her current state. "Miss Nangong, what has transpired? I have come as promised. Fear not. I shall avenge you." He forced a smile as he addressed her, yet even upon witnessing this expression, Nangong Shui could not muster a smile in return. Shaking her head, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her. She had merely been seated, watching helplessly as her hard work was obliterated before her eyes. Now, Suning began to piece together the puzzle. Someone had indeed come to wreak havoc. Grasping a sword nearby, he turned to Nangong Shui with a playful demeanor. "Inform me of that individual." Though Suning maintained a facade of cheerfulness, the discontent in his heart was unmistakable. Nangong Shui shook her head and pointed to a piece of paper affixed to the wall. Suning approached, retrieving the paper, and upon reading its contents, he could not suppress a chuckle. How intriguing that such individuals existed. "Why didn't you take action, Nangong Shui?" Just as Suning prepared to depart, Nangong Shui suddenly grasped his arm, her face etched with concern as she pondered his intentions. Yet all her thoughts coalesced into a single, unspoken question. "Exercise caution, for there exists a formidable individual whom I cannot contend with. You must tread carefully, as I am lacking in capability. However, I possess unwavering faith in your ability to prevail." Upon uttering these words, Nangong Shui revealed a confident smile. Observing her smile, Suning returned the gesture, though he had intended to depart. Unexpectedly, Nangong Shui tidied her attire and playfully linked her arm with his. "Remember, my judgment in assessing people is remarkably astute. I am certain you will triumph." With those words, Nangong Shui took Suning by the hand and led him away, albeit unaware that she would require his support along the way. The duo arrived at a designated location, one that was indeed shrouded in mystery. reminiscent of the place Zhuge Ziyun had previously taken her. To the astonishment of others, this locale was unexpectedly picturesque. Upon a pavilion stood a gentleman, exuding an air of refinement that made it difficult to reconcile him with the notion of someone capable of dismantling their faction. Su Ning's eyes narrowed with caution, for the aura emanating from this individual suggested he was no ordinary opponent. After casting a glance at Su Ning, the man displayed a smirk, dismissing him as merely a false dance stage cultivator. My apologies. I am Cheng Tianyu, the elder brother of Cheng Mu. I trust you are unfamiliar with my name. Yet it is evident to any discerning observer what my prowess entails. With this declaration, Cheng Tianyu approached Su Ning, scrutinizing him with an appraising gaze. Su Ning frowned, taking in the appearance of this gentleman, handsome, yet one capable of cruelty towards women. Tio Su Ning. This man scarcely embodied the essence of masculinity. Chapter 160. The disparity witnessing this man exerting his cultivation to intimidate Su Ning, Nangong Shui felt a surge of indignation. Like Su Ning, she was on the brink of achieving the core formation stage. However, the disparity between them was considerable. Due to the gap in their cultivation levels, Nangong Shui found herself unable to best Cheng Tianyu, inciting a sense of frustration within her. Why should a slight difference in cultivation grant him such audacity? I assure you, do not become complacent. Even if I falter, I believe in the capabilities of the person beside me. Do not underestimate him. With that, Nangong Shui turned aside, sipping her tea as she observed the scene unfold. Su Ning, witnessing her demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation, astonished that this girl remained so unperturbed. Did she not harbor any concern about her inability to win? Observing Nangong Shui's unwavering belief in Su Ning, Cheng Tianyu could not help but smile, pondering the source of her confidence. While sizing up Su Ning, he unexpectedly cast a glance at Nangong Shui, and upon closer inspection, he noted her remarkable beauty. Cheng Tianyu now felt a twinge of regret for not having shown restraint earlier, for he had inflicted harm upon such an enchanting maiden. Had he been more merciful, perhaps something more could have blossomed from their encounter. What are you doing? The moment has arrived, and your lack of focus may very well lead to your defeat before you even realize it. Upon uttering these words, Su Ning charged forward, feeling an inexplicable sense of disgust towards the individual before him. Despite having harmed the young lady, this person now appeared to be contemplating her beauty and whether to approach her for a flirtation. Such behavior was utterly outrageous. Su Ning had initially intended to launch an attack, but to his surprise, Cheng Tianyu's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him unable to strike before being intercepted and countered. As Su Ning pondered the situation, he considered whether to rely on his own efforts or summon his pet. Ultimately, he resolved to confront the challenge himself. However, he was suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation coursing through him, a feeling of liberation. In an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped him, causing Nangong Shui beside him to rise in astonishment, realizing that the distance between them had dramatically increased once more. After all the effort she had put into catching up, she was taken aback by how swiftly he had surpassed her again. Contemplating this, Nangong Shui's gaze towards Su Ning grew increasingly complex. What was happening? How could he possibly advance so rapidly? Although he was at his peak, why did the breakthrough seem to occur in the blink of an eye? This was inconceivable. Cheng Tianyu stood there, bewildered, as he observed Su Ning, utterly shocked that the gap between them had vanished. Yet, the boy consoled himself, asserting that at least his foundation was more stable than Su Ning's. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ning had long since cultivated a solid foundation. There was no way he could be inferior. Su Ning approached Cheng Tianyu step by step, gazing at the latter, who had just moments ago been brimming with confidence, now displaying a hint of anxiety. With a smile, Su Ning positioned his sword against Cheng Tianyu's neck. Before Cheng Tianyu could react, the sword was already poised against him, leaving him unsettled. However, he could do nothing about the undeniable truth of his inferior strength. How can you be so powerful? Cheng Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. Su Ning shook his head. There was no way Cheng Tianyu's foundation could rival his own, especially considering he possessed a system. Chapter 161. Strength does not allow it. The news of Su Ning's victory over Cheng Tianyu quickly spread, and the surrounding crowd began to regard him as a subject of gossip, marveling at whom he had defeated this time, marking his rise to fame. Not only the outer disciples and miscellaneous workers knew of him, but even among the inner disciples, he had become quite renowned. Although Su Ning had yet to reach such a level of strength, his triumph over an inner disciple had earned him considerable recognition, and many inner disciples sought to spar with him. However, Su Ning was preoccupied with his cultivation, leaving them with no opportunity to engage him. Moreover, how could Su Ning casually train with them? He was a person of principles. willing to engage only when faced with a genuine threat to his strength. Meanwhile, the figure of prominence was indulging in grapes you, pretending to cultivate while lazily avoiding others. It's no wonder they can't find you. You've deliberately evaded them, Nangong Shui remarked with a smile, leaning against the door and addressing Suning. Suning shook his head. The individuals outside appeared remarkably feeble. Engaging with them would indeed be akin to wielding overwhelming force against the weak. Moreover, at this juncture, the system informed him that it had detected a force entangling him. The system required maintenance during this period, leaving it unable to assist Suning, thus necessitating his utmost caution in the days to come. I truly wish to act, yet my strength does not permit it, Suning lamented, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Upon hearing Suning's words, Nangong Shui almost lost her composure. What kind of absurd jest was this? How could it be that if Suning felt his strength was inadequate, then what did that imply about her own? Having finally reached the core formation stage, she surveyed her own cultivation. While she believed it was commendable, in stark contrast to Suning, she felt inexplicably inferior. All right, you merely seek to shirk responsibility, Nangong Shui responded with a shake of her head, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. She approached to open it, only to find Zhuge Tian standing there. Initially unwilling to welcome him, she contemplated shutting the door, for she had no desire to appease Zhuge Tian. However, he was quicker, slipping past her with a smile and uttering a thank you. Nangong Shui was left exasperated by such unabashedness. She had no intention of letting him in. Upon seeing Zhuge Tian's arrival, Suning motioned for Nangong Shui to leave, standing to face Zhuge Tian. The two regarded each other in silence, an unspoken tension palpable in the air. What brings you here? Suning inquired, furrowing his brow. The man before him exuded an irksome presence, and Suning felt a growing disdain for Zhuge Tian's audacity. It was not merely a feeling. He harbored doubts about Zhuge Tian's rapid progress, questioning the legitimacy of such swift advancement, especially in the midst of combat. Zhuge Tian's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through Suning with each glance. Yet, Suning remained unperturbed. Having accepted the system, he possessed a certain resilience. He merely smiled without uttering a word, his silence serving as the most compelling retort. Ultimately, Zhuge Tian departed in resignation. Chapter 162. A further test. Suning had resolved to embark on a clandestine journey of training, for after resting for so many days, his body had grown soft. If he did not venture out soon, he risked languishing in the courtyard. Although Nangong Shui disapproved of his decision, she refrained from intervening. After all, even if she tried to dissuade him, it would not alter the outcome, given her own limitations compared to his prowess. Despite knowing that Suning would not turn against her, Nangong Shui chose not to impede his choices, understanding that restricting him would only serve to hinder his growth. Be cautious, and pay heed to the elders' counsel. They have likely set their sights on you. If you inadvertently provide them with any leverage, it will not be a trivial matter. Should I remain unaware, you may find it difficult to extricate yourself, she cautioned, meticulously adjusting Suning's attire before offering her earnest advice. Upon hearing the incessant chatter of Nangong Shui, Suning felt a profound warmth in his heart. He nodded lightly, gazing at her before him. Suddenly, a question struck him. Although he was aware that she was the young lady of the Nangong family, he was entirely oblivious to the true extent of the family's influence. What manner of family was the Nangong clan? Did she hear my words? Remember, if you are inattentive, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Despite his somewhat threatening tone, Nangong Shui displayed no inclination to retaliate. Instead, she smiled sweetly at Suning. Acknowledging her with a nod, Suning noted her reaction, but ultimately, she sighed, recognizing that those who must depart will inevitably do so. Just as Suning contemplated leaving, members of the Elder Council arrived, their gaze falling upon Suning's belongings with amusement. Among them, Zhuge Tian approached Suning, inquiring, "What troubles you, Suning? Where are you headed? I was unaware of your plans. How about I assign you a task?" Upon hearing this, Suning hastily shook his head. Dream on. Did they expect him to assist them without recompense? Such fortune was unfathomable in this world. Suddenly, an elderly man with a white beard approached and subdued Suning, a consequence of their disparity in strength, leaving Suning with no choice but to accept his fate. Oh, his dismay. The old man began to inspect him, causing Suning to wonder if the elder was indeed a pervert. Ultimately, the old man shook his head at Zhuge Tian, who wore a look of astonishment. How could there be nothing of the sort? Initially suspecting Suning to be a spy from the demon sect, Zhuge Tian was taken aback by the revelation that he was mistaken. Yet, upon realizing that Suning was not a spy, and considering his own granddaughter, Zhuge Tian felt a slight alleviation in his heart. I apologize for our abruptness this time. It shall not happen again. However, let me make it clear. Do not entertain thoughts of leaving here for training without our approval, for otherwise, you shall never escape." With that, Zhuge Tian and the elders departed. Xu Ning displayed a cold demeanor. Resolute in the face of their attempts to confine him, he silently vowed to himself, "Do not underestimate the ambitions of the youth." Chapter 163. Niu-Niu's return. Xu Ning was content in his solitude when suddenly, a young girl appeared at his doorstep. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Niu. At long last, she had returned. Xu Ning had long wished to venture out in search of her, but fate had thwarted his efforts. He was confined by the accursed Elder Council. "Daddy, I've come to find you. What have you been doing? I didn't see you come looking for me, and it truly breaks my heart," Niu declared, throwing herself into Xu Ning's embrace, quietly weeping. Although no tears fell, her sorrowful voice pierced Xu Ning's heart, reminding him of his failure to protect her. Xu Ning could gently comfort her now, yet there was little that could truly be done. After all, these matters required Niu to come to terms with them on her own. Deep down, she longed to seek her out, but the elders would not permit it. All right, there's no need to cry. Just look at you. You've turned into a weeping mess. If you carry on like this, Daddy won't play with you anymore," Xu Ning said with a smile, coaxing Niu. Upon hearing that Xu Ning would not play with her, Niu hastily wiped away her tears. The news of Niu's return instantly captured Li Qingqin's attention, prompting her to rush over. Spotting Niu in Xu Ning's arms, Li Qingqin swiftly snatched her away. "Where have you been? My dear, I've been searching for you for days. I was so worried. Are you all right? Has anyone bullied you?" Li Qingqin asked, her face etched with concern. Niu couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Seeing Niu's smile caused Li Qingqin to furrow her brow. Despite her deep worry, this girl was still laughing. Witnessing Li Qingqin's reaction, Xu Ning also couldn't suppress a laugh. It was simply delightful to see Niu's laughter, especially considering how anxious Li Qingqin was. It appeared rather amusing. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and be quiet over there. Don't interrupt our reunion," Li Qingqin retorted, her cheeks flushing at Xu Ning's laughter. Xu Ning nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Reassured that Niu was back, at least for now, she would heed this headstrong girl's wishes. As Xu Ning departed, Niu initially intended to tug at her, but to her dismay, Li Qingqin held her tightly, making escape impossible. Ultimately, Niu had no choice but to allow Li Qingqin to embrace her, wearing an expression of utter disinterest. All she desired was to find her father. Yet, this woman persisted in clinging to her. How could she not steal a glance at her father after all this time? "Remember this, you must not run off recklessly again. If you do, and I catch you, you won't get the chance to leave." Li Qingqin suddenly chuckled. Hearing this, Niu nodded quietly, though she remained silent. She had long sensed Li Qingqin's pathological desire for control over her. Initially uncertain, Niu's conviction solidified upon hearing those words. This woman was far too dangerous and would inevitably harm those around her. Chapter 164. The young master of the demon sect Xu Ning had been enjoying a bath in the courtyard when, out of the blue, a young boy barged in. Xu Ning was taken aback. How could someone intrude upon another's courtyard, especially while they were bathing? To her astonishment, the boy shouted exhibitionist upon seeing her. Xu Ning quickly rose to silence him. "What on earth is wrong with you? I'm merely taking a bath here. This isn't your courtyard. It's mine. What's the issue with me bathing?" Xu Ning exclaimed, exasperated. How had bathing in her own courtyard turned her into an exhibitionist? Upon hearing these words, the young lad scrutinized his surroundings with great care. It indeed appeared to be the case. "This was not his courtyard, I apologize. I must have accidentally wandered into the wrong yard. I had no knowledge this was yours." After uttering this, the lad intended to leave, but how could Xu Ning allow him to depart so easily? He simply wished to exit without further ado. Xu Ning reached out to grasp him, but to his surprise, in doing so, he inadvertently dislodged the lad's hairpiece, revealing that she was, in fact, a young lady. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, Xu Ning was left utterly dumbfounded. He had initially presumed her to be a boy. Yet who could have anticipated that she was a girl, and such a striking one at that? For a moment, Xu Ning was speechless. The girl, noticing Xu Ning's gaze fixated upon her, felt her carefully styled hair had been ruined and was oblivious to how long she had spent perfecting it. "What is wrong with you? You've completely messed up my hairstyle. How will you compensate for this? This is outrageous. I spend a considerable sum and time on it." Xiao Jing was tempted to confront him. Seeing the boy in such a state, Xu Ning let out a resigned sigh and eventually called for Nangang Shui. Upon arriving, Nangong Shui was perplexed by the sight of the stunning young lady and was uncertain of what to do. It wasn't until she overheard the argument that she realized they were merely discussing a hairstyle. With a sigh, she thought to herself, how trivial this matter is. Nangong Shui meticulously gathered the girl's hair and fashioned it into an elegant style, even offering her one of her own skirts. Your skills are truly remarkable. You managed to tame such difficult hair, Xiao Jing remarked with a smile directed at Nangong Shui, who couldn't help but chuckle in response. Meanwhile, Su Ning remained bewildered, but suddenly, a figure clad in black burst into the scene, pressing a knife against Su Ning's throat. Release our demon sect's young master, or I assure you, you shall meet your demise. Do you believe me? The figure declared. Young master, I have come to rescue you. Hurry over, or these people may harm you. The black-clad figure addressed Xiao Jing, who was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Did he truly appear as though he would kill his own? Upon hearing the black-clad figure refer to Xiao Jing in such a manner, Su Ning couldn't help but smirk. Could this be the legendary young master of the demon sect? To be precise, was this not the esteemed individual associated with the demon sect? Ah, so it is the young master of the demon sect. It is an honor to meet you, Su Ning said with a smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. However, Xiao Jing sensed the coolness in Su Ning's demeanor and felt an inexplicable discomfort. It was odd. Just moments ago, she had been filled with joy. But upon the revelation of her identity, the atmosphere shifted. Unable to restrain herself, she glared at the black-clad figure beside her. In the ensuing chaos, the black-clad figure, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Jing's sentiments, promptly seized her and carried her away, leaving Xiao Jing in a state of bewilderment. Why am I being taken away like this when I have done nothing wrong? Is it not permissible for me to walk on my own? I merely came here to have a bit of fun, and now I am being whisked away without a care. Upon witnessing Xiao Jing being taken away, Su Ning was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, the silver lining was that he could enjoy a moment of tranquility. He resumed his meditation, but a voice resonated in his mind. System formatting successful. The sound made Su Ning feel somewhat uneasy. What did it mean that the system had been formatted? Did it imply that the system no longer recognized him? He intended to voice his thoughts, yet at that moment, the system materialized before him. Although merely a projection, he recalled that the system had once appeared as a middle-aged man. Now, it manifested as a mere child. Though I have reverted to my previous form, I retain the memories of old. I know who you are. You are the young lad, the system proclaimed, sporting an innocent expression. Su Ning was left in a state of confusion. It appeared the system had undergone a transformation, returning to a youthful state without any fundamental changes, merely appearing smaller. With this realization, he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Nearby, Nangong Shui observed the myriad of emotions flitting across Su Ning's face, pondering what experiences he had undergone to elicit such a response. Curiosity piqued, she gazed at him, seeking to unravel the mystery. Suddenly, the system collapsed onto the ground, falling asleep. Su Ning, taken aback, did not anticipate that the now diminutive system would exhibit such a penchant for slumber, resembling a child in every regard. The young man, exasperated, contemplated what to do. What on earth is happening? Have you lost your senses? Speak up. I'm genuinely concerned for you, Nangong Shui implored, her expression filled with urgency. Was Su Ning unwell? Upon hearing her words, Su Ning shook his head, dismissing the notion that anything was amiss with him. After all, he was preoccupied with worries about others, particularly concerning Nangong Shui's well-being. I'm fine, do not fret. You must attend to the internal affairs of the gang. I have some personal matters to address, and I hope you won't take offense. I truly have something to tend to, Su Ning replied, shaking his head in resignation. Reluctantly, Nangong Shui departed, though she turned back multiple times, as if reluctant to leave, which left Su Ning feeling rather awkward. Initially, he intended to investigate the peculiarities of the system, but soon discovered that it had reappeared, leaving him in a state of confusion. Finally, the system uttered a reassuring statement. This is not what it seems. I merely experienced a momentary glitch. It has been rectified. Rest assured, I am back. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ning felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Recalling the recent events, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, particularly at the thought that if the system were to discover his flustered state, it would be mortifying. Unbeknownst to him, the system could indeed perceive his innermost thoughts. Chapter 166. A surprise attack. That night, Su Ning was enjoying a peaceful rest when he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar shadow beside him. This prompted him to sit up alertly and scrutinize his surroundings, only to find nothing amiss. Upon closer examination, Su Ning was taken aback, pondering the inexplicable turn of events. Every item before him had shifted positions. Whoever is responsible for this, reveal yourself promptly. Otherwise, I shall ensure you comprehend the essence of suffering. After all, I am not one to allow others to run rampant over me. Suning's expression grew notably grave. At that moment, a round of applause resonated from the surroundings, and the enigmatic figure clad in black reappeared. With a smile that belied his intent, the black-clad man regarded Suning, knowing that anyone privy to the identity of the young master must perish, Suning included. While Suning appeared amiable and not the type to speak recklessly, the rule remained that once one learned too much, death was the consequence. Regrettably, your life is forfeit. Thus, you must die here. I harbor no desire to take your life. But it is an inevitability. After uttering these words, the black-clad man advanced towards Suning, intent on delivering a fatal blow, in a timely manner. Suning summoned the golden and silver peacocks. The black-clad man exhibited a fleeting moment of surprise upon seeing the peacocks, but that astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a smirk as he regarded the magnificent creatures. Are you truly delivering yourself to your demise? I have never encountered someone so woefully overconfident. Though the golden and silver peacocks are formidable, they hardly reach my level. Given this situation, do not expect me to show mercy. Since you have revealed your hand, I shall unveil my own. With that declaration, the black-clad man drew forth a knife that shimmered ominously with a purple light, exuding an aura of dread. Suning sensed an inescapable fate approaching, an inexplicable fear creeping in, uncertain whether it stemmed from the disparity in strength or his own apprehensions. Initially, Suning believed the peacocks could withstand for some time. Yet to his dismay, he witnessed the black-clad man swiftly slay the magnificent creatures before his very eyes. Now that your allies have perished, it is your turn. You have stumbled upon knowledge that you ought not to possess. With that, the black-clad man lunged forward, aiming to eliminate Suning. However, at that critical moment, an individual suddenly interposed himself between Suning and the black-clad assailant, effectively thwarting the attack. Upon closer inspection, Suning realized it was Fusu. He had not anticipated Fusu's timely arrival. If Fusu was here, it meant that the others must also be present. Turning his gaze, Suning indeed spotted Xianyuan Ming, his countenance heavy with gravity. What brings you here? Yupu? I thought you deemed this place beneath your notice. Xianyuan Ming's eyes held a trace of disdain. Suning, caught in a state of bewilderment, contemplated the connection between these two individuals, realizing that their familiarity implied a significant level of strength and mutual respect. Nonetheless, Suning eagerly anticipated the ensuing clash between them. Chapter 167. The affection of Zhuge Ziyun. Yet who could have anticipated that these two individuals harbored no intention of conflict? They stood there, gazing ahead with expressions of utter resignation. What could possibly have brought them to this place? Su Ning was utterly bewildered. Why were they not fighting? Was there even a semblance of a duel without the act of battling? If only he had the time, he would have approached Xianyuan Ming and exclaimed, "You old fool, why aren't you fighting? Did you come here solely for that purpose?" Just as the situation remained stagnant, newcomers arrived, the very presence of Zhuge Ziyun and Zhuge Tian. Upon seeing the two, Su Ning immediately sensed that their arrival boded ill, and he initially contemplated a discreet escape. However, Zhuge Ziyun approached him directly. "What is it that you seek?" she inquired, her voice tinged with a quivering note of distress. "I merely confessed my fondness for you. What wrong have I committed? Why do you appear so averse to me? Can you not afford me a single earnest glance?" Su Ning felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing her voice, yet he quickly reconsidered. If he were to suppress his feelings now, his obsession would only deepen with time, leading to greater complications. Yet, it was true that Zhuge Ziyun had done nothing wrong. If he treated her poorly, it would indeed be a disservice to her. However, Zhuge Ziyun bore a significant flaw. She was the granddaughter of Zhuge Tian. Su Ning recalled vividly the misdeeds of Zhuge Tian, and while Zhuge Ziyun herself was not culpable, he could not extricate himself from the burden of her lineage. "You are not at fault. The fault lies with me. I cannot harbor feelings for you. Do you understand? Besides, I already have someone I cherish. Do you comprehend the saying, the one closest to the water gets the first taste of the moonlight? I cannot entertain a second affection." With these words, Su Ning turned on his heel and departed. Zhuge Ziyun grasped the implication of his statement, that he would never hold affection for her in this lifetime. A mournful smile crept across her face. Was she truly so unworthy? In truth, Su Ning felt remorseful for treating her in such a manner. Yet as the saying goes, cutting through a tangled mess swiftly is essential. It was imperative to sever this connection now, lest it grow even more complex in the future. "I've arrived. Is everything all right?" Nangong Shui approached Su Ning, her smile appraising him, and upon confirming his well-being, she leapt into his embrace. Su Ning was taken aback by her sudden show of intimacy, left momentarily stunned as she clung to him. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ziyun looked on, feeling increasingly helpless. She had not anticipated their utter disregard for her presence. I am perfectly fine. Just look at my current state and the company surrounding us, and you will see that I am in no trouble at all. After saying this, Nangong Shui stepped in front of Zhuge Ziyun, sizing her up from head to toe. You have taken note of this, he is mine, and I wish for you to keep your distance from him henceforth. I do not appreciate him drawing near to other girls. Do you understand? Nangong Shui's tone has shifted entirely from what it once was, now imbued with an air of aloofness. Chapter 168. A system malfunction. As for the matter between the two women, Su Ning had no intention of intervening, for there were pressing matters concerning men that required his attention. Observing his surroundings, he ultimately resolved to unleash the nightmarish entity. It had been quite some time since the nightmarish creature had fed. It was likely growing weak from hunger. Su Ning discreetly released it, and the entity transformed into a wisp of dark mist, drifting towards the figure in black. Engaged in a silent exchange of glances with Xinyuan Ming, the figure had no time to attend to the nightmarish entity, thus allowing it to infiltrate his mind unimpeded. By the time he became aware, the figure lay unconscious upon the ground. Su Ning, bewildered, thought to himself, could it truly be this simple? Indeed, not long after, the nightmarish entity was expelled with astonishing speed, racing back towards Su Ning, while the figure in black began to stir. However, the figure had no time to confront Su Ning, remaining locked in an intense gaze with Xinyuan Ming, leaving those around them puzzled as to what transpired between the two. Had they shared a past? This was troubling. Surely, the system had encountered a malfunction. This was the last coherent thought of Su Ning before the nightmarish entity invaded his consciousness, causing him to collapse in the midst of his dream. Su Ning found himself utterly perplexed by the bizarre circumstances surrounding him. The environment was steeped in a surreal crimson hue, and suddenly, a figure charged forth. A statue of a Buddha emanating a sinister red glow, its surface stained with blood. Su Ning, utterly confounded, wondered how he could find himself in such a scenario. Nothing in his memories had ever hinted at this peculiarity. Unable to contain his curiosity, he scrutinized the scene further. Amitabha, the statue intoned, if you wish for death, then I shall grant it to you. After all, I am not the true Buddha. Compassion is beyond my reach, nor can I possess the heart of a bodhisattva. Upon uttering these words, the statue proceeded to take a life before his very eyes. Witnessing such a spectacle, Su Ning was left in utter disbelief. He had no recollection of events unfolding in this manner, nor did they seem to bear any significant relation to him. You do not belong here. Depart swiftly, the statue commanded, forcefully ejecting Su Ning from its presence. Bewildered, Su Ning pondered whether the statue could perceive him. However, upon reflection, given the nature of the nightmarish entity, it was indeed a possibility. As Su Ning opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Nangong Shui anxiously embracing him. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of reunion, a curious longing for her presence. What troubles you? He inquired, noticing the way she gazed at him upon awakening. Do you miss me? Or have you perhaps developed feelings for me? As these words escaped her lips, Nangong Shui herself could hardly believe she had uttered them. However, upon hearing those words, Su Ning unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Indeed, he found himself thinking of Nangong Shui, though he could not quite fathom why this was the case. It left him somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, this was the truth, and Su Ning had no qualms about expressing it. So, he truly missed me, he mused. Enough of that thought. Look at the current situation. It is transformed entirely. The two individuals have already engaged in combat, and just observe how long you have been asleep. You have missed the most crucial events, Nangong Shui pointed out. Chapter 169. The system takes action. Following Nangong Shui's gesture, Su Ning glanced over and, indeed, the two had begun to fight. He could not help but sigh, pondering what exactly he had missed. Fortunately, Su Ning's psychological resilience had significantly strengthened. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to proceed. Were these two even human? Their speed was so swift that they scarcely left a trace. Just as he was about to witness a pivotal moment, Su Ning suddenly noticed that Xinyuan Ming was on the brink of collapse, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The current circumstances rendered him utterly powerless. System, what do you suggest? If we do not secure a victory, it would be quite embarrassing. Su Ning lamented to the system. That moment, the system also sighed, acknowledging that the individual's strength far exceeded its calculations. However, the system then conceived a brilliant idea, albeit uncertain if Su Ning would approve. especially since it had not been employed in quite some time. Observing the system's hesitance, Suning sensed it had devised a particularly dubious plan. Although he was unaware of the specifics, clinging to a glimmer of hope, he could not restrain his curiosity. What is it? What has transpired? If you have a solution, you must share it with me. Do not keep it from me. I will agree to anything, rest assured. Suning implored the system anxiously at that moment. The system thought to itself, truly, nothing can be hidden from this lad. While it understood him, he was quietly understanding it in return. He had indeed matured. There is a method that merely requires temporarily occupying your body, though it will inflict some degree of harm upon you. The system finally relented. After contemplating this revelation, Suning nodded in agreement. The system swiftly interrupted Suning's neural pathways and began to occupy his body, an action it had not undertaken in quite some time. At that juncture, everyone witnessed Suning darting swiftly to the forefront. The cloaked figure initially presumed Suning had come to resist him, expecting him to meet his demise. Little did he know that Suning wielded a sword, charging directly towards him. Before the black-clad figure could react, Suning's speed allowed him to inflict a wound, forcing the adversary to confront the reality of this young boy before him. In the eyes of the cloaked figure, no one had ever reached such a level of prowess. Not even he had anticipated it. Are you truly the same Suning from moments ago? I must confess, I am genuinely astonished. I had initially assumed you were an ordinary person, yet who would have anticipated your formidable prowess in combat? The figure clad in black approached with a smile, but soon found themselves facing an unexpected turn of events. Before the individual in black could react, Suning had already positioned his sword at their throat. The black-clad figure could only chuckle ruefully at the realization of being bested by a youth, ultimately retreating in a rather disheveled manner. Meanwhile, Xian Yuaming stood by, equally astonished as he observed Suning, sensing a sudden shift in Suning's aura. However, before Xian Yuaming could inquire further, Suning collapsed to the ground, with Nangong Shui rushing to support him, her face etched with concern. Chapter 170. Another Nangong. When Suning awoke, several days had already passed. Still disoriented, he found himself confronted by a young man who appeared to be several years older than him. Suning was bewildered. How could someone who looked so much older possess such overwhelming power? Yet, upon catching sight of Nangong Shui, he realized his assumptions were misguided. With a smile, Nangong Shui approached the young man, addressing him with a respectful phrase. Father, look at him now. He has awakened. I apologize for the trouble this time, but I assure you it will not happen again. Please rest easy. After speaking, she bowed respectfully. Suning remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. From Nangong Shui's words, it became evident that the individual before him was a member of the Nangong family, specifically Nangong Tianyu, who now stood at an impressive pinnacle of cultivation. My apologies, young sir, Nangong Tianyu began. I initially assessed your condition and found nothing amiss, yet you have been unconscious for several days. I truly cannot determine the cause, but it appears your health requires fortification. With a smile, he regarded Suning, who was taken aback by the unexpected warmth and familiarity of such a significant figure. Nangong Shui, observing her father's demeanor, was equally astonished, as she recalled Nangong Tianyu's typically irascible temperament. Had he truly softened due to his appreciation for talent? Nevertheless, she maintained her respect, choosing to remain silent. This, however, seemed to irk Nangong Tianyu. My dear daughter, you summoned me. Why do you ignore me? Speak to me. I have missed you dearly. How could you not return to see me? It truly saddens me. With that, he lunged forward, attempting to embrace Nangong Shui. Had she not evaded swiftly, he would have enveloped her in a tight hug. Witnessing Nangong Tianyu's behavior, Suning felt a twinge of regret for his earlier admiration of the man's regal and aloof demeanor, now transformed into this unexpected display of affection. Father, please do not behave in such a manner. I am being entirely serious. Even if you resort to pouting, acting cute, or making threats, it will be of no use. For I have matured and am no longer at that tender age where your charms can sway me yet. Upon uttering these words, Nangong Shui still nestled into her father's embrace. Suning was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether this family was truly filled with contradictions. With a cheerful grin, he observed the affectionate bond between the father and daughter, marveling at how their seemingly shallow relationship was, in fact, profoundly deep. Suning genuinely envied their rapport. Although their feelings appeared somewhat concealed, it was evident that they cherished each other immensely and delighted in each other's company. Chapter 171. The lottery. At that moment, as Suning walked along the path, he was met with a throng of onlookers, astonished that while Xin Yuanming had been unable to resolve matters, Suning had succeeded. The gazes directed at him were tinged with admiration. However, Su Ning felt quite uncomfortable under their scrutiny. It was an odd sensation, realizing that their attention bore no utility, as his abilities would not transfer to them. While he lamented this predicament, he was suddenly pulled aside by someone. "Be cautious in the coming days. My master has instructed me to protect you. Rest assured, my abilities are more than sufficient for your safety, though I have faith in your own prowess as well." The speaker was Fu Su, now clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, exuding an unexpected charm. Upon seeing Fu Su in his new garb, Su Ning couldn't help but smile, surprised that the boy had grown into this size of clothing. Indeed, he was maturing. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming force caused Su Ning to faint, his last vision being Fu Su's anxious face. "Congratulations, young lad, for entering my system world. From now on, this shall be our shared space, where you may store your belongings without limitation." The system, donned in a flowing white robe, approached Su Ning. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the living conditions here were remarkably high, the locale idyllic, truly a paradise on earth. Initially, Su Ning had intended merely to explore, yet the system halted him, its expression grave as it regarded him intently. "Due to my previous occupation of your body, this system must undergo transformation. It is no longer a pet system. It has now evolved into a lottery system." The system's demeanor was somber, and Su Ning could discern that this lottery system would be fundamentally different from its predecessor. He remained silent, listening attentively as the system elaborated. And gradually, he began to understand that while there were various rewards within the lottery system, there also existed detrimental outcomes. Some rewards would prove utterly useless, potentially leading to adverse effects. However, the most significant advantage of the lottery system lies in the fact that if one is fortunate, their luck will persist. Conversely, if one is unfortunate, misfortune will follow relentlessly. Thus, this particular lottery system presents a considerable challenge. "All right, I grasp the situation," Su Ning remarked reassuringly to the system. "You need not worry. I shall employ my abilities judiciously, avoiding the frequency of my previous attempts." The system nodded in acknowledgement, demonstrating its trust in Su Ning. Unable to suppress a sigh, Su Ning pondered, "What should I do this time?" The alterations to the system were indeed disconcerting. Recalling the last incident when the system took control of him, resulting in several days of unconsciousness and entanglement with a throng of individuals, he felt a tinge of melancholy. "Had I known, I would have refrained from allowing you to possess me. Just look at the state of things now." Su Ning jested at the system, yet it offered no further response. Shaking his head, Su Ning reflected that this was the most troublesome system he had ever encountered. Especially since it was unresponsive. He intended to speak further, but as his vision blurred, he found himself awakening to the anxious face of Fu Su. "You finally awakened. I've been waiting for what seems like an eternity." Chapter 172. Misfortune upon awakening, Su Ning did not engage in his usual practice but contemplated whether to experiment with the lottery system, recognizing the necessity of mastering it for optimal functionality. With that thought, he promptly presented the system, which gazed back at him in bewilderment, questioning the rationale behind this action. "Please allow me to test it first. If it proves ineffective, we can always retreat," Su Ning implored. At that moment, the system delivered a swift slap to his forehead. "If anything goes awry, who will bear the consequences? Should something happen, it would not only be my misfortune but also yours." Nevertheless, after receiving the slap, Su Ning maintained a resolute gaze towards the system. With no other recourse, the system acquiesced and produced a colossal die. "Let us commence." Simply utter the three words, "Heaven, Earth, Man," following the system's prompt. It swiftly distanced itself, wary of the potential repercussions. Nodding in understanding, Su Ning softly articulated the three phrases. Indeed, the die began to shift, and amidst their mutual anticipation, it eventually settled on the character for misfortune. Upon seeing that character, the system's complexion turned ashen, astonished that such a word had been selected. This character was more terrifying than death itself, for drawing it would ensnare one in misfortune for 2 or 3 days. Although Su Ning lacked a precise understanding of the implications, the system's reaction illuminated the gravity of the situation. With a faint sigh, he mused, "What is meant to be will be. One cannot evade their fate. Rest assured, you need not worry about me. I will take care of myself and minimize my outings in the coming days to significantly reduce risk." Su Ning carefully reassured the system, which nodded in response to his words. Reflecting on the notion of embarking on a journey only to meet an untimely demise, Su Ning felt an overwhelming urge to cast aside the cursed die. Yet, he found himself inextricably bound to its presence. Secluded within the confines of his courtyard for several days, those around him presumed he was diligently honing his skills, unaware that he was merely evading misfortune. Alas, Suning's condition had scarcely improved. He found himself either tripping over the table leg and chipping a tooth or inadvertently splashed in the face by scalding water from a basin. It could be said that he was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Who could have foretold that such accidents would befall me? It is truly terrifying, and yet it all seems to transpire with an air of normalcy. In a moment of exasperation, Suning called out, but to no avail at that precise moment. He nearly choked on his own saliva, and had it not been for Nangong Shue's timely entrance, witnessing his disheveled state, he might well have found himself in the afterlife. With meticulous care, Nangong Shue examined his injuries, pondering, what if something truly serious had occurred? You ought to be more cautious. To choke on your own saliva is rather careless. With a disdainful glance directed at Suning, she expressed her concern. Suning, devoid of tears or lamentation, understood that he, too, wished to avoid such calamities. Chapter 173. A dance under the moonlight. To ensure that Suning did not encounter further misfortunes during her absence, Nangong Shue took a few days off to remain by his side. As Suning calculated. It was now the 6th day. Why was his luck still so dismal? Silently, he contemplated whether this streak of bad fortune was destined to last for 7 days. Were it not for Suning's resilience and belief, anyone else would have cast aside that die without a second thought. What troubles you? What are you pondering? I have chosen to stay here with you, yet you seem to disregard my presence. Nangong Shue feigned anger as she delivered her last remark, and Suning, well aware of her intent, smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Momentarily taken aback by his gesture, Nangong Shue quickly regained her composure and swatted his hand away. Do not do that. I still have much growing to do. Look at my height. I must grow taller. If you continue to pat my head, I will never reach my full height. And then who will want me? Will you marry me? She playfully pretended to be upset, though only she knew the sincerity underlying her words. This inquiry struck a chord with Suning, rendering him speechless as he lowered his gaze. Nangong Shue, displaying a resigned smile, mused, not even a jest for me? Fortunately, her emotional fortitude was commendable. She simply smiled as she procured a considerable quantity of alcohol from somewhere and returned to the courtyard. With a cheerful demeanor, she placed the bottles before Suning, who, disinterested in drinking, merely observed. Not wishing to pressure him further, she settled down to drink alone. Please refrain from drinking any more. What purpose does it serve? Are you attempting to numb yourself? If you genuinely believe alcohol is beneficial, I might be more accommodating. Upon hearing Suning's words, Nangong Shue revealed a faint smile. Quietly, she picked up a jar of wine and began to drink with remarkable speed. Suning was taken aback by her prowess in drinking, silently observing her as she indulged. Before long, Nangong Shue had become inebriated. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. Enough now, you should stop drinking. You are clearly intoxicated. Let us return. In your current state, you lack the grace you usually possess, resembling a mere drunkard. With a sense of helplessness, Suning attempted to assist Nangong Shue, but she brushed him aside. Nangong Shue wandered to the center of the courtyard. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree, where she began to dance, Suning continued to watch her silently, having never witnessed her dance before. He had always assumed she was incapable of such grace. Neither spoke, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Suning lost in contemplation, while Nangong Shue twirled in her dance. He acknowledged her movements were exquisite, yet he felt a peculiar sense that her performance lacked soul. Ultimately, Suning chose to depart, leaving Nangong Shue to dance alone. Upon noticing his absence, she wore a bittersweet smile, realizing that he had not even bothered to wait for her. Very well, let today be as it is. I shall come again tomorrow. With that, she stumbled away, and Suning discreetly watched her departure. The following day, Suning awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. At that moment, the system suddenly materialized before him, smiling as it stood there. Initially, Suning thought there would be no good news, but to his surprise, the system cheerfully patted its shoulder and said, "Do not worry, this is not bad news. The good tidings I bring you is that your misfortune has dissipated." With that, the system vanished, leaving Suning in a state of bewilderment at its abrupt appearance and disappearance. However, upon receiving this news, Suning felt immense joy. He glanced around, noticing that the surroundings had reverted to their pre-misfortune state. Without overthinking, he stepped outside, finally able to do so with confidence. Yet, as he emerged, he was met with the sight of a crowd pointing and whispering about him. Initially, Suning believed the incident had not been forgotten, but he suddenly overheard someone remarking about him, saying something particularly outrageous. Hastily, he approached the source of the conversation, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. Have you heard? It is said that the granddaughter of Elder Zhuge has taken a liking to Su Ning. I have indeed heard. What of it? I also heard that Nangong Shui has feelings for him. A multitude of voices buzzed around, speculating wildly, assigning every beauty of the Kunlun secret realm to Su Ning. He wore a helpless expression, wishing it were true that he had such extraordinary fortune, for he had never realized so many young women harbored affections for him. The group of individuals, upon noticing Su Ning standing right behind them, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They had just finished speaking, only to turn around and discover Su Ning had been eavesdropping all along. Realizing the implications of Su Ning's presence, they felt a rush of urgency to depart, especially in light of the rumors circulating about Su Ning's triumph over the enigmatic figure clad in black. Su Ning, equally perplexed, pondered the situation at hand. How was it that such events had become known to outsiders? He had never been so ostentatious, suggesting that someone had orchestrated this revelation intentionally. Initially, Su Ning had been contemplating unmasking the puppeteer behind these schemes when suddenly, an individual stepped directly into his path. Su Ning intended to sidestep this encounter, yet the person seized him, refusing to let him pass. I have heard you have bullied Zhuge's junior sister, dared to tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Miss Nangong, and, astonishingly, have developed feelings for Sister Li. The particularly rugged man stood before Su Ning, and just as he was grappling with these matters, the confrontation escalated. In a moment of displeasure, Su Ning retaliated with a punch, sending the man staggering back. The onlookers, though harboring some resentment towards Su Ning's violent response, were too intimidated to act. Nevertheless, this incident solidified Su Ning's status as a pariah within the academy. Everyone present shared a collective sentiment. This man, who had whisked away their goddess, had the audacity to be so brazen. They all viewed Su Ning with disdain, longing to teach him a lesson, yet knowing they stood no chance against him. Those who find me disagreeable are welcome to challenge me. I am not afraid, Su Ning declared before departing. Despite his bold proclamation, none dared to confront him. Chapter 175. Spring Pavilion. Just as Su Ning sought to clarify the situation, an elder appeared, delivering him to an unexpected task. This elder had been assigned to oversee Su Ning when he ascended to the ranks of outer disciples. The elder informed him that he had been selected for a mission, leaving Su Ning in a state of confusion. It turned out that Nangong Shui had advocated for him, and the rewards of this task were intended to benefit their sect. Nangong Shui's previous visit had also been related to this matter, but it had been delayed due to Su Ning's unfortunate incident involving a choke on his own words. Rest assured, I shall undertake it, Su Ning assured, then made his way towards the designated location. Upon arriving, Su Ning was struck with regret. Was this not the fabled Spring Pavilion? He observed the throngs of men and women, their attire revealing far more than he was accustomed to. Su Ning had never frequented such establishments, and he felt utterly out of his depth. Just as he contemplated abandoning the mission, a figure approached. Noticing Su Ning's hesitance, the stranger's gaze dripped with disdain. I presumed you were something special, but it appears you are merely inadequate. Who would have thought, young brother, that you were so lacking? With that, the man fanned himself as he entered the establishment. Su Ning could not help but mutter under his breath, in such chilly weather, to fan oneself is simply foolish. Who would have thought that this phrase would be overheard by that man? He chuckled as he folded his fan and approached Su Ning. Initially, he intended to confront Su Ning with hostility, yet upon seeing him, he couldn't help but smile. Noticing such a look in his eyes, Su Ning wore an expression of displeasure, yet found himself unable to reprimand him. Thus, he gazed intently at the man, pondering what his true intentions might be. Apologies, I am aware that you are lacking in that regard, but there is no need for you to harbor jealousy towards me. I recognize that I possess a certain charm, and while you are not unappealing, it seems you are simply inadequate in that aspect. The man bluntly stated several shortcomings, implying that Su Ning was deficient. Su Ning was left bewildered, questioning how this had come to be. After all, he merely struggled with penetration. Why was he being judged in such a manner? Moreover, he himself was uncertain of his capabilities. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Su Ning. Utilizing his advantageous height, he pressed the man against him in a playful manner. To his astonishment, he noticed the man's face flush with color, leaving Su Ning utterly perplexed that he had managed to elicit such a reaction. Am I lacking? Would you care to find out? I suspect you might be quite eager, considering your petite frame seems better suited for a submissive role, while my stature indicates I am more suited to take the lead. With that, Su Ning playfully caressed the man's face. The man quickly recoiled, casting Su Ning a bewildered glance, realizing that this individual was not simply inadequate, but rather had an affinity for men. A chill ran down his spine at this realization, prompting him to hastily retreat. Suning chuckled to himself, contemplating that the man would likely avoid encountering him for the rest of his life. However, upon turning around, he noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him. Chapter 176. Mama Hua. Suning had intended to leave, but at that moment, the door of Chunlu swung open. He stood there, bewildered, wondering what was happening. A woman approached him, not particularly attractive, yet it was evident that she had once possessed notable beauty. She appeared older than those around her and was likely the madam of Chunlu. With a smile, the woman scrutinized Suning, appraising him from head to toe before nodding in approval. Suning felt as though he were being treated like an object, subjected to such scrutiny. Oh, his surprise. The woman seemed unfazed and continued her examination. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, Suning cleared his throat twice, prompting the woman to realize she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. With a playful grin, she addressed him, "Congratulations, you are our first guest of the day. Allow me to arrange for a young lady to attend to you. Whatever your desires may be, we have a plethora of options available. I am the madam of this establishment. You may call me Mama Hua." With that, Mama Hua cast a flirtatious glance in Suning's direction. Suning had to concede that this flower mother indeed bore a resemblance to a woman of a certain age, yet still possessed an alluring charm. Some men are drawn to such women. However, this flower mother was excessively worldly and jaded, which likely deterred many admirers. Nevertheless, if one were to solely assess her physique, there were indeed those who found her appealing. Although she had aged, her figure remained striking, surpassing that of many younger women around her. "No, I did not come here for this. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. If you don't mind, please allow me to pass," Suning stated, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. Yet, unexpectedly, the flower mother obstructed his path. Her expression darkened. It was inauspicious to have the very first guest behave in such a manner. Thus, she resolved to ensure that this individual remained. "This is beyond your discretion, young master. Our establishment's rule mandates that the first guest must be accepted. Do you understand?" After uttering these words, she inexorably pulled Suning inside. It was not that Suning could not defend himself, but rather that he simply would not strike a woman. Suning, feeling dejected, gazed at the row of women before him. They were indeed beautiful, yet their attire was excessively revealing. A form of beauty he could not appreciate. He preferred the modest elegance of Nangong Shui's style, which was simple yet particularly appealing. However, he soon recalled leaving Nangong Shui alone the previous night, and guilt washed over him, realizing how inconsiderate he had been. In truth, Suning had resolved to encourage Nangong Shui to move on from him. "Very well, young master, let us engage in a game. We shall play hide and seek. As long as you evade capture, you may leave this place within the span of an incense stick's burning time," the flower mother proposed, and upon hearing the possibility of leaving, Suning nodded eagerly. Seeing him acquiesce, the flower mother could not suppress a devious grin. How could she let him leave so easily? Regardless of which room Suning entered, an enticing fragrance permeated the air. This particular scent, while inexpensive, was remarkably effective, capable of intoxicating men and leading them into compromising situations without their awareness. The flower mother often employed this tactic with wealthy patrons. They would undoubtedly feel pleasure, but those attending to them would find themselves unsatisfied and compelled to take matters into their own hands. Following the flower mother's suggestion, Suning ascended the stairs and discreetly concealed himself in a room that appeared particularly dilapidated. Yet he deemed it the ideal hiding place. He lost track of time while waiting there, until he gradually became aware of footsteps approaching from outside. Initially, he assumed it was the flower mother coming for him. With this thought in mind, he rose to his feet, only to behold a woman of striking beauty, albeit with her neck grotesquely severed, cradling her own head in her hands. Upon witnessing such a sight, Suning was certain he had encountered a malevolent spirit. He understood that such entities were not easily dispelled. Initially intending to depart from this place, it seemed as though the specter had fixated upon him, relentlessly following his every move. "I have not provoked you. Why can you not let me be? I have done nothing wrong. I do not even engage with women in my daily life." Suning sighed in resignation, yet unbeknownst to him, his lamentations failed to resonate with the woman, only to summon a multitude of phantoms, all bearing striking resemblance to her. These apparitions shared a singular characteristic. Their necks were absent, compelling them to cradle their heads in their arms, with some even discarding their heads entirely as they approached Suning. "The path to heaven is open, yet you refuse to tread it. With no gates to hell, you cast yourself in," the female spirit declared before lunging towards him. The surrounding apparitions, witnessing this, hastened towards him as well. For reasons unknown, Suning felt a twinge of claustrophobia at the sight of so many figures approaching with their heads in hand. Helpless, he sought refuge on the periphery, aware that he could not strike at them. Doing so would undoubtedly inflict harm, a consequence he wished to avoid. Suning abhorred the thought of tainting himself with their filth, for the blood of these spirits staining his hands was simply not worth the risk. At that moment, the system interjected, urging him, quickly, use the dice. By rolling the dice, you can eliminate them all at once. The system seemed intent on conducting an experiment, testing whether Suning's misfortune would persist. Yet, Suning was filled with trepidation. After the last incident, which had transpired in his own courtyard, he could only imagine the dire consequences that awaited him outside. His very life could be at stake. Now, Suning found himself in a predicament, torn between the frantic insistence of the system and the relentless pursuit of the horde of female spirits. Overwhelmed, he was uncertain of his next course of action. Should he heed the system or disregard its counsel? Before long, however, Suning found himself encircled by several specters, each displaying an unsettling grin. What's wrong? Aren't you the one who enjoys running? I assure you. This time you shall not escape with that proclamation. The first female ghost lunged at him. Suning, attempting to evade, was unexpectedly restrained by several other apparitions. With no other recourse, Suning summoned the dice. He had anticipated this would unfold as it had in the past. However, to his astonishment, the dice had transformed to a crimson hue, each facet devoid of any particularly ominous symbols. Suning redirected his gaze towards the system, which now bore a smile, a sly indication of its machinations. Had it not intervened, given Suning's history of misfortune, he would have likely met his demise several times over. Be why the power of heaven and earth, he intoned, uttering the incantation that would set the dice in motion. To his delight, the dice began to roll, prompting a smile to escape his lips. Yet, to his bewilderment, the dice ultimately came to rest on the words extreme quality. Faced with this revelation, Suning's expression was one of utter confusion, a sentiment echoed by the system, which had not anticipated that, after such a streak of bad luck, Suning would suddenly experience a stroke of fortune. However, what precisely constitutes a premium reward? Even I am unaware. And the system curiously observes what peculiar item the dice will randomly unveil this time. This reward is indeed formidable, as it astonishingly produces a small chicken. Gazing at the chick, Suning appears utterly befuddled. In no time, the dice vanish, and the passage of time here resumes its normal course. How is it that there is yet another chicken? Never mind, let us consume it together. Upon uttering that phrase, the female ghost lunges forward. Suning reflects upon the unreliability of dice in this day and age, promptly channeling his own powers. The surrounding female ghosts, perceiving Suning's demeanor, assume he is merely posturing and rush at him one after another. Yet, to their dismay, they are all sent into a state of utter disarray by Suning's prowess. Suning ponders the inexplicable nature of the situation. Why are these female ghosts so feeble? After this encounter, he carefully examines his task and suddenly realizes that this is precisely his mission: to eradicate all the female ghosts within this building. Contemplating his recent actions, Suning sighs, astonished that he inadvertently completed his task. He takes the chicken and heads back, muttering complaints about the dice, which promised something extraordinary but instead delivered a mere chicken. However, he soon regrets his earlier thoughts, recognizing the chicken's utility. As he walks along, hunger strikes, prompting him to pluck its feathers and roast it. To his surprise, the chick is rather delectable. My goodness, you actually pluck the feathers and are consuming the chicken without sharing. The system exclaims in exasperation, its olfactory senses tantalized by the enticing aroma. Yet, the system recalls that it does not require sustenance, though the temptation is undeniable upon hearing the system's lament. Suning hastily devours the last morsels of meat, declaring, I want tea share, I simply want tea. You wish to partake. Just as he approaches the courtyard, an unexpectedly frail figure appears before him. Suning initially worries that this person might be blown away by the wind. To his astonishment, the individual blocks his path, their eyes glinting with determination, yet predominantly filled with murderous intent. Suning never anticipated that such a diminutive person would harbor intentions to kill him. Step aside. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Suning warns, furrowing his brow as he regards the stranger. Chapter 179. Ambushed. The individual remains silent, allowing Suning to pass. Believing there was no cause for concern, Suning proceeds into the courtyard, only to suddenly realize that this person has been trailing him all along, going unnoticed. At this moment, Suning comprehends the latent danger posed by this stranger, regarding them with a vigilant gaze. Questioning their true intentions, he recalls never having provoked this person. Could they possibly be a suitor of Zhuge Ziyun, Li Qingchen, or perhaps Nangong Shui? Yet, as this thought crosses his mind, he becomes aware of the multitude of young women intertwined in his life, inexplicably feeling a surge of pride. Though he cannot quite fathom whys Su Ning was lost in thought, an assailant stealthily circled behind him and struck with a knife, leaving Su Ning utterly bewildered and caught off guard. What extraordinary combat prowess does this individual possess? Feeling a searing pain in his back, Su Ning found himself in a dire predicament, compelled to summon the die without delay. Heaven, earth, and man, in a swift motion. The die began to spin, granting Su Ning a fleeting moment to tend to the wound on his back. Ultimately, the die landed on the side marked for attack. A haze enveloped Su Ning's mind, perhaps due to the die's influence, as it guided him step by step towards his assault. Despite sustaining injuries himself, the adversary was evidently in a far worse state. Suddenly, a figure approached, Nangong Shui, who had been waiting for Su Ning. However, upon witnessing the assault, she had intended to assist him, only to find that Su Ning seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different. When did you become like this? When did I cease to understand you? I once believed I knew you well, yet I realize now that I only grasped a fraction of your essence, while you comprehend my entirety. With that, Nangong Shui departed, leaving Su Ning unresponsive to her exit. As his body was no longer under his control, before long, the assailant collapsed beneath Su Ning's blade, astonishment etched upon his face. Who are you? You cannot be Su Ning, can you? Tell me your name. Reluctantly, the man crawled to Su Ning's feet, but Su Ning could only shake his head in resignation. Was he truly so untrustworthy? Though he had intended to reveal his name, the man succumbed before Su Ning could do so. Su Ning was taken aback. He had not anticipated the die's usefulness. This was the first instance since rolling it thrice that it had proven effective. Keep at it. In time, you will master this ability. I hope you can utilize this opportunity to strengthen yourself as you grow stronger. So too will the die. The system reminded him in his mind, to which Su Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, something felt peculiar to Su Ning. The effect of the die bore an uncanny resemblance to the last time the system had possessed him, albeit this time it felt less forceful. Chapter 180. A timely assistance lost in contemplation. Su Ning sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet he found himself unable to depart from this place. What to do? He pondered, feeling slightly better than before, yet still weary and yearning for rest. He collapsed onto the ground, while the system attempted to lift him, only to realize it possessed no physical form, rendering it helpless. Oh, young lad. It is not that I wish to abandon you, but my capabilities are limited. The system sighed in resignation. As Su Ning began to feel increasingly devoid of benefits. Unexpectedly, an individual approached. All Su Ning could see was the pristine hem of her garment, and initially, Su Ning assumed it belonged to Nangong Shui. Thus, Su Ning nestled comfortably in her embrace and drifted into slumber. However, upon awakening, Su Ning was astonished to find that the person beside her was none other than Li Qingchen. Reflecting on the attire from the previous night, Su Ning recognized it did indeed align with Li Qingchen's style, yet she never anticipated Li Qingchen would be present here, let alone come to her rescue. What is this? You saved me, and now you feel compelled to offer yourself in gratitude? Do not even think about it. I shall not accept your proposition. Upon waking, Su Ning noticed that Li Qingchen had also stirred, and with a smile, Li Qingchen addressed her, prompting Su Ning to roll her eyes in response. At that moment, Li Qingchen attentively cared for Su Ning, though her true intention for being there was to confront Su Ning. Yet, seeing her in such a state softened Li Qingchen's resolve, considering Su Ning was, after all, a patient. Nevertheless, Su Ning was quite taken aback by Li Qingchen's presence, indicating that Li Qingchen had ulterior motives, yet she remained silent about them, unwilling to inquire. Young man, your body requires 2 days of rest. You must refrain from cultivation during this period, understood? The system sighed in exasperation, feeling a lack of confidence in the frail youth before it. The system pondered whether it should provide him with a method to strengthen his physique, for without it, this weak constitution would be of little use. Hearing the system's words, Su Ning nodded, recognizing the necessity of prioritizing his health. If he did not nurture his body, not only would rolling dice become challenging in the future, but cultivating would also be arduous. It was imperative to solidify his foundation, especially with the selection for inner disciples approaching. He must strive diligently to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. All right, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Take care of yourself. If you require sustenance, feel free to seek me out. I wouldn't mind tending to a patient, but should you feign illness, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. With those parting words, Li Qingchen departed. Su Ning gazed at Li Qingchen's retreating figure, pondering whether her presence could be considered a timely assistance. Although Su Ning had harbored some reservations about Li Qingchen, witnessing her kindness diminished these sentiments, especially since Su Ning himself was not ill-natured. Young man, she has always treated you well. It is you who has held on to your reservations. The system could no longer contain its thoughts regarding Su Ning's feelings towards Li Qingchen, for she had never wronged him. There, the system mused that Su Ning was destined for solitude. Chapter 181. Inner disciple selection. Recent events had been rather tumultuous, and Su Ning learned that the selection for inner disciples was imminent. He had made a significant breakthrough, attaining the mid-stage of foundation establishment. A smile crept upon Su Ning's face, as he recognized that within the outer sect, competition was nearly non-existent, and few within the inner sect would dare provoke him. Su Ning was fully aware of his own capabilities. Young man, do not let pride cloud your judgment. What you perceive is but a mere fragment of the whole. Allow me to enlighten you. Within the mystical realm of Kunlun, there exists a multitude of formidable individuals and countless hidden domains that remain unseen. Other places, too, are teeming with remarkable talents, each one exceptional in their own right. Observing Su Ning's burgeoning arrogance, the system could not help but interject a reminder. Su Ning, with a resigned shake of his head, acknowledged the truth of his inflated pride, perplexed by the profound changes he sensed within himself. The inner sect selection competition was fast approaching, and while many assumed Su Ning was already an inner disciple, little did they know otherwise. As the selection commenced, those surrounding Su Ning could not suppress their sighs. Yet another spot in the inner sect had vanished. Su Ning noticed the glances of those around him, tinged with admiration. However, he soon spotted an individual who posed a potential threat to his standing. This person, assessed through the lens of machinery, possessed abilities that were undoubtedly on par with his own. Yet, Su Ning hesitated to ascertain their identity, perhaps due to unfamiliarity. "What are you waiting for? Go on," urged Li Qingchen, who had accompanied Su Ning. With a weary sigh, Su Ning lamented the irony of having recently claimed the role of a patient in need of care, only to be treated so brusquely now. "All right, senior sisterly, rest assured, I shall succeed. Though you still doubt me." Su Ning feigned a facade of ease, though he alone understood the formidable presence surrounding him, feeling himself outclassed. First and foremost, there was that individual he had just observed, whose prowess rivaled his own, not to mention at least a dozen others nearby with comparable skills. The atmosphere was thick with an unspoken sense of hidden talents, leaving Su Ning to ponder why they had not been selected as inner disciples. "Trust me, I shall believe in you. However, should you fail to secure first place, I assure you that punishment will follow." Li Qingchen said with a smile. Su Ning could only shake his head in resignation. The expectations were undeniably high, and did they not recognize the multitude of exceptional talents present? Fortunately, Su Ning possessed a measure of resilience. If he were to falter, he at least hoped to reach the top 8, for he could scarcely fathom failing to qualify for that. Yet, a sigh escaped him as he contemplated the possibility. What if misfortune were to befall him? But then he recalled his feline companion, still languid and motionless. Perhaps it would be wise to enlist its aid. Yet, he reconsidered. Revealing his true strength for such a trivial matter seemed unwise. Better to conceal a portion of his abilities, maintaining an air of mystery while subtly gauging the capabilities of others. Nevertheless, Su Ning's gaze drifted towards the 8 individuals not far off. Barring unforeseen circumstances, a fierce contest awaited them, and among this group, at least one would surely remain standing. Chapter 182. The top 8. As Su Ning had anticipated, initially, these contenders lacked any real lethality. He found himself effortlessly dispatching them. Indeed, these challengers possessed little in the way of offensive capability. As expected, the most formidable fighters were saved for the final encounters. With a resigned smile, Su Ning found himself at a loss regarding how to confront them thereafter. However, he harbored a lingering suspicion that this encounter would be anything but simple. Glancing at the sword in his hand, he pondered that perhaps it held the key to his success. What surprised Su Ning the most was the system's utter silence at this critical juncture. "Young lad, allow me to caution you," the system interjected. "These 8 individuals are formidable adversaries, and their true strengths remain concealed." Su Ning was acutely aware of which individuals the system was referring to, and he indeed took precautions against them. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward him. It was Nangong Shui, who had long been absent. Now, she appeared alarmingly thin, and for reasons unknown, Su Ning felt a twinge of pain in his heart, perhaps stemming from a sense of guilt towards her. He recognized Nangong Shui's genuine affection for him, yet he found himself incapable of reciprocating her feelings. Su Ning lamented his own heartlessness, aware that while he might be deemed fickle, true emotional attachment was a rare occurrence, something that should be cherished. Sometimes, young lad, you might consider masquerading as a heartbreaker. At least that way, you won't inadvertently hurt those who care for you, the system suggested internally, to which Suning could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, a purple figure leaped into his arms without hesitation. Suning instantly recognized her as Nyonyo, who greeted him with a beaming smile. "Daddy, you've neglected to play with me all these years. Nyonyo is so sad. Please come and entertain me," she pouted adorably. Yet, Suning had no time to indulge her whims, as the competition had already commenced. Hearing his name, he realized they were now engaged in a free-for-all battle, where anyone could strike at will, regardless of allies or foes. Initially, Suning had maintained a solid defense, but suddenly, an opponent attempted to attack him. Had he not promptly summoned his dice, he felt certain he would have been eliminated from the top 8. In this critical moment, he selected the word defend. Unlike previous times, he felt significantly more at ease, as no matter how fiercely his assailant attacked, they could not inflict harm upon him. The attacker, however, mistakenly believed Suning had merely trained his body for resilience. "You should have stepped down by now. I offered you an opportunity that you squandered. Since you lack the capability, it is time for you to exit," Suning declared, and with that, he sent the opponent tumbling off the stage. The remaining competitors regarded him with hostile glares, and at that moment, Suning comprehended that they had long since formed a united front. "Very well, the top 8 have emerged, and this round has concluded. Should any of you harbor grievances, feel free to challenge me privately. I welcome your attempts," he proclaimed, stepping down from the platform first. Although Suning's performance may not have been the most dazzling, his actions earned him the unspoken respect of all present, solidifying his status as the victor in their eyes. Chapter 183. A fortune spent in a single throw. Upon his return, Suning discovered a remarkable venue, a prestigious auction house, replete with treasures of considerable value, albeit accompanied by exorbitant prices. Nandu was contemplating whom to bring along, yet Suning was uncertain whether Nangong Shui would acquiesce. Furthermore, it was unclear if she would be willing to finance his pursuits. Although Suning possessed his own wealth, he merely questioned whether it would suffice. Bringing along a wealthy companion would provide some assurance, but he was unsure of Nangong Shui's sentiments towards him. "Are you there?" Suning was lost in thought when suddenly a familiar voice broke the silence. Recognizing it as Nangong Shui, he opened the door to find her standing in his courtyard. She surveyed the surroundings and noted the significant disarray that had transpired in her absence. The grass had grown well past knee-height, untended and wild. With a resigned sigh, she lamented Suning's apparent lack of domestic skills. Originally, Suning intended to discuss matters with Nangong Shui, but to his surprise, she bypassed him and began tidying up the chaos around her. Witnessing her meticulousness, Suning felt an unexpected flush of embarrassment. "I was wrong last time. Will you forgive me?" In the end, he chose to humble himself before her, yet she merely shook her head, offering no further words. Unsure of how to proceed, Suning stood awkwardly to the side until Nangong Shui extended her hand towards him. He stood momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he should take her hand. "Come, let me take you to the Qian Kuan auction house. There are numerous items that would suit you," she said, shaking her head in exasperation at his apparent lack of intelligence. Upon hearing her words, Suning smiled and naturally grasped her hand, stepping out together. Nangong Shui, caught off guard by this unexpected gesture, found herself stunned. Never did she anticipate Suning would take her hand. Although she typically resisted the idea of a man holding her hand, the fact that this was Suning's first initiative to do so rendered her unable to withdraw. As they approached the auction house, the staff initially intended to halt their entry, but upon seeing Nangong Shui present and invitation, their expressions transformed in astonishment. "Why apologies, Miss Nangong. We were blind to your presence. Please forgive our oversight." The usher nearly fell to her knees in contrition, yet Nangong Shui remained unperturbed. Upon entering, they beheld a multitude of participants already engaged in the bidding process, with prices climbing to astonishing heights. To put it mildly, every item here demanded a king's ransom. This was no exaggeration. Based on Suning's observations of just 2 items, the costs were likely to exceed expectations, and those items held little significance. Suning could hardly recall how many times he had marveled at the phrase "wealth begets caprice." The items in this auction were beyond his means, had he not come prepared. In Chapter 184, titled Sky-High Prices, Suning initially intended to observe passively. However, upon encountering the 5th item, he could no longer contain himself. The sword before him was unmistakably formidable. Albeit somewhat battered, it bore a striking resemblance to his own blade. If his assumptions were correct, these two swords might indeed be one and the same, as this one appeared to be merely half of the original. The auctioneer, now visibly exhilarated, proclaimed with great pride that this item had once belonged to an exceptionally renowned individual. However, due to its dilapidated state, its current value was diminished, and the starting bid was set at a mere 10,000. Initially, Suning thought it a bargain, but upon hearing the subsequent price, he felt a sense of resignation. Could it truly be considered inexpensive? Nevertheless, there were collectors in the audience, eagerly raising their paddles, and the price swiftly escalated to 900,000. Was it genuinely a bargain? Despite his misgivings, Suning silently raised his paddle, only to be outbid by a collector who offered 120,000. With no choice left, Suning reluctantly accepted the final bid of 150,000. Gazing at his wallet, now half empty, Suning sighed in resignation. Fortunately, he still had a mining venture to rely upon. Nangong Shui seemed unaffected by the expenditure, and Suning smiled broadly at the fragmented sword he now possessed. When he aligned his sword with the newly acquired one, to his astonishment, they fit together perfectly. Not only that, but the sword exuded a faint aura of energy, reminiscent of a blade's essence. As the auction neared its conclusion, the final item to be presented was the most significant and valuable of all. Its uniqueness lay in its rarity. This item was a martial arts technique that, while seemingly innocuous, possessed the extraordinary capability of transforming its practitioner into a mount upon mastering it. Although practicing this technique was perilous, its worth was immense, with a starting bid of 1 million. The auctioneer confidently announced this, and the crowd erupted in frenzied bidding, with the price soaring into the millions within mere moments. Nangong Shui couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. If all went as anticipated, this item would undoubtedly benefit Suning. She raised her paddle, declaring 20 million. The audience was left in stunned silence, and even Suning was taken aback. He had not expected Nangong Shui to take an interest in such an item, as she had previously appeared indifferent. After several rounds of bidding, the crowd could no longer tolerate Nangong Shui's seemingly carefree attitude towards money, and ultimately, the item remained in her possession. This is my gift to you. It has been a long time since I bestowed upon you a present, so consider this a token of my affection. Nangong Shui directly tossed this exorbitantly priced item into Suning's hands, leaving him in a state of amused bewilderment. To Nangong Shui, this object was akin to a common cabbage, something she could discard at will, or set aside at her leisure. I can only utter one phrase. Lady Nangong is truly formidable. Suning, grinning from ear to ear, accepted it. Chapter 185. The Beast Man. Young man, do not leave just yet. There is something awaiting you. Just as Nangong Shui and Suning were preparing to depart, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated within Suning's mind. Suning was taken aback. This was the first time the system had kept him behind. There must be something extraordinary at play, for otherwise, he would not have been retained. Contemplating this, he grasped Nangong Shui's hand and sat down. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Nangong Shui's face flushed, leaving her uncertain whether it was embarrassment or warmth that colored her cheeks. Initially, Suning was entirely indifferent, preoccupied with speculating what might transpire. However, upon noticing Nangong Shui's blush, he inexplicably felt a wave of awkwardness, yet he could not release her hand. Hurry, do not lose her. This item is exceptionally precious, and if you mar her skin, you shall be liable for damages. Suning heard the auctioneer's voice from outside and understood that something significant was occurring, likely related to the next auction item rather than the current one. Cautiously, Suning and Nangong Shui followed the auctioneer, pondering what his intentions might be. Fortunately, the auctioneer was preoccupied with his task, oblivious to those trailing behind. Seizing the opportunity, Suning discreetly peered over, only to discover that this was not an object at all, but rather a living being, more accurately, a young girl who appeared to be half human, half beast. Was this the legendary beast-eared maiden? Suning exhaled in resignation, addressing the system. You truly have a knack for trouble. Meanwhile, the system scrutinized the beast-eared maiden with a lecherous gaze. Suning, also captivated by the creature, noted that Nangong Shui seemed particularly envious of his intense focus on the woman. At that moment, he realized there was a throng of onlookers awaiting the auction, and he understood that this underground auction house specialized in selling slaves, predominantly female ones. How young was the beast-eared maiden before him? She could not be more than 16. How could she be sold into slavery? The fate of female slaves was particularly tragic. They were subjected to menial tasks and the whims of their masters. Suning and Nangong Shui discreetly found a seat, vowing to acquire the beast-eared maiden, for their meeting was serendipitous, and he cared little for other beast maidens. Have you truly made your decision? If you desire her, I shall purchase her for you. Nangong Shui smiled at Suning, though a hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of her mouth. Suning shook his head, indicating that his intentions were purely altruistic. He could not bear the thought of her enduring such sorrow and suffering. Upon witnessing Suning's unexpected declaration, Nangong Shui was graced with a smile. She had not anticipated that Suning would deny his affinity for a girl in her presence. Previously, whenever she inquired whether he harbored feelings for a particular girl, his responses were dismissive and half-hearted. Now, he had learned the art of denial. Do not overthink it. I am aware of your feelings for me. I harbor no desire to conceal my own emotions. Should I ever find myself captivated by you, rest assured, I will reveal it, and we shall be together. Chapter 186. The Poisonous Empress. The bidding soon commenced, and at that moment, a woman audaciously breached the rules and entered without hesitation. Yet, none dared to impede her. This individual was none other than the infamous Poisonous Empress, who, unbeknownst to many, was actually a boy. Due to certain circumstances, he had been compelled to don feminine attire, a reality he accepted without protest. Look, the Poisonous Empress has returned to procure more girls. One wonders how many unsuspecting maidens will fall victim to him this year. Whispers of gossip began to circulate, and Suning felt a pang of helplessness. This individual possessed a remarkably resilient psyche, having made numerous appearances. To Suning's surprise, the Poisonous Empress, brimming with pride, turned and took a seat. Fortuitously, right beside Nangong Shui, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Suning's face, as he had just been internally berating him. May I inquire the name of this young lady? I am at your service, particularly for women. Upon uttering these words, the Poisonous Empress took hold of Nangong Shui's hand and bestowed a kiss upon her knuckles. Nangong Shui offered a polite smile, yet she ignored the Poisonous Empress. After all, such individuals were hardly deserving of her attention, and he appeared anything but benevolent. What did it matter if he claimed to serve women? It was merely a fade. Today, I wonder how many exquisite items are available for me to test their efficacy. I question the safety of the concoctions produced today. Perhaps I shall procure a few slaves to ascertain their quality. With a chuckle, the Poisonous Empress departed, settling into a prime seat in the front row. Hearing this, Suning shook his head. He was no saint, compelled to rescue everyone. Those who found themselves in peril were merely victims of fate. However, he felt an obligation to save the crossdresser he had just seen, for their paths had intertwined. It would be unjust to let her perish. Before long, the proceedings began. Suning's expression turned to one of resignation upon seeing the crossdresser pushed forward. And soon it was the turn of the beast-eared girl. To his astonishment, the Poisonous Empress had also taken an interest in this crossdresser. Consequently, Nangong Shui continued to raise the bid, and unbeknownst to them, the price for the crossdresser soared to astronomical heights. Despite the exorbitant cost, the number of bidders showed no signs of diminishing. If anything, it seemed to proliferate, perhaps a manifestation of the butterfly effect. What sort of individuals are these? Truly vexing, Suning lamented, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Nangong Shui exhibited no burden whatsoever, simply continuing to escalate the bidding. In the end, Nangong Shui managed to rescue the beast-eared girl, even as the two passed by the poison mistress. Suddenly, Suning felt a slight pain in his hand, but he dismissed it and left the place. Thank you for saving me. I am unsure of your names. Must I continue to follow you, or will you set me free? The beast-eared girl shook her ears and gazed at Suning with a bewildered expression. Suning found himself inexplicably charmed by her innocence. However, Nangong Shui shook her head first, indicating that there was no need to stay. The beast-eared girl looked at Nangong Shui with gratitude, expressing her thanks several times before departing. Just as Suning was about to leave, a wave of dizziness overtook him, and he collapsed. Chapter 187. A play of two women. Although Suning had lost consciousness, his mind remained alert. With his eyes half closed, he observed the anxious expression on Nangong Shui's face. Initially, he believed that only Nangong Shui had accompanied him during these days, but suddenly, another presence arrived. I can't believe that after all this time, you've transformed into this state. You truly have not made things easy for me. You've caused me much worry. After uttering these words, Zhuge Ziyun affectionately brushed Suning's hair. Instinctively, Suning wished to resist, yet he found himself unable to move, let alone fight back. He could only silently watch as Zhuge Ziyun continued to stroke his hair. Suddenly, she leaned down and pressed a kiss upon him, leaving Suning to silently witness her actions. Zhuge Ziyun gazed at Suning with an infatuated look, and Suning, unable to endure such an expression, initially intended to selectively ignore her. However, to his surprise, Zhuge Ziyun forcefully locked his gaze with hers. Sometimes, I truly do not understand you. Why can you not accept me? Have I done something wrong? Am I unattractive? What gives you the right to reject me? At times, I ponder whether it is I who am undeserving of you. With this thought, Zhuge Ziyun let out a self-deprecating smile. Reflecting on this, Su Ning could not help but recall the beautiful women he knew. Li Qingchen was certainly more attractive than Zhuge Ziyun, and Nangong Shui was not only more beautiful but also more affluent. This realization caused Su Ning to feel a surge of arrogance. He focused intently on her words, knowing that if she were to take any drastic action, it could spell disaster for him. At this moment, the system reminded Su Ning, and he found himself fixated on Zhuge Ziyun's face. Yet, for reasons unknown, he now found her utterly repugnant. Zhuge Ziyun observed Su Ning's face, which had begun to turn purple. Perhaps it was only when he was unconscious that she could draw near to him. Strangely, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards the women who could approach Su Ning. If they were to perish, would he then care for me? If I were to eliminate them, would you blame me? Is it not possible for you to love me, even just a little? A hint of morbidity flickered in Zhuge Ziyun's eyes. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Zhuge Ziyun, Su Ning found himself pondering the possible intentions behind her demeanor. Just then, a figure entered the scene. Nangong Shui, who, with a casual wave of her hand, signaled for Zhuge Ziyun to vacate the premises. Yet, Zhuge Ziyun was unwilling to yield. Why should she acquiesce to her? What was Nangong Shui's standing, after all? Stubbornly, Zhuge Ziyun remained, only to be confronted as Nangong Shui abruptly stepped forward and forcefully pushed her aside. Some may afford you deference, but I shall not be among them. Do you truly believe you command any authority here? Let me enlighten you. I harbor no fear of Zhuge Tian. The Nangong family boasts a vast legacy, and I have no reason to fear the Zhuge clan, particularly when my own prowess surpasses yours. A glimmer of arrogance sparkled in Nangong Shui's eyes. Su Ning discreetly stole a glance, realizing that this was indeed the Nangong Shui he had once known. At long last, she had returned. Chapter 188. A debt repaid. Su Ning recognized that he had recovered significantly. He was now capable of movement. It turned out that the poison administered by the Poison Empress was of little consequence, merely a hindrance that rendered him momentarily incapacitated. However, Su Ning was reluctant to accept being so easily restrained. After all, was he not entitled to inflict a modicum of suffering in return? This thought led him to recall the dice he possessed, which had remained untouched for far too long, gathering dust. Glancing at the system that cared for him, he noticed it nodding in approval. Sky, Earth, and humanity. As Su Ning uttered these words, the dice manifested before him. Landing on the side denoting illness, a smile crept across his face. This surely indicated that he could cause his intended target to fall ill, did it not? Elated by this realization, he reveled in the prospect. Meanwhile, the Poison Empress found herself in dire straits, inexplicably afflicted by a severe illness that refused to abate. Unable to bathe or don her favorite garments, she was consumed by frustration. How could this happen? After years without so much as a sniffle, she was now beset by a sudden ailment. This prompted her to recall Su Ning from a few days prior. Could he be the one behind her misfortune? Yet, upon reflection, she dismissed the notion, reasoning that her illness was unrelated to any poisoning. Initially, the Poison Empress had intended to examine the medicinal properties of the slaves she had acquired. However, due to a moment of carelessness, she had failed to secure their cages properly, leading to their escape. The first act of the liberated slaves was to seize the Poison Empress and inundate her with their own toxins. As she lay on the brink of death, she gazed skyward, incredulous that her demise would come at the hands of those she had once purchased. A sardonic smile graced her lips. She realized she must exercise greater caution in the future, lest there be no future at all. The young man had perished, and here she was, suffering only from an illness. How utterly amusing. The system chuckled softly, initially believing that merely falling ill would cause him a fleeting moment of distress. Little did he know that in the end, his own actions would invoke a slight retribution, leading to his demise right before his very eyes. During the times when the toxic Empress was unwell, the system would occasionally steal a glance, unaware that this particular gaze would reveal his death at the hands of his own slave. This truly exemplifies the principle of karma: what one sows, so shall one reap. After uttering this thought, Su Ning gazed at Nangong Shui, who had been incessantly clinging to him these past few days. While Su Ning did not find it bothersome, he could not shake the inexplicable feeling that they were somehow transcending a societal norm that dictated a certain distance between men and women. Have I been pestering you these days? It seems you no longer wish to converse with me. Do you find me tiresome? Just as Su Ning contemplated these thoughts, Nangong Shui suddenly spoke, startling him into silence. Chapter 189. A selfless rescue, Suning and Nangong Shui intended to venture out to gather some supplies. Thus they resolved not to remain at the sect for the day. Suning felt a sense of helplessness. Why was it that such an item was not even available at the sect? It seemed to him that the item was not particularly rare, as he had encountered it on the road, yet the sect lacked it entirely. What was the reasoning behind this peculiar circumstance? It was truly vexing. Beside him, Nangong Shui echoed similar complaints, pondering whether there was nothing of value in this place. They were ostensibly searching for that item, yet at that moment, they failed to notice a sign warning of a high-level spirit beast in the vicinity. Advising against approaching it, as they ventured deeper, they finally spotted the item they sought, all the while lamenting the inadequacies of Zhuge Tian and his cohort, who seemed to possess nothing of worth. Anxiously, they gathered the item, knowing that its efficacy would nearly dissipate by nightfall, necessitating immediate collection. Suddenly, they became aware of a slight movement behind them. Suning wondered what could be causing the commotion. Yet just then, a wolf lunged into view, startling him. To his surprise, it turned out to be a mere cub. Nangong Shui was enchanted by the little wolf and promptly scooped it up. However, they remained oblivious to the impending danger creeping up behind them. Initially, Su Ning and Nangong Shui had fallen asleep while cradling the cub, only to be awakened by the sensation of water dripping onto their heads. Upon opening his eyes, Su Ning was met with the sight of a wolf looming above them, its mouth agape as if preparing to devour them. "Wake up quickly! Look at what this creature is!" Su Ning exclaimed, kicking Nangong Shui awake. She had intended to scold him, but upon seeing Su Ning struggling to keep the wolf's jaws at bay, her words faltered. After casting a glance at the small wolf cradled in his hands, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the wolf expanded significantly, its gaping maw nearly as large as the young man named Suning. Nevertheless, Suning resolutely pried the creature's jaws apart. "Hurry and leave. I have afforded you this time for your escape." With that, Suning brandished his sword and engaged in combat with the wolf. Despite his considerable efforts, the outcome seemed inexplicably futile. Meanwhile, Nangong Shui stood silently beside them, embracing the small wolf. Ultimately, she made a decisive choice, placing her hand upon the creature's neck and calling out, "If you care for your offspring, release my companions. If you do not, I am unhesitant to take its life." Upon uttering these words, she applied a measure of force, causing the small wolf to thrash and howl violently. Indeed, the wolf ceased its assault on Suning and redirected its fury toward Nangong Shui. In that critical moment, she sustained grave injuries, prompting Suning to deliver a final blow that ended the wolf's life. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the creature, Suning sighed deeply, reflecting that had he not seized the opportunity while the wolf was distracted, it might have been he who fell victim to its ferocity. He had not anticipated such ferocity from a creature in this desolate place. Chapter 190. A life hanging by a thread. Suning wrapped Nangong Shui in his arms, but he soon sensed her frailness. He pondered what course of action to take. Yet, his instinct propelled him to swiftly carry her toward the courtyard. The system informed him of a revelation. It turned out that the dice could be the key to saving her. "Young man, do not panic. Stop the bleeding first, and you shall be able to save her. I implore you, act quickly." The system's tone was more urgent than Suning's own, as he beheld Nangong Shui in such a disheveled state, a sight he had never witnessed before. Suning hastened to fulfill the necessary tasks, completing them with remarkable speed before laying down all he had been holding. Heaven, earth, and man. Upon uttering this incantation, the dice materialized. However, the initial roll yielded not healing, but illness. Undeterred, Suning cast the dice again, only to receive a result of injury, causing him to feel as if he had been sliced by a blade. The system, witnessing this, cried out in dismay, "Stop! There are alternative methods. It need not come to this." Suning shook his head and continued to roll the dice. At last, fortune smiled upon him, granting the desired outcome. With a sense of relief, he collapsed, while the system examined his body and noted that his condition was gradually improving. In that moment, the system recalled that the healing ability meant he, too, could be healed, and that within a certain range, all ailments and injuries would be remedied. Reflecting on the previous events, the system shook its head, realizing it was time to upgrade the dice, for they had proven too unreliable. Suning's poor luck could very well lead to dire consequences. During the period when Suning and Nangong Shui lay in a state of unconsciousness, the system was diligently upgrading a particular die. Suddenly, it coughed up a mouthful of blood. "What on earth? Has the system malfunctioned again?" After uttering this sentence, the system vanished, retreating to attend to its own affairs. Upon awakening, Suning beheld the still unconscious Nangong Shui beside him. However, the dye had proven ineffective for her, though her injuries had improved slightly. They were limited to superficial wounds. Wasn't it supposed to be effective? After expressing this thought, Suning transported Nangong Shui to Xin Yuanming. Upon assessing her condition, Xin Yuanming was taken aback, swiftly using silver needles to seal her acupoints. After a considerable interval, he approached Suning, his expression grave. How could this happen? Why didn't you manage the situation properly? Look at what she has become. I urge you to find something immediately. I require a specific item to concoct a pill that will awaken her. With that, Xin Yuanming forcibly expelled Suning from the premises. Suning was left bewildered. Had he truly been cast out? Moreover, why was the system silent at this moment? Initially, he intended to consult the system, but unexpectedly, a gentle prompt resonated, stating, "We apologize, your system is currently on a business trip. Please contact it again in 3 days. Thank you." Upon hearing this, Suning's expression turned abnormal. Chapter 191. The Tears of Medusa following Xin Yuanming's guidance. Suning arrived at a distant location, the nature of which remained a mystery. This place could be classified as a segment of the trial map, yet Suning had never ventured here before, leaving him to explore cautiously. Xin Yuanming had mentioned that to heal her, he must obtain a particular item, the legendary Tears of Medusa, which were exceedingly rare. Considering that Nangong Shui was now on the brink of death and yet to awaken, Suning couldn't help but chide himself. Had it not been for his words, she would not be in such a dire state. What should he do now? Where exactly was this place? The village appeared utterly deserted. Suning scanned the surroundings in confusion. Not a soul was present, yet the village was inexplicably adorned with numerous statues. Strangely, he felt these statues were remarkably lifelike, each emotion captured with precision, albeit imbued with an unsettling sense of panic. Unable to resist, Suning summoned his black cat. The cat, lazily glancing at him, silently made its way to an undisclosed location. Despite his uncertainty, Suning chose to trust the black cat, following it onward until they stumbled upon a bizarre scene. This place was filled with human flesh and hands, yet astonishingly, there were no legs in sight. What could this possibly mean? Suddenly, Suning recalled Medusa's ability to transform individuals into statues. In this village, it is evident that there are not merely a handful of inhabitants. Undoubtedly, Medusa has lured others into her lair to devour them. It appears that Medusa has quite the appetite, daring to consume an entire village. Remarkably, there are guests who have arrived. I apologize for not extending a warmer welcome. Please, do come in and take a seat. Though I must warn you, once you enter, you may find it difficult to depart. Medusa emerged with a mischievous grin, yet Suning's intent was not to claim Medusa's life, but rather to obtain her tears. Perhaps Medusa was aware of Suning's objective. She gestured towards the depths of her cave. With his exceptional vision, Suning discerned a bottle in the shadows, containing a liquid that he surmised to be Medusa's tears. "Should you defeat me, you may take all of this," she proclaimed. "But if you fail, you shall forfeit your life." And no sooner had Medusa uttered these words than Suning intercepted her with his sword. After days of South Palace Snow's unconsciousness, Suning had quietly honed his swordsmanship, a skill bestowed upon him by the system before his departure. This technique, known as the 7-star swordsmanship, was a mystery in its origins, yet he had already mastered the 2nd star. "I apologize. I shall concede," he declared. Before seizing the bottle entirely, Suning couldn't help but chuckle, surprised at how effortlessly it had transpired. Fortuitously, he had practiced his swordplay. Without the system, he would have been at a loss. A resolution formed in Suning's mind. He must strive to grow stronger, particularly in the absence of the system, pondering whether he would truly be rendered insignificant without it. Chapter 192. Amnesia. Suning hurriedly arrived at Xin Yuanming's courtyard, exhaling a sigh of weariness. After his relentless travels, he discovered that South Palace Snow had awakened. What is happening? Wasn't it said that Medusa's tears were essential? Will her awakening truly come without repercussions? A sense of panic washed over him. What could be the explanation? Hadn't it been asserted that this was the sole remedy? At that moment, he noticed Xin Yuanming, whose hair had turned half-white, seemingly understanding something. Yet, Xin Yuanming did not divulge the entirety of the truth, merely shaking his head. Suning assumed it was of little consequence and turned to leave. At that juncture, South Palace Snow stood alone, and Suning contemplated approaching her, only to be halted by Xin Yuanming's peculiar actions. Bewildered, Suning wondered what was amiss. Something must have transpired, for Xin Yuanming would not behave thusly towards him. Instinctively, he pushed Xin Yuanming's hand away. Unexpectedly, he felt a profound sense of loss. as if Xin Yuanming's demeanor had shifted drastically, leaving him somewhat wounded, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Ning was at a loss. When had Xin Yuanming transformed in such a manner? What has happened to you? South Palace Snow. I have come to see you, though you remember me, if you do. Please tell me my name. Su Ning grasped South Palace Snow's hand. He could not shake the feeling that she now seemed tantalizingly close yet painfully distant. That moment, Nangong Shui gazed at Su Ning with an expression of bewilderment, as if she had never met him before. Subsequently, she pushed Su Ning away, who had been holding her hand, and ran over to Xin Yuanming's side, assisting him to his feet. With a dazed look, she addressed Xin Yuanming. Inquiring, Master, who is this person? Why do I not recognize him? Are you truly my master? Why do I have no recollection of you? I remember my master not being you. Are you not the dean? A look of confusion crossed Nangong Shui's face. Upon hearing her words, Su Ning surmised that Xin Yuanming had concocted some peculiar remedy, resulting in Nangong Shui's altered state, which included a loss of memories about herself and some of Xin Yuanming's as well. Su Ning smiled gently. Perhaps forgetting was beneficial for her. If she remembered him, he might not be able to provide the answers she sought. Perhaps it was best to let her depart from this place. Initially, Xin Yuanming intended to stop Su Ning and devise a plan, but to his surprise, he saw Su Ning resolutely turn and walk away. Reluctantly, Xin Yuanming lowered the hand he had raised, revealing a bittersweet smile. Child, there is nothing amiss. You have merely forgotten what should be forgotten. As for what should not be forgotten, you have managed to forget that as well. Yet, I shall help you remember, but the things you ought to forget, I will ensure you do not recall. After uttering these words, Xin Yuanming affectionately ruffled Nangong Shui's hair. She nodded in acceptance, though she still struggled to comprehend why she found herself at the Alchemist Association. Nonetheless, the presence of the person before her invoked a sense of familiarity, leading her to feel no resistance. All right, I believe you. Chapter 193. Regret. When Su Ning returned to his courtyard, he discovered it had grown quite desolate. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. From this day forward, it would be his solitary domain. Lai Qingchen had been away honing his skills and was unable to return. And as for Nyonyo, she was under strict supervision and could not escape. The only one who could have kept him company, Nangong Shui, no longer remembered him. Su Ning smiled wistfully. These individuals had ultimately drifted away from him. He knew he should not feel joy, yet he found it impossible to suppress his happiness. Perhaps it was simply a matter of becoming accustomed to their presence. However, Su Ning felt that perhaps solitude might bring him greater joy. Young lad, do you sulk in my absence? Am I not still here? What has become of you? At that moment, the system addressed Su Ning, acknowledging that he had changed significantly during its absence. Su Ning shook his head in resignation. It was merely a trivial matter, one he could certainly handle. Today, he would strive diligently to cultivate his skills, focusing on breaking through to the core formation stage and ultimately reaching the golden core stage, after which he could venture out into the world. However, for reasons unknown, Su Ning constantly feels an insurmountable barrier standing in his way. He has lingered here for 2 days now. While this may be deemed normal, it poses a slight issue for someone like Su Ning, who has always enjoyed a smooth journey. Su Ning believes his foundation is solid, and he has exerted considerable effort. Yet, he cannot comprehend why he has yet to break through to the next stage. Young lad, patience is a virtue. Take your time. Sometimes, a gradual approach is far more beneficial than seeking immediate results, the system gently reminds him. Today, Su Ning senses a tinge of restlessness within himself. However, he is unable to absorb these words. As his mind preoccupies itself with thoughts of why Nangong Shui cannot recall the means he employed, a peculiar desire stirs within Su Ning, compelling him to wish for Nangong Shui to remember him. Yet he also feels a pang of guilt towards her. Though he has attempted to suppress this yearning on numerous occasions, it inexplicably lingers in his heart. Ultimately, Su Ning rises to his feet, casting a glance towards the system not far away. Could you please tell me if I can pursue what I truly desire? Just a simple yes or no will suffice. No need for probabilities, he implores the system, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. The system, with a resigned shake of its head, perceives Su Ning's underlying wish for affirmation. After a moment, it nods in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Su Ning chooses to disregard the system's earlier refusal. Wish me luck. I am determined to seek him out, he declares. With that, he hastily dons his coat and rushes out, oblivious to how many people he may have inadvertently wronged along the way. Yet, a singular thought occupies his mind: to find Nangong Shui and clarify their relationship. Nonetheless, he grapples with a sense of selfishness, realizing he has inadvertently caused someone who should not harbor feelings for him to develop affection. Nangong Shui, Wait for me. Suning silently cries out. Chapter 194. Nangong Shui departs. Moreover, it is particularly vexing that she must remember him. Despite feeling somewhat shameless, Suning harbors a fervent hope that Nangong Shui will retain memories of him, even to the point of never forgetting. However, upon reaching the courtyard entrance, he is intercepted by Xianyuan Ming, at this moment. Xianyuan Ming appears significantly improved, perhaps due to some medicinal remedy. Suning finds the healthier Xianyuan Ming more palatable to behold than the one who had once been toppled by a gentle push, left bleeding. Could you allow me to enter, just this once? I merely wish to step inside. Is that too much to ask? Suning implores, utterly bewildered by the situation. Xianyuan Ming shakes his head in resignation, affirming that it is indeed not permitted, as orders have been covertly issued. Sighing at this unexpected obstacle, Suning realizes that the path ahead may be fraught with challenges. Upon reaching this realization, Suning could not help but take a small step forward, positioning himself in front of Xianyuan Ming. With a playful smile, he tousled Xianyuan Ming's hair before swiftly rendering him unconscious. In truth, Xianyuan Ming had deliberately allowed this to happen, a fact that Suning was well aware of. Thank you, he uttered, and then hastily made his way to the other side. As Suning pushed open the door, he was greeted not only by Nangong Shui but also by her father, Nangong Tianyu. Upon seeing Nangong Tianyu, Suning's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. If all went as expected, this directive must surely have originated from him. Nangong Tianyu wore his signature cunning smile, resembling that of a crafty old fox, and regarded Suning with an expression that seemed to inquire what thoughts occupied his mind. Why, dear young man, I apologize for the disruption, but you seem to have intruded upon a private conversation between my daughter and me. If you wouldn't mind, kindly step outside. It would be best if you refrained from interjecting while we are otherwise occupied. Though his words were laced with gentleness, an underlying edge of threat was unmistakable. With unwavering determination, Suning met Nangong Tianyu's gaze. There was no way he would allow Nangong Shui to leave his presence so easily. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt that Nangong Tianyu intended to take Nangong Shui away. Observing the resolute glimmer in Suning's eyes, Nangong Tianyu smiled, albeit with a hint of difficulty, and in the next moment, drew forth his sword. Before Suning could react, the blade had already found its place at his throat. With a resigned sigh, Suning acknowledged his lack of qualification to claim Nangong Shui for himself. My young friend, I have come to escort my daughter away. I trust you understand this in your heart. Yet I wish for her to leave without any lingering concerns. My daughter should not be confined to this place. Do you comprehend? With that, Nangong Tianyu lifted his daughter into his arms. If one were to overlook the small mustache adorning his face, one might easily mistake them for a couple. Left standing alone, Suning wore an expression of helplessness, having never anticipated that he would be unable to achieve his desires. Xianyuan Ming approached and gently patted Suning on the shoulder, conveying that all was well. One day, I will bring you back, he assured. After saying this, Suning turned and departed, while Xianyuan Ming sighed, knowing well that Suning was a stubborn individual. Chapter 195. The elders challenged Suning had advanced his swordsmanship to the 3rd star. While this was deemed rapid by the system, to Suning, it was still far too slow, especially in comparison to Nangong Tianyu's pace. Since Nangong Shui had been taken by her father, Suning had devoted himself to relentless training, neglecting all else. Just when the system believed him to be on the brink of madness, Suning finally stirred. It has been far too long since I ventured out. Let us take a stroll. I fear staying here will only lead to stagnation. With that, Suning stepped outside, and the system followed with a smile. The swordplay he practiced was adequate for the inner disciples present, yet upon reflecting on the many days without a worthy opponent, a smile crept onto Suning's face. Throughout this period, he had been honing his skills by utilizing the inner disciples for his training. Yet, Suning still felt that his swordsmanship was lacking, perceiving a slight flaw in his technique. There were instances where he failed to block effectively. However, in the subsequent move, he was able to perfectly counter an attack, only to reveal another vulnerability, which was subsequently concealed by the next technique. I had thought you would be so beset by emotional turmoil that you would be unable to rise again. Yet here you are, surprisingly optimistic, remarked the system. Upon uttering these words, the system immediately regretted it, realizing it had unwittingly reopened Suning's wounds. What if Suning chose to retreat into solitude, remaining hidden for an indefinite period? The system could already envision the melancholic fate awaiting it in such a scenario. Fortunately, Suning seemed unfazed, smiling in response, as if to say, what does it matter? It's all quite similar in the end. While Suning outwardly appeared indifferent, a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart. He had recently come to acknowledge his feelings for Nangong Shui, lamenting that he had not cherished her affection when it was reciprocated. What right did he have to regret now? Su Ning, I hear your swordsmanship has improved remarkably, nearly unrivaled among the inner disciples. How about we seek an external master together to assess your skills? The outer elder who had once guided Su Ning approached. Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. The elder had not previously shown him particular favor, often neglecting him, and it was through his own diligence that he had ascended to the ranks of inner disciples, while the elder had merely reaped some benefits. Nevertheless, Su Ning found this challenge intriguing, as he had not encountered a worthy opponent in quite some time. He silently accepted the challenge, albeit with a stipulated time frame. Let us meet here in 3 days to determine our strengths, shall we? I believe I am not yet at my peak, and I must choose the most opportune moment, so 3 days hence will suffice. After this statement, the elder sighed, feeling somewhat unprepared, having just trained his disciples. Reflecting on his students, the outer elder glanced at Su Ning before him, an individual he had never truly regarded or valued. Yet, this very disciple had unexpectedly risen to prominence in such a short time. Very well, it is settled then, I have little time to spare. 3 days it is. Chapter 196. Sword Chi. 3 days later, the two convened at the agreed location. Although neither had made any preparations beyond wielding their swords, both wore expressions of unbridled joy. The elder, however, bore a weighty demeanor, for he had come here under orders to confront Su Ning. Although he harbored no desire to do so, he was bound by duty. Thus, he had to engage Su Ning, despite his reluctance to challenge an inner disciple, especially one he had once mentored. Although he had not directly taught this disciple, Su Ning remained his greatest pride, as he was a product of his own tutelage. Lin Lang sighed deeply. Ever since he had heard the news, he had taken on this task, for if it were not for his own interests, he would certainly not have shown any mercy. Elder, please begin. I prefer not to initiate myself, so I hope you can take the initiative. Upon uttering these words, Su Ning felt an onslaught akin to a tempest, a sensation that exhilarated him. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Su Ning grew increasingly invigorated. Drawing his sword to counter the assault, he perceived this opponent as his most formidable rival yet. Unlike others who had not exerted their full strength, this one was relentless in his attack, which he found most gratifying. Su Ning commenced showcasing his 7-star sword technique, leaving Lin Lang utterly bewildered. What kind of bizarre swordplay was this? He could hardly discern the method of attack. Lin Lang found himself in a precarious situation, struggling to defend against the onslaught. Yet, bolstered by his overwhelming cultivation, he managed to suppress Su Ning. If you concede and leave now, I may spare your life. However, should you choose to remain, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After stating this, Su Ning merely smiled and launched a rapid counterattack, a speed Lin Lang had never witnessed before. Suddenly, Lin Lang noticed wisps of white energy emanating from Su Ning's sword. Astonished, he realized this was none other than the legendary sword aura. It had been ages since he had seen someone awaken such a power. The last occurrence had been many years ago, and never had he encountered it in someone so young. For reasons unknown, despair began to seep into Lin Lang's heart. He felt he might be destined to lose. Yet, deep within, a sense of pride stirred. He did not wish to be bested by a disciple he had brought forth. Yes, just like that, keep going. You're not done yet. Push yourself harder, faster. If the nearby system could render a judgment, it might declare that initially, Su Ning appeared to be a madman fervently practicing his swordplay, but now he resembled someone possessed by the art. The system shook its head in resignation, astonished at how much Su Ning had grown in such a brief span, nearing a level of success that required little intervention from it. Ultimately, you have matured. I hope you continue to grow stronger, but you will still need me, the system remarked with a mysterious smile, confident that Su Ning would inevitably rely on its existence. Chapter 197. The 3-inch Sword of Confusion in the end. Lin Lang fell to Su Ning, a faint smile gracing his lips. He felt no loss in being bested by this individual, who had indeed ascended to a realm he could not surpass. Even in defeat, there was no shame. After all, Su Ning had grown, and Lin Lang should be pleased, for it signified that greater benefits awaited him in the future, despite his less than favorable views of Su Ning. In truth, I have long held a deep admiration for you. After all, with the multitude of responsibilities you bear, it is entirely understandable that my concerns may seem trivial. Yet, I find myself perplexed by your remarkable courage when confronted with formidable adversaries. I, Su Ning, cannot fathom achieving such a feat, as the weight of oppressive opponents is truly unparalleled. Lin Lang shook his head. He sought merely the experience of competition, rather than the outcome itself. Even if there existed a stark disparity between him and his opponent, the mere act of engaging in battle would still evoke profound emotion within him. The system discreetly conveyed Lin Lang's thoughts to Su Ning, who couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement, astonished by Lin Lang's perspective. It was a notion Su Ning had never anticipated. Nonetheless, he felt a rising admiration for Lin Lang, as individuals of such audacity are indeed rare. Young man, you need not idolize others. At times, you embody that very spirit yourself. And I observed this keenly from the sidelines, the system remarked with a smile, having always regarded Su Ning as its own child, despite the impossibility of having birthed such a towering figure. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ning nodded, surprised by the unexpected compliment, having previously believed the system only to mock him. Suddenly, Lin Lang seized the sword from Su Ning's grasp, scrutinizing it with great care. He discerned a radiant glow emanating from certain sections of the blade, causing Su Ning to closely observe Lin Lang's actions. That sword aura? I did not foresee this. No wonder your prowess is so formidable. The younger generation indeed surpasses the older, Lin Lang exclaimed, laughter punctuating his words as he patted Su Ning's shoulder, evidently pleased with Su Ning's insights, or perhaps with his understanding of the sword. Upon hearing the term sword aura, Su Ning was taken aback. He had heard of it before. Sword aura signifies the preliminary stage of swordsmanship, and grasping its essence implies that one is not far from mastering the path of the sword. After articulating this thought, Lin Lang unexpectedly laughed and pulled Su Ning into his courtyard for a drink. Su Ning watched as Lin Lang retrieved a substantial quantity of wine from a pear tree, unable to suppress a smile, for he too was a connoisseur of fine spirits. Today, we shall not return until we are intoxicated, Lin Lang declared, raising his cup, and began to drink. Su Ning took a moment to assess Lin Lang, realizing that their ages were not vastly different. However, Lin Lang's mature demeanor lent him an air of age. Noticing Su Ning observing him, Lin Lang shook his head in feigned exasperation before lifting a nearby wine jug and urging, "What are you waiting for? Drink up. I recall your fondness for wine. I have brought out my treasures for you." With a playful grin, Lin Lang took another sip, as Su Ning succumbed to intoxication. He found himself in a dream, where 5 figures stood before him, extending their hands. Just as he reached out to touch the familiar silhouette of one, that figure abruptly swatted his hand away. Su Ning was utterly bewildered, and as the dream dissipated, he awoke in a cold sweat, unsure of what had transpired. To his astonishment, he discerned that there were inexplicably strange occurrences around him, particularly the presence of unfamiliar individuals, and he was left pondering the identity of a vaguely familiar figure. His memory failed him entirely. System, he inquired in exasperation to the intoxicated entity beside him, are there indeed 5 exceptionally formidable individuals here? To his surprise, the system instantly adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly replied, "Are you referring to the 4 emperors and the martial sovereign? Let me assure you, the martial sovereign is indeed remarkable. However, I have every confidence that, based on your potential, you can certainly attain that level of prowess." Following this declaration, the system proceeded to elaborate, revealing that there existed 5 particularly extraordinary figures in this world. Among them, some possessed unique supernatural abilities, while only one was renowned for his sheer martial prowess. Intriguingly, this individual was also the embodiment of the fallen champions, suggesting he possessed notable leadership qualities. For reasons unknown, Su Ning felt an instinctive sense of complexity surrounding the martial sovereign. Yet, he found himself particularly captivated by one individual, a woman who had reached out to him. Her hair cascaded down to the ground, yet a veil of mist perpetually obscured her face from his view. Was there indeed a woman among these 5, and what might her true identity be? Su Ning pondered deeply, yearning to understand why she had pushed him away. The system began to elucidate that this woman was famed for her mastery of ice magic, and her military strategy was particularly noteworthy, as she commanded not only the element of ice, but also that of fire. Seamlessly combining the two, however, she had vanished for centuries, rendering her nearly a myth, yet her renown persisted, particularly for having reached that pinnacle at the tender age of 26. If all went as expected, she was the legendary prodigy of the Kunlun's secret realm. The system offered a considerable appraisal of this woman, which Su Ning found exceedingly high. Typically, it was a challenge to elicit even a single compliment from the system regarding himself. Yet it employed such an array of commendatory language for this woman, indicating her exceptional qualities and remarkable attributes. While Su Ning was profoundly intrigued by her, his respect for the martial sovereign remained paramount. After all, to carve out a place of significance solely through martial strength and to hold a commanding position was undeniably impressive. He longed to witness the capabilities of these formidable individuals, as he remained oblivious to the true extent of his own strength. With this thought, Suning sighed, realizing he would remain in this realm for an indeterminate time. The system nodded in resignation, acknowledging that it would indeed arrange for him to observe some truly powerful beings. But not at this moment. Chapter 199. Su-In-Quing Palace. Originally, Su Ning was enjoying a peaceful slumber, but at this moment, he was summoned by Zhuge Tian to hastily make his way to the exhibition. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a throng of women standing there, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why were these women gathered here? Had he inadvertently caused any trouble? As Su Ning approached, the women smiled at him one by one. Their intentions unclear, yet he sensed an inexplicable air of hostility emanating from them. May I inquire if you are the gentleman responsible for causing Miss Zhuge to remain with us against her will? If so, I kindly ask you to clarify matters with her. Otherwise, do not blame me for what may ensue. The group of women advanced towards Su Ning. At this point, he felt utterly helpless. He had done nothing wrong. Was it truly his fault? Despite having committed no misdeeds, why was he being summoned to waste his time? The reality was that they could never overpower him, and that was an undeniable fact. How dare they threaten him without considering their own standing? Although his cultivation appeared inferior to theirs, he did not regard himself as lowly. I apologize, but I am genuinely unaware of the situation. If you insist on pursuing this matter, I suggest you seek out Zhuge Ziyun for some psychological counsel instead of wasting my time. After uttering these words, Su Ning intended to leave, only to find himself unexpectedly bound in an odd manner. Resembling a ball, he noticed Zhuge Tian nearby wearing a peculiar smile. It became evident that their objective was to take him to Su-In-Quing Palace. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ziyun displayed an expression of guilt, torn between her desire to visit the palace and her reluctance to part with Su Ning, hence her insistence on bringing him along. Initially, Su Ning had intended to evade this predicament, but suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, providing a reminder. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the system speaking. Young man, you must go there. It will be beneficial for you. Rest assured, I will follow closely behind, so you need not worry about my absence. Upon hearing this, Su Ning inexplicably felt reassured and complied, remaining docile. The leading female disciple cast a look of disdain, surprised by how swiftly he capitulated. She had anticipated a struggle, yet he had acquiesced so readily, rendering the encounter rather dull. Nonetheless, the disciple did not impose any further difficulties upon Su Ning, merely preventing his feet from touching the ground. Thus, with his legs growing numb, he was escorted to Su-In-Quing Palace. This palace appeared far more splendid than his previous location. The abundant jade stonework was a testament to its grandeur. Su Ning felt a twinge of envy for Zhuge Ziyun, fortunate to have been chosen by such a prestigious sect. From this day forth, you shall reside here, and I will ensure you are well accommodated. Fear not, Miss Zhuge. All your requests will be fulfilled, but there is one crucial rule you must remember. Romantic entanglements with men are strictly prohibited within Su-In-Quing Palace. Upon hearing this proclamation, Su Ning could hardly contain his urge to retort, "What nonsense! You bring me here only to prohibit romance." However, Su Ning was subjected to even more brutal treatment, as he was unceremoniously thrown into a jade stone chamber, colliding directly with the walls, which were crafted entirely from jade. The impact left him wincing in pain. Fortunately, Su Ning was astute enough to realize how to escape his bindings and managed to free himself in a timely manner. As he stumbled about, being new to the place, he remained unrecognized by anyone. Yet, he soon discovered an intriguing peculiarity. There were no men present, only women, which was indeed the most distinctive aspect of this place. While wandering into the back garden, Su Ning witnessed a peculiar sight. He initially presumed a figure bathing was a woman and attempted to discreetly withdraw. To his astonishment, he discerned that the individual was, in fact, a boy, clad in women's attire. To his utter disbelief, he encountered a cross-dresser in this realm. Su Ning found himself momentarily dumbfounded by the situation. It was truly a rarity to encounter such a phenomenon. Despite his initial shock, Su Ning could not help but be captivated by the appearance of this cross-dresser, observing intently what he might do next, so much so that he failed to notice he was being watched in return. The boy, seemingly perplexed, realized he had been discovered as a male, pondering when a man had appeared within the Xinqing Palace. Nan Xuanye regarded the man before him with a smile, perhaps contemplating some amusement for the day. Instead of hastily delivering Su Ning to the elder, he approached with a playful demeanor, waving his hand to signal that he was aware of Su Ning's covert observation. "What's the matter? Did you find my bathing so delightful? Or have you perhaps developed a liking for men?" Nan Xuanye struck various alluring poses, which almost overwhelmed Suning. Were it not for the knowledge that the person before him was indeed a man, he might have found it unbearable. Realizing that the man's flirtatious gestures held no sway over him, Suning reflected on how many beautiful women had attempted to entice him without success, let alone a man. Nonetheless, he could not deny that this man was far more attractive than many of the female disciples. Although it was ineffective, it did momentarily nauseate him, nearly causing him to retch. He detested such individuals who forsook their masculinity for flamboyance. "All right, I acknowledge your good looks, but I have no interest in men, nor in those who resemble women," Suning declared, suppressing his revulsion as he waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Nan Xuanye to cease his antics. However, just as Suning uttered those words, a green light emanated from the man, who, right before Suning's eyes, transformed into a turtle, with a snake draped across its back. Never had he imagined that such a handsome boy could metamorphose into a turtle. Suning swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief, and abruptly uttered a phrase that nearly sent Nan Xuanye into a fit of rage. "What do you know? This is called Xuanwu." Furrowing his brows, Nan Xuanye addressed Suning, incredulous at the blatant rudeness displayed by the individual before him. How could he not speak of his lineage with pride, claiming to be a descendant of Xuanwu, a divine beast, yet reducing it to a mere turtle? This was simply intolerable. Chapter 201. Chosen just as the two were embroiled in their confrontation, a figure approached Suning. After observing him with curiosity, she nodded, confirming that he was indeed the person she was seeking. Pei Yuanyuan smiled as she stepped closer to Suning. "I apologize, but our sect leader wishes to meet you. If you wouldn't mind, please follow me." With that, Pei Yuanyuan cheerfully led Suning away, confident that he would not refuse her, for he needed her consent to leave this place. Pei Yuanyuan possessed ample self-assurance. Being the senior disciple in this realm, everyone, including the sect leader, heeded her wishes, not due to her exceptional prowess or her early arrival, but because of the formidable power her family wielded. Observing Pei Yuanyuan's demeanor, Suning merely shook his head in silent refusal, indicating his disinterest, and attempted to walk away. He felt a sense of disdain for the person before him, as the system conveyed her thoughts directly to him. "No, miss, I believe I must decline." With that, Suning intended to depart, but behind him, Nan Xuanye took action, seizing Suning firmly. With a smile directed at Pei Yuanyuan, Nan Xuanye felt it only natural to assist someone he had admired for so long. He had anticipated receiving a hint of a smile or a word of praise in return, yet to his dismay, Pei Yuanyuan exhibited only a look of disdain, entirely dismissive of his presence. "I will take him with me, rest assured. I want to disclose your identity as a man to the sect leader." Pei Yuanyuan's expression radiated arrogance, yet it pierced the heart of the young man. Nan Xuanye reflected on the time and energy he had invested in pursuing her. Though he hadn't spent excessively, he had certainly expended considerable effort. It was disheartening to realize that she seemed utterly indifferent to him. Witnessing the interaction between the two, Suning could not help but smile, astonished that a man would disguise himself as a woman for the sake of a woman. If he were not mistaken, Nan Xuanye had donned this guise solely for her. "Dear lady, if you wish to depart, please take me with you now. If not, kindly set me down. This is quite uncomfortable, you know?" Suning exclaimed, feeling exceedingly constrained. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuanyuan quickly composed herself and headed towards the Longmen direction. Observing her retreating figure, Nan Xuanye felt as though his heart had been pierced. "Welcome. I've heard of your exceptional talents, which is why I have invited you here." The sect leader smiled at Suning, who rolled her eyes in response, finding it quite unprecedented to be invited in such an impolite manner. Just as she was about to inquire why she had been summoned, the leader's expression turned grave. Suning activated the system to interrupt the leader's mind-reading ability, suspecting that this leader might possess the ability to discern others' thoughts or intentions as well. "You are here solely because you have been chosen a few days ago. I received hints suggesting that someone was needed to come here for the Xuanwu secret realm." At this point, the leader sighed, revealing that it was another sect that had selected her. Chapter 202. The Xuanwu secret realm. Upon hearing the name Xuanwu secret realm, Suning's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be connected to the man from earlier? If so, it would certainly add an element of excitement, implying that he would undoubtedly be able to enter. If she were to join forces with Nan Xuanye, there might even be a glimmer of hope, considering the diverse array of individuals within. Having just observed Nan Xuanye's skills, she noted that while he was not exceptionally adept, he was certainly capable enough to be of assistance and not a hindrance. "What are your thoughts on this? Could you provide me with a definitive answer?" The sect leader inquired patiently once more. Suning nodded, and the leader subsequently smiled, presenting several disciples who were eligible to enter before her. The leader introduced them all, among whom was Pei Yuan. Yu Ning did not bestow a favorable expression upon this individual, as her impression was that Pei leveraged her family's privilege and the affections of others to act with impunity. After the introductions, they were all set to depart when a commotion erupted at the entrance, prompting Su Ning to accompany the leader to investigate. How shameless of you, Xinqing Palace. Do not forget that I am a descendant of Xuanwu. Why am I denied this qualification? Nan Xianyi stood outside the hall, scrutinizing the sect leader with a piercing gaze. Yu Ning glanced back and forth between the leader and Nan Xianyi, finding the situation rather intriguing. She pondered the potential confrontation between the two, though it was not as entertaining as she had imagined. After a nod from the leader, Nan Xianyi was granted the qualification. 3 days later, the Xuanwu secret realm was set to commence, and all present were required to arrive. With that statement, the leader departed, leaving Su Ning with a mysterious smile as she approached Nan Xianyi. At that moment, he was torn between sorrow for losing someone he cherished and joy for having secured his qualification, unsure how to navigate his conflicting emotions. Suddenly, Nan Xianyi felt a sharp pain in his neck and was whisked away. While those around them completely disregarded Su Ning's actions, merely observing, Su Ning lamented the indifference surrounding her before taking Nan Xianyi away. The onlookers remained oblivious to where she had taken him, but 3 days later, the two appeared as promised. The Xuanwu secret realm was now open, filled with countless treasures. The immediate goal was to compete with others who had come from different places to claim those riches. Pei Yuan, possessing a modicum of skill, understood the necessity of securing a powerful ally. Upon reaching this point, Pei Yuan suddenly remembered the individual named Nan Xuanya. He approached Nan Xuanya with the intention of greeting him. However, to his surprise, Nan Xuanya completely disregarded him and walked straight inside. Did you not claim to have feelings for me? Pei Yuan shouted from behind, his eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Upon hearing Pei Yuan's voice, Nan Xuanya turned back, but his expression remained icy. He scrutinized Pei Yuan closely before letting out a derisive laugh. Have you even glanced at yourself? Do you truly believe you are worthy of my affection? As a proud descendant of the Xuanwu lineage, I have no need for you. Having uttered these words, Nan Xuanya turned on his heel and entered with Su Ning. Yu Ning patted Nan Xuanya on the shoulder, acknowledging that this was indeed his true nature, an unwavering pride stemming from lineage and status that was unchangeable. Chapter 203. The Black Crows. Once the two entered, they did not arrive at the same location. To prevent everyone from moving in clusters, the system randomly assigned them to different places upon entry. However, after taking just a few steps, Su Ning found himself astonished to see Nan Xuanya before him. What on earth was happening? Was there a malfunction in the system, or were they both simply abnormal? They had only walked a short distance, yet here was Nan Xuanya, fortuitously encountered. Their awkward conversation ensued. Initially, both had anticipated a much later meeting with the ghosts, yet here they were so early. It was a relief, as they could proceed together without fear of potential disruptions. Ultimately, the discomfort became unbearable. Su Ning contemplated whether it might be more sensible for them to retrace their steps and encounter each other again. However, the system interrupted with an urgent warning: don't be foolish. An imminent threat approaches. I sense something drawing near, so exercise caution. No sooner had the system concluded than Su Ning and Nan Xuanya were confronted by a horde of crows charging towards them. Yet, these were no ordinary crows. They bore the semblance of humans with wings. Witnessing such a grotesque sight, Su Ning and Nan Xuanya could not help but laugh. It was their first encounter with such an absurd appearance, worthy of remembrance. Their laughter, however, incited the ire of the Black Crows. You shall perish here today. The leader of the crows charged forward. Although Su Ning and Nan Xuanya were more than capable of dealing with them, the sheer number of foes proved overwhelming, causing them to exert considerable effort to fend off the advancing crows while stifling their laughter. The leader of the crows, seizing an opportunity, aimed to attack Su Ning from behind. At that moment, Nan Xuanya transformed into a combat stance, shielding himself with the shell on his back, provoking a round of mockery from the Black Crows. Is there truly a turtle here? No, that is a Wang Ba. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, while Nan Xuanya's face turned pale. A clear sign of discomfort and a palpable anger began to simmer within him. Yu Ning sighed, recognizing that these individuals were those who, despite having a broad path before them, chose to tread the narrow bridge. Nan Xianyi approached, wielding 2 knives, as the surrounding crowd initially prepared to mock him, considering him a mere ninja turtle. However, to their astonishment, he swiftly dispatched their leader with a single stroke. This act ignited the ire of the Black Crows. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they were no match for the furious Nan Xianyi, whose unpredictable and chaotic maneuvers were akin to a wild tempest. Witnessing such brutality, Su Ning felt averse to watching Nan Xianye's merciless slaughter of the weaker beings, opting instead to discreetly gauge the situation from a distance. Eventually, bloodied and triumphant, Nan Xianye approached, smiling at Su Ning in a manner that instilled a sense of dread. It was unsettling to see him so joyfully cheerful amidst the carnage. Next time you plan to do something like this, please give me a heads up so I can brace myself, Su Ning managed to articulate, suppressing the nausea rising within him. Though he was no longer the naive youth from school, he still found it difficult to accept such horrors. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, Nan Xianye rolled his eyes, thinking it absurd that Su Ning could feel discomfort. Given Su Ning's evident prowess, it was clear he had taken lives before, albeit not in such a gruesome manner. Nan Xianye was convinced that in the near future, Su Ning would come to understand this experience firsthand. As they continued their journey, Su Ning adeptly multitasked, perusing the map provided by the system while engaging in conversation with Nan Xianye, managing to keep both tasks on track. However, he remained oblivious to the myriad dangers that lay ahead. Suddenly, Su Ning spotted a group of individuals clad in white garments up ahead. He surmised they might be newcomers from another location. Initially, the duo intended to greet them, but to their horror, they discovered these individuals were covered in blood. Su Ning was left bewildered, questioning the unfolding scene. Sensing the imminent danger, Nan Xianye urged Su Ning to retreat. As the bloodied group advanced towards them, Nan Xianye hurriedly explained, "These people have consumed the flesh and blood of others to enhance their own cultivation. You must be cautious. They might target you." With a heavy sigh, he lamented the cruel reality, struggling to grasp the concept of fratricidal conflict among those of the same origin. The attire of the group made it evident they belonged to the same sect. At that moment, one individual suddenly dashed in front of Su Ning. Frustrated, Su Ning brandished his sword, but the person astonishingly seized his arrow without flinching, prompting Su Ning to ponder how someone could attain such strength. "Do not act rashly. I am not one of them, and you cannot take me away. This place is unsafe," the individual declared, revealing a clean visage. Su Ning deduced that this person likely had not partaken in the gruesome practice of consuming human flesh. Nodding in agreement to allow the individual to accompany them, Su Ning noticed Nan Xianye's wary expression, recognizing that encountering anyone in this treacherous locale warranted a degree of vigilance. The enigmatic figure revealed a peculiar smile in a place hidden from the eyes of the two. Following them as Su Ning and Nan Xianye entered a small house, only to be forcefully pushed inside by that very individual. The adage rings true. While one may guard against external threats, the treachery of a trusted companion is often the most insidious, Su Ning sighed, realizing the folly of misplaced trust, while Nan Xianye shook his head, having sensed the man's dubious nature, though he had not anticipated the ruse would unravel so swiftly. Initially, the two had intended to remain comfortably within the confines of the small dwelling. However, a sudden flicker of flame caught their attention, prompting them to follow its glow. To their astonishment, they discovered that the small house concealed an underground passage. As they traversed this pathway, the duration of their journey became indeterminate. "Exercise caution. I sense an air of strangeness here. If you are unperturbed, I have no objection to your proceeding with ease. I merely wish to remind you that the choice is yours," Nan Xianye declared, positioning himself dutifully behind Su Ning. Su Ning nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him of his awareness. "Rest assured, should any peril arise, I shall stand in the forefront, allowing you to remain at ease." Chapter 205. The cat-faced old woman. Upon reaching the lowest level, Su Ning and Nan Xianye discovered it was merely a study, devoid of any extraordinary features. Just as they contemplated their departure, a faint coughing sound echoed, leaving them both astonished. What could this mean? Ultimately, it was the bold Nan Xianye who stepped forward. He scrutinized the surroundings with keen attention before carefully articulating his thoughts. "Pray tell, who might you be? If you are but a charlatan, then reveal yourself. However, if your intent is to slay us, it is all the more imperative that you show your true form, so we may behold your authentic visage." Upon uttering these words, Nan Xianye distinctly perceived the sound of footsteps accompanied by the tapping of a cane, interspersed with occasional coughs. Su Ning pondered, could it be that an elderly person resided in this place? It seemed implausible. If such were the case, this elder would undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities, far from ordinary. What emerged before them was not an ordinary grandmother, but a rather unconventional one, for she bore the face of a feline while possessing the body of a typical elderly woman. Nan Xianye had heard tales of the cat-faced old woman, yet had never encountered one. The situation was bewildering. "Are you frightened?" she inquired. "I have not come here for malice. My purpose is solely to protect you. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. It is merely your assumption that I wish to do so." With that, the The cat-faced old woman led them upstairs, where the illumination cast a warm and inviting glow. Initially, two individuals had finished their meal and were preparing to rest when a sudden, urgent knocking resonated from outside the door. As they opened their eyes, they were confronted with a scene that starkly contrasted their expectations. The cat-faced old woman lay lifeless before them. The perpetrator of this tragic act was none other than herself. It turned out that in the dead of night, the cat-faced old woman succumbed to her primal instincts, and this time she could no longer restrain herself. However, she did not desire to take lives. She ended up killing two individuals before ultimately choosing to end her own life. Witnessing her sacrifice for their sake deeply moved both of them. Su Ning prepared a grave for the cat-faced old woman, placing her ashes within it, and subsequently incinerated the small dwelling, effectively reducing her home to ashes. I wish that in your next life, you may possess a normal visage, engage in the activities of a typical person, and lead a life that is customary, he expressed gratefully. Thank you for saving me. After uttering these words, Su Ning and Nan Xinyi departed. Yet, upon resting for a mere night, they returned to a world transformed beyond recognition. Outside, the scene was one of chaos, a veritable sea of humanity that rendered the term bloodbath insufficient. All had perished, save for a fortunate few. In their eyes, the deceased were not only from the Kunlun secret realm, but also from the Xinqing Palace and various major sects. Seems we inadvertently missed something extraordinary last night. Though perhaps it is fortunate that we did, Nan Xinyi remarked with a smile directed at Su Ning. Chapter 206. The castle. Su Ning and Nan Xinyi found themselves before an ancient castle. Guided by the system's prompt. In truth, Su Ning was uncertain of their exact location, yet upon entering, an inexplicable understanding washed over him. This eerie castle was likely the fabled Xuanwu Divine Hall. The exterior of the legendary hall was strikingly simplistic, yet its interior was a labyrinth of complexity. Notably, there were no external markings, while the inside was replete with Xuanwu configurations. As Nan Xinyi traced the wall, a sense of familiarity enveloped him, perhaps due to his lineage as a descendant of Xuanwu. However, he was oblivious to the full extent of his heritage, having been adopted by his parents. Despite their illustrious background, it bore no connection to him. Although he possessed noble blood, he remained uncertain of how to leverage it, leading to disdain from those around him. Let us proceed without dawdling. A brief pause is sufficient, and lingering too long may invite peril. You need not be instructed on this. I trust you comprehend, Su Ning stated as he forged ahead, surveying the surroundings in concert with the system. The system halted at a particular location, grinning at Su Ning and encouraging him. Step inside. There are benefits within for you and your companion. I hope you can place your trust in me, for I harbor no ulterior motives to deceive you. With that, the system departed. Upon hearing its words, Su Ning shook his head. How could he possibly doubt the system after so many days of camaraderie? He had come to regard it as family. In moments of peril, the system shall assist oneself. Albeit it may entail certain side effects, the system ultimately operates for one's benefit and will not bring about any harm. The thought of Nyonyo, who entered alongside me, now surpassing my own abilities, is quite daunting. Additionally, the other two individuals, whose circumstances remain unclear, evidently possess strength that likely exceeds my own. Should I continue to remain complacent, I shall surely be left behind. Although Su Ning is particularly reluctant to regard those two individuals he despises as rivals, their innate talents are unmistakable. Strangely, this place is adorned in a manner entirely befitting young girls. How could such decor possibly exist here? Su Ning regarded the young girl's pink trappings with a look of disdain, and even the adjacent Nan Xinyi exhibited a hint of contempt at such a garish style of room decoration. Noticing the disapproval in Nan Xinyi's eyes, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that Nan Xinyi could be so genuine. With this thought in mind, Su Ning gently patted Nan Xinyi on the shoulder, then smiled as he surveyed the feminine attire draped upon him. Who would have thought? I initially assumed you favored this style. Little did I know you, like me, detest such vulgar shades of pink. Since you share my aversion, I suppose we are now friends. Upon uttering these words, Su Ning beamed with delight. Reminded of Su Ning's earlier mockery of his feminine garb, Nan Xinyi playfully raised his fist to deliver a light punch. Of course, I am someone who appreciates the fairer sex. Chapter 207. The turtle egg. The two had intended to depart, yet a peculiar force seemed to tether Nan Xinyi, compelling him to remain. Puzzled, he wondered if he was truly unable to leave. As he meticulously surveyed the room, he found nothing amiss. What could possibly be occurring? Observing Nan Xinyi's sudden cessation of movement, Su Ning's expression mirrored his confusion. Why had Nan Xinyi abruptly halted his departure? They were prepared to leave, yet he lingered. Was something amiss? If there is an issue, do share it with me. If not, let us take our leave." With this, Suning fixed his gaze upon Nan Xianyi. Suning sensed that Nan Xianyi appeared almost entranced, silently approaching a peculiar shell-shaped bed that remained closed. Curiosity piqued, Suning wondered if something lay within, perhaps a mermaid. Upon opening the shell bed, Suning was taken aback. Could this be the legendary treasure? It was merely a simple egg, albeit one resembling a larger chicken egg. And yet you doubt my literacy. What kind of egg appears in the Xuanwu temple? Naturally, it is the Xuanwu egg. The system could not help but scoff at Suning's mental faculties, questioning why he was so fixated on consumption rather than enlightenment. Upon hearing the words of the system, Suning could not help but approach and scrutinize the mysterious Xuanwu egg. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to smell the egg overcame him. As it turned out, Suning indeed acted upon this impulse. After inhaling the scent of the egg, he disdainfully departed from the scene. The odor was far from pleasant. It carried a fishy aroma. Nearby, Nan Xuanya observed Suning's actions with a look of helplessness, pondering what exactly was transpiring. Nan Xuanya moved closer to the large egg, silently cradling it in his arms. The egg imparted an undeniable sense of urgency, as if it must be taken away. Otherwise, others might seize it, potentially with greater ruthlessness than himself. With this thought, Nan Xuanya's gaze shifted towards Suning. Realizing that taking such a sizable egg would require Suning's consent, should Suning refuse, he resolved to risk his own safety to secure the egg. "Since you wish to take it, do so. I cannot dictate your emotions. Besides, do I seem like the type to interfere?" With those words, Suning assisted Nan Xuanya in wrapping the egg, striving to keep it concealed from prying eyes. Just as they conversed, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by voices, "Be cautious. Should intruders arrive, do not question why I ordered their immediate execution. No survivors are permitted." One individual barked orders, and those around him complied. Suning was astonished, pondering the unfolding situation. However, Nan Xuanya reacted even faster than Suning. The two swiftly concealed themselves beneath the bed to avoid detection. Indeed, someone pushed open the door, but that individual merely glanced around before departing. The two sighed in relief while clutching the egg, unaware that it had stirred gently. They prepared to sneak away with it. "Be careful. We must not be caught." Chapter 208. Exposure. The two managed to incapacitate two guards and don their uniforms, yet they found themselves unable to carry the egg. Consequently, they opted to escape through an alternate route. Initially, they intended to leap from the upper floor, but as they approached the staircase, a flurry of hurried footsteps resounded. They crouched at the base of the stairs, listening intently to the conversation above. "This is bad. The egg is missing. What use are you worthless fools? Hurry and search for it. If you cannot find it, you shall pay with your lives," the leader sighed, astonished that the egg he had guarded for so many years had vanished. The egg was on the verge of hatching. Its disappearance indicated that it would never have the chance to witness the world. This egg represented their sole hope, and without it, the Xuanwu secret realm might not endure. What significance remained in a Xuanwu secret realm without the Xuanwu? Those surrounding the leader trembled in fear. Having never witnessed his wrath before, now, seeing him in a fit of rage, they understood that this time, he was genuinely furious. They promptly dispersed to search for the egg. Originally, Suning and Nangshuani intended to depart discreetly. But unexpectedly, Nangshuani's hand trembled violently, causing a slight noise that caught the attention of the boss who remained nearby. The boss approached them cautiously, contemplating whether these two individuals were in possession of what he sought. Left with no choice, the duo prepared to confront him directly, presenting themselves before the boss while clutching the egg. "Leave this egg with me, and I shall ensure your survival, allowing you to depart with a wealth of treasures. As long as you relinquish the egg, no harm will come to you," the boss declared with a tense expression, clearly anxious that these two young rascals might damage the precious egg he had cherished for years. Realizing the boss's intense concern for the egg, Suning, with a mischievous grin, stepped forward and patted the boss's shoulder. "Do you wish for this egg to be safe? If so, permit me to take it. I assure you, I will not harm it. However, if you do not desire its safety, we might as well shatter it here and now," he asserted, feigning an intention to smash the egg. Beside him, Nangshuani could not help but chuckle, fully aware that Suning would never actually destroy the egg. There were two reasons for this. First, the boss was clearly threatened only by the egg, and second, they both recognized the need to protect it. Suning would not jeopardize the egg for a fleeting moment of advantage. The boss, taken in by Suning's words, looked at him with palpable apprehension, yet he was reluctant to allow Suning to leave, fearing that if he did, the egg would be taken, rendering all his efforts meaningless. "No, you must keep this egg. It cannot be taken away, my words stand firm, he declared, advancing towards Suning with intent to strike. Suning smiled faintly, wielding a hammer as if to shatter the egg, which halted the boss's advance. In a desperate turn of events, the boss summoned his allies, surrounding Suning with a throng of attackers. However, to ensure the egg's safety, they acted with restraint, which Nangshuani seized upon to counterattack, swiftly diminishing their numbers. Realizing he had no alternative, the boss transformed into a turtle form, prompting his followers to do the same. A horde of turtles advancing towards Suning. Yet, Suning found himself unable to retaliate, perhaps due to the innate defensive capabilities of the turtles. Faced with this challenging predicament, Suning felt cornered, while Nangshuani transformed into a much larger form resembling Xuanwu. The sight of his transformation astonished those around him. What is happening? How can Nangshuani become Xuanwu? The most astonished of all was the boss. The leader never imagined that the Xuanwu he had pursued throughout his life would stand before him today. He had even attempted to strike at Xuanwu, yet he could not admit it, for what he truly desired was a Xuanwu he had nurtured since childhood. What are you all doing? Hurry up. If you refuse to act, we might as well close the Xuanwu's secret realm, since your loyalty is in question. What use do I have for you then? Having uttered these words, the leader feigned a departure. After years of camaraderie, his brothers had formed a bond, and they rushed towards Nanshuanya, intent on confronting him. However, with a single roar from Nanshuanya, they found themselves unable to strike. After all, Xuanwu was king. Leave the egg behind, and you may depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Seizing an opportune moment when Su Ning was distracted, the leader pressed a knife to Su Ning's throat. Su Ning, however, merely smirked, for no one had ever threatened him before. In a flash, he drew his own blade and thrust it into the leader's abdomen with astonishing speed. The leader had assumed that he could evade the strike after drawing his weapon, yet he was taken aback as the knife seemed to cling to him. I told you not to waste your efforts. Let us go, as you cannot win, Su Ning declared, leaving amidst the astonished gazes of those present. Nanshuanya shook his head, having anticipated a warm reception from a kindred spirit, only to find that this counterpart was not as he had envisioned. Far from being friendly, there was an unmistakable air of hostility. Observing Nanshuanya's dazed expression, Su Ning patted his shoulder, then playfully wrapped an arm around his waist. Nanshuanya, taken aback, gazed at Su Ning in shock and wriggled free from his grasp. Heavens, please do not tell me you have an inclination towards men. If that is the case, we can no longer be friends. I fear for my safety. With that, Nanshuanya stepped back several paces. Su Ning shook his head in resignation. If he were interested in men, he would have chosen far more handsome ones. Why would he select this cross-dressing fellow to be his companion? Surely, he was not out of his mind. Rest assured, I will not harm you, he finally replied, though the skepticism in Nanshuanya's eyes lingered. Chapter 210. The collective assault. Initially, Su Ning had prepared to leave, when suddenly, a throng of individuals surrounded him. Noticing their normal attire, he wondered why they were encircling him. It was then that he spotted the egg in Nanshuanya's arms glowing. Young man, you must be cautious. That egg possesses its own will. I warn you. It harbors intentions to bring about your demise. Drawing the surrounding crowd closer, the system spoke beside Su Ning. Upon hearing this, Su Ning could not help but glare at the egg. So, this egg has its own thoughts, does it? To his astonishment, the egg trembled violently in response, leading Su Ning to reluctantly concede that it indeed had a mind of its own. Hand over that egg, or I assure you, I will make you suffer. The individual at the forefront is Pei Yuanyuan. She stands there, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a commander, and although the people around her may harbor disdain for her, they are compelled to heed her due to her esteemed status. Upon recognizing Pei Yuanyuan as the leader, Su Ning felt an even stronger reluctance to relinquish the egg, as if caught in a dream where he would part with something he had toiled for. The very thought was utterly inconceivable. What if I refuse? If I do not comply, will you come over and slay me? How amusing you are! If you truly possessed such prowess, I would not mind if you did. Honestly. After uttering these words, Nanshuanya drew closer to Pei Yuanyuan in a moment of fright. Pei Yuanyuan's sword clattered to the ground, prompting a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. Su Ning shot a glare at them, causing the laughter to subside. Pei Yuanyuan lowered her head, taken aback by the mockery directed at her. She had never experienced such humiliation throughout her life. With this thought, she hurriedly approached Su Ning and slapped him across the face. Su Ning, bewildered by the unexpected blow, felt particularly wronged and protested his innocence. Why was he being struck? Yet, Pei Yuanyuan showed no sign of sincere remorse as she offered a half-hearted apology. Upon hearing this, Su Ning merely smiled faintly. Is this what you call an apology? Let me inform you, if you do not allow me to leave today, I assure you, all of you shall perish here. Do you comprehend? Su Ning regarded them with disdainful eyes. This declaration not only incensed Pei Yuanyuan, but also provoked the ire of those surrounding her. Who is this audacious individual, to be so brazen, not only lacking a distinguished title, but also daring to utter such arrogant words? Even Nan Xuanya did not display such hubris. What gave him the right? Observing that Su Ning appeared somewhat weaker, they approached him recklessly. Do you even realize who you are? Do you think you are worthy? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. With that, a throng surged forward. Su Ning could not suppress a smirk. These individuals truly possessed a death wish. Nan Xuanya stepped back, not out of fear, but to avoid collateral damage. As Su Ning unsheathed his sword, he executed the third star of the 7-star sword technique, the most versatile move in the set, rendering it particularly suitable for the situation at hand. Within mere moments, they all lay sprawled on the ground. Pei Yuanyuan, unwilling to concede, approached Su Ning, her demeanor fraught with agitation as she clutched his attire, only to be brusquely shaken off. Nan Xuanya, witnessing Pei Yuanyuan's advance, regarded her with a wary expression. The surrounding spectators observed Pei Yuanyuan with mocking eyes. The situation was glaringly evident. Su Ning and Nan Xuanya had united against her. Why, then, was Pei Yuanyuan so obstinate in her approach? As she caught sight of the scornful gazes directed her way, her eyes brimmed with indignation. In her former exalted position, she had looked down upon them. Could they now return the favor? Even if one finds oneself in a less than fortunate situation, the lineage and status one possesses remain undeniable. Do they truly have the right to look down upon me? With this thought, Pei Yuanyuan felt a surge of discontent and shot a glare at them. If you dare to cast such disdainful glances my way again, I shall have no qualms about gouging out your eyes, ensuring you witness enough. Upon uttering these words, Pei Yuanyuan approached Nan Xuanya. Realizing that the path with Su Ning was evidently blocked, now was her opportunity to break through with Nan Xuanya. Noticing Pei Yuanyuan drawing near, Nan Xuanya instinctively took a step back, pondering what this woman intended to do. Yet, recalling her previous reluctance when he approached her, he let out a cold snort. Hand over the egg, and I shall provide you with what you desire. However, should you refuse, I am more than willing to resort to extreme measures to take it by force. Do you believe me? In this matter, you have no choice. I suggest you comply willingly. After stating this, Pei Yuanyuan attempted to stride towards Su Ning to snatch the egg directly. Nan Xuanya exchanged a glance with Su Ning, who nodded before swiftly evading. Pei Yuanyuan thus found herself grasping at air, her face flushed with embarrassment. Despite her bold words, he still refused to grant her face, and Pei Yuanyuan was not one to shy away from offering him benefits. A faint laughter echoed around, but at Pei Yuanyuan's fierce gaze, it quickly dissipated. She silently vowed that the humiliation she endured today would be repaid tenfold in the future. Can you not simply give it to me? Let me remind you, you are well aware of my status. Even the sect leader must show me respect. If you choose to disregard that, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon finishing this statement, Pei Yuanyuan intended to draw her sword and advance, but to her surprise, Su Ning had already unsheathed his sword, placing it threateningly against her neck. Unable to endure such indignity, Pei Yuanyuan ultimately sank to the ground in tears. Witnessing her ungraceful display, Nan Xuanya, who once harbored affections for Pei Yuanyuan, felt a sense of shame wash over him as he pondered why he was drawn to this woman. Crying, "What purpose does it serve? Let me tell you, even if your family is esteemed, what of it? All your efforts are overshadowed by your illustrious lineage. No matter what you achieve, it amounts to naught. In simpler terms, your endeavors are utterly worthless." Upon hearing Su Ning's words, Pei Yuanyuan was left in bewilderment, questioning the nature of her reality. Do you genuinely believe that possessing such a family makes you fortunate? No, you are pitiful, though you remain oblivious to it. Chapter 222. Dignity. After hearing these words, Pei Yuanyuan cast a resentful glare at Su Ning. If it were not for them, she would still be the proud daughter of the heavens. Yet, she had to concede that there was truth in their words. She had put forth considerable effort, but in the end, all that people remembered was who she was, the daughter of the Pei family. As for her identity, all her efforts are overshadowed by her own brilliance. She is merely remembered for her lineage, while her hard work remains unacknowledged. But what of it? I possess my own pride, and I take great pride in my family, unlike you, who do not share such heritage. Despite Pei Yuanyuan's slight reluctance, her eyes still gleam with arrogance. Su Ning, with a sense of helplessness, shook her head. It was evident that Pei Yuanyuan had recognized the truth, yet she was unwilling to admit it. After all, Pei Yuanyuan had relied on this identity to navigate life smoothly, and even with her remarkable talent, such success would have been unattainable without it. Pei Yuanyuan had developed a certain dependency on this identity, making it unlikely for her to relinquish it. Xu Ning understood this, but she felt a twinge of exasperation at Pei Yuanyuan's self-deception. The current Pei Yuanyuan was akin to a waning force. Returning now would serve little purpose and would surely invite criticism from many. Nearby, Nan Xuanya approached Pei Yuanyuan, and after sharing a glance, both erupted into joyful laughter. Despite having weathered various trials, they could still find joy in each other's company, having come to recognize the lack of emotional ties between them. Their laughter resonated with a carefree essence, reminiscent of old friends. Having comprehended many truths, Pei Yuanyuan shed her previously spoiled demeanor, though her inherent pride persisted. She sensed whispers around her and turned, only to find the murmurs had ceased. "All right, you may leave. I shall handle this matter myself. Regardless of the outcome, it is my responsibility to address it. Have you considered whether you are worthy of involvement? If you believe you are, then defeat me first. Even if you manage to win a few times, you must still ponder the pressure my family could exert upon you." Indeed, after uttering these words, Pei Yuanyuan silenced any further challengers, causing them to gradually retreat. Witnessing this, Xu Ning sighed. Pei Yuanyuan ultimately chose to face this alone. Once everyone had departed, Pei Yuanyuan approached Xu Ning with a smile, scrutinizing her closely. "In truth, I admire you. At least your achievements stem from your own endeavors. Not from anything else. I realize I have been overly haughty, and thus I must provide myself with an answer." After speaking, Pei Yuanyuan placed Xu Ning's sword upon her shoulder. Smiling, Xu Ning understood that Pei Yuanyuan sought to leave with dignity. As she turned for one last glance at Xu Ning, she declared, "Remember, I have lost, but I have not surrendered. I am not so insignificant." With that, she walked away without looking back. Xu Ning watched her depart, secretly appreciating her character. Chapter 213. Nan Xinyu. Initially, both individuals had intended to venture out, but at that moment, a woman suddenly collapsed before them, losing consciousness. Although they were initially reluctant to intervene, considering the potential dangers associated with women appearing in such a place, Nan Xuanya, upon passing by the fallen figure, caught sight of her face and was taken aback, promptly assisting her to her feet. An expression of bemusement crossed his countenance, while Xu Ning, observing the scene, assumed that Nan Xuanya was acquainted with her. It soon became evident that he indeed recognized this individual, with their relationship being particularly close. She was none other than his sister, Nan Xinyu. "You scoundrel, you have a sister and didn't bother to inform me. How could you betray my trust like this?" Xu Ning exclaimed, her face a portrait of disdain. Yet, despite the woman's striking beauty, there was an inexplicable peculiarity about her, as if she bore no resemblance to Nan Xuanya whatsoever. Sensing Xu Ning's confusion, Nan Xuanya chuckled and clarified, "This is my sister, though we are not biologically related, as I am adopted. It is natural that we do not share similar features." Though Nan Xuanya held a deep affection for his sister, she often engaged in rather extreme behaviors, one of which included a peculiar penchant for stalking. It was likely that she had followed him here. Curiously, it seemed she had an interest in all men, invariably trailing those who were more attractive than herself, only to eventually be returned, the details of her escapades shrouded in mystery, as those involved were reluctant to speak of them. "Who would have thought your sister was such a person? Allow me to summarize. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, but your sister's fixation is merely taken to an extreme. It's really nothing of great concern," Xu Ning succinctly explained. At that moment, the system unexpectedly interjected. "Of course you would say that. Just look at yourself. You're akin to a pig's trotter enamored with a girl. Count how many women are around you." With that, the system hastily retreated, fearing reprisal from Xu Ning. Meanwhile, Nan Xuanya remained silent, tending to the unconscious Nan Xinyu, feeling an odd sense of strangeness about her, as if she had undergone significant changes since their last encounter, which had been quite some time ago. Just as Xu Ning and Nan Xuanya were poised to converse, they suddenly detected an unusual sound nearby. Upon investigation, they discovered a rabbit in their vicinity. Unable to bring himself to harm the creature, Xu Ning opted to leave it be. Nan Xuanya clearly took a liking to the rabbit, cradling it in his arms, unable to part with it. While both individuals harbored unspoken concerns, their gaze lingering on Nan Xinyu, it was remarkable that someone could exist in peace amidst such surroundings, appearing before them in such a manner. Exercise caution while navigating the vast waters of life. Do not let your guard down simply because of the relationship between him and you. Chapter 204. I have taken a liking to you. Nan Xinyu had been sleeping peacefully, but suddenly she felt a violent shaking around her. She promptly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of Nan Xuanya and Su Ning. Initially, she felt no alarm, but upon seeing Su Ning's face, she could not deny the fluttering sensation of infatuation that washed over her. Once the two noticed that Nan Xinyu had awakened, they gazed at her with anxious expressions, wondering how she was faring and whether her health was at stake. Just as their concern for her intensified, to their surprise, Nan Xinyu threw her arms around Su Ning. Instinctively, Su Ning pushed her away, while Nan Xuanya looked on in astonishment, having anticipated that Nan Xinyu would embrace him instead. However, he now found himself sweating bullets for Su Ning, for this gesture implied that Nan Xinyu had developed feelings for him and would likely pursue him relentlessly. Brother, I believe my sister harbors feelings for you. Are you able to accept her? Please do, for if she continues to seek me out, I shall be in dire straits, Nan Xuanya whispered urgently as he discreetly pulled Su Ning aside. Upon hearing these words, Su Ning quickly appraised himself, then glanced at Nan Xinyu, ultimately shaking his head in disbelief. How could that be? I have not been enamored by any of the numerous women who sought my affection, and she is not particularly remarkable nor extraordinary in her abilities. Matters of the heart should not be forced upon me. I have grown indifferent to such affairs, he replied, feigning an air of detachment. Observing his demeanor, the system nearby mocked him. Is this what you call detachment? If you were truly indifferent, I would feel much more at ease, it lamented. Su Ning, hearing this, could not suppress a sheepish smile. Why must you expose me in such a manner? He thought. Nevertheless, he maintained his facade of unwavering resolve. Little did he know, Nan Xinyu was approaching them, prompting Nan Xuanya to instinctively flee, with Su Ning following suit. The trio engaged in a playful game of cat and mouse, until Nan Xuanya, utterly exhausted, turned to Su Ning and exclaimed, "Why are you following me? She is after you. Not me. If you simply stop, you could save me from this fatigue." His face was etched with dissatisfaction. Had he not run, the situation might have been different. Yet, his flight had inadvertently drawn Nan Xinyu's pursuit. Hearing this, Su Ning shrugged in resignation, realizing that his friend was attempting to ensnare him, but he would not let that happen. Even if he were to suffer, he would ensure he had someone to share the blame with. At that moment, Nan Xinyu stood before Su Ning, her countenance flushed with shyness. Sensing something amiss, Su Ning took a few steps back, only to find himself abruptly pinned against the wall by Nan Xinyu. Meanwhile, Nan Xuanya observed the unfolding drama with a look of amusement. "I beg your pardon, good sir, but I find myself quite taken with you. Would you be inclined to accompany me? I wish to wed you and subsequently bear children together." Such straightforward and unembellished words left both individuals present momentarily flushed. Upon hearing this declaration, Su Ning was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. With a sigh, he pondered the perplexing situation. Nevertheless, Su Ning obediently stepped aside, retreating several paces. However, it is often said that one need not fear a formidable adversary, but rather a foolish ally. In a sudden motion, Nan Xinyu shoved Su Ning toward Nan Xinyu, leaving Su Ning bewildered and casting an incredulous glare at Nan Xinyu. What sort of brother is this? Why did I ever choose to befriend him? Su Ning had anticipated that Nan Xinyu would exhibit a shyness akin to that of an ordinary girl. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had underestimated the audacity of the young lady before him, as she boldly wrapped her arms around him. "What on earth are you doing, young lady? I harbor no feelings for you. This is rather awkward for me. I truly cannot develop any affection for you. What exactly do you intend to achieve with this behavior?" Su Ning's tone grew increasingly stern, revealing his discontent. Now, whenever Su Ning approached women, thoughts of Nangong Shui would inevitably arise. For reasons unknown, Nangong Shui had taken root in Su Ning's heart, and he could not seem to banish her from his mind. The mere thought of her soured his mood further, and as he observed the woman before him flitting about, a sudden urge to direct his frustration toward her emerged. Yet, he hesitated, recognizing that this woman was, after all, Nan Xinye's sister, and it would not be prudent to act so rashly. "I must insist, I do not harbor any affection for you. Please refrain from such antics. Moreover, you ought to consider your own appearance. Why would I ever find you appealing? There are countless young ladies who admire me." In a desperate bid to extricate himself from her grasp, Su Ning uttered a particularly hurtful remark. Indeed, he witnessed Nan Xinyu's stunned expression, clearly taken aback by his words and the revelation of his character. However, her surprise quickly morphed into disdain as she regarded the man before her. She had initially believed him to be quite virtuous, only to discover he was, in fact, a notorious rake. Consequently, Nan Xinyu found herself utterly disinterested in Su Ning. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed an alluring quality about him that drew her closer. Unable to resist, she inched towards Su Ning once more. Observing her continued proximity, Su Ning's countenance darkened. There exists a distinction between the genders. Keep your distance, I have no feelings for you. What is your standing, anyway? With that, he sidestepped, opting to position himself beside Nan Xianyu. That moment, Nan Xianyu ceased her advances, but later that night, she suddenly pulled Nan Xianyu aside, leaving him bewildered and questioning his sister's intentions. Dear brother, do you think the strategy of turning raw rice into cooked rice is effective? If so, perhaps I should give it a try? Nan Xianyu curiously assessed her figure, then glanced at the situation over by Su Ning, finally nodding in agreement. Beside her, Nan Xuanya felt a sense of helplessness. He had never imagined that his sister harbored such thoughts, which seemed rather out of character. Chapter 216. A mistaken match. According to the discussions between Su Ning and Nan Xuanya the previous evening, they discovered that Nan Xianyu actually had an unseen fiancé. The mere thought of this left them feeling a pang of loneliness, and they considered bringing that fiancé over, confident that he would not be unattractive. After all, Nan Xianyu was quite discerning when it came to appearances. If he were not good-looking, she would undoubtedly wish to dissolve the engagement. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that he must possess a commendable appearance. Su Ning couldn't help but smirk at Nan Xuanya, who had been rather slow on the uptake, though it was better late than never. The following morning, the three were preparing to leave when suddenly a figure appeared. Upon seeing him, Nan Xianyu was taken aback. This person looked so familiar. To her surprise, he directly embraced her. I have finally found you. Come with me, Xianer. I promise I won't let you down. Please, come with me. I shouldn't have acted that way last time, Luo Hanqing implored, his face filled with remorse as he attempted to lead Nan Xianyu away. However, she remained resolutely cold, her expression unwavering. The two companions beside her quickly realized that there was a backstory to this encounter. They scrutinized the interaction between Luo Hanqing and Nan Xianyu, sensing that he must have committed some wrong against her. Otherwise, why would her heart be so troubled? Nan Xuanya, known for his fiery temper, approached Luo Hanqing and seized him by the collar, eyes blazing with fury. Have you done something to hurt my sister? If you have, then leave now. I might spare you. But if you choose to stay, do not blame me for being ungracious. We have known each other for quite some time, and I would prefer to give you some face. Upon hearing this, Luo Hanqing did not back down. Instead, he smiled at Nan Xuanya. If it weren't for Nan Xuanya's guidance, he would have struggled to find Nan Xianyu, and he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. At that moment, Luo Hanqing held Nan Xianyu in place. The two friends intended to intervene, but they soon realized that Luo Hanqing's strength was far superior, rendering them helpless. Ultimately, they could only watch as tears streamed down Nan Xianyu's face, her eyes filled with regret. The two companions were bewildered by what Luo Hanqing had done to her, and they could do nothing but fret from the sidelines. After 3 long hours, they finally regained the ability to move. They hurried towards her, only to find Nan Xianyu alone on the bed, weeping. Without needing to ask, they understood the situation, and she began to confide in them. The initial reason for not being with Luo Hanqing was that he was a beast, perpetually yearning for the company of young women. After claiming one for himself, he sought to pursue others as well. Nan Xianyu could not accept such a person, thus she chose to leave Luo Hanqing. However, Luo Hanqing was unwilling to part ways. He forcibly kept Nan Xianyu by his side. After much struggle, she finally managed to escape, only to find herself in this predicament. Why must you act this way? Are you aware of the difficulty I face to break free? You have transformed me into this state. Chapter 217. Revenge on Su Ning. In the end, Nan Xianyu completely disregarded the explanations offered by Su Ning and Nan Xuanya, leaving with Luo Hanqing. The two were oblivious to Nan Xianyu's circumstances, yet she remained indifferent to their pleas. Reflecting on their attempts to retain her, Nan Xianyu could not suppress a cold snort. It was these two who had initially placed her in his bed, and now they were the ones trying to hold her back. What exactly did they desire? Nan Xianyu refused to accept this logic. Do you truly wish to accompany me? Do you care not for my past actions? Did I force you last night? Luo Hanqing wore a perplexed expression, questioning why Nan Xianyu had moved on so swiftly. Upon hearing his words, Nan Xianyu swiftly turned, revealing a gentle countenance. Seeing this side of her left Luo Hanqing astonished. He had never anticipated such a display from her in his presence. Initially, he believed Nan Xianyu would engage in conversation, yet she merely nodded in response. Observing this, Luo Hanqing shook his head in resignation, but soon found solace. He embraced Nan Xianyu, who smiled without reservation in his arms. In her heart, Nan Xianyu mused that since they had transformed her into this state, she would certainly seek retribution. Suddenly, She recalled the man who had captivated her at first sight, Su Ning. Since you have been so cruel to me, I shall not hesitate to return the favor. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Xinyu had morphed into the very image she despised most, becoming indifferent to her own emotions. Gradually, she began to forget her feelings, her mind solely preoccupied with avenging Su Ning. Nan Xuanya, do you believe our actions were right or wrong? I constantly feel remorse towards your sister. Look at the expression in Nan Xinyu's eyes before she departed. I have a lingering sense that we erred, yet it is too late to amend our mistakes. After uttering these words, Su Ning produced a jar of wine. Before he could take more than a few sips, Nan Xuanya snatched it from his grasp. Consuming its contents in one go, he then fixed his gaze upon Su Ning. Be cautious, young man, he warned, for I may become quite unruly in my inebriation. The system gently reminded them of the situation. While Su Ning shook his head in resignation, two individuals conversed throughout the night, yet, in truth, neither could recall the essence of their dialogue, even though both spoke nothing but the truth. However, intoxicated as they were, their memories eluded them, leaving only the knowledge that they had indeed exchanged words until slumber overtook them. Upon awakening the following morning, instead of each other, they beheld a little girl before them, adorned in a vibrant purple attire. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ning discerned her identity. This was none other than Nyo, who stood proudly before them, her twin ponytails swaying with delight. You two drunken souls have finally awakened. I kept watch over you the entire night. Should you persist in such behavior, I shan't be responsible for you next time. Nyo huffed, hands on her hips, casting a reproachful glance at the two. Although one of them was her father, she showed no restraint in her candid remarks. Chapter 218. Nyo takes action. After the incident, Su Ning resolved to enhance his abilities. Otherwise, he would be powerless to protect those he cared for, rendering him no different from a mere wastrel. This determination led him to isolate himself within a cave, dedicating himself to rigorous training. The cave was entirely cut off from the outside world, rendering its circumstances undetectable. Naturally, Su Ning was also oblivious to the happenings beyond its confines. However, this isolation posed no concern for him. Meanwhile, Nan Xianyi and Nyo were left anxiously pondering what Su Ning was doing inside. What might he be experiencing? Would any misfortune befall him? Could they possibly be of assistance? I shall remain here for a considerable time, so do not worry. You need only to trust that I will be well, were the only words Su Ning left behind before his retreat. Yet, how could they not fret? Naturally, they were deeply concerned for Su Ning, especially after witnessing his self-reproach for several days, keeping Nan Xianyi awake at night. If anything occurs, call for me immediately, and I shall come without delay. Little sister, I must venture forth to procure sustenance. Otherwise, you might starve before he emerges, Nan Xianyi said, ruffling Nyo's hair before dashing off into the forest in search of food. Nyo, displeased by the ruffling of her hair, wondered if such actions stunted her growth. Yet, her irritation extended beyond that. She was also troubled by her father's mysterious seclusion. Contemplating this, Nyo resolved to employ her invisibility and sneak inside. Within the cave, Su Ning was engrossed in his training, striving to reach the golden core stage. However, amidst his focus, a vivid image invaded his mind. Nan Xianyu weeping beneath the blue mountain. This vision shattered his composure. He yearned to rush to her aid, yet found himself paralyzed, hands and feet numb. Overcome with regret and self-reproach, he chastised himself for failing to rescue Nan Xianyu. This is dire. I have fallen into madness. However, it was not long before a surge of reaction emanated from Su Ning's chest. He quickly discerned that this was a sign of impending madness. Despite his fervent efforts to suppress it, the overwhelming stimulus from that vivid image rendered him unable to contain the fury boiling within. As soon as Nyo entered, she beheld this alarming situation and promptly seated herself to protect Su Ning. With Nyo's assistance, Su Ning soon regained his composure. Young man, be more cautious during your cultivation. Refrain from entertaining extraneous thoughts, for such behavior is perilous, the system cautioned, providing Su Ning with a manual of techniques, specifically one pertaining to the golden core stage. This tome bore the title Dugu Sword Technique. Su Ning recalled having seen this book in the scripture repository, though it had never been borrowed, as it contained the most fundamental sword techniques. Moreover, he remembered that this manual was missing 2 moves. Yet, upon examining it now, he discovered a complete version. Astonished by the system's prowess and the formidable nature of the last 2 moves, Su Ning realized that the true strength of this technique lay in its latter part. Chapter 219. An unexpected encounter with Jiu Yu. Having successfully navigated this ordeal, Su Ning let out a sigh of relief. He had finally ascended to the Golden Core realm, his abilities now considered above average for his age. However, a glance at Nyo prompted him to exhale deeply. She was in the mid-Golden Core stage. Unbeknownst to him, he had discovered that this seemingly mere child was, in fact, more formidable than himself. Initially, he had perceived her as just a young girl, but now he found himself at a loss for words to commend her. Nyo appeared to possess an innate strength far surpassing his own, though he could not pinpoint the source of her prowess. Perhaps her seemingly relaxed demeanor misled him into believing she lacked diligence. It truly was a matter of natural talent, prompting Su Ning to reflect on the significance of innate aptitude. Nyo, let us head out. I have successfully cultivated my abilities. If we linger, Nan Xianyi may grow concerned. By the way, did you happen to see Nan Xianyi? I Haven T heard his voice within here. Upon reaching the Golden Core stage, Su Ning noticed a heightened acuity in his senses. Discovering that Nan Xianyi was absent outside, he ventured into the forest, instructing Nyo to rest in place. Although she complied, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. When Su Ning arrived, he was taken aback to find Nan Xianyi imprisoned within a cage. Initially, Nan Xianyi had attempted to call out to him, but instead, she gestured for Su Ning to look beside her, leading him to see another individual confined in a nearby cage, none other than Jiuyu. The unexpected appearance of Jiuyu astonished Su Ning. He had not anticipated encountering her in such circumstances. Was this a fated encounter orchestrated by the heavens? Jiuyu, what brings you here? Do you require my assistance? If so, simply ask. Otherwise, I shall take my companion and depart. I have faith in your capabilities, Su Ning declared, taking a step away, clearly reluctant to offer aid to Jiuyu. Upon witnessing such behavior, Jiuyu merely rolled her eyes. However, upon noticing the individual behind Su Ning, a smirk involuntarily crept across her lips, surprised that Su Ning remained oblivious to the situation. Yet, Jiuyu had just discovered that Su Ning had already attained the Golden Core stage. Although she herself had reached the same level, she was still astonished by Su Ning's rapid progress. Be cautious of what's behind you, fool. Turn around quickly, Nan Xianyi shouted from the side. Only then did Su Ning glance back, and upon doing so, he felt as if he were about to be struck dumb by terror. What on earth was this creature? Its appearance was grotesque, yet it bore distinctly feminine traits. What in the world was this? Nevertheless, Su Ning struggled to maintain his composure as he scrutinized the woman before him, finding her not only exceedingly unattractive but also lacking in physical appeal. In comparison, he felt that Zhuge Ziyun was far more appealing. Men ought to perish. You should hurry and die, the woman suddenly exclaimed, launching herself towards Su Ning. Fortunately, he managed to evade her in the nick of time. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard. Su Ning had no confidence in his ability to triumph over this woman, and as he observed the muscles on her frame, a realization dawned upon him. Chapter 220. The Rakshasi Woman for the First Time. I understood a profound truth. Strength is not determined by gender. Women can be even more formidable than any. My goodness. I feel as though I'm about to ascend to the heavens. After uttering this statement, Su Ning felt as though he had been struck by a fist. He knew he would inevitably face repercussions, yet he was pleased to voice his thoughts, having finally expressed what lay in his heart. Youth, next time you speak the truth, be mindful of the person you are addressing. Young man, please ensure that the individual you are referring to is present when you speak. The system's voice was laden with exasperation. Although it agreed with Su Ning's sentiments, that did not grant him license to articulate them so freely. The two individuals nearby, upon hearing Su Ning's forthrightness, silently gave him a thumbs up. Truly, he was a warrior for daring to speak so boldly, demonstrating remarkable courage in confronting the fearsome woman before him. The Rakshasi woman was on the verge of losing her temper, her head nearly steaming with rage. Yet, she had no intention of killing them and was aware that they were not deaf. Your cage is adorned with leaves to shield you from the sun, and inside, there is a bed for your repose. It seems you have misunderstood my intentions. I merely brought you here to await your invitation to a feast. Did you assume your cage was so lavish? The Rakshasi woman immediately regretted her words upon seeing Su Ning and Nan Xianyi. Even Jiuyu beside them nodded in agreement. The Rakshasi woman truly wished to utter a phrase, with wealth comes capriciousness. Nevertheless, they were treated with courtesy by the Rakshasi woman, for she had no desire to harm them. After all, she only intended to invite them as guests. Although she did not overly impose upon them, her demeanor remained less than amiable, especially after Su Ning had made his audacious remark. A group of individuals gathered around a table, indulging in potent spirits. Although Su Ning and his companions had a particular fondness for drinking, it was ultimately the Rakshasi woman who consumed the most, leading her to be the first to succumb to inebriation. As she slumped over the table, she began to recount her tale. Once, the Rakshasi woman was not so disfigured. She had fallen victim to a curse that transformed her from a vision of beauty into her current state. It was disheartening to think of a young girl who should have been celebrated since childhood, now reduced to this due to another's malediction. Suning inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for the Rakshasi woman, a sentiment that was echoed by the two individuals beside her, who were filled with righteous indignation and eager to assist her. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to find a solution for you. Will you trust me? If you do, I will seek it out for you. Both Nan Xuanya and Jiu Yu spoke simultaneously, yet in the end, it was the more aesthetically pleasing Jiu Yu to whom the Rakshasi woman extended her hand. Upon witnessing the Rakshasi woman's choice, Nan Xuanya could not suppress a glare at this superficial woman, questioning whether she was truly oblivious to the help he had offered her. Did her preference for Jiu Yu stem solely from his looks? The thought nearly propelled Nan Xuanya to confront the Rakshasi woman. Had it not been for Suning's swift intervention to restrain him, you must remain calm. How am I to address your temper? Should I strike you down or simply allow you to continue in this impulsive manner? It would do you well to temper your disposition, young master. Chapter 221. Blood Oath. After hearing Suning's words, Nan Xuanya wore an expression of discontent, pondering what more he could do to improve his standing. What had he truly done wrong? He felt an undeniable sense of injustice. How could the Rakshasi woman choose Jiu Yu solely for his looks? It was outrageous. Both he and Jiu Yu had spoken at the same time, with Nan Xuanya even being slightly quicker. Clearly, the Rakshasi woman was swayed by appearances. Otherwise, why would she not have chosen him? He believed his charisma surpassed that of Jiu Yu, and he considered himself quite handsome. Truth be told, had Suning been aware of these sentiments, he would have rolled his eyes at Nan Xuanya's blatant narcissism. In all honesty, Suning found Jiu Yu to be more attractive than most boys, leaving him baffled as to where Nan Xuanya derived his confidence. Nevertheless, the Rakshasi woman interjected, even if you both assert your case, I cannot place my trust in you. You must provide me with sufficient persuasion. Do you not agree? Without compelling arguments, why should I believe you? The Rakshasi woman lifted her gaze to the person before her, having absorbed the lesson of survival of the fittest during her time here. If she were to place her trust